20 billion. Hearing this price, Chui Yuliang felt like crying, but had no tears, thinking to himself that he had known it. He would have to pay more in the end. However, 20 billion was no small sum even for a top-tier wealthy clan like the Chui family. They could not possibly produce that much money at once. Young man, no. Real person. Great immortal. Old Master Chui cycled through several forms of address in a row, finally feeling that calling him Great Immortal best suited the young man before him, who seemed as otherworldly as a celestial being. Could we perhaps discuss this? I will pay the 20 billion, but could you give us a few days' grace? Feng said coldly. What gave you the illusion that you had the right to bargain with me? Make one more sound of nonsense, and the ransom becomes 30 billion. Great immortal. Old Master Chui said bitterly, his face twisted. 20 or 30 billion is not the issue, but even if my Chui family worked through the night, we still could not produce so much money all at once. Besides, at this hour the banks are all closed. It is simply impossible to arrange it now. This old man truly does not dare haggle with you, Great Immortal. I simply have some practical difficulties. At this moment, Bai Weiwei interjected. He is right. It is indeed impossible to transfer that much money so late at night. Why not give the Chui family 3 days' time? For a clan of the Chui family's level, 3 days of preparation time was more than enough. Very well, I can grant you a few days' grace, Feng conceded. But the interest will be 1 billion per day. All right. Old Master Chui gritted his teeth and agreed. A defeated general had no room to bargain, though he could only pray that being allowed to leave alive was blessing enough. 3 days from now, if I still have not seen the money. Feng pointed at real person Yu lying on the ground. You father and son will end up just like him. At these words, father and son broke into a cold sweat again, repeatedly shouting that they did not dare disobey. Enough, take your people and get out of my sight, Feng said impatiently with a wave of his hand. Yes. Farewell, Great Immortal. Farewell, Miss Bai. The Chui father and son, as though granted amnesty, commanded the remaining thugs to carry off the half-dead real person Yu and the unconscious henchman, fleeing in a panic. Only after they had fled all the way to the foot of the mountain did the father and son finally stop panting heavily. Dad? Are we really going to give them 20 billion? Just thinking about producing such a sum made Chui Yuliang feel as if his flesh were being carved away, and once they had escaped he could not help but faintly entertain the idea of defaulting. After all, the Chui family was powerful and wealthy in Yinjing. Oh, why should they fear that young man alone? What? You are thinking of going back on your word? Old Master Chui smacked his son on the head with his palm and scolded harshly. Do you still think this matter is not serious enough? Look at real person Yu. Such a formidable master was killed in an instant by that Great Immortal with a single move. 3 days from now, if the Great Immortal comes again, what hope of survival will we two, father and son, have? Sigh. Chui Yuliang heaved a heavy sigh, regretting having gone to the Bai family's villa to stir up trouble. Not only had their attempted robbery failed, they had in turn been ruthlessly extorted. To whom could they possibly complain? Treat this 20 billion as our pledge of allegiance. Old Master Chui, by contrast, saw it more openly, even discerning a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity within it. A pledge of allegiance? What do you mean? Chui Yuliang was completely puzzled, not understanding what his father was getting at. I mean that the Bai family may be on the verge of rising from the ashes, Old Master Chui said with conviction. 20 years ago we rose to wealth by riding on that kid Bai Shochi's coattails. 20 years later today we might once again hitch a ride on the Bai family's momentum and spread our ambitions wide. Inside the villa, Bai Weiwei had 1,000 things in her heart, yet did not know where to begin. In the end she used only 3 words to express her stance. I trust you. Feng nodded. Although she had doubted him at first, with his strength, winning Bai Weiwei's trust was only a matter of time. The Chui father and son had merely brought that moment forward. How do you plan to help our family rise again? Bai Weiwei asked curiously. Did my brother leave any instructions? Feng said, your brother told me that you possess the same talent as he does, with extraordinary business acumen. He asked you to assist me in building a new commercial empire. At these words, Bai Weiwei's eyes grew moist with excitement. She had never expected her brother to hold her in such high regard. She truly was a genius, blessed with an eidetic memory. From childhood, she had followed by her brother's side, absorbing everything she saw and heard, and had already developed the ability to stand on her own. Yet before she had the chance to display her skills, the Bai family had collapsed overnight. What she lacked was precisely such an opportunity. Now Feng had arrived, and he could give her everything. The 20 billion we just forced from the Chui family can serve as the company's startup capital, Feng arranged. It is not enough. Bai Weiwei's expression suddenly changed. It was as if she transformed into a strong-willed career woman, becoming forceful. What the Chui family owes us is not covered by a mere 20 billion. Besides the Chui family, there are 4 other clans. Without my brother's former support, how would those 5 families have achieved their current strength? I want them to return it all with interest. Feng nodded. Since there are so many debts of gratitude outstanding, we will reclaim them all in 3 days. Let the Chui family inform the other 4 great clans, and have them all come to see me then. With Yifeng's forceful intervention, Bai Weiwei had no doubt that the 5 great families who once bowed to them would again prostrate themselves in reverence. Only the glorious resurgence after their comeback would be something her brother would never again witness. Alright, just as Yifeng was about to go upstairs to rest, he suddenly thought of something and turned back. There was one thing you said just now that was wrong, or at least not entirely accurate. You blamed your brother's failure on not having a powerful backer, but that is only one of the reasons. Do you know how your brother himself explained his failure? Bai Weiwei shook her head, not knowing how her brother had summed up his own failure. He believed that the reason he failed was that he did not have enough money, Yifeng said. Yifeng encouraged her. As long as we earn enough money, even buying your brother out of prison one day will not be. Everything in this world has a price. It just depends on whether you can afford to pay it. After hearing Yifeng's words, Bai Weiwei was greatly encouraged. She wished she could immediately throw herself into the endeavor of making money, striving to earn enough as soon as possible to ransom her elder brother. This was precisely what Bai Shochi hoped Yifeng would do. In the future, when a commercial empire had been forged and a new richest man in the world was born, they must not forget Bai Shochi still imprisoned. If there was ever a chance, they had to redeem him. Yifeng went up to the 3rd floor alone and casually chose a room to stay in. The furniture there had all been moved out, not even a single bed had been left behind. However, for Yifeng, who had long grown accustomed to the harsh life in prison, such a simple environment was nothing at all. By comparison, it was freedom that was truly most precious. This is but a humble dwelling, yet it is my virtue that makes it fragrant, he seemed to echo in his heart. Yifeng sat directly on the floor and began his daily cultivation, his entire body bathed within a shaft of golden light. From his grandmaster, Yifeng had inherited half of a heavenly tome as well as half of his cultivation. Yet Yifeng's current foundation was still shallow, and he could not completely absorb that terrifying power of cultivation. Therefore the grandmaster had sealed that half of his cultivation within the half-heavenly tome. Each day Yifeng would release and absorb a little, accumulating drop by drop into a vast ocean, bringing him endless benefit. That half-heavenly tome was hidden within Yifeng's divine sense. Just as he invested his entire mind and body into cultivation, a sudden rustling of wind and grass sounded from outside. Someone is coming again. Yifeng's expression froze slightly. He had a premonition that this visitor was extraordinary. Just walking up the mountain, they stirred the surrounding vegetation, the wind howling like cranes in alarm. Could it be someone sent by the Chui family again? Compared to Yu Jinren from before, this mysterious newcomer's strength was far, far greater. Has cloud-born elegance found itself a new master? Outside the villa, a bright, carrying voice suddenly rang out. Though it came from far away, it seemed to sound right beside their ears. That battle just now was earth-shaking, truly impressive. Li Yubai happened to live nearby. Might you come out? Li Yubai. Yifeng found the name somewhat familiar, yet for the moment, he could not recall exactly from where. If Jean Louis had been present at that moment, she would have immediately recognized that the newcomer was none other than her adoptive father, the war god of Youzhou, Li Yubai. Elderly. At that moment, Bai Weiwei's voice sounded from outside. They truly seemed to be neighbors, and Bai Weiwei had gone out to greet him of her own accord. It's so late. What brings you here? Li Yubai smiled and replied, I sensed some disturbance over here, so I came to take a look. Are you all right? He asked. I'm fine. Bai Weiwei shook her head. Who is living inside? Li Yubai asked again with curiosity. He was sent by my brother to protect me, Bai Weiwei answered truthfully. Oh. Li Yubai nodded, then laughed. It seems someone has come to take over my post, haha. Li Yubai had once owed Bai Shochi a favor, and after the latter was imprisoned, he had taken the initiative to move nearby, guarding cloud-born elegance. By relying on the awe-inspiring reputation of the war god of Youzhou, both the cloud-born elegance villa and Bai Weiwei had passed these years in peace and safety. Only occasionally would someone rude like young Master Chui come to demand debts, which Bai Weiwei simply chose to ignore. If she so much as called out, Li Yubai would come at once to protect her. Thank you, elderly, for taking care of us all these years, Bai Weiwei said with heartfelt gratitude. Without the shelter of the war god of Youzhou, she might not even have been able to protect herself. Since your brother has sent someone again, I can leave at any time, he said. Speaking calmly, Li Yubai then shifted the topic. However, before I leave, I must first test whether that man is qualified to take over my post. With that, Li Yubai raised his palm toward the side of the rooftop, where Yifeng was staying, and struck out. In an instant, a raging gale arose, dust and debris flying everywhere. Elderly, please show mercy. Seeing Li Yubai suddenly make a move, Bai Weiwei was so startled that although she knew Yifeng was formidable this time, he was facing the famed war god of Daxiao, the very pinnacle of human strength. This was not someone of the same level as Yu Jinren from earlier. Crack. With a deafening crash, the rooftop was pierced through by that palm force, split open into a gaping hole. At this moment, Yifeng did not dare to be negligent. He hastily formed a seal with his hands, thunder rolling between his palms as he launched a counterattack. Boom. Another thunderous explosion sounded. Two terrifying forces collided within the room, completely blowing the roof away. Yifeng felt the floor beneath him sink. The force of that earlier palm strike had nearly shattered the boards under his feet. At the same time, the lightning in Yifeng's palm rode upon that palm wind in a countercurrent. Outside the villa, although Liu Bai withdrew his hand in time, he was still forced back several steps by the counterforce, his arm faintly numb. "What a marvelous palm lightning," he exclaimed. "The younger generation is truly fearsome." Liu Bai could not help but praise. "Girl, by the one your brother sent to protect you, is indeed remarkable. I can now leave with an easy mind. Haha, farewell." With laughter on his lips, Liu Bai came in haste, and departed in haste, as well, leaving as lightly as a drifting figure. Truly worthy of a war god-level powerhouse, the palm strike is fierce and domineering. Yifeng clashed palms with him, feeling as if a tempest was raging within his body, unable to stabilize his breath for a long time. If it weren't for his fourth master, who was also a former war god, and from whom he learned the same fierce and domineering martial arts techniques of the army, he would have nearly been unable to withstand this palm strike. Even so, Yifeng barely managed to match his opponent with the might of the thunder palm. In the Great Xia, where heroes conceal their talents, I still need to strive harder. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded. After seeing off Liu Bai, Wei Wei, feeling uneasy, came to inquire about Yifeng's situation. "Yifeng, are you alright? Are you injured?" "It's nothing, I'm fine." "That's good. I won't disturb you then." Standing outside the door after asking a few questions, Wei Wei finally felt relieved and went downstairs. Huh. Yifeng let out a light sigh, knowing that his breath was still unstable and he couldn't continue his meticulous cultivation. Thus Yifeng simply lay down on the floor, just as the ceiling above had been blown away, and looking around he saw a sea of stars and a bright moon. Basking in the cascading moonlight, Yifeng used the sky as his blanket and the ground as his bed, falling asleep in his clothes. A night without incident. The next morning, Yifeng was awakened by the commotion of things being moved downstairs. He got up and looked out the window. It turned out that the Chui family had come early to move back the things they had previously taken from the villa. They also sent maintenance personnel who were repairing the water and electrical facilities in the villa. "You all better work properly, more diligently than when doing tasks for our Chui family, understood?" Chui Yuliang came personally to supervise. As he inspected each level, he was stunned when he reached the third floor. What the hell? How could the roof in this room be taken away too? Whose family is so ruthless that they wouldn't spare even this? Demolishing the house. Seeing Yifeng in the room, Chui Yuliang quickly explained, "Master, this really has nothing to do with our Chui family. I swear it wasn't me who did it. The things I moved away are all back today." "I know it wasn't you," Yifeng said. "Seriously, I did this myself." Chui Yuliang was suddenly at a loss for words. But he was still a bit puzzled, wondering how this happened. Could it have been the result of last night's explosive power? This will be somewhat troublesome to repair. Chui Yuliang estimated that he would need to call a small construction team. "No need." Yifeng firmly rejected. "You don't need to worry about this room. Just fix up the other places." Yifeng thought that the open-air room was quite nice. Then Yifeng went downstairs to the dining room for breakfast. Before he finished his meal, two familiar guests arrived. "Wow, hero, you really live here. I thought you were joking yesterday." Hua Guodong brought Zhao Wanting along. "Mr. Yi." Zhao Wanting felt a bit embarrassed to see Yifeng again, because just last night her grandfather had just fallen out with the other party, yet today she had to come to ask for their help regarding her grandfather's matter. Have a seat." Seeing Zhao Wanting's worried expression, Yifeng knew it was likely about her grandfather. "Mr. Yi, I have already arranged everything concerning Miss Su's job." Once Zhao Wanting sat down, she immediately brought up this matter to Yifeng. Yifeng nodded. "Let's get hero Wanting has come this time to consult you about something." Hua Guodong took the lead. Zhao Wanting then recounted the sudden fainting of her grandfather from the previous night. "Mr. Yi, when you saw my grandfather yesterday, you mentioned the phrase a dying person. What exactly did you mean?" Zhao Wanting felt that Yifeng had no grudges against her grandfather and had no need to curse him with words. There must be some hidden truth. "It's just the literal meaning." While eating, Yifeng replied, "He doesn't have long to live, at most 3 days. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Wanting and Hua Guodong were greatly shocked, especially Zhao Wanting, who could hardly accept the grim fate of her grandfather. "Why?" Zhao Wanting couldn't help but ask. "My grandfather was just fine. How could he suddenly be on the verge of—" "I already explained the reasons yesterday." Yifeng shook his head slightly, regrettably noting that they did not believe his words. What is it?" Zhao Wanting tried hard to recall, not remembering Yifeng mentioning any important clues. "Hero, please don't keep us in suspense." Hua Guodong hastily asked, "What is the reason?" Yifeng helplessly said, "It's that piece of jade Buddha." "What?" Upon hearing this, the two were simultaneously shocked and suddenly remembered that Yifeng had indeed mentioned that there was a problem with that piece of jade Buddha in the car. But unfortunately at that time, Yifeng had only brought it up in passing, and they thought he was joking, so they didn't take it seriously. How could it be? Zhao Wanting broke out in a cold sweat. It's actually that piece of jade Buddha that harmed my grandfather. The longevity gift she had painstakingly bought turned out to be the culprit that killed her grandfather. If this were true, she could never forgive herself. The old man is already old, and his health wasn't good, plus with that piece of jade Buddha, the evil energy entered his body. How could he possibly withstand it? Feng simply explained. Do you remember last night when your grandfather had a rosy complexion? That was not a good sign. It was more like a return of light. That's why I dare assert that your grandfather's time is near. The more Zhao Wanting listened, the more frightened and regretful she became, realizing that she had missed the opportunity to save her grandfather last night. Oh dear hero, why didn't you clarify such an important matter? Hua Guodong lamented. I mentioned it the first. Feng sneered, but did any of you believe me? Medicine does not knock on doors. Feng had kindly mentioned it twice, yet no one believed him. Mister, since you know so much. Zhao Wanting suddenly thought of something and grasped Feng's hand. Do you have a way to save my grandfather? He is really about to pass away. As she spoke of her grief, Zhao Wanting once again shed tears. Feng's fifth master was a renowned divine doctor. Thus Feng also learned exceptional medical skills from him that could even revive the dead. Although the situation of the old man Zhao was not optimistic, bringing him back from the brink of death was not impossible. Really? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanting immediately perked up, gripping Feng's hand tighter. Then please save my grandfather. I am willing to do anything for you as long as you can save him. Zhao Wanting's hand was soft and delicate, but Feng remained calm and slowly withdrew his hand, stating seriously, of course I can save him. But my master once said that in our line of work the rule for saving one person is that you must take the life of another. Save one life, take one life. This bizarre edict instantly evoked in the onlookers the legend of a long-forgotten eccentric sage, the Slaughter Healer. The Slaughter Healer, Bai Weiwei, Zhao Wanting, and Hua Guodong cried out in unison. Oh, you've heard of my fifth master too. Feng paused astonished. His fifth master truly enjoyed widespread renown. It seemed he hadn't exaggerated after all. Whether that fame was revered or reviled, however, remained a matter of perspective. The Slaughter Healer is actually your master, sir. Hua Guodong murmured in awe. No wonder your conduct defies convention. ID assumed the Slaughter Healer had long passed from this world. Bai Weiwei mused, recalling that she hadn't heard word of this legendary physician in many years. Of course, she hadn't left the villa in all those years. Perhaps her ignorance was simply self-imposed. Must an innocent person die to save my grandfather? Zhao Wanting faltered at this demand. Rules are rules, Feng affirmed, his tone steady. To resurrect the dead is by nature defiance of heaven's decree. Thus whoever lives again must claim another's life in exchange. Otherwise, when the king of hell comes knocking for his due, the healer himself shall suffer heavenly retribution, his own lifespan forfeit. To harmonize life and death, to balance fate, and avoid karmic entanglement, the Slaughter Healer instituted this immutable law: one life saved, another sacrificed. In doing so, even heaven itself could find no grounds for reproach. And Feng's fifth master, the Slaughter Healer, had lived over a century by this very creed, his body still robust, his vitality undimmed. Yet tragically, while the underworld received its due accounting, the earthly sins accumulated, blood upon blood, were ultimately laid squarely upon his shoulders, landing him behind bars. Mister, is there no alternative method? Zhao Wanting pleaded. My grandfather would never condone murder, not for his own survival. Feng shook his head. A rule cannot be broken. Grandfather spent his life upright and incorruptible. To sacrifice another's life for his own would be a betrayal. Had rather die than commit. Zhao Wanting knew her grandfather's character well. At that moment, Bai Weiwei interjected. Elder Zhao once served as Minister of Revenue, overseeing the empire's finances. Though now retired, his influence endures. His disciples and former retainers still hold sway within officialdom. Perhaps the Bai family's enterprise, if revived, might benefit from the Zhao family's patronage. Hearing this, Feng deemed Bai Weiwei's reasoning sound. To resurrect the Bai family's enterprise without political backing, even with boundless capital, would prove arduous indeed. Simultaneously, Feng considered how the Zhao family's support might also aid his own quest to reclaim the Yi ancestral estate. If you can restore my grandfather's life, we Zhao family will spare no effort, so long as it remains within the bounds of law and morality, Zhao Wanting vowed earnestly. Feng reflected a moment longer, then relented. Very well, let us first assess your grandfather's condition. And with that, he prepared to depart immediately. Zhao Wanting's face lit with joy. Meanwhile, Hua Guodong muttered under his breath. Didn't you just say the rule couldn't be broken? Ha ha. Feng smiled faintly. Rules are rigid, but men are not. Even heaven's gravest edicts yield to wisdom and adaptability. Besides, he added lightly, the king of hell occasionally closes one eye, especially when several lives are restored in a single stroke. As he spoke, the group descended the mountain and boarded Hua Guodong's car, racing toward the hospital. Meanwhile, another military vehicle rolled silently to a halt before a villa nestled at the mountain's base. Strange. I swear I just saw that wretched Yi Feng emerge from Yunshang Fenghua Villa, then descend and board that Audi. Jean-Louis stepped out of the vehicle and gazed once more, distantly, at the villa perched halfway up the mountainside, her brow furrowed in doubt. Must have been a mistake. Or perhaps merely someone who bears a passing resemblance. Shaking her head, Jean-Louis pushed open the door and entered her adoptive father's residence. Father, why summon me so early? No sooner had she entered the grand hall than she beheld the old man seated there, imposing, resplendent, in full military regalia. You've arrived. Li Yubai rose and added, before I depart, I wish to bid you farewell. Are you returning to active duty, father? Jean-Louis surmised instantly. Indeed, Li Yubai nodded. My mission here is complete. I must return. Father. Her voice trembled, tears welled in her eyes. What's there to cry about? We'll meet again soon enough. Li Yubai gently clapped his adopted daughter's shoulder. After I leave this villa, and all of Yanjing shall be yours to safeguard. Should even the slightest misstep occur, do not expect mercy from me. Yes, sir. Jean-Louis snapped to attention, her expression solemn. Li Yubai nodded in quiet satisfaction. The young Bai girl of Yunshang Fenghua now had protection, and his own adopted daughter, nurtured under his guidance for years, had finally come of age. At last Li Yubai could depart with a heart utterly unburdened. Father, let me see you off, Jean-Louis offered. Good. Side by side, father and daughter strode toward the gate. By the way, Li Yubai paused at the threshold and pointed toward the villa halfway up the mountainside. Keep watch on that residence. A mysterious new neighbor has moved in, a figure of formidable cultivation. Last night, I paid him a visit, our palms clashed, and I nearly failed to withstand the force. Who would have imagined such a peer, such a worthy adversary, in this mundane metropolis? Truly extraordinary. Li Yubai glanced at his right hand. Though hours had passed, a faint lingering numbness still tingled beneath his skin. Someone capable of matching you in combat. So formidable. Jean-Louis gasped. Precisely why I asked you to observe him closely, Li Yubai replied. A talent like this, wasted outside national service, would be a profound loss. Try to get to know him. If you can recruit him into the military, it would be ideal. Understood. Jean-Louis nodded firmly. I shall pay him a visit soon. Just as the golden-threaded robe escorted his adoptive father Li Yubai away, Yi Feng had also followed Zhao Wanting and Hua Guodong to the First People's Hospital of Yanjing. Last night, after old Master Zhao fell into a coma, he was rushed here overnight for emergency treatment. After a night of efforts this morning, old Master Zhao finally regained consciousness and could even eat and speak simply. However, the situation remains grim. The hospital has already issued a critical illness notice urging the family to prepare for the worst. Grandpa, how are you? I brought back a miraculous doctor to treat you. As soon as Zhao Wanting entered the ward, she couldn't help but share this good news with her grandfather. After all, it took quite an effort to invite Yi Feng. At this moment around the hospital bed, many descendants of the Zhao family were present. Seeing Zhao Wanting burst in so recklessly and mention a miraculous doctor, the elders of the Zhao family couldn't help but frown slightly. Before they could even ask what was going on and who this miraculous doctor was, they were surprised to see Yi Feng walking in with her. Upon seeing Yi Feng, the Zhao family members turned furious, as if they were facing the murderer of their father. It's that brat who cursed our old master yesterday. How outrageous that brat actually dares to come. It's all his fault with his ominous words that caused old master to fall ill. The Zhao family members were in an uproar. Zhao Wanting's uncle Zhao Tiansong even rolled up his sleeves and charged at Yi Feng, wanting to beat him up. Uncle, no. Zhao Wanting stood between the two, desperately explaining. This matter cannot be blamed on Mr. Yi. Uncle, please let me explain. Explain what? Zhao Tiansong shouted angrily. This brat spoke nonsense at old master's birthday banquet last night, causing old master to be this upset. What's there to explain? You little brat, if anything happens to my dad, I won't let you off. Just wait. Uncle. Zhao Wanting pushed her uncle away and assured him, Mr. Yi said those things last night because he could see that Grandpa was not doing well. It was our negligence that led to Grandpa suddenly falling ill without any preparation. I brought Mr. Yi here this time because he knows how to save Grandpa. Just trust me this once and let Mr. Yi give it a try. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family members were taken aback, then mocked Zhao Wanting for her naivety. Even the many experts at the First People's Hospital were helpless. Oh, what could this young man possibly do? I see he must have a way to kill old master. Zhao Tiansong remained hostile towards Yi Feng, wanting don't make things worse here. At that moment, Zhao Wanting's father Zhao Tianming spoke up. Director Chen has gone to the neighboring Chinese medicine hospital to invite Divine Dr. Liu. Only Divine Dr. Liu can save your grandfather. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the ward was pushed open again. Two elderly individuals in their 50s or 60s walked in, one in a white coat, who was the hospital's director Chen. The other, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, was none other than the renowned divine Dr. Lu Wenjing, also known as Lu Yizhen. Divine Dr. Lu. Upon seeing him, the Zhao family members hurried forward to greet him, not daring to be negligent. Zhao Wanting felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing divine Dr. Lu, realizing that her concern had led to confusion. Yanjing had many famous doctors, but among them divine Dr. Lu was the most esteemed. It is said that divine Dr. Liu's acupuncture is nothing short of miraculous. Regardless of the ailment, one needle can cure it. You actually invited divine Dr. Lu. Even Hua Guodong remarked happily. Now old master, Zhao should be saved. Compared to the long-established divine Dr. Lu, Hua Guodong had to admit that although Yi Feng was a disciple of the murdering medical saint, he was too young to have learned much of his master's skills. In comparison, divine Dr. Lu was far more reassuring. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. At this moment, Zhao Wanting awkwardly said to Yi Feng, I didn't expect that the family would invite divine Dr. Lu. You may have made a wasted trip. It's fine, Yi Feng replied calmly. Let this divine Dr. Lu treat your grandfather first. If he can't cure him, then I'll step in. Though Yi Feng's voice was not loud, it was clear to everyone in the small ward. Suddenly his words stirred up a hornet's nest, causing an uproar among those present. This brat must be crazy. He dares to speak nonsense in front of divine Dr. Lu. If divine Dr. Lu can't cure it, how can you? Who do you think you are? I think he has ill intentions, wishing for our old master to have an accident. The Zhao family members scolded Yi Feng angrily, while hurriedly comforting divine Dr. Lu. After all, old master's illness must be treated by divine Dr. Lu. If that brat's nonsense affected divine Dr. Lu, it would be too great a loss. That brat is just talking nonsense, divine Dr. Lu, please don't take him seriously. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Lu Wenjing was not angry, but smiled at Yi Feng. This young friend, are you also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? May I ask who your teacher is? Traditional Chinese medicine places great importance on lineage. Seeing Yi Feng daring to speak wildly in public, Lu Wenjing suspected that he might be relying on his master, so he asked to avoid any awkwardness. Facing this question, Zhao Wanting answered first, wanting to vouch for Yi Feng. Mr. Yes, master is the renowned murdering medical saint. What? Murdering medical saint? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback and looked at Yi Feng with renewed scrutiny. Zhao Tiansong frowned. Humph, what good disciple can come from such a wicked doctor? Zhao Tianming also said, Wanting, don't be fooled by this brat. I've never heard of the murdering medical saint having any disciples. Exactly. Others echoed. I could also claim to be a descendant of Hua Ta. At this moment, Lu Wenjing smiled and countered. You say you are a disciple of the murdering medical saint. Do you know that for every person your master saves, he must kill another? Are you planning to kill someone to save old master Zhao? Not at all, Zhao Wanting replied. Mr. Yi has already made concessions. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjing chuckled, already having his answer, and could be sure that the brat was not a disciple of the murdering medical saint. The murdering medical saint's rules cannot be broken by anyone. But because of this, he has caused much killing, ultimately bringing disaster upon himself. At this moment, the Zhao family members hurriedly said, Divine Dr. Lu, stop wasting time with this brat. Saving people is the priority. We entrust our old master to you. All right. Lu Wenjing approached the hospital bed. I will do my best. As Lu Wenjing, the renowned physician, set off to treat Elder Zhao, Yi Feng, curious, turned to Hua Guodong beside him and asked, Is this physician Lu truly extraordinary? After all, Yi Feng had spent 5 years in prison. Before his incarceration, he had seldom visited hospitals and had never heard of such a figure. Extraordinary. He is far more than that. At the mention of physician Lu, Hua Guodong's drowsiness vanished entirely. His reverence for the master healer flowed like an endless river. Take my father's chronic rheumatic knee pain. Every step sent sharp agony through his joints. By the later stages, he nearly needed a cane. Countless doctors failed him. Then by sheer fortune, he met physician Lu. Guess what? One needle, and my father's legs were restored. To this day he walks with such vigor he outpaces even me. Yi Feng chuckled. If he's truly that miraculous, why don't you get a needle yourself? Haha, master, you jest, Hua Guodong replied with an awkward smile. I'm perfectly healthy. Why would I need acupuncture? Don't dismiss it. My father told me even high-ranking officials seek physician Lu's counsel. His reputation precedes him. Yet now in his advanced years he rarely treats patients. Only Elder Zhao's prestige could summon him here. As they spoke, Lu Wenjing had already taken Elder Zhao's pulse and began expounding confidently upon the root cause of his illness. To onlookers, his diagnosis sounded like arcane scripture, partially grasped yet largely incomprehensible. Only from his summary did they glean the term wind cold. Zhao Tiansong frowned. Father's condition is grave. How could it possibly stem from wind cold? Lu Wenjing smiled gently and explained patiently, though wind cold appears mild, it can prove fatal. In traditional Chinese medicine, wind cold is the sovereign of all ailments. Its manifestations shift with seasonal qi, producing varied syndromes. I observed Elder Zhao presenting fever, headache, generalized body aches, coughing, a thin white tongue coating, and a floating tight pulse. Combined with his advanced age and frail constitution, wind cold overwhelmed him, triggering sudden collapse. Zhao Tianming hurriedly asked, "Then Physician Lu, do you have a cure?" Heh. Lu Wenjing chuckled again. "They call me Lu Yizhen, Lu of the single needle, because most ailments yield to just one insertion. Though your father's condition is severe, I am confident within 3 needles I shall restore Elder Zhao to full health." At these words the Zhao family erupted in elation, profuse gratitude pouring forth, nearly culminating in prostration before Physician Lu. Heh. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, an incongruous light laugh pierced the air, jarringly sharp. Yi Feng shook his head with a wry, resigned smile. Having heard Hua Guodong's reverent praise, he'd half expected to meet a peerless master healer today. Instead, Lu Wenjing's diagnosis struck him as utterly unsound. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Tiansong, spotting Yi Feng, flared with fury. "What are you still doing here? Do you intend to disrupt things further?" Just as he gestured for attendants to eject Yi Feng, Lu Wenjing interjected, "Young friend, do you hold a different perspective? Since we are all physicians, let us exchange views openly, discuss them together." Yi Feng's expression hardened. "I laugh because Physician Lu's medical knowledge is shallow. You cannot even distinguish between wind and pathogenic qi, yet dare proclaim yourself a healer." A collective gasp rippled through the room. To publicly question Physician Lu's expertise and mock his scholarly rigor was audacious beyond measure. Hua Guodong, terrified, tugged urgently at Yi Feng's sleeve, silently urging him to fall silent. Even Lu Wenjing, renowned for his composure, could not suppress a flicker of indignation. "Then pray tell in your estimation what truly afflicts Elder Zhao." "Pathogenic qi," Yi Feng declared. "It has infiltrated his body, escalating his condition until it spiraled beyond control. Wind cold and pathogenic qi may present similar symptoms, but that single character's distinction separates truth from catastrophic error." Hearing pathogenic qi, Zhao Wanting suddenly recalled something. She scanned the ward, and indeed the Jade Buddha had been brought along, resting atop the cabinet beside the sickbed. "Mr. Yi, is this it?" She quickly retrieved the Jade Buddha and handed it to him. "Will removing this restore grandfather's health?" Yi Feng shook his head and discarded the artifact. "The pathogenic qi within has fully permeated Elder Zhao's body. It is already too late." "Utter nonsense!" Lu Wenjing thundered. "What nonsense is this? Pathogenic qi. We are physicians, not shamans. Do not peddle unscientific superstition to deceive people. It is precisely frauds like you who tarnish the noble legacy of traditional Chinese medicine. You persistently challenge my skill. Very well. Today I shall demonstrate the true mastery behind my title, Lu Yizhen. Are you convinced now?" With Lu Wenjing's counterattack, the people from the Zhao family chimed in. "Now are you convinced and willing to admit it? Let's see how you can keep arguing. Kid, hurry up and kneel to apologize to Master Lu. If you kneel down to pay your respects now, there is still time. If Master Lu can take you as his disciple, it will be a blessing from your previous life." Even Zhao Wanting softly advised, "Mr. You just admit your mistake." Faced with the doubts and pressures from the crowd, Yi Feng remained calm and unconcerned. "Master Lu, you are talking about healing the patient, not waking the patient. This one-word difference is quite significant. Whether I am convinced or not depends on whether you dare to give the second needle." Lu Wenjing smiled in anger. "What do I have to be afraid of? All right, since that's the case, I will completely cure old Master Zhao's illness in one go, and let's see what you have to say." Then Lu Wenjing once again wielded the needle, his expression serious, as he inserted the second needle into old Master Zhao. As the silver needle entered his body, a misty aura began to rise from the top of old Master Zhao's head. The vital energy coursed throughout his body, as if a warm current swept through his limbs and bones. So comfortable. Old Master Zhao couldn't help but shiver, letting out a soft moan, closing his eyes to quietly enjoy it, as if immersed in a hot spring. Looking at old Master Zhao, his complexion had completely returned to its rosy hue, just like during yesterday's birthday banquet, his spirit and vitality fully restored. After a moment, old Master Zhao sat up, stretched, and seemed ready to get out of bed to move around a bit. "Old Zhao, don't rush to get out of bed." Lu Wenjing quickly stopped him. "Wait until I completely dispel the cold energy from your body before getting up." "Oh, so it's Master Lu." Old Master Zhao, upon seeing Lu Wenjing, couldn't help but beam with joy. "I'm truly sorry. I was just wondering who saved me, and it turns out to be you. 10 years ago, when old Master Zhao had a cardiovascular blockage, it was thanks to Lu Wenjing's needle that cleared the blockage, leading to their acquaintance. You saved me once again." Old Master Zhao excitedly grasped Lu Wenjing's hand, expressing his immense gratitude. As a doctor, treating and saving people is simply part of the job. Lu Wenjing smiled. Lie down quickly, I will give you the last needle, and I guarantee you will be free from illness and disaster for 10 years. The Zhao family members hurried to help the elder lie back down, waiting for the illness to be completely cured. Just as Lu Wenjing was preparing to administer the final needle, Yifeng timely intervened, saying, "Let me remind you one last time. Once this needle is administered, even a celestial being descending from heaven won't be able to save you." For Lu Wenjing was currently using a method to dispel the wind and cold, removing the evil energy within the patient. Wind and cold can be dispelled, but that evil energy is formidable. How could such a crude method contend against it? This last needle, once inserted, will utterly trigger the evil energy, leaving no chance for recovery. "Shut up!" Zhao Tiansong shouted angrily. "You brat, are you still daring to spout nonsense here? Are you testing my patience? Who dares to cause a commotion here, even questioning Master Lu?" Beside him, old Master Zhao couldn't help but sit up and glance over. Only then did he realize Yifeng was also present. "It's you. What's your intention?" Old Master Zhao, seeing Yifeng, was filled with anger. "Last night you cursed me to be a dying man, and today you are spreading alarming words again. What are you trying to achieve? Did anyone from the Zhao family offend you?" Seeing Yifeng repeatedly interrupting Master Liu's treatment, even Hua Guodong's impression of Yifeng drastically turned negative, unable to understand the other's motives. He even regretted bringing Zhao, wanting to find Yifeng this morning. After all, if Master Lu was present, why should they seek help from an outsider? Bringing Yifeng here not only failed to help, but also caused more trouble. "Kid, are you still unconvinced?" Lu Wenjing was thoroughly enraged. These two needles have already cured old Master Zhao by 70 to 80%. Even without this last needle, with some time to recuperate, he would recover. But you still dare to spread alarmist rhetoric. Do you really think you can scare me? I must administer this last needle to make you fully convinced. I will gather my energy and completely dispel the wind and cold from old Zhao's body. Yifeng said, "I see you are trying to gather your energy to send the old man off to the afterlife. This is outrageous." Old Master Zhao could no longer endure it. Last night he was cursed to be a dying man, and today he was cursed to soon pass away. "Quick, throw this brat out. Add him to the Zhao family's blacklist." Before he finished speaking, the Zhao family rushed forward, ready to forcibly escort him out. "You don't need to lay a hand on me. I will leave myself." With that, Yifeng turned and walked out of the ward. "Alas, hero, I'll see you off." Hua Guodong, seeing Yifeng alone and desolate, couldn't bear it and followed him out. This time Zhao, wanting, did not move, her eyes filled with complex emotions.
Seizing the opportunity, the power of fate surges to a boil. He intercepts a strand of force more fundamental than both the imaginary number and the quantum. The data within his eyes.
"Alas, hero, why must you do this?" Outside the ward, Hua Guodong shook his head helplessly. "Come on, hero, I'll take you back." Yifeng stood outside the ward, showing no intention of leaving. "No need to rush. Within a minute the people inside will be crying and begging for me to return." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Hua Guodong couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Hero, you truly have a sense of humor." The situation before them was as clear as the lice on a monk's head. Dr. Lu had nearly cured old Master Zhao's illness completely. What else was there to say? As for Yifeng's claims about crying and begging him to go back, that was even more absurd. In Hua Guodong's view, once old Master Zhao fully recovered, he feared Yifeng would chase him away. Yet Yifeng was utterly convinced that if Lu Wenjing dared to administer a third injection, old Master Zhao would undoubtedly perish. If Yifeng was wrong, then all his 5 years of studying medicine under his master would have been in vain. "Hero, even if you don't leave, please don't stand at the door of the ward," Hua Guodong kindly advised. "When the Zhao family comes out and sees you, they will surely get angry again. Why don't we go downstairs first?" Before he could finish his sentence, a series of intermittent screams, cries, and curses suddenly erupted from the ward. Gradually the sounds grew louder, and the entire ward seemed to erupt into chaos. "What's going on?" Hua Guodong was taken aback, wondering if what Yifeng had said had actually come true. Although he stood outside the ward and could not see what was happening inside, the chaotic cries from within did not sound like a celebration of old Master Zhao's recovery. Rather, it resembled lamentation. Bang! Suddenly the door of the ward was pushed open with great force. Zhao, wanting, appeared, her face streaked with tears, wearing an expression of regret and panic. Seeing Yifeng standing outside, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. "Yifeng, hurry! Save my grandfather! My grandfather! He's not doing well again!" Zhao, wanting, cried, grabbing Yifeng's hand and pulling him back into the ward. No way could it be true. Hua Guodong stood dumbfounded outside the ward, not expecting that Yifeng's words would indeed prove correct. Within less than a minute, the people inside were crying and shouting for someone to return. "Hero, you truly are impressive." Hua Guodong then followed suit and returned inside. At this moment, the ward was already in disarray. The Zhao family members seemed to have gone mad, desperately pleading for Director Chen to call for a doctor to find a solution while simultaneously cursing Lu Wenjing as a quack who had caused their father's death. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lu Wenjing stood trembling in the corner like a student who had made a mistake, his face filled with terror, repeatedly muttering, "How could this happen?" With his abilities, he truly couldn't discern where the mistake had occurred. Could it be that the young man's words had he inadvertently triggered the evil energy within the patient? No, this is impossible. Lu Wenjing shook his head, unable to accept the reality before him. Mister, Yi, hurry. Please save my grandfather. Zhao Wanting pulled Yi Feng back to the bedside. At this moment, old Master Zhao lay on the bed with a pool of blood beside him. Looking at him, he lay motionless on the bed, his body darkened, devoid of life force. Such a grim situation even caused Director Chun to shake his head slightly, indicating that the person was already completely dead and further attempts at resuscitation would be futile. It was better to give the deceased dignity rather than continue to disturb his remains. Just a moment ago he was fine, talking and laughing. How could it come to this? Zhao Tiansong and Zhao Tianming, the two brothers, were heartbroken, nearly collapsing in tears before the bed. This drastic shift from joy to sorrow, from life to death, who could bear it? Why are you back again? Are you here to watch our family's misfortune? Zhao Tiansong glared at Yi Feng with anger. It's all your curse. Everything has turned out as you wished, right? Aren't you pleased? Faced with the brutal reality that everything had unfolded as Yi Feng had predicted, Zhao Tiansong could not accept it, and upon seeing Yi Feng, he lashed out with harsh words. Sigh. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly. If my words were truly that effective, wouldn't I be a deity? I reminded you repeatedly, yet you refused to listen. Who can you blame? Young man, we misjudged you earlier, and I sincerely apologize. Zhao Tianming, being more rational, quickly apologized to Yi Feng, trying to ease the situation and seeking his help. You see, is there any hope left for my father? Yi Feng let out a bitter smile. It was originally a simple matter that you made unnecessarily complicated. However, today you're lucky to have encountered me. Indeed, I am a disciple of the murderous medical saint. I can revive the dead as long as they haven't turned to ashes. Upon these words, the chaotic scene fell instantly silent. Everyone turned in shock to look at Yi Feng, unsure if he was joking. Hero, is that true? Hua Guodong asked in astonishment. Just now, didn't you say? Even a deity would find it difficult to save him. Yes, even a deity would find it difficult to save him. Yi Feng replied with certainty, but I never said I couldn't save him. Because I am the exception. Yi Feng's words reignited the hope of the Zhao family members. They were both shocked and somewhat reluctant to believe it. Zhao Wanting was so overwhelmed with joy that she cried, I knew it, mister. You would definitely have a way. As long as you can save my grandfather, I am willing to do anything for you. Zhao Wanting was the old man's most cherished granddaughter. Their bond was profound, and she was ready to give everything to save him. Little brother, if you really can save my father, our Zhao family will certainly not treat you unfairly, Zhao Wanting's father Zhao Tianming said earnestly. Humph, but if you dare to deceive us, our Zhao family will not let you off. Zhao Tiansong still held a hint of... At this moment, Lu Wenjing, the divine doctor, also regained his composure after the earlier incident. He did not believe he had done anything wrong. After all, who could guarantee a 100% success rate in healing? In a hospital, family members must first sign a consent form before surgery. But seeing Yi Feng return, even claiming he could save the dead, now Lu Wenjing could no longer remain calm. Can a dead person really be revived? Even if I failed in my treatment just now, that does not mean you can turn the tide. Moreover, they were facing a corpse that had just died. Did he really think of himself as a deity? Yes. Hua Guodong looked at the body of old Master Zhao, his face pale, devoid of any vitality. Hero, why don't you check again, and see if you are certain lest you fail to save him and be misunderstood? After all, the misunderstanding between Yi Feng and the Zhao family was already quite deep. If the Zhao family was led to hope again only to fall into despair, it would be even harder to explain. It's fine, Zhao Wanting hurriedly said, as long as you do your best. This time our Zhao family will not blame you. The Zhao family members nodded in agreement. Once they calmed down, they returned to reason. After all, they were a prominent family, and not unreasonable people. Despite the controversy, Yi Feng smiled, and said, Everyone step aside, I am about to begin saving him. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family members surrounding the bed instinctively stepped back. Young man, do you need any equipment or tools? Seeing that Yi Feng was empty-handed, Director Chen offered assistance. I don't need anything, Yi Feng said calmly as he walked to the bedside. Just don't disturb me. I'm putting on an act. Lu Wenjing still watched skeptically, arms crossed. I want to see how you are going to heal a dead person. Director Chen was also puzzled. If he could really save someone with just his bare hands, it would indeed be a miracle in medical history. Yi Feng glanced at old Master Zhao on the bed, his face ashen, as if he had crawled out from a coal pile, and his death was extremely tragic. This was precisely the consequence of the evil energy being completely unleashed, causing instantaneous death. What a vicious method. Although Yi Feng was a disciple of the killing medical saint, he felt that even his master would shake his head at this. Then Yi Feng extended a finger. Gathering his focus, he summoned a strand of true qi which danced at the tip of his finger like white flames. Using qi to control needles? Lu Wenjing was instantly shocked into speechlessness as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Shini, what does it mean to use qi to control needles? Director Chen quietly asked beside him. After asking several times, he finally pulled Lu Wenjing back from his shock. Lu Wenjing took out his silver needles to demonstrate the method of using needles to control qi. Like this, it is using needles to control qi, condensing one's true qi onto the silver needles. My own true qi cannot be released externally, it must be transmitted through the silver needles as a medium. This is also the acupuncture method mastered by most traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. As he spoke, Lu Wenjing pointed at Yi Feng, trembling as he said, "Look at him. He does not need to use any external objects to condense true qi at his fingertips. This is using qi to control needles. No wonder he dares to claim he can heal people empty-handed. Just this skill of using qi to control needles is something that only a few can achieve in the entire Great Xia." After hearing Lu Xinyi's explanation, Director Chen was also left speechless. Is it really that impressive? So that young man is truly a disciple of the killing medical saint. Lu Wenjing nodded gravely. Previously he did not believe it, but after seeing Yi Feng exhibit this needle technique, he had no choice but to believe it. If he really is the disciple of the killing medical saint, then he can indeed heal the dead. Old Zhao has hope. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yi Feng's true qi had been fully condensed. Since this time the patient was dead, he had to prepare a little more time. Then Yi Feng lightly pointed at the several acupoints on old Master Zhao's chest. Each strand of true qi entered his body, expelling a portion of the evil energy. Looking at old Master Zhao's complexion, it visibly improved at a rapid pace. The old man's complexion is returning. Seeing this scene, the Zhao family members held their breath in excitement, lowering their voices, afraid to speak out. In a matter of breaths, Yi Feng had already inserted 9 needles, completely expelling the evil energy that had invaded the old man's body. Finally, Yi Feng pointed and tapped the old man's yintang. His true qi connected throughout his body, as if a switch had been turned on in the human body. Breathing resumed. Pulses revived. Blood flowed freely. Old Master Zhao took a deep breath, his body jolting, as if a carp had sprung up, shaking on the bed. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. "I'm so hungry." After awakening, the first words of old Master Zhao were cries of hunger, expressing a desire for food. After being corroded by evil energy and subsequently cleansed by true qi, his originally frail body had endured unbearable burdens. Having just recovered from a serious illness, he was at his weakest, desperately needing food to replenish his strength. "Dad." In response, the Zhao family's children rushed to the bedside, crying tears of joy as they checked on him. Seeing his children behaving so unusually, old Master Zhao was bewildered, unsure of what had happened. His memory was still stuck on the moment when Lu Wenjing was about to give him the 3rd injection. Unaware that he had already walked through the gates of death, he even thought that it was Lu, the divine doctor, who had saved him just moments ago. Old Master really came back to life. "Dad, you scared us to death. Grandpa, I thought I would never see you again." The children gathered at the bedside, chattering excitedly as they recounted everything that had just happened. Although only a few minutes had passed, old Master Zhao, upon hearing their words, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, murmuring, "I actually died once. I don't remember anything." "Yes, Dad." Zhao Tianming excitedly pointed at Yi Feng and said, "If it weren't for this young man, you might have truly left us. We were wrong to suspect him before." Hearing this, old Master Zhao looked up at Yi Feng, his eyes filled with surprise for a moment before revealing a look of shame. "Young man, I truly apologize for my foolishness. I mistakenly blamed you last night." With the old master's statement, his eldest son, Zhao Tiansong, also stood up, approaching Yi Feng, and, "Thank you for saving my father." He then bowed again, saying, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Seeing Zhao Tiansong actively apologize to Yi Feng, the surrounding crowd was left speechless in shock. It was known that Zhao Tiansong, as the legitimate eldest son and the old master's designated successor, was usually very proud, and this was the first time anyone had seen him actively apologize. This rare scene was truly astonishing. "Mr. Yi, thank you so much." Zhao Wanning also excitedly hugged Yi Feng, unable to resist giving him a peck on the cheek to express her gratitude and joy. However, afterward, Zhao Wanting realized that her behavior was too abrupt. Her cheeks flushed as she stepped aside, avoiding direct eye contact with Yi Feng. The hero is truly remarkable. Hua Guodong was also stunned, unable to close his mouth, saying, "Not only is he formidable in combat, but his medical skills are also astonishing. How could the Yi family be willing to expel such talent? It's truly unbelievable." Meanwhile, Director Chen was also so shocked that he couldn't regain his composure for a long time, pinching himself hard to confirm that he was not dreaming. A miracle. This is simply a miracle in the history of medicine. Having studied medicine for most of his life, Director Chen felt that today, he had truly entered the realm of the profound, realizing that what he had learned before was merely superficial. At this moment, Lu Wenjing, the divine doctor, rushed to Yi Feng's side. With a thud, he knelt down. Surprised, Yi Feng couldn't help but take a step back, thinking that even if he wanted to apologize, there was no need for such a grand gesture. Holy doctor. Lu Wenjing clung to Yi Feng's leg, pleading, "Please take me as your disciple." After witnessing Yi Feng's astonishing medical skills, Lu Wenjing could not let this opportunity slip away and was determined to become his disciple. Even if he could learn just a fraction of Yi Feng's skills, it would be immensely beneficial to him. "I do not take in disciples," Yi Feng said, stepping back helplessly. "That won't do." Lu Wenjing, still kneeling, took a step forward, saying, "Did we not bet earlier that if I couldn't cure old Master Zhao, I would become your disciple? I admit defeat. Master, please." Saying this, Lu Wenjing immediately bowed down, knocking his head. Lu Wenjing clung to Yi Feng like a persistent adhesive, making it impossible to shake him off. Yi Feng could only temporarily tolerate it, but would never accept him as a disciple. Amidst the celebrations at the scene, Yi Feng spoke again, "But you all shouldn't rejoice too early. Although the person has been saved, it is only temporary." "What?" At this, the scene fell silent once more. Yi Feng's words were like a cold bucket of water, instantly chilling the hearts of the Zhao family. "Dr. Yi, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Tianming also changed his way of addressing Yi Feng. "It means exactly what I said," Yi Feng replied. "Old Master Zhao's lifespan has actually run out. I merely did my best to keep him breathing for a while longer. But this breath won't last long. At most, it will only sustain him for a month." A month? The Zhao family was in an uproar, finding it hard to accept. "You mean? I only have 1 month left to live." Old Master Zhao was also forced to face the cold reality once again. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded. "At most 1 month. After a moment of silence, the Zhao family was filled with sorrow, unable to accept this cruel reality. Instead, old Master Zhao faced death calmly. Old Master Zhao smiled faintly. "Perhaps this is fate. It is quite nice to know the exact time of one's death." However, he changed his tone, his expression shifting, and said, "Before I die, there is one thing I need to understand. Who exactly is the one who harmed me? My body has always been quite robust. How could it suddenly collapse?" Old Master Zhao was utterly perplexed by this. If someone truly plotted against him in the shadows, then before he died, he must take revenge and eliminate his enemy to find peace. At that moment, Zhao Wanning seemed to recall something, exclaiming, and then looking at the Jade Buddha. It was truly her that had harmed Grandpa. Meanwhile, Yi Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "You don't need to worry about that question, because the mastermind will soon come to your door. Someone came to seek me out." "What does that mean?" Everyone was puzzled, unable to grasp the implied meaning behind Yi Feng's words. Yi Feng picked up the Jade Buddha again. "Mr. Yi," Zhao Wanning said with great concern, "could it really be this Jade Buddha that harmed my—" "You need not blame yourself," Yi Feng gently comforted. He then recounted once more how the Jade Buddha contained malevolent energy. If Yi Feng remembered correctly, this was already the 5th time he had brought it up. Unfortunately, he had spoken tirelessly, yet no one listened or believed him. "If I am not mistaken, this person must be a sorcerer. They specialize in infusing valuable antiques and jade with a trace of malevolent energy, which once purchased by wealthy patrons will inevitably cause harm that cannot be cured. At that point, they will appear as a skilled healer, expelling the malevolent energy and saving people from peril, thus earning a significant amount of money or connections." Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Dean Shun exclaimed, "The one who harms is the same as the one who saves. It's truly unimaginable that such a villain exists in this world." Yi Feng said, "Of course, the other party's motives may be for fame or profit, but they do not genuinely intend to kill anyone. It's just that today they encountered the unskilled Dr. Lu, who mistook the malevolent energy for a cold, leading to a complete explosion of the malevolent energy, spiraling out of control." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Wenjing once again became the target of everyone's ire. The Zhao family glared at him angrily. Lu Wenjing lowered his head in shame. "It's not Dr. Liu's fault. Old Master Zhao was quite understanding. When the 3rd needle was administered just now, I also agreed to it. We cannot blame him. Sigh. Life and death are fated, and fate plays tricks on us." In that moment of ignorance, even if I could relive it, I believe I would still choose to trust Dr. Lu rather than the young man Yi Feng. That means once that person learns of my grandfather's hospitalization, they will surely rush over to swindle us," Zhao Wanning said, frowning. "Indeed," Yi Feng nodded. "If I were in his shoes, I would act as quickly as possible. It would be best if he dares to come today, let him come and never return," Zhao Tiansong said, clenching his fists in anger. Having clarified the ins and outs of the matter, old Master Zhao completely opened up and decided to spend his last month of life while enjoying the joys of family. Dr. Yi. Old Master Zhao clasped his hands again. Thanks to you I can live for this extra month. I can never repay this life-saving grace. Our Zhao family owes you a tremendous favor. If there is anything you need, please feel free to ask. Yi Feng had been waiting for this statement. Actually, I do have something I want to ask old Zhao for help with. Oh. Old Master Zhao responded immediately, please speak. As long as it's something our Zhao family can do, we will do our utmost. I heard that old Zhao once oversaw the Ministry of Revenue managing financial and tax powers. Although you are now retired, you still have some influence there. Therefore, I hope old Zhao can assist me by making a call to the Ministry of Revenue to investigate the tax issues of the Yi group. If anything is discovered, it must be dealt with severely. At these words, everyone in the Zhao family was taken. Some unaware of the situation were very surprised. Yi Feng is from the Yi family, so why would he take the lead in investigating his own family's tax issues? Is it righteousness overriding kinship? Those who knew that Yi Feng had been expelled from the Yi family felt that Yi Feng was retaliating against the Yi family seeking revenge. However, Zhao Wanting quickly reacted, Mr. Yi, you want to muddle the waters of the Yi family in this manner and take advantage of the chaos. Exactly, Yi Feng said firmly. Although I have been expelled from the family that which belongs to me, I will reclaim in full. However, for a behemoth like the Yi family, it would be very difficult for an outsider to attack from the outside. But if internal risks arise such as tax investigations and penalties leading to turmoil within the company, then Yi Feng's opportunity would arise. Zhao Wanting looked at Yi Feng in shock, realizing that Yi Feng had grand ambitions to seize power from the Yi family. This matter will require old Zhao's assistance. Yi Feng spoke again. Old Master Zhao slowly regained his senses, finding this matter somewhat tricky. Firstly, the Yi family is now one of the top 10 families, and there are numerous business dealings between the Zhao family and the Yi family. Is it wise to rashly become enemies with them? Furthermore, having left the political arena for many years, he was reluctant to use the few connections he had left. Using one connection means losing one. Although Yi Feng saved his life, was it worth it to turn against the Yi family and utilize his precious upper-class connections for the sake of one Yi Feng? Due to the extensive implications, Old Master Zhao, as the head of the family, had to weigh the matter thoroughly. Old Master Zhao need not feel pressured. You can take your time to consider. Yi Feng stood up to take his leave. All right. Old Master Zhao quickly arranged for his granddaughter, Wanting to see Dr. Yi out. After leaving the hospital room, Hua Guodong Zhao Wanting and Dr. Lu Wenjing all followed out. Mr. Yi, Zhao Wanting couldn't help but ask, is it true that my grandfather really only has 1 month left? Is there truly no other way? None. Yi Feng gently shook his head, unwilling to mention that faint hope. No, you're lying to me. Zhao Wanting said again, there was a hint of hesitation in your eyes just now. Are you hiding something from us? Is there a chance for my grandfather? Please tell me. Seeing this, Hua Guodong also chimed in, Hero, you are so capable, you must have another way, right? Yes, there is indeed another way. Yi Feng finally relented in the face of everyone's persistence. However, that is almost an impossible task. Saying this, Yi Feng approached a nearby service desk, swiftly wrote down a prescription. If you can gather the medicinal materials listed in this prescription, you can extend your grandfather's life by a year. Is there really a divine herb that can extend life by a year? Lu Wenjing hurriedly leaned closer to examine the prescription. Upon seeing that all the herbs listed were at least 100 years old, he was left speechless in astonishment. No wonder, Master, you said it's impossible. Just gathering the materials on this prescription is no easy feat, not to mention the subsequent process of refining them. Zhao Wanting, holding the prescription, felt her heart sink. 100-year-old mountain ginseng, 80-year-old dragon saliva, 150-year-old winter worm summergrass. In addition to some common herbs, there were others she had never even heard of. For instance, a 200-year-old red ganoderma. Where is she supposed to find these? Most of these things are practically impossible to buy even with money. Is it possible to lower the requirements a bit? Zhao Wanting said awkwardly, the herbs on this list are not hard to gather, it's just the ages. The key is, of course, the ages. Yi Feng said, 1 day less is unacceptable, 1 day more is also unacceptable. Isn't that even harder? Lu Wenjing exclaimed. That's why I said earlier, although there is a way, it's nearly impossible to accomplish. Yi Feng remarked. A month to gather all the herbs listed. That indeed feels as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After a moment, Zhao Wanting regained her composure and carefully put away the prescription. Having a way is certainly better than having none. I will send someone to find these herbs as soon as possible, Zhao Wanting said earnestly. If we can gather them all, I would ask Mr. Yi to help with the refining. Sure. After leaving the prescription, Yi Feng turned to leave. At that moment in the sick room, old Master Zhao had eaten a little something and was already able to get out of bed and move around, ready to be discharged at any time. Dad, are you really going to use some connections from the ministry for that kid? Zhao Tiansong asked curiously. Old Master Zhao remained silent and began to pace back and forth in the sick room, seemingly unaware of those around him. Everyone watched quietly, knowing that this was the action of the old master when he was deep in thought. After a moment, old master Zhao sighed. The hardest debt to repay in this world is that of human kindness. The little capital I accumulated in the officialdom diminishes with each use. However, the little divine doctor saved my life, and since he has spoken, I must lend a hand. Old Master Zhao was now concerned with how to minimize the impact of this matter on the Zhao family. That's true, but that kid hasn't completely cured you yet. Zhao Tiansong added. According to what he said, Dad, you only have 1 month left to live. I say just give him some money and be done with it. Oh, why bother using connections to help him with such a task, which yields no rewards? Zhao Tiankong's words immediately garnered agreement from the rest of the Zhao family. The eldest son's words are very reasonable. I say giving money is the most cost-effective. To offend the entire Yi family for just one person is unnecessary. Yes, even if that kid's medical skills are impressive, after all, he is a disciple of the killer divine doctor. It's better to keep a distance from such people. Seeing that most people present seemed to have the intention of cutting off ties, Zhao Tianming could not hold back any longer and voiced his opposition. Isn't what you're doing a bit too much? No matter what, that little divine doctor did save our dad. If it weren't for him today, wouldn't the old master have already passed away? Are you all dissatisfied with just a month of life left? I'll give you 100 million, and who among you can make me live one more day? Zhao Tiansong said. Second brother, why are you turning your elbow outward? Why are you speaking up for that kid instead? When we do things, we must consider the interests of the family. That Yi kid is merely a discarded son of the Yi family. Do we really need to offend the entire Yi family for just him? If our dad uses connections from the ministry to investigate the Yi family's accounts, it would mean completely tearing ties with them. Zhao Tianming said seriously. Life is more important than anything. All I know is that he saved our dad, and our Zhao family owes him a great debt of gratitude. A month of life? What kind of great debt of gratitude is that? Zhao Tiansong scoffed. Unless he can make our dad live for another year or two, that would be more appropriate. Seeing the two brothers arguing over this, everyone around began to mediate. But in their words, they still sided with the eldest son. Zhao Tiansong filled with disdain for Yi Feng. Isn't the mastermind still not found? Didn't that kid say that within 3 days the true culprit would reveal themselves? If that person really exists, then that kid is indeed impressive, predicting accurately. I say perhaps that kid is the mastermind himself. Didn't he say that the one who harms and the one who saves are the same person? Isn't he the one who saved? Suddenly someone brought this up, instead placing the blame on Yi Feng. You all. Zhao Tianming was furious. This is simply ungrateful. Zhao Tiansong suddenly laughed and said, second brother, you're protecting that kid so much, you're not planning to recruit him as a son-in-law, are you? I see that wanting girl is also getting quite close to that kid. But I advise you to dismiss this idea. He is a discarded son of the Yi family and has spent years in prison. Wanting is so beautiful, she doesn't need to marry someone like him who might not be worth the embarrassment. Eldest brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Tianming had never even considered such a thing. Enough. Old Master Zhao suddenly spoke up, interrupting the quarrel. I am not dead yet. I don't need you to act on my behalf. The scene fell silent in an instant. Just then the door of the sick room was pushed open. Zhao Wanning walked back in with that prescription full of excitement. Grandpa, you have hope. Mister. Yi left this prescription just now, saying that as long as the herbs listed can be gathered, it can extend your life by a full year. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. If this prescription had come from anyone else, they might not have cared as much. But considering that Yi Feng is a disciple of the killer divine doctor and had just saved the supposedly dead old master, Zhao, the prescription he provided might indeed hold some possibility. Why didn't that kid say so earlier? Zhao Tiansong felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had just complained that living for a month was too little, needing at least a year or two. Yet so soon a prescription that can extend life for a year has emerged. Because this prescription is hard to gather, the selection of herbs is quite strict, Zhao Wanning explained simply. However, old Master Zhao was very optimistic about it. Quick, pass this prescription down. At all costs, no matter how much it costs, we must gather the herbs listed. Just then the door of the sick room was opened once more. Dean Shun hurriedly walked back in. Old Master Zhao, something big has happened. Upon hearing this, old Master Zhao turned his head puzzled. What happened? Zhao Tiansong asked. A scruffy-looking monk has come outside specifically asking to see you. Dean Shun said he claims he can cure old Master Zhao's peculiar illness. What? Upon hearing these words, the Zhao family was in a state of astonishment. They never expected that Yi Feng's words would come true so quickly. The hidden hand behind the scenes had indeed taken the initiative to approach them. It seems that what Dr. Yi said is indeed correct. Director Chun said excitedly. Old Master Zhao, the news of your recovery has not yet been spread, so that hidden hand is unaware and came to us on their own. Dad, what should we do now? Zhao Tiansong asked. Kinsong, you take some people immediately and capture that person for me. Don't let him escape. Old Master Zhao's expression gradually darkened. This person had nearly cost him his life, but since he had come to them willingly, how could they let him go? Understood. Zhao Tiansong quickly stood up, taking several clan members with him as they rushed out. Our hospital will also cooperate fully. Director Chen hurriedly took out his phone, preparing to gather security personnel for support. Zhao Tiansong couldn't help but exclaim, not only is the young doctor skilled in medicine, but he also possesses incredible foresight. He has accurately predicted this. Truly amazing. Old Master Zhao nodded and glanced at the prescription before finally deciding. Timing, contact Minister Yuan for me, and have him come to see me tonight. Seeing his father summoned an old subordinate, and this Minister Yuan was someone his father had personally promoted, Zhao Tianming immediately understood his father's intentions and promptly set to work. At this moment, Old Master Zhao finally made up his mind to completely stand on Yi Feng's side, intending to use his connections and influence to investigate the Yi family thoroughly. Even if he couldn't shake the foundation of the Yi family, it would be enough to inflict serious harm on them. As for the rest, Old Master Zhao would just wait and see how things unfolded, observing Yi Feng's performance. Do not let me down, young man. Old Master Zhao had never misjudged a person or made a wrong bet, and he hoped that in his old age his lifelong reputation would not be ruined by this young man. About a cup of tea's time later, Zhao Tiansong returned victoriously in great spirits. Dad, look who has come to see you. In the midst of their conversation, a young woman clad in elaborate attire and exuding elegance entered with a fruit basket. Xiao Jin. Old Master Zhao immediately went to greet the young woman upon seeing her. The visitor was none other than Jean Louis. The earlier car accident had drawn significant attention. Although Jean Louis lost her mother, she also received considerable help from many people. Among them was the kind-hearted Old Master Zhao. If it weren't for Li Yubai adopting her as his goddaughter, first Old Master Zhao would have intended to bring the poor Jean Louis back to the Zhao family for care. Grandpa Zhao, I heard you were ill, so I came to see you. Jean Louis entered the hospital room. And I also happened to help us capture that hidden hand. Zhao Tiansong said with some relief. Fortunately, I ran into her just now, and I didn't expect that monk to have some skills, and almost let him escape. As it turned out, Jean Louis had come to visit Old Master Zhao and coincidentally encountered Zhao Tiansong leading people to capture the hidden hand that had come to them. The disheveled monk seemed to sense that something was off, and displaying some skill managed to break through. Unfortunately, he coincidentally ran into Jean Louis. He was captured alive in one move. I heard that the villain nearly caused your death, Grandpa Zhao. Jean Louis assured. Don't worry, leave that person to me, I will interrogate him thoroughly. Then I will trouble you with it. Old Master Zhao smiled in gratitude. After placing the fruit basket down, Jean Louis asked with concern, Grandpa Zhao, how are you feeling now? What did the doctor say? What illness is it? I feel much better now, Old Master Zhao replied with a smile. Fortunately, I encountered a miraculous doctor today, otherwise you wouldn't have seen me now. Was it really that serious? Jean Louis found it hard to believe. Because Old Master Zhao appeared very healthy, now showing no signs of illness. You may not believe it when I tell you, but I really walked a circle in the realm of the dead today. It was that young doctor who's around them. The others chimed in, recounting the tale of Old Master Zhao's near-death experience. Is there truly such a miraculous doctor? Can even the dead be brought back to life? Upon hearing this, Jean Louis exclaimed in amazement, while also feeling regret in her heart. If only my godfather hadn't passed away this morning. Otherwise I would have had that miraculous doctor take a look at his hidden ailments. Li Yubai had spent years either in the military or on the battlefield, sustaining numerous injuries that had turned into persistent and stubborn hidden ailments. It was only because of Li Yubai's stronger willpower than ordinary people that he had not become paralyzed long ago. Oh, the war god Li has actually passed away. Old Master Zhao was extremely surprised. Why did he leave so suddenly? Is there trouble at the border? Not at all, Jean Louis smiled. My godfather said that his duty of protection has been fulfilled, so he returned. He has never been accustomed to life here and finds it quite uninteresting. Old Master Zhao sighed. Alas, I had planned to invite the war god Li out for a drink after I was discharged. With this parting I fear. Thinking of his remaining month of life, Old Master Zhao couldn't help but feel a surge of sadness, realizing that he would likely never see many of his old friends again. After sitting and chatting with Old Master Zhao for a while, Jean Louis stood up to bid farewell. Grandpa Zhao, I have official duties to attend to, so I must leave. Today the Longmen building is not peaceful. The Black Dragon has suddenly returned and brought back many capable people supposedly to meet someone there. In short, the situation has become tense, and our Yanjing guards have gradually made their way there to prevent any disturbances. Black Dragon. Old Master Zhao's expression changed upon hearing this, thinking of his granddaughter, and realized he had been outwitted by the Black Dragon. Alright, you should hurry over. On the other side, Yifeng boarded the car of Hua Guodong heading towards Longmen building. Last night he met the sister of his third master, and by reorganizing the industry and connections he left behind, he could solve the problem of money. Moreover, just now after helping old Zhao, he could also leverage old Zhao's influence to gain some support in terms of power. Now Yi Feng was about to head to Longmen Building to collect the influence once held by his seventh master. Once he possessed both money and power, Yi Feng could truly showcase his capabilities and achieve great things. A mere Yi family would eventually be replaced. Hero, you were truly amazing just now. Hua Guodong exclaimed while driving, gesturing animatedly. I've never seen anything like it in my life. You healed the dead, go back and tell my father, he won't believe it. Hero, I might as well follow you from now on. Staying in the government office is just too boring. After showering Yi Feng with flattery, Hua Guodong suddenly changed his tone and said, Hero, I have a request. Speak. Yi Feng replied, coming back to his senses. Hua Guodong chuckled. Could you take me on as your disciple? I had the thought of becoming your student the first time we met, when I saw you defeat Black Dragon's subordinate in one move. But we weren't familiar then, so I didn't dare to speak up. Today, witnessing your astounding medical skills again, I am even more convinced of my decision to follow you from now on. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. He had just shaken off the clingy Lu Wenjing only to find that the driver Hua Guodong had the same idea. Am I really that sought after? Yi Feng repeated his stance firmly. Then let me follow you at least, I can. Hua Guodong pleaded. I can be your driver, that works too. Yi Feng shook his head saying, you should focus on your job in the government office. Who knows, I might need your help in the future. After all, Hua Guodong's father was a fourth-rank governor with considerable power. Really? Hua Guodong's eyes lit up. If he could help the hero in the future, it would be an absolute honor. By the way, you mentioned wanting to investigate the Yi family's taxes. My father might be able to help with that too. As he spoke, Hua Guodong had already driven near Longmen Building. This was a bustling, vibrant commercial area filled with lights and extravagance. All the nightlife venues here were under the influence of the underground Black Dragon. This Longmen Building is the lair of the Black Dragon, Hua Guodong said as he slowed down the car, clearly knowledgeable about the place. Hero, are you sure you can go in alone? Should I bring some people to support you? Yi Feng smiled as he got out of the car, naturally declining Hua Guodong's kind offer. For after tonight, everything here would belong to him. After parting ways with Hua Guodong, Yi Feng walked into Longmen Building alone. This was a building that combined dining, accommodation, and entertainment. Outside, luxury cars were parked everywhere. Yi Feng approached the service desk on the first floor and got straight to the point. Have the Black Dragon come down to see me. Yi Feng did not charge indirectly, but instead chose to be polite before taking action. After all, this would soon be his territory. The two beautiful women at the desk were taken aback, as it was the first time they had seen someone so audacious as to call their boss by his nickname. May I ask who you are? My name is Yi Feng. Yi Feng said, noticing one of the women nervously dialing a phone, seemingly reporting to someone, and continued, notify the Black Dragon now, tell him. His Dragon King has arrived. As Yi Feng stood at the service desk waiting for the Black Dragon, not far behind him in a sofa lounge area, a group of muscular men with dragon tattoos were seated. The leader, a burly man with a bushy beard, had tattoos covering half his face and wore a fierce expression. He was closely watching Yi Feng's every move like a predator stalking its prey. Brother Chong. Is that really that kid Yi Feng? That's right, it's him. Haha, what a stroke of luck. He has come. The man called Brother Chong was a small leader under the Black Dragon. He had received the commission from Su Ruhai, the brother of Su Ruyun, to deal with Yi Feng within 2 days. At least take off his 4 limbs with a bounty of 4 million. For daring to harm his own sister, Su Ruhai wanted Yi Feng, this good-for-nothing nephew, to be unable to live or die. Brother Chong extinguished the cigarette in his hand and stood up, saying, let's settle this quickly. After all, tonight he had to meet with the Black Dragon and a mysterious person, with almost all the leaders of Yanjing gathered here. This was the main event of the night. As for dealing with a mere abandoned child of the Yi family, in Brother Chong's view, it was not even an appetizer. It could be resolved right here. Noticing the imposing group of muscular men heading towards him, Yi Feng frowned slightly. Yi Feng thought they didn't come down from upstairs, and they had been sitting here since I entered, which means they weren't sent by the... Are you Yi Feng? Brother Chong confirmed finally. Indeed, Yi Feng replied, who sent you? Brother Chong was straightforward. The Su family, Su Ruhai. The Su family. Hearing this, Yi Feng suddenly realized. It turned out that it was his stepmother Su Ruyun's older brother Su Ruhai who was sent to deal with him. It seemed that after he had dealt with his sister, this older brother wanted to take a stand for her. However, this was truly a case of flooding the Dragon King's temple. Those sent by Su Ruhai were about to become his men. You are also people of the Black Dragon, right? You little punk, do you think you can just call out the name of our Black Dragon boss? One of Brother Chong's men immediately pointed at Yi Feng and shouted angrily. I advise you not to meddle in the Su family's affairs, especially those related to me. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he warned, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. Consequences? Hearing that Yi Feng dared to speak boldly in front of Brother Chong, the two young ladies at the service desk couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kid really doesn't know the meaning of danger. He dares to say anything. He deserves to be unlucky. Today the experts from Longmen have gathered here, and any one of them could easily take him down. It seems there's no need for anyone from above to come down. Brother Chong alone is enough. Oh, what a pity. He's quite handsome. I'm afraid he'll be disfigured soon. Yi Feng's kind words of advice were ignored by the crowd. Instead, they successfully provoked Brother Chong and his group. I think this kid is scared silly. He's already rambling nonsense. The thugs laughed maliciously. To them, Yi Feng was like a lamb lost in a pack of wolves, and his cries couldn't scare anyone. Kid, you still dare to talk back? Brother Chong drew a shiny dagger from his waist, the sharp blade gliding slowly over his tongue. Looks like I need to let you bleed a bit to understand how powerful I am. As Brother Chong prepared to use the knife, his subordinates revealed cruel smiles. They thought to themselves, this kid is going to have a rough time. Because Brother Chong's most skilled and brutal method was to let someone bleed. As the name suggests, it involves draining blood from an opponent's arm, crippling that arm, draining blood from a leg, crippling that leg. The cruelty of the method and the bloody process were infamous on the streets, instilling fear in many. When he saw the dagger, Yi Feng suddenly recalled the dagger of Master Jiao, which had yet to be fed blood today. My dagger is also eager for blood. Yi Feng drew his own dagger. It gleamed like a sword, sharp as a blade, its brilliance undiminished. What a fine weapon. Brother Chong was startled upon seeing the dagger in Yi Feng's hand, and then a greedy look appeared on his face. After all, he was also an expert with daggers, and could tell at a glance that Yi Feng's dagger was of extraordinary quality, clearly crafted by a master. The more he looked, the more he craved it. If he could possess it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. What a pity, Brother Chong said coldly. Such a fine item in your hands is a waste. Kid'll spare you a leg considering the dagger in your hand. Brother Chong wouldn't take Yi Feng's belongings for free. He had originally planned to disable all 4 limbs, but decided to spare 1 leg instead as a trade. Hey, you still have a bit of conscience, Yi Feng chuckled lightly. Even thieves have their principles. Brother Chong swung his dagger and lunged at Yi Feng. I never take things for free. As he spoke, the sharp dagger sliced through the air. Yi Feng remained calm and collected, countering with speed. The dagger in his hand drew a perfect arc in midair, grazing past Brother Chong's nose. Hiss! Brother Chong couldn't help but gasp in shock. Faced with an opponent who was more than twice as fast as him, he seemed to have no choice but to close his eyes and await death. Oh! Clang! With that, Brother Chong let out a scream. Then came the sound of the dagger hitting the ground. Looking at the blood-soaked dagger, it surprisingly still held a hand. Oh! This bloody and shocking scene instantly caused everyone present to widen their eyes and drop their jaws in disbelief. Especially the group of underlings behind Brother Chong, who all stood petrified. They couldn't believe that their big brother had just lost a hand. The few young ladies at the service desk were also frightened, pale, and covered their eyes, not daring to look any longer. They had initially thought that the one lying in a pool of blood would be Yi Feng, and had felt a bit of sympathy for him. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye amidst the flying flesh, it was Brother Chong's hand that had been severed. Ah, my hand! Brother Chong screamed, clutching his severed wrist. His gaze towards Yi Feng was now filled with terror. Brother Chong! The underlings beside him reacted, supporting him, while picking up the severed hand, unsure of what to do. This is the consequence of opposing me. Yi Feng slowly wiped the blood off his dagger, and the weapon, now stained with blood, gleamed with a chilling light, seemingly becoming even sharper. Out of mercy for your earlier thoughts, I'll spare your life. Go back and tell Su Rahai not to worry, it will soon be his turn. Once I reclaim the Yi family, the next to be flattened will be the Su family. Upon hearing this, Brother Chong was both shocked and terrified. But more than that, he was filled with rage. You little brat, how dare you cripple my hand? You wait for me. Supported by his underlings, Brother Chong picked up the severed hand and fled the building in disgrace. Brother Chong, should we go upstairs to seek help from the Black Dragon Lord? The bosses from various districts are also upstairs. But this suggestion was immediately rejected by Brother Chong. Looking at his severed hand, Brother Chong gritted his teeth and said, no way. In this state, how can I face the Black Dragon King? Moreover, tonight the Black Dragon King was supposed to meet an important guest, and he couldn't dare to interrupt the gathering upstairs over such a trivial matter. This matter I must resolve myself. After thinking for a moment, Brother Chong immediately arranged, first take me to the hospital to bandage my wounds and retrieve my severed hand. You guys go nearby to find other brothers in the underworld to help, the more the better. Fortunately, the bosses from the 9 districts of Yanjing brought quite a few people today. They are nearby. Brother Chong still had some face in the underworld. With a single word, he should be able to gather quite a few brothers to help. The underlings split into 2 groups and set off. Yi Feng, wait for me. When I come back, I will make you pay in blood. Brother Chong swore in his heart as he rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, the news of Yi Feng's arrival had already reached the top floor of Dragon Gate Tower. The underground world bosses of Yinjing, led by the Black Dragon, had long gathered and set up an intricate trap. That kid finally arrived. The man sitting on the dragon throne was burly and imposing. With a wave of his hand, he coldly commanded, "Bring him up." The voice of the Black Dragon King was filled with pressure, causing the reporting underling to break out in a cold sweat, trembling, as he said, "Lord Black Dragon." That kid said, "To let you go down to meet him." What? At this declaration, the hall fell into a sudden silence, as if 10,000 horses had been silenced. Then, like a volcano erupting, the crowd burst forth in fury, a cacophony of curses and shouts. Damn it! This kid has such a big attitude. He dares to let the Black Dragon King come down to greet him. Does he think that just because he holds the Dragon King's token, he truly believes he is the new Dragon King? It seems he is still unaware of his predicament tonight. The Black Dragon atop the throne slowly stood up, his towering figure of nearly 2 meters, resembling an iron tower. Interesting. A mere cast-off from the Yi family dares to show off in front of me. Fine, for the sake of the Dragon King's token, I shall go down. As he spoke, the expression of the Black Dragon darkened, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As he took a step forward, the ground beneath him was deeply imprinted. Clearly, having the Black Dragon King personally go to receive him would lead to predictable consequences. Master. At this moment, one of his subordinates volunteered. That brat is putting on airs. Why should you take it seriously, master? Let me go down, break his legs, and bring it. The one who volunteered was one of the 4 great demon kings under the Black Dragon, known as the Chaos Demon King, and also his disciple. Others chimed in. Exactly. Such a trivial matter doesn't require the Black Dragon King to personally take action. Chaos Demon King, do you need us to accompany you? For dealing with a nameless nobody, what help do I need? If it weren't for his possession of the Dragon King's token, I could easily dispatch a subordinate to handle him. Everyone please wait here for 5 minutes. At this moment, the bald man who had previously kidnapped Zhao Wanting and fought with Yi Feng stood up and reminded Chaos Demon King, don't underestimate him. That kid still has some skills. After all, this bald man was also a capable aide under the Black Dragon, and even he had been unable to withstand a single strike from Yi Feng. That's because you're useless. The Chaos Demon King scoffed. You and I are not on the same level. Saying this, he turned and left with large strides. Damn it. Good intentions turned into foolishness. The bald man angrily sat back down, clenching his fists. I want to see how you capture him. After the Chaos Demon King went downstairs to capture the person, the lively atmosphere in the hall returned. Black Dragon King, please take a seat. Oh, should I change how I address you to Dragon King? Haha, once you capture that brat and reclaim the Dragon King's token, you will truly be the underground Dragon King. At this moment, a gentlemanly middle-aged man nearby said with a smile, flattering. This man was named Su Jiuchuan, a member of the Su family, one of the 10 prominent families in Yinjing. After separating from the Bai family, the energy mines operated by the Su family were thriving, closely cooperating with underground forces. The Su family had evidently become the financial backer and honored guest of the Black Dragon King. One side provided funds while the other provided manpower, mutually beneficial and colluding. Haha, thank you for your auspicious words, Boss Su. The Black Dragon King sat down again with great ease, laughing heartily, feeling accomplished. Now, gathering his subordinates and inviting many notable figures from Yinjing was precisely to announce to everyone that he was the rightful underground Dragon King. Once I obtain the Dragon King's token, I hope the Su family can assist me in unifying the underground forces across the 9 provinces. The Black Dragon King's eyes sparkled with ambition for the future. Then at that time, we in the Su family will also rely on you, Dragon King, to help us secure the position of the foremost family among the 10. Su Jiuchuan replied with a smile. In an instant, the Chaos Demon all alone took the elevator to the hall on the 1st floor. Are you the Black Dragon? Yi Feng had never seen the Black Dragon, but upon seeing this person, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He thought to himself, if this person is the Black Dragon, then the strength of the several adopted sons of Master Qi is quite lacking, not even worthy of mention. How could someone of my master's noble status come down to greet you? I advise you to obediently hand over the Dragon King's token and come upstairs to await my master's judgment. Otherwise, I will break your legs right now and take you up. As he spoke, the Chaos Demon King cracked his knuckles to demonstrate his threat. Will you cooperate obediently, or do I need to take action myself? Seeing this, Yi Feng shook his head in disappointment. The Black Dragon has such audacity to refuse my summons. He even sent this small fish to greet me. It seems I was too polite with him. Upon hearing this, the Chaos Demon became furious. Shut up. You little brat, dare to speak disrespectfully to my master. What are you even worth to have my master come down to? It seems you are seeking punishment instead of respect. Then I will have to take action myself and bring you up. As he spoke, the Chaos Demon King let out a strange cry and charged towards Feng. At this moment, the few young beauties at the service desk wanted to remind the Chaos Demon King not to underestimate the enemy, as Brother Chong had been unable to withstand a single strike and had lost an arm. However, before they could alert him, they saw the two had already begun to fight due to a disagreement. The timing with the Chaos Demon's strength was naturally significantly higher than that of Brother Chong. After all, he was a disciple of the Black Dragon. But to Feng, they were all akin to dirt and of no consequence. Seeking death. Feng kicked out a leg, sweeping like autumn wind scattering leaves. With a crack, a sound of bones breaking echoed. The Chaos Demon's legs were both shattered, falling to the ground. Ah, my legs. The Chaos Demon flailed on the ground like a salted fish, realizing it was impossible. Only then did he realize that his legs had actually been crippled. How is this possible? The Chaos Demon was drenched in cold sweat, unable to believe it, as he hadn't even clearly seen what had just happened, and his legs were already broken. At this moment, Feng stepped forward, standing in front of him, looking down with an undeniable voice, and said, "Go back and tell the Black Dragon that if his legs are not broken, he should come down to see me immediately." At this moment, the Black Dragon was drinking heartily, with Su Jiuquan proudly introducing the 4 great underlings he had personally promoted and nurtured. My eldest disciple, the one who just went downstairs, is nicknamed the Worldly Demon King. He is the best fighter among the 4, and I have high hopes for him. Perhaps in the future he can take my place. Su Jiuquan praised. You can tell he is a good seedling. Lord Dragon King, you must cultivate him well. Just then someone reported, "Report. Not good." Suddenly 2 small lackeys rushed back, dragging the Worldly Demon King, whose legs had been severed. "Master." Returning to the top hall, the Worldly Demon King was filled with shame and anger, collapsing to the ground. "I am an incompetent disciple. I failed to capture that kid, and I let him break my legs." Upon seeing this, the scene fell into a deathly silence. What was thought to be a sure thing had unexpectedly gone awry. The Worldly Demon King was actually defeated by that kid. Is he really that powerful? He must have been over. Su Jiuquan was also greatly shocked, thinking, wasn't that kid a discarded son of the Yi family? When did he become this powerful? I knew it. At this moment, the bald man who had clashed with Feng felt a sense of relief. He thought you were just mocking me for being useless. And look what happened. You ended up getting your legs broken, even worse than me. The people in the hall were filled with a mix of anger and shock. They were especially furious about the plight of the Worldly Demon King. The Black Dragon felt particularly embarrassed. Just moments ago, he had boasted about how powerful his disciple was, and now he was being dragged back like a dead dog. And he had lost his legs. Wasn't this a slap in the face for the Black Dragon? This is outrageous. The Black Dragon King slammed his throne and stood up abruptly, a wave of murderous intent surging from him. "You little brat. Dare to harm my people. I was going to spare you if you obediently handed over the Dragon King order. It seems you are seeking death. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Then the Black Dragon King decided to personally lead his men down. "Big brother, there's no need to use a cannon to kill a chicken." At this moment, a lean man stepped forward. He was thin and cold with a black eye patch over one eye. This person was the second in command under the Black Dragon, skilled in firearms, never missing a shot, and was the most capable and trusted subordinate of the Black Dragon. He had fought alongside the Black Dragon, but lost one eye to an enemy, thus earning the nickname One Eye. Although he had lost an eye, it did not affect his skills. Instead, it sharpened his vision and shooting talent, killing without leaving a trace. That kid, no matter how strong he is, can he compete with firearms? I will take people down and shoot that kid full of holes. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon King felt it made sense. After all, with his status, personally dealing with a discarded child of the Yi family seemed beneath him. Since that kid was seeking death, it would be best to end him directly. Originally, the Black Dragon King wanted to ask about the origin of the Dragon King order. But in his fury, he couldn't be bothered with such matters. "Good." The Black Dragon King nodded in agreement. "Since he won't come up alive, then bring his corpse up." One Eye waved his hand, taking a dozen armed men, and set off. Seeing the second in command personally going down to fetch the kid, everyone felt a sense of reassurance. One could even imagine that the corpse brought back later would definitely be riddled with holes. As he spoke, One Eye led a dozen trusted subordinates, each armed with dual pistols, taking the elevator down. As the elevator doors opened, without saying a word, they began firing wildly into the hall. "Yi, I come in the name of my big brother to take your life." One Eye aimed at Feng's forehead and fired a shot before retracting the gun. If it weren't for needing to drag the corpse, he could have confidently turned around and left. At that moment, the beautiful waitresses at the front desk, upon seeing the second in command suddenly draw his gun and start shooting, were scared and dove under the desk, trembling in fear of being caught in the crossfire. It seems that this time that kid is in grave danger. The second in command coming down means he won't get another chance to strike. At this moment, Feng furrowed his brows upon witnessing the situation. The black dragon had repeatedly provoked his bottom line and had successfully enraged Yi Feng. Yi Feng stepped forward, forming a hand seal, and golden light erupted from his body. In an instant, the dozens of bullets shot towards him were, as if frozen in midair, all embedded within the golden light. How is this possible? One Eye looked on dumbfounded as if he had seen a ghost. He had spent his entire life shooting and had killed countless people, but he had never witnessed such a bizarre scene before. Without time to think, One Eye dared not delay, pulling out his sidearm again and shooting once more. Bang! 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 More than 10 men took turns shooting, expending all their bullets. However, not a single bullet got close to Yi Feng. Then Yi Feng reached out, flicking his finger. In an instant, the golden light exploded forth. The bullets, which were frozen in midair, flew back at high speed. Up! Amidst the screams, One Eye's men fell one after another, hit by bullets. My eye! In the end, even One Eye, covering his remaining right eye, fell to the ground, wailing. Outside, there was a commotion. The waitresses hiding under the service desk felt that the sounds were not right. Why were the ones shooting screaming louder? They bravely poked their heads out and witnessed a terrifying scene. They saw that outside the elevator, the second-in-command and all his men had fallen, shot down. The second-in-command had even been shot blind, and One Eye kneeling before Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who should have been shot to pieces, was completely unscathed. Does the black dragon not understand human speech? Yi Feng stood before One Eye, grabbing his hair and tossing him back into the elevator. Go back and tell the black dragon to come down to see me immediately. Right now, my patience is limited. If he defies my orders again, let him come with his head. At this moment in the hall on the top floor, the atmosphere was somewhat dull and tense due to previous failures. Everyone anxiously awaited the return of the second deputy, hoping for his triumphant comeback. Lord Dragon King Su Jiuquan asked in a low voice, somewhat restless, "Is everything really all right this time? Should we send more people down for support?" The Black Dragon King smiled, saying, "Boss Su, rest assured. My second brother is a sharpshooter, hitting every mark without fail. With him in the field, even if he fires recklessly, that kid probably won't even have time to react before getting shot in the head. If all goes well, he should be dragging that kid's corpse and riding the elevator up right now." As soon as these words were spoken, the subordinates on site responded in unison. The second deputy's marksmanship is unparalleled. He will undoubtedly succeed. I'll head to the elevator entrance right now to welcome the second deputy's triumphant return. Just as they were chatting and laughing, report. A small lackey rushed in a panic. Seeing this, the Black Dragon chuckled, "My second brother is back." Before the small lackey could report, a series of wails echoed from the back. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall laughed. It seems that kid hasn't been killed yet, he can still make a sound. It must be that the second deputy showed mercy and spared his life. With the second deputy's marksmanship, he can avoid all vital points with every shot. That's enough for him to suffer. TSK, TSK. That scream is truly heartbreaking. Only the Black Dragon frowned slightly at the sound, thinking, why does that voice sound so familiar? It's as if my second brother is screaming outside. Just as he was puzzled, he saw a bloodied figure with one eye being supported by two lackeys entering the hall. Everyone was taken aback and laughter ceased. "Elder brother, you have to avenge me." The one-eyed figure covered his eye, wailing loudly. "That kid shot out my eye. I can't see anything." Upon seeing his trusted subordinate in such a miserable state, the Black Dragon was even more furious, his eyes wide with rage. "You little brat. You've gone too far. First his disciple had his legs broken, and now his trusted subordinate had lost the sight of one eye. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its owner. This clearly shows a lack of respect for the Black Dragon. What on earth is going on?" At this moment, an elder on the other side of the Black Dragon stood up and asked, "How did the second deputy end up with one eye shot out? What about the others?" This elder, known as Master Su, was the top expert under the Black Dragon, a martial arts master. He, along with the second deputy, were both key figures for the Black Dragon. One was a sharpshooter, the other unbeatable in close combat. Master Su's question echoed the doubts in everyone's minds. "They're all gone. That kid shot them all dead. Only the second deputy was shot in one eye and brought back. What?" Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that kid has a gun too? Wait a minute. That kid alone, with so many of you, and the second deputy a sharpshooter, how could you still not defeat him? Master Su frowned, thinking, is that kid also like me, possessing an indestructible body impervious to blades and bullets? That kid alone, with so many of you, and the second deputy a sharpshooter, how could you still not defeat him? Master Su frowned, thinking, is that kid also like me, possessing an indestructible... The bullets couldn't hit him. With a bang, the bullets all flew back. They all died. It was terrifying. Everyone was astounded upon hearing this. It seems we were overconfident. The Black Dragon was equally shocked. "I didn't expect that kid to be this powerful." At this moment, Master Su said in a deep voice, "So he's a practitioner of mystical arts. No wonder the second deputy fell into his hands." Whether it's a martial arts master or a practitioner of mystical arts, the difference lies only in the methods of cultivation, making it hard to distinguish the superior from the inferior. However, practitioners of mystical arts excel in casting spells, and long-range attacks are their forte. Although the second deputy is a sharpshooter, encountering a practitioner of mystical arts is akin to being attacked on a different dimensional level, not even on the same plane. Old Sue, how do you assess that kid's strength? Do you have confidence in dealing with him? The Black Dragon asked. From what my subordinate said, that kid indeed has some skills. Master Sue smiled confidently, but I've been refining my body for 50 years. Oh, no matter how strong his mystical arts are, once I get close to him, it's his death sentence. The Black Dragon nodded, saying, good. This time we'll go down together and meet that kid. This time the Black Dragon didn't dare to be arrogant, leading the group downstairs personally to avenge the second deputy. Follow Master Sue, and let's kill that kid together. The other leaders responded in unison, rising to follow the Black Dragon, marching down in a grand display. At this moment, Feng stood with his hands behind his back in the hall on the first floor. There was an imposing pressure emanating from him, rendering the hall silent. Feng's patience was wearing thin, and he was preparing to go upstairs personally to take the Black Dragon's head. Mr. Yi. At this moment, the young beauty at the service desk approached tremblingly, holding a cup of water. Please, have some water. The young beauty offered the cup with both hands, not daring to meet Feng's gaze. Feng paused, took the cup, and noticing her trembling, curiously asked, aren't you afraid of me? Upon hearing this, the young beauty shuddered and weakly replied, I'm afraid. If you're afraid of me, why do you dare to bring me water? Feng asked with great interest. I'm afraid. That's why I brought you a cup of water. Please don't kill us. The young beauty said with a quivering voice. Feng smiled, rest assured. As he spoke, the elevator in the hall dinged and slowly opened. At the same time, a loud noise of footsteps descending the stairs could be heard. In the next second, a group of people rushed out from both the stairwell and the elevator, standing on either side. Finally, the Black Dragon King emerged with his entourage. Finally here. Feng fixed his gaze on the burly man at the forefront, thinking to himself that this person must be the Black Dragon, one of the 9 adopted sons of Master Qi. Kid, weren't you wanting to see me? The Black Dragon roared like thunder. I, the Black Dragon King, have arrived. With the appearance of the Black Dragon King, his imposing aura immediately subdued the entire room. The staff members at the service desk couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You little brat, quickly hand over the Dragon King's decree. When meeting the Black Dragon King, why aren't you kneeling to welcome him? The small heads behind the Black Dragon also clamored. Great King, wait a moment. I'll go meet that kid first. Master Sue invigorated himself, gradually quickening his pace, charging towards Feng. Seeing Master Sue personally take action, a group of followers behind him cheered and shouted to encourage him. Go for it, Master Sue. This time, with Master Sue taking matters into his own hands, that kid is doomed. I bet that kid won't last 3 moves. I wager that kid will be defeated in 1 move by Master Sue. As the foremost expert under the Black Dragon, everyone had great confidence in Master Sue. On the other hand, Su Jiuquan could not help but feel anxious, regretting. If I had known this, I should have invited our Su family's offerings to join the fight. The Black Dragon waved his hand and smiled. Boss Su, don't worry. Although this Master Su may not seem impressive, he is indeed a true top master, a 7-rank master. He has followed me for 10 years, and I know him better than anyone. I can't say for sure at 100 meters, but within that distance no one can rival him. At present, the distance between the two parties was just about 100 meters. As Master Su quickly advanced, the distance between the two continued to close. In the Black Dragon's eyes, victory was already assured at such close range, and there was no need for further words. After hearing the Black Dragon's introduction, Su Jiuquan couldn't help but feel a profound respect for Master Su. So he is a 7-rank master. My apologies. It should be known that even the offerings from their Su family were only barely at the 8th rank. The Master Realm is divided into 9 ranks, with the 1st rank being the highest and the 9th rank being the lowest. However, even a 9th rank master can easily take on 100 opponents. Those who can break through to the 8th and 7th ranks all possess unique skills and seldom have rivals. As for the 6th rank, 5th rank, and even higher, they are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Now Su Jiuquan completely relaxed and focused his gaze, eager to witness the might of the 7-rank master. Watching Master Su striding towards him, Feng couldn't help but let out a cold smile. Is this how the Black Dragon greets me? However, seeing the approaching figure, whose posture was agile and step steady, he clearly appeared to be a martial artist. He was significantly stronger than those inept individuals sent previously. Feng thought to himself that there were indeed some capable people around the Black Dragon, but they were still just minor characters. Kid, you are a practitioner, aren't you? Master Su noted that the distance between the two had closed to within 30 meters, and he was almost certain of victory, even contemplating allowing the opponent a few moves. Why aren't you ready yet? Do you want me to give you 3 moves? Yifeng merely glanced at Master Su indifferently, already unconcerned about him. He then turned to the black dragon, placing his hands behind his back as he walked over. Seeing Yifeng approach casually, he seemed to completely disregard his presence. Being so overlooked made Master Su furious. You little brat, you're seeking death. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. Within this range, Master Su was fully confident that he could kill his opponent with a punch from afar. Ka. Master Zu's powerful body trembled, and his bones made crackling sounds like firecrackers. Suddenly Master Zu's originally slender figure became tall and mighty, his height seemingly increasing. The black dragon nodded secretly. Master Su is finally taking this seriously. Others may not know Master Zu's power, but the black dragon was well aware that the unique trait of a 7-rank master was that both strength and physique increased simultaneously. In other words, after Master Su exerted his full strength, his size and height would not be inferior to the black dragon. And it should be noted that under normal circumstances the black dragon stood at nearly 2 meters tall, while Master Su was only 1.7. Those who roam the martial world often perform a unique ability called bone shrinking technique, but the opposite bone expanding technique is rarely seen. Gazing up at Master Zu's towering physique, Su Jiuquan couldn't help but exclaim, incredible. Meanwhile, the various leaders and followers under the black dragon, upon witnessing this shocking scene, couldn't help but cheer, and their shouts of encouragement grew louder. Truly worthy of Master Su. The last time I saw him take things seriously was during the underground arena match, where he defeated over 50 opponents, setting a new record. I didn't expect Master Su to exert his full strength against that kid. Oh, it seems like overkill. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? It appears Master Su is leaving no chance for that kid. In the face of Master Zu's astonishing transformation, Yifeng remained calm, not even glancing at him the entire time. Such disregard completely infuriated Master Su. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. You little brat, you have successfully angered me. Saying this, Master Su extended his enormous palm, reaching for Yifeng's head. I will crush your skull. Yifeng remained composed, walking steadily. The distance between them 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The enormous palm loomed over Yifeng's head like an umbrella. Then it slammed down violently. Yifeng did not look up, nor did he stop, his eyes darting everywhere. It was just in the moment they brushed past each other. He suddenly waved his hand towards that side. A muffled sound echoed as Master Zu's massive body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through everything in his path. Boom! Another muffled sound rang out. After being sent flying over 100 meters, Master Zu's body finally crashed through the wall on the other side of the hall and fell to the ground, buried under the rubble. The cheers and screams from the crowd abruptly ceased. In an instant, the first-floor hall transformed into a serene, ancient temple, the silence eerily palpable. Everyone turned in unison to gaze at the wall that Master Su had crashed through. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Illusion? This must be an illusion. Am I dreaming? Damn it, why are you pinching me? This is no dream, it's reality. That has to be a fake, Master Su, right? How could someone be sent flying with just a slap? It must be fake. The fact that Master Su was so easily defeated left everyone present in deep suspicion, utterly baffled. A 7th-rank master. Defeated just like that. Su Jiuquan was equally dumbfounded, unable to comprehend. How is this possible? Hei Long furrowed his brows, equally astonished. He had expected a one-sided dominance. Yet unexpectedly it was their side that was being crushed. Master Su clearly exerted all his strength. How could he still be? At this thought, Hei Long felt a chill run down his spine, not daring to contemplate further. A dignified 7th-rank master putting forth his full effort was actually sent flying with just a single slap. If everything before his eyes was indeed real, without any unexpected elements, then this young man's strength is simply terrifying, isn't it? Hei Long suddenly snapped back to reality, turning to gaze directly at Yifeng. To his shock, he found Yifeng had already stepped forward, standing right before him. Seemingly calm on the surface, yet an overwhelming sense of pressure loomed. Even when Yifeng was merely inches away, Hei Long felt as if a wild wind swept across his face, leaving him breathless and terrified. Who exactly are you? Hei Long's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Yifeng, feeling a sense of existential dread from the depths of Yifeng's unfathomable gaze. Yifeng stood firm again, producing the Dragon King's token. I am Yifeng, the new underground Dragon King, the master of Longmen. To see the token is to see the Dragon King. Hei Long, why don't you kneel? Yifeng's tone was resolute, each word he spoke striking like bullets sweeping across the crowd. In the past, if someone dared to proclaim themselves as the Dragon King, they would be met with ridicule or worse. However, after witnessing Yifeng's strike, sending Master Su flying, the crowd held their breath, no one daring to question him. Only Hei Long remained defiant. An underground Dragon King. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Hei Long stepped back a few paces, unable to accept it. Even if you're strong, you are not the Dragon King. Where did you find that Dragon King's token? To become the Dragon King, merely possessing a token is not enough. The Dragon King's token is merely a symbol. However, to ascend to the throne of the underground Dragon King, there is a far more crucial requirement. Throughout the years, the 9 of them have been unable to elect a new Dragon King precisely because of this certification that no one could fulfill. Oh, are you referring to this? Upon hearing this, Feng immediately understood the other party's meaning. He then knelt down, slowly adopting a starting stance. In an instant, an aura like that of a roaring tiger and dragon enveloped Feng. Hei Long was struck as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide with terror. This scene was even more shocking than Feng's previous defeat of Master Su. Who did you learn this from? Feng calmly replied, who do you think? With that, Feng took a step forward, thrusting his arm. Flying dragon in the sky. In an instant, this punch was unleashed, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. The force of the punch surged like a dragon, instantly piercing through Hei Long's chest. Ugh! Hei Long let out a muffled groan, clutching his chest, retreating step by step. How do you know the Dragon Fist? Hei Long was too stunned to care about his injuries, his face filled with horror. This very technique, aside from the old Dragon King, was the first time he had seen anyone else use it. Moreover, its power surpassed his own. Meanwhile, Hei Long's subordinates were equally in an uproar. That's our boss' signature move, flying dragon in the sky. That kid. How does he know it too? Could it be that he really is the new Dragon King? Facing the shock and suspicion of the crowd, Feng did not answer, stepping forward once more, both fists raised. Double dragons retrieve water. Roar. Another dragon's roar echoed. With both fists swinging left and right, the terrifying offensive left Hei Long feeling suffocated, as if 2 dragons were entwining around him. This isn't the Azure Dragon's technique. He actually knows it too. Hei Long's previous resolve began to waver. The Dragon Fist was divided into 9 forms, each passed down by the old Dragon King to his 9 adopted sons, each mastering 1 form. The old Dragon King once said, whoever holds the Dragon King's token and masters the 9 forms of the Dragon Fist will become the next Dragon King. Initially, Hei Long did not take Feng holding the Dragon King's token seriously. However, as Feng unleashed 2 forms of the Dragon Fist, Hei Long was completely astonished. Could it be that the heir of the old Dragon King has truly returned? Before Hei Long could react, Feng's 3rd punch descended from the sky. Dragon battle in the wild. Boom. Within the hall, another mighty dragon's roar erupted, reverberating like a thunderous wave overhead. Hei Long felt a prickling sensation, unable to hold on any longer. With a thunderous crash, his knees shattered, the ground collapsing beneath him. Feng stood before Hei Long, coldly stating, the old Dragon King has imparted all 9 forms of the Dragon Fist to me. I used only 10% of my strength for these 3 Dragon Fists. If you still don't believe me, I can continue, but your life may be in jeopardy. Though Feng had strived to restrain himself with those 3 Dragon Fists, he had already beaten Hei Long to the brink of death. With the 4th punch, Feng could not guarantee Hei Long's survival. At this moment, after those 3 Dragon Fists, Hei Long had completely set aside his grudges, fully convinced. I believe. Hei Long clasped his hands together, kneeling on one knee, trembling, as he said, Hei Long greets the Dragon King. With the submission of the Black Dragon, the surrounding crowd dared not delay any longer and knelt on one knee in unison, proclaiming, we welcome the Dragon King. We welcome the Dragon King. We welcome the Dragon King. In an instant, the hall erupted with cheers as the crowd called out for the Dragon King. This shocking scene left even Su Jiuquan and the other wealthy elites from Yanjing dumbfounded. They saw Feng standing proudly, while everyone else bowed down. Su Jiuquan and the others did not dare to stand out too much, so they could only follow the crowd, crouching on the ground without daring to utter a word. They never expected that what they thought would be witnessing the rise of the Black Dragon would instead lead to the emergence of a new Dragon King midway. What on earth is happening? Su Jiuquan was still completely confused. He secretly glanced at Feng a few times, questioning in his heart, is this kid really the discarded son of the Yi family? How has he suddenly become the underground Dragon King? Feng coughed lightly, and everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to breathe. The scene returned to a deathly stillness. Feng scanned the area, and then asked, Black Dragon, didn't I send word yesterday for you to immediately summon the other dragon cubs to meet me here? Why is it that only you are here now? What about the other 8? Under Master Qi, there were 9 adopted sons, each possessing remarkable strength and dominating their respective territories. Master Qi had once stated that those who complied could be reused, while those who did not could be eliminated. However, Feng did not expect that when he used the Dragon King's order to summon everyone for the first time, only one of the 9 was present. Faced with Feng's questioning, the Black Dragon broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly replied, "In response to the Dragon King's words, I have already informed the others about this matter." However, the Black Dragon showed a troubled expression as the situation was somewhat complex, and he did not know where to begin. "What is it?" Yi Feng inquired. "It's just that times have changed since the old Dragon King's disappearance. The 9 of us have turned against each other over the struggle for power. We have each taken control of a state ruling independently and not interacting with one another. They will not heed my words." Hearing this, Yi Feng nodded. Master Qi had naturally foreseen this situation, which is why he had instructed Yi Feng to hold the Dragon King's order and reorganize the Dragon Gate to prevent the 9 of them from continuing to harm each other. After a moment of thought, Yi Feng continued, "Then you should tell them exactly what happened today. In my name continue. They have 3 days to come and see me. Anyone who refuses to meet me after 3 days will face punishment by having their arms severed. If they still do not show up after another 3 days, they will be executed without exception." The Black Dragon accepted the command and quickly made arrangements. "Everyone rise." Yi Feng waved his hand, and only then did the crowd slowly get up, secretly breathing a sigh of relief from the previous pressure. "Dragon King, please follow me to the top floor of the building for a discussion." The Black Dragon bowed. Just as the crowd surrounded Yi Feng, he was about to enter the elevator. Outside the hall, a sudden uproar of shouting and cursing began, growing louder and louder. "Where's that kid, Yi Feng? Is he still around? Damn it! How dare he cripple one of my hands? Just wait and see how I deal with you today." Strong Brother, sporting a bandaged hand, cursed as he barged in with the group. However, this time behind Strong Brother were hundreds and thousands of comrades. It turned out that while Strong Brother was at the hospital tending to his wound, his subordinates had rallied nearby for reinforcements. Almost all the members of the Dragon Gate from the 9 districts of Yinjing, upon hearing that Strong Brother had been crippled, rushed over to help him stand his ground. Such an overwhelming show of force even startled the Black Dragon. "Who the hell are all these people?" the Black Dragon questioned in shock. The various leaders nearby turned pale at the sight of any familiar faces and did not dare to speak. "Where are they? Have they run away?" Strong Brother swaggered back into the hall, immediately colliding with the Black Dragon and the other big shots. Black Dragon King." Strong Brother shrank back in fear, his bravado instantly deflated. "Xiaochang, why did you bring so many people here? Are you trying to rebel?" The Black Dragon angrily reprimanded. Strong Brother trembled all over, not expecting the Black Dragon King to suddenly come down from the top floor. "Weren't you looking for me?" Yi Feng smiled faintly as he walked back. Seeing Yi Feng again was akin to enemies meeting, and the tension was palpable. Just moments ago in the hospital, he learned that his hand could not be reattached. Strong Brother was immediately consumed by rage, disregarding the presence of the Black Dragon King, and pointed at Yi Feng, shouting, "Yi, how dare you still be here? You crippled one of my hands, and I will make you pay in blood." "Dragon King, this kid named Yi." Strong Brother attempted to explain to the Black Dragon King. However, the Black Dragon was horrified, feeling his blood run cold. He never expected one of his subordinates would dare to oppose the Dragon King. If he were to face punishment for this, how could the Black Dragon endure it? "Damn it, Xiaochang. Have you eaten bear hearts and leopard guts?" the Black Dragon said as he slapped Strong Brother, sending him flying. "The Dragon King's name is something you can utter. How dare you challenge the Dragon King? He'll kill you." As the Black Dragon acted, his subordinates rushed forward to subdue Strong Brother, awaiting the Dragon King's judgment. "Dragon King. This kid." Strong Brother, with his swollen cheek, was instantly dumbfounded. He simply could not reconcile the person before him with the legendary Dragon King. Wasn't he the discarded son of the Yi family? "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the newly appointed Dragon King." The Black Dragon, in a fit of rage, kicked Strong Brother down to the ground. Then he bowed and said, "Please, Dragon King, do not be angry. How should this be handled? Please, Dragon King, decide." At this point, Strong Brother and the others finally reacted. They all knocked their heads to the ground like garlic, pleading, "We did not recognize Mount Tai. We truly did not know. Please, Dragon King, have mercy and spare our lives." Yi Feng coldly glanced at these people, naturally disinclined to take action. "What did Su Rahai tell you to do to me?" Yi Feng curiously asked. In response to the Dragon King's words, Strong Brother immediately replied, "He said to cripple your limbs and throw you into the city moat to feed the fish." Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon was furious. "That Su is truly audacious. I will take people to deal with him right now." Yi Feng, hearing this, calmly smiled. "What goes around comes around. I can let you off this time. But you should know what to do now, right?" Strong Brother was taken aback, then promptly understood, saying, "Rest assured, Dragon King. We will go find that Su to settle the score right now. Blood for blood." Immediately, Strong Brother led his men out of the building in a grand manner. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, together with the Black Dragon and others, took the elevator to the top floor. At that moment, the Yanjing guard stationed outside, seeing thousands of people coming, and going in haste were puzzled about what had happened inside the building. Follow me in and check the situation. With a wave of his hand, Jean-Louis immediately led a team into the building. Wow, look, it's Jean-Louis and the Golden Commander. So handsome. As Jean-Louis made her entrance in the grand hall, her striking presence immediately caused a commotion among the group of young women at the front desk, who screamed in excitement, as if they had transformed into smitten fans. Though Jean-Louis is a woman, she is exceptionally skilled in archery and horseback riding, mastering martial arts at a young age to lead the Yin Jing Guard. Moreover, she possesses stunning beauty and an extraordinary aura embodying both grace and strength, which earns her great admiration and adoration from the public. Especially among the young women of the new era, Jean-Louis is seen as an idol and a role model. Who says women are inferior to men? Who says women must only admire their own reflection? Among women, there are those who prefer to wear armor instead of makeup, capable of fighting alongside men and achieving great feats. At this moment, with a wave of her hand, two teams of guards entered the scene, maintaining control of the situation. However, Yi Feng and the Black Dragons group had already taken the elevator and left. Jean-Louis glanced at everyone present and asked sharply, "Who gave you permission to gather here? Did you report to the authorities? Where is your boss, Black Dragon? Let him come out to see me." The young women at the front desk timidly replied, "Our boss is currently with an important guest and has gone upstairs." "What guest?" Jean-Louis pressed. "Who is it? Why is there such a grand occasion? Are they planning a rebellion?" In the Longmen building, over 10,000 people had gathered. This was the first time Jean-Louis had seen such a crowd since taking command of the Yin Jing Guard, and she felt a deep sense of unease. "It is." Under Jean-Louis' persistent questioning, the receptionist reluctantly revealed the truth. "It's to welcome the Dragon King." "What? The Dragon King? The Underworld Dragon King?" Jean-Louis exclaimed in shock, and even the surrounding guards tensed up. The notorious reputation of the Underworld Dragon King is known to all. At one time, to suppress this individual, the authorities dispatched 3 god-level powerhouses who struggled to capture him and imprisoned him in a secret prison. Since then, the underground forces have disbanded and turned into a scattered mess. Could he have escaped from prison? Jean-Louis felt a sense of foreboding. If the escaped Dragon King was hiding here, the situation would become serious. No. The receptionist quickly clarified, "It's not the old Dragon King. It's a new Dragon King. Reportedly a successor of the old Dragon King." Upon hearing this, the tense guards slightly relaxed. A new Dragon King. Jean-Louis furrowed her brow, still wary. Even someone with half the capabilities of the old Dragon King would be quite troublesome. Damn it. Jean-Louis thought her foster father had just left Yin Jing, and not only had Black Dragon returned, but now a successor of the Dragon King had appeared. Troubles are never-ending. If they gather together, surely they are up to no good. "Take me to meet them," Jean-Louis stated firmly. Jean-Louis intended to personally assess the new Dragon King's true nature. Well, the receptionists were somewhat hesitant. They'll make a phone call to ask. After a phone call, she was unsurprisingly turned down. "The boss said that we are welcoming the new Dragon King today, and it is inconvenient to meet guests. Perhaps another day." Jean-Louis pondered for a moment, considering that if she forcefully brought people in, it might lead to a conflict, making her the instigator. To put it another way, Black Dragon and his group were merely gathering and had committed no crime. Even the Yin Jing Guard had no reason to barge in and arrest anyone. "All right, I will come back to visit another day." As Jean-Louis turned to leave, she paused and added, "Tell Black Dragon that now that he has returned to Yin Jing and the city, he should behave himself. The Yin Jing Guard will be keeping a close watch on you." With a wave of her hand, Jean-Louis led her group away. At this moment in the top hall, Yi Feng sat on the Dragon King's throne, looking down with pride at the crowd. Black Dragon personally introduced Yi Feng to his subordinates and the matters regarding Longmen. Everyone declared their loyalty to Yi Feng, pledging to serve him as their Dragon Lord without any hesitation. "This is Boss Su," Black Dragon introduced the guest beside him after introducing his own people. Naturally, the first to be introduced was a member of the Su family, one of the top 10 aristocratic families. The Su family. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, recalling that Bai Weiwei had mentioned that there were 5 great families that rose thanks to the Bai family, and the Su family was one of them. "I am Su Jiuquan." Su Jiuquan hurriedly bowed and said, "It is a privilege to witness the might of Dragon King Yi today. My Su family is willing to form an everlasting alliance with you, Dragon King." Yi Feng glanced at Su Jiuquan and then asked, "Has the Chui family sent you a message about gathering the 5 great families for a meeting in the next few days?" "You mean regarding the rumors of the Bai family making a comeback?" Su Jiuquan nodded. "I have indeed heard some news. It is said that a top powerhouse from the Bai family came and frightened the Chui family into submission overnight." Ah, at this point Su Jiuquan suddenly realized, could it be? The Bai family's supporter is the Dragon King himself. Yi Feng nodded. "Indeed, that is me. I have plans to assist the Bai family in making a comeback." At that time I will still need your 5 family's strong support. I don't care about your past grievances with the Bai family, let's put those aside. From now on I will take charge, and everything must go according to my directives. At the upcoming meeting you should understand what to say and how to express your intentions right. Su Jiuquan instantly understood and replied, our Su family will fully cooperate with you, Dragon King, and stand together with you. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now having completely subdued the underground forces of Black Dragon, he planned to integrate the 5 great families for his own use at the next meeting. He would then have the capital to crush the Yi family in terms of money and power. Reclaiming the Yi family was just a matter of time. While he was discussing this, suddenly a servant reported that Jean Louis from the Yanjing Guard had barged in seeking an audience. Jean Louis, what is she doing here? Yi Feng frowned slightly, but did not pay much attention. Don't let her in. Just as he dismissed Jean Louis and her group, another servant hurriedly rushed in with a panicked expression. Report. Dragon King, bad news. An old man is outside specifically asking for Black Dragon. We have closed the doors to guests, but he managed to force his way in and no one could stop him. Upon hearing this, Black Dragon was furious and said, Humph, who dares to disturb me? Are they tired of living? Just as he finished speaking, an old voice emanated from outside the hall. It is indeed I. An emaciated old man appeared, his hair and beard completely white, dressed in simple clothing, holding a staff at eye level, standing outside the hall. Boss, it's this old man. A minion stepped back in fright. Who are you? Black Dragon was taken aback, not recognizing the old man. I was sent by old Zhao, the old man said slowly, to teach you a little lesson. Senior Zhao. Upon hearing the name, Black Dragon instantly grasped the situation. This man had been sent by Senior Zhao, undoubtedly to address that incident when Black Dragon had reneged on his word and attempted to seize back the Jade Buddha. Originally the plan had proceeded flawlessly, until Yi Feng appeared unexpectedly, throwing everything into chaos. So it was indeed Senior Zhao's envoy. Yi Feng, observing the scene, cast a few lingering glances at the elderly man, silently assessing his cultivation strength. Regarding that matter, I truly acted wrongly. Black Dragon, unwilling to escalate the confrontation, admitted fault openly. Please convey my sincere apologies to Senior Zhao. I shall personally deliver an extravagant gift in person soon. Heh. The elder scoffed coldly. If an apology were enough, I wouldn't be here at all. Black Dragon frowned. So you refuse to let this rest? Senior Zhao has instructed me to teach you a lesson, to instill some lasting caution. The elder continued, voice laced with disdain. The Zhao family is no gutter rat you can trifle with. His contemptuous words ignited fury among Longman's ranks. True, the Zhao family had once held high office, aloof and esteemed, and later thrived as tycoons after entering commerce. To such underworld forces as Black Dragons they naturally looked down with utter disdain. In Senior Zhao's eyes, Black Dragon and his ilk were no better than vermin scurrying in sewers, unfit for daylight, unworthy of recognition. What audacity! At that moment Master Su stepped forward from the side. Your Majesty, allow me to handle him. Black Dragon cautioned. Master Su, proceed with care. He serves as a guest cultivator for the Zhao family. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. Rest assured, Master Su replied confidently. Though I cannot match Lord Dragon King, surely I can best this frail old man. He refused to believe he, a 7th-rank Grandmaster, could suffer 2 defeats in a single day. Though earlier he'd been struck aside by Yi Feng's open palm, Yi Feng hadn't fought seriously, and moreover Master Su's body-hardening arts left him unscathed. Now, having sworn fealty to the new Dragon King, Master Su urgently sought to reaffirm his prowess. This elderly opponent would serve perfectly as a demonstration of regained authority. You may as well attack together, the elder declared calmly, planting his staff upon the ground. I'm pressed for time. If you wish to wreak havoc within Longman, first pass through me. Master Su braced himself once more. The sinews and bones beneath his skin swelled powerfully, with each step heightening his stature like a rising titan. That body-hardening art barely qualifies you as a 3rd-rank Grandmaster. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. To face me, one must possess at least upper-tier cultivation. Upper tier. Don't choke on your own arrogance. At 10 paces away, Master Su launched a thunderous fist, like a tiger descending the mountain, overwhelming in momentum and might. Take this first blow. Before the charging Master Su, the elder lifted his Chimei staff ever so slightly, then struck with a sweeping, unstoppable force like 1,000 troops cleaving across the battlefield. Chua! A piercing sonic crack split the air. Master Su felt his breath seize. Pung! In the next instant, before he could react, his massive frame flew backward like a baseball, struck midair, tumbling head over heels across 15 meters before crashing down. SSS. Black Dragon and his men instinctively drew sharp breaths. None had imagined Master Su would fail to land even a single counterblow against this opponent. Meanwhile, Master Su lay sprawled, numb, dazed, utterly spent. He simply wanted to lie still for a while. Today's repeated humiliations had shattered his confidence beyond repair. Who exactly are you? Black Dragon cried out in shock. I am Wang Fan. My name unchanged, my identity unaltered. As he spoke, Elder Wang Fan slammed his Chime staff hard into the ground. A jagged fissure erupted instantly, snaking forward, splitting the earth until it reached Black Dragon's very feet. SSS. Black Dragon felt a jolt surge up from his soles, staggering backward 3 steps stunned. Black Dragon, step forth and meet your end. Elder Wang Fan roared. Wang Fan. Wang Fan. Black Dragon murmured the name repeatedly, then suddenly recalled a legendary figure. You're the spear and staff instructor of the commandant's office, Instructor Wang Fan. Ha ha ha. The elder chuckled softly. I've long since retired. I am no longer any instructor. It truly is you. Black Dragon's face drained of color. No wonder his strongest subordinate, Master Su, had fallen in a single strike. So, Instructor Wang. Master Su, lying prone on the ground, suddenly regained composure and accepted his defeat without shame. Had he somehow bested Instructor Wang, that truly would have been miraculous. Just a spear and staff instructor. Does he carry such renown? Seeing everyone's palpable reaction, Feng turned curiously to Su Jiuchuan beside him. Your Majesty, you're still young. You wouldn't know, Su Jiuchuan whispered. Though merely an instructor, his fame spans the realm. Most imperial guards in Yinjing trained under his tutelage. With his Chime staff alone, he can decapitate enemy generals amidst 10,000 soldiers. Rumor holds he stands second only to the war god, the peerless apex of mortal martial might. Oh, strength rivaling the war god. Feng nodded inwardly. Black Dragon then stood no chance against him. Yet since the elder had come expressly to discipline him, Black Dragon had no choice but to step forward and engage. Instructor Wang, what an honor. Black Dragon bowed deeply. Allow me to test your unparalleled mastery. By all means. Wang Fan flicked his Chime staff upward, its tip piercing heavenward as he lunged straight at Black Dragon. Black Dragon, taking no chances, unsheathed his waist saber and met the assault blade first. Clang! A sharp ringing clash echoed. At the instant steel met wood, Wang Fan's wrist trembled faintly, releasing a torrent of invisible force. Black Dragon's twin blades snapped cleanly in half. SSS. Black Dragon gasped, recoiling in disbelief, then abandoned his broken weapons, launching a furious barrage of bare-knuckle strikes. Flying Dragon ascends heaven. Black Dragon unleashed his signature Dragon Fist, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar, aimed directly at Wang Fan's face. Wang Fan withdrew his staff in response. Like a serpent returning to its den, the Chime staff vanished, only to reappear in an instant, striking forth again like a coiling dragon. Fist met staff. Oh! Black Dragon screamed in agony, his arm bones pulverized outright. Under an overwhelming, terrifying pressure, his body buckled uncontrollably backward. Wang Fan shattered blades with one stroke, and shattered limbs with the next, swift, decisive, utterly merciless. Black Dragon couldn't mount even the faintest resistance. Yet after crippling him, Wang Fan showed no intention of halting. Instead, he raised his staff high once more, driving it downward toward Black Dragon's skull. Black Dragon broke into cold sweat, crying out, my life ends here. A crushing blow to the head, even if it spared his life, would leave him permanently maimed. Just as the staff descended toward Black Dragon's brow, Feng moved. In a blur, he appeared beside Black Dragon, and caught the descending staff firmly in his hand. Enough, Feng said calmly. Return to Senior Zhao, and tell him grant me, Feng, this courtesy, and let this matter end now. Wang Fan's staff strike missed entirely, yet this young man before him had caught it firmly in his bare hands, prompting a subtle flicker of astonishment. Who, pray tell, do you think you are? Do you truly believe Elder Zhao would grant you face? Wang Fan remained unaware that Feng had saved Elder Zhao's life that very morning, and thus owed the Zhao family a profound debt. After being discharged from the hospital, Elder Zhao returned home without making a word of the incident public. He only learned that Heilong was in Yinjing, and that to avenge his granddaughter's stolen jade Buddha, he had dispatched Wang Fan, a senior retainer of the Zhao household, to deliver a stern lesson to Heilong. Heilong is now under my protection, Feng declared, gripping the staff tightly, without yielding. Even when striking a dog, one must first consider its master. Then I shall strike you, the master, alongside him. With that, Wang Fan flicked his wrist sharply, breaking free from Feng's grasp. The recoil sent Feng staggering backwards several paces, his palms stinging with numbing force. He thought no wonder he ranks among the strongest beneath the war god, truly formidable. Yet still Feng stood unyielding before Heilong, refusing to yield even an inch. Step aside, boy. Wang Fan slammed his staff once more into the ground. A massive fissure snaked outward, racing straight, toward Yifeng's feet. Yifeng stepped forward in response, shattering the floor beneath him with equal force. An invisible surge of power surged forth to meet the oncoming pressure. In that instant, two unseen forces clashed beneath the floorboards, ripping clean through the ceiling slab. Oof! Wang Fan suppressed a quiet gasp. Remarkable youth. This is indeed intriguing. No wonder you dare flaunt your prowess before me. At once competitive fire ignited within him. Very well, let me test your mettle myself. As he spoke, his staff shot forward once more, like a guided missile aimed with lethal precision. Yifeng glanced back at Heilong and said, "Watch closely, soaring dragon ascending heaven demands not only speed, but also overwhelming force." With that, Yifeng launched a fist directly into the path of the descending staff. Soaring dragon ascending heaven. His punch erupted like a dragon surging from the sea, its roar echoing across the chamber. Once again, fist met staff, colliding like celestial bodies in cosmic collision, unleashing a thunderclap so deafening it shook the heavens. Then, crack, crack, crack. A rapid cascade of explosive fractures. Wang Fan's staff splintered segment by segment, until a torrent of terrifying force like a tidal wave of devastation engulfed him whole. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Fan abandoned the shattered staff and stumbled backward over a dozen meters before barely regaining his footing. Extraordinary youth. You. Wang Fan froze mid-breath, only then realizing his entire arm had gone utterly numb. Horror contorted his features. Who are you? Had he not just fought him, Wang Fan would never have dreamed, never in his life, that he could fall to the hand of a mere youth. Could it be? He truly had grown old. "I am Yifeng," he replied calmly. "You have already disciplined Heilong. There is no need for further bloodshed. Return to Elder Zhao and tell him Heilong is now under my protection, and I shall ensure his conduct remains beyond reproach. Let this matter end here." Heilong's misdeeds were self-inflicted, but they did not warrant death. Yifeng. Wang Fan repeated the name, imprinting it indelibly upon his memory. "Very well, I remember you. Today I grant you this courtesy. Farewell." Wang Fan raised a single fist in salute, then turned and departed. Only after he vanished did the hushed grand hall erupt into thunderous cheers. Heavens above! Is the Dragon King truly this mighty? Even Master Wang, a legend in his own right, could not withstand him. Of course not. Our Dragon King is the true heir of the old Dragon King. How laughable! How pompous that old man was upon arrival, looking down on us all. Now let him taste true power. Long live the Dragon King. The Longmen sect's reverence and devotion toward Yifeng, their new Dragon King, deepened immeasurably. "My deepest gratitude, Your Majesty, the Dragon King, for rescuing me. Had you not intervened, I fear I would not have survived today." Heilong bowed deeply, grateful yet humbled. "Alas, my arm is ruined." He gazed at his severed limb, knowing his cultivation strength would now plummet drastically. At that moment, Yifeng stepped forward, cradling Heilong's severed arm. With a fingertip, he traced a faint arc in the air, then gathered chi within his palm and clenched it tightly. Heilong watched bewildered, uncertain what purpose this gesture served. Could he possibly suspect the injury was feigned? Yet, suddenly, he sensed warmth flooding back into the limb, a gentle vital pulse. Then, snap, crackle, pop. A cascade of bone reknitting itself. The shattered fragments fused anew, restoring the arm completely. My hand. Heilong flexed his fingers, stunned, disbelieving. It's healed. Truly healed. Ecstasy lit his face as he lifted his gaze to Yifeng. Never had he imagined Yifeng possessed such miraculous healing arts. "Your Majesty, the Dragon King, I owe you everything." He dropped to his knees, forehead touching the floor. "From this day forward, I pledge my life to serve you. Forever loyal, forever devoted." Meanwhile, in the Zhao residence, within the study, Elder Zhao sat conversing with a middle-aged man. "Respectfully, Elder Zhao, I must speak plainly. You have openly opposed the Yi family, over nothing more than a discarded son. If this escalates, the consequences may prove irreparable for all parties involved. I urge you, Elder Zhao, to reconsider most carefully." The man's name was Yuan Jimei, a former student of Elder Zhao's, long favored and steadily promoted, now serving as Vice Minister of Revenue. Elder Zhao had summoned him specifically to assist Yi Feng's request investigating the Yi family's tax records, aiming to undermine their foundation. Yet Yuan Jimei vehemently opposed the endeavor. "I owe Yi Feng a debt beyond measure," Elder Zhao replied softly. "He saved my life, so this small favor is but due repayment." Heh. Yuan Jimei offered a dismissive smile. "Elder Zhao, you stand before me in perfect health. Where then lies this life-saving debt? Do not let that youth deceive you. He is merely the Yi family's cast-off, hardly worthy of your attention, let alone your intervention." Yuan Jimei held no regard for such a figure, and refused to lend aid. After prolonged persuasion, and a sober analysis of risks and gains, even Elder Zhao began to waver. Just then, Wang Fan returned. Master Wang. Yuan Jimei rose instantly to greet him. His own son trained martial arts, and had long benefited from Wang Fan's guidance and patronage, rising to great distinction. Master Wang, you're injured? Yuan Jimei's sharp eyes caught the stiffness in Wang Fan's arm. What happened? Elder Zhao asked urgently. I disciplined Heilong, Wang Fan replied with a wry, rueful shake of his head. Yet in the end, I fell to a youth. What a... Yuan Jimei recoiled in shock. Who is this prodigy, so formidable even you were defeated? Elder Zhao too stared stunned, never imagining such hidden strength lurked beside Heilong. His name is Yi Feng, Wang Fan admitted, voice thick with genuine respect. Truly, heroes rise young. Yi Feng. Yuan Jimei's expression stiffened. That discarded son of the Yi family. Impossible. Yuan Jimei's face showed shock. The family outcast he had just looked down upon turned out to be a top-notch powerhouse, one that even Coach Wang could not rival. How could this be possible? The disparity in their identities left Yuan Jimei in disbelief. It can't be the same person, right? Yuan Jimei comforted himself. It must be a common name. At this moment old Zhao was equally perplexed. He only knew that Yi Feng's medical skills were unparalleled, but he had never heard of Yi Feng's martial prowess. Moreover, the opponent was a top-tier powerhouse beneath the war god Wang Fan. Old Zhao hurriedly took out his phone and found a photo of Yi Feng for Wang Fan to confirm. That's right, it's... Indeed. Wang Fan marveled, truly a formidable young talent. After receiving confirmation, old Zhao was also astonished, realizing he had underestimated Yi Feng, who was actually a young prodigy excelling in both medicine and martial arts. Yuan Jimei still found it hard to believe and pressed, Coach Wang, please take another careful look. Are you sure it's him? Wang Fan laughed. I'm not senile, having just sparred with him. How could I mistake him for someone else? Ha ha ha. Old Zhao finally laughed aloud, patting his student on the shoulder. Jimei, what do you think? Although I'm older, my judgment on people hasn't faltered. This Yi Feng is certainly no ordinary person. The Yi family disowned him, which has turned out to be a huge loss for them. Yuan Jimei chuckled, awkwardly shocked that the person he had just underestimated was so formidable. Wang Fan also agreed with old Zhao's assessment. Indeed, at such a young age he possesses such strength, his future is limitless. By the way, Coach Wang, who do you think Yi Feng learned from to become this powerful? Old Zhao inquired curiously. Wang Fan replied solemnly, after I was defeated, I was merely shocked, and didn't think too deeply about it. But on the way back, recalling the fight, this young man's moves were fierce and overbearing, reminiscent of military boxing styles. It made me think of someone. Who is it? Old Zhao and Yuan Jimei asked in unison. After a pause, Wang Fan's expression turned serious as he revealed the person's name, the Kunlun War God. What? The Kunlun War God. Upon hearing this, old Zhao and Yuan Jimei displayed even more astonished expressions. If these words came from someone else, they would naturally be considered a joke, and no one would take them seriously. However, Coach Wang Fan, a top powerhouse beneath the war god, had the opportunity to spar with the war gods from various states, making his words highly credible. During a military conference, I was fortunate enough to spar with the Kunlun war god, Wang Fan revealed with a nostalgic and excited expression. Indeed, I can't be mistaken. That sense of oppression was nearly identical. The Kunlun war god. Old Zhao murmured nostalgically, what a pity. A generation of war gods has already fallen. Yuan Jimei exclaimed again, Coach Wang, are you saying that Yi Feng? He is the Kunlun war god's heir? It's highly likely, Wang Fan stated. Moreover, with his current strength, if he wishes to enlist, it would be no problem for him to aim for the ranks of the war gods in the future. Wang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if witnessing a future war god rising star. Seeing this, Yuan Jimei immediately stood up and said to old Zhao, the matter Yi Feng entrusted to you will be on me. Just wait for tomorrow's headlines. After saying this, Yuan Jimei quickly took his leave, heading back to the Ministry of Revenue to prepare. Although he was reluctant to work for Yi Feng earlier, potentially offending the entire Yi family, now Yuan Jimei felt it an honor to work for Yi Feng, as this person could very well be the future war god. And what was the Yi family compared to that? Old Zhao secretly nodded. After today's events, Yi Feng's standing in the Zhao family's eyes had risen significantly. Moreover, within this month, old Zhao had requests for the other party, needing him to refine a life-prolonging elixir for himself. Meanwhile, Su Ruhai of the Su family was in a high-end restaurant celebrating with friends, while waiting for good news from the person he had sent out. Suddenly, with a bang, the door of the private room was kicked open. Brother Chong charged in with his men. Su Ruhai was startled, quickly recognizing them as the hired thugs he had paid a fortune for. Although he felt angry and shocked, he suppressed his fury and asked, what about the person I sent you to deal with? Did you bring him back, or did you throw him into the river? Brother Chong sneered coldly. This deal had nearly cost him his life, and his hand had been injured. Naturally, Brother Chong unleashed all his pent-up anger. Go! With a wave of his hand, his subordinates rushed forward. What are you doing? Su Ruhai exclaimed in panic. Someone. Where are the bodyguards? But no matter how much Su Ruhai yelled, the bodyguards outside had already been subdued, and no one came to rescue him. Are you insane? Su Ruhai was both shocked and angry. Do you dare to touch me? I am from the Su family. You a mere thug, have you considered the consequences? Brother Chong coldly replied, on the orders of the Dragon King here, to make you suffer a bit. First break his limbs and throw him into the moat. Send someone to watch over him, no one is allowed to rescue him. Su Ruhai screamed in agony as he was dragged out of the private room. He was taken to the moat where he was subjected to extreme punishment. He never dreamed that failing to catch his prey would lead to his own downfall. On the other side, the Yi family. Su Ruyun had not been able to contact her brother for half a day. She had originally wanted to ask if they had captured that little beast Yi Feng. But unexpectedly, by the afternoon, her brother had gone missing. What on earth is going on? Su Ruyun suddenly felt uneasy, her right eyelid twitching persistently. Husband, I'm worried something has happened to my brother. Can you help me? Su Ruyun hurried to the study seeking help from her husband Yi Yuanji. At this moment, Yi Yuanji was rummaging through drawers, frantically stressed, completely ignoring his wife's words. What happened? Su Ruyun repeated herself. Our company is in big trouble. Yi Yuanji said while throwing some documents into a shredder to destroy them. Just now Dad called saying that people from the Ministry of Revenue suddenly barged into our company to inspect the accounts. They said someone reported our company for tax evasion. Now the company is in total chaos. What? Su Ruyun was also taken aback. After all, in a big company like the Yi family group, who would be completely clean? Once investigated, there would be a series of issues. I need to return to the company to cooperate with the investigation. After destroying the important documents at hand, Yi Yuanji hurriedly left. Su Ruyun stared blankly at her husband, leaving feeling anxious. First, her brother had gone missing for half a day, and then her in-laws were being investigated. In just one day, Su Ruyun felt as if the sky above her was about to collapse. On the other side, at the top floor of Longmen building, Yi Feng, after sending Wang Fan away, chatted briefly with Hei Long and others before getting up to leave. Farewell, Dragon King. Hei Long immediately followed along, escorting him all the way. By the way, Yi Feng recalled something and instructed, from now on don't call me randomly in public. After all, the title of Dragon King is too ostentatious. With Yi Feng's current strength, he is not yet worthy of such a title. Having just been released from prison, he still wished to keep a low profile. Exposing himself too early and attracting attention from various forces would be unwise. Moreover, to truly become the legitimate underground Dragon King, he must subdue the other 8 dragons. Currently, having only Hei Long as a subordinate is far from sufficient. So how should I address you? Hei Long asked. Just call me Mr. Yi. Yi Feng replied indifferently. Yes, Mr. Yi. Hei Long responded while escorting him, hoping to invite the Dragon King for a meal. At that moment, Yi Feng's phone rang. It was a call from Susan. Yi Feng, where are you? I want to treat you to a meal to thank you for helping me find a job. Susan had successfully secured a position at the headquarters of Zhao Group today, instantly becoming the HR man. She knew that all of this was thanks to Yi Feng. Therefore, after work today, she planned to invite Yi Feng out for dinner. I'm at Longmen Building, Yi Feng said. Then I'll come find you, Susan suggested, and the two agreed to meet here. After hanging up, Yi Feng instructed Hei Long. I have a friend coming over, please arrange something for me. No problem. How about the Sky restaurant downstairs? It's up to Michelin 3-star standards, Hei Long suggested. Soon he arranged the best table in the restaurant for Yi Feng. In the Sky restaurant on the next top floor, that table overlooks half of Yanjing and is a popular spot for internet celebrities. Usually reservations take over a month. Not long after, Susan took a car and arrived at Longmen Building, astonished by the lively scene outside. Why, what's going on today? Why are there so many guards patrolling the area? I'm not sure, maybe they are having a drill. Yi Feng glanced outside and noticed Jean Louis still stationed not far away, truly an unrelenting presence. Let's go, I've made a reservation, Yi Feng said, leading Susan upstairs to dine. Shortly after Susan arrived, another luxury car slowly stopped at the entrance of the building. A young man got out from the car. Dad, why did you call me here so urgently? This person was named Suja, the son of Su Jiuchuan. There's a big shot here today. You should pretend to be dining nearby and go over to toast him, get acquainted. Originally, Su Jiuchuan and Hei Long intended to accompany Yi Feng for a meal, but they were rejected and not allowed to disturb him. Thus, Su Jiuchuan had a sudden idea. He called his son over to pretend to dine nearby, toasting a drink to get acquainted. After witnessing Yi Feng's prowess today, Su Jiuchuan realized he must cultivate a good relationship with Yi Feng. If they could latch onto Yi Feng, their future would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. What big shot! Suja perked up. The underground Dragon King. While taking the elevator, Su Jiuchuan briefly introduced the location where the Dragon King was dining. It's the central position by the window in the restaurant. Suja recognized that spot. I know that place. It overlooks half of Yanjing's night view. I wanted to take my girlfriend there, but the reservation took over half a month. The Dragon King doesn't allow anyone to disturb him, so I wouldn't dare to show up. Just go in directly, pretend to be a dining guest, raise a glass to him, and familiarize yourself with his face. Understood. As they spoke, the elevator reached the next top floor. Suja stepped out of the elevator and waved goodbye to his father. Wait for my good news. Okay, Su Jiuchuan remained in the elevator. After your toast, come find me on the top floor. Immediately, Suja entered the restaurant, picked up a glass of red wine, and walked toward that unique position. Suja paused in his steps. Why is she sitting there? He confirmed repeatedly it was definitely. However, in that position, he did not see any underground big shot, but rather his cousin. Susan, why are you? Suja approached with the wine glass, his expression stern. Cousin. Susan was equally surprised to see him. At the same time, sensing her cousin's unfriendly tone, she felt puzzled, thinking, can I come here for dinner? This isn't even the Su family's restaurant. It turned out that Susan was also from the Su family, one of Yanjing's top 10 wealthy clans, but her branch was sidelined and not well regarded. Susan originally had the opportunity to join the family company, but after facing exclusion shortly after joining, she angrily resigned. She vowed to enter a similarly ranked large company, proving she could succeed outside the Su family. This impulsive decision led Susan's family to become even more marginalized within the clan. Fortunately, Susan had now officially joined Zhao Group's headquarters, barely regaining some respect. Susan, do you know who this position is reserved for? Susan shook her head, unaware. This is the place where the Dragon King will dine tonight. Who allowed you both to sit here? Suja spoke in a commanding tone. You two hurry and get out of the way. At this moment, the patrons in the restaurant turned their heads, whispering among themselves. Look, isn't that the emperor's seat of the restaurant? Sitting over there gives a feeling of overlooking the world. Normally one has to wait several months to make a reservation. How did those two young ones manage to sit there? Perhaps they don't know it's reserved and just sat down since no one was there. Susan was bewildered by her cousin's words. Upon hearing the discussions around her, she realized that the place they were sitting indeed stood out. Since the two had just sat down and had not yet ordered, it seemed as though they were merely sitting randomly. You're right. Yi Feng spoke up. This is indeed the position reserved for the Dragon King tonight. Susan's cousin Suja was taken aback and glared at Yi Feng, saying, You know this, and still dare to sit here. Are you looking for death? Who are you again? Yi Feng looked up and glanced at Suja. Noticing the resemblance he bore to Su Jiuchuan, he vaguely guessed the other person's identity. To his surprise, the Susan he had just met today turned out to be from the same family. I am Suja. Suja proudly introduced himself. My father is Su Jiuchuan, the vice chairman of the Su Corporation. So you are the young master of the Su family. Hearing Suja introduce himself, the other patrons in the restaurant turned to look intrigued. Alright, I understand. Yi Feng realized Suja's intent, and considering ignorance to be excusable, replied, Go back and tell your father that I appreciate the sentiment. You can leave now. Suja was speechless. He thought to himself, who the hell are you to chase me away? Suja was instantly angered and laughed, saying, Who should be leaving here? Be mindful, or I will call someone. Seeing this, Susan also worried they might be sitting in a reserved spot, so she hurriedly advised, Yi Feng, how about we change our seats? There are plenty of empty spots over there. No need. Yi Feng gestured for her not to worry. This is my position. Now that I am sitting here, even if the King of Heaven were to come, I won't budge. Upon hearing this, the surrounding patrons gasped in astonishment. What the hell? Who is this guy? What an audacious claim. He looks somewhat familiar. Oh my god, isn't he the discarded son of the Yi family? Having just been released from prison yesterday, Yi Feng had made headlines, so many people recognized him. Suja scrutinized Yi Feng and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, I was wondering who had such a big mouth. Turns out to be you, the discarded son of the Yi family. Just now Suja was startled by Yi Feng's bold words, thinking to himself, this kid can't possibly be the underground Dragon King my father spoke of, right? However, soon after, as someone revealed Yi Feng's true identity, Suja breathed a sigh of relief. Just a discarded son of the Yi family, and he dares to show off in front of me. Yi, I give you 3 seconds to get lost immediately. Suja sneered. Otherwise I will make it so you have no place to stand in Yanjing. The Su family ranks among the top 10 wealthy families in Yanjing with power and influence, and they could indeed make a normal person disappear without a trace. Seeing this, some well-meaning patrons advised, Young man, you should leave quickly. You just got out of prison and were expelled by your family. You cannot contend with the Su family. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Susan was furious at her cousin's tyranny, but being of lesser status, she felt powerless. Moreover, no one from the Zhao family was present tonight to support Yi Feng. Thus, Susan also considered leaving. Yi Feng, let's eat somewhere else. If we can't fight, we can at least avoid. However, Yi Feng remained unmoved and coldly glared at Suja. Even if it were your father, he wouldn't dare speak such words in front of me. Yi Feng warned coldly. I give you one last chance. You have 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I will also ensure you have no place to stand in Yanjing. Yi Feng echoed those words back. Moreover, he would follow through. What? Upon hearing this, the scene fell silent. Everyone stared at Yi Feng as if he were a madman. They could not believe he dared to speak to the young master of the Su family like that. Make me have no place to stand. Suja was suddenly both angry and amused. I want to see just how long you can be so arrogant. Suja was about to call for help when he suddenly remembered that his father hadn't yet had a chance to come here, and toast he would have to pretend to just be passing by. If he called his father down to drive this kid away and gain the favor of the underground Dragon King, perhaps they could both enjoy a meal with the big shot. Thinking of this, Suja immediately called his father. How is it? Have you spoken? Su Jiuchuan answered the phone and immediately asked. Sai, don't mention it, Suja complained. There is an ignorant guy occupying the Dragon King's dining spot here. He even said it wouldn't matter who came. What? Upon hearing this, Su Jiuchuan was instantly both shocked and furious. Who dared to occupy the Dragon King's dining place? Would the Dragon King allow this? All right, you wait, we'll be right down. After hanging up, Suja coldly looked at Yi Feng saying, Did you not say that my father wouldn't dare do anything to you here? Coincidentally, my father is just upstairs. He will be bringing people down to deal with you soon. If it's too late for you to regret now? Seeing her cousin Suja making a phone call to his father, Sushan couldn't help but start to worry. Sushan asked nervously, Is uncle really here? Of course. Suja's lips curled into a smile as if a good show was about to unfold. She was well aware of Su Jiuchuan's extensive connections in both the legitimate and underground worlds and his close ties with many powerful figures in the underground. If Su Jiuchuan really came, Sushan worried that Yi Feng would be in big trouble. Even the eldest daughter of the Zhao family might not get any preferential treatment here. Yi Feng, we should leave quickly, Sushan urged, a hint of fear in her voice. Now you want to leave? Suja crossed his arms defiantly, blocking their path. It's too late. Yi Feng remained calm, like a fisherman waiting patiently. Even if Su Jiuchuan comes down, so what? Yi Feng chuckled, I guarantee that you'll be the one regretting it later, not me. What? The crowd around them was taken aback. They simply couldn't understand what gave Yi Feng the confidence to speak so boldly. Not to mention Su Jiuchuan and Suja were father and son. They were family. Could it be that when the father arrives, he would turn against his own son to help outsiders? Yi Feng, we should leave now. Sushan said anxiously, my uncle is no ordinary person. He's nothing like that young master Xie you dealt with last time. Sushan mistakenly thought that since Yi Feng easily dealt with young master Xie last time, she didn't take her cousin Suja seriously. But once Uncle Su brought people here, things would become even more troublesome. I want to see how you make me regret it. Suja crossed his arms, sneering repeatedly. After a few minutes of stalemate, Su Jiuchuan and Black Dragon, along with several others, walked into the restaurant. Suja's phone call made them think that someone was occupying the seat arranged for Yi Feng. That would be a problem. Now even Black Dragon couldn't sit still and insisted on coming down to see the situation. Boss Su really came. In the restaurant, there was an immediate stir. Look, the one next to Boss Su. Wow, isn't that the great? Even the big shots from the underground forces in Yanjing are alarmed. This is going to be hard to settle. Seeing Black Dragon arrive, some familiar patrons stood up to greet him. However, at this moment, Black Dragon seemed oblivious to everyone else's, round eyes fixed on Yi Feng, afraid that he might offend the new Dragon King with any lack of hospitality. For a time, the atmosphere in the restaurant began to shift subtly. Many guests stopped their meals, curiously glancing towards that direction, seemingly eager to see how Yi Feng would conclude this situation. Uncle Black Dragon is here too. Suja was not only relieved to see his father, but also thrilled to see the underground big shot Black Dragon, which further boosted his confidence. Kid, you're done for this time. Uncle. Sushan was greatly alarmed to see her own uncle and wondered if mentioning her father would be of any use. However, what frightened Sushan even more was Black Dragon, who stood beside Su Jiuchuan, a towering figure at nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming pressure that left her stunned. Dad, Uncle Black Dragon. Suja waved at the two, but received no response. He only saw Su Jiuchuan quickly approach Yi Feng after spotting him. Mister, did you just arrive? Following Yi Feng's instructions, Su Jiuchuan did not address him as Dragon King in public. However, the way he addressed him as Mister, he caught everyone who was hoping for drama completely off guard. Boss Su actually referred to that kid as Mister. Moreover, he even used the very polite you. His attitude and tone were akin to a subordinate greeting a superior. Dad. What? Suja was instantly stunned, thinking that his father must have mistaken someone. Sushan was equal. She never expected that Yi Feng actually knew her uncle. Connecting it to Yi Feng's earlier nonchalant demeanor, Sushan seemed to understand something. No wonder Yi Feng was so bold, though it turned out he had nothing to fear. Mister. I heard someone was occupying your seat just now. Black Dragon asked cautiously, has he been driven away? Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled faintly. No, I've been sitting here the whole time. This. Black Dragon and Su Jiuchuan were taken aback. Su Jiuchuan glared at his son, thinking that his boy dared to misreport the situation. At this moment, Feng continued, "In fact, this kid has been making a lot of noise beside me trying to get me to leave. Boss Su, he's your son, right?" Faced with Feng's direct questioning, Su Jiuchuan gasped, realizing something was wrong. He had neglected to clarify who the Underground Dragon King was to his son before they arrived. It must have been because his son saw that the other party was young, so he had been disrespectful. What should he do now? Su Jiuchuan felt deeply regretful. He had wanted his son to meet the Underground Dragon King, but unexpectedly messed it up. "Dad!" Suja suddenly seemed to grasp something, breaking out in a cold sweat. He. What do you mean he what? Su Jiuchuan, furious, slapped his son's face, quickly apologized to Mr. Yi. The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the room. This slap not only stunned Suja, but also left the other diners in the restaurant dumbfounded and incredulous. The crowd that had just laughed at Feng for being overconfident was caught off guard when Boss Su arrived and decisively reprimanded his son. "Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi." Su Jiuchuan shouted at his dazed son. Yes. Suja came to his senses, feeling utterly helpless and on the verge of tears. Only then did he realize that Feng was the Underground Dragon King his father had mentioned. Knowing this would cause such a huge misunderstanding, he wished he hadn't come. The father and son duo attempted to flatter, but ended up kicking themselves. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I was blind to your greatness. I failed to recognize the mountain before me. Please forgive me this once." Under the pressure from his father and the situation, Suja had no choice but to humble himself and apologize to Feng. This scene nearly slapped the faces of everyone present. Except for Feng, no one would have expected that the final outcome would be Suja bowing his head in apology. "How weren't you just threatening me earlier, saying I wouldn't be able to stand in Yanjing?" Feng snorted cold. Startled, Suja shivered and said humbly, "No. I was just talking nonsense. I hope, Mr. You will be magnanimous and not take this to heart." As he spoke, Suja turned to his cousin for help. "Cousin Susan, Mr. You please plead for me." Su Shan was momentarily taken aback, still trying to process the shock of the situation. However, it was the first time that her usually aloof cousin Suja had asked her for help. This left Su Shan feeling a bit at a loss. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. "Mr. Yi," Su Jiuchuan said with a wry smile, "I also bear some responsibility in this matter. It was my decision to have my son toast you, and I didn't expect this misunderstanding to arise." Feng nodded and said, "Boss Su, today, I will give you face, and considering that you and my friend Susan are family, I won't make things difficult for him. But I don't want to see this person again." Feng concluded, "Don't disturb our meal." Su Jiuchuan understood Feng's implicit meaning and immediately arranged, "Pack your things and leave Yanjing overnight. As long as Mr. Yi is still upset, you won't be able to come back." "Daddy." Suja was taken aback, unsure if his father was joking or serious. "Didn't you hear? Mr. Yi doesn't want to see you anymore." Su Jiuchuan emphasized, "Do you want to die, or do you want to leave?" He had no doubt that angering Mr. Yi would lead to dire consequences. Only then did Suja realize the seriousness of the situation. After a pause, he said, "I'll leave. They'll leave right now." With that, Suja hurriedly fled the restaurant. "Mr. Yi, we won't disturb you any longer." Su Jiuchuan and Heilong nodded and bowed, wishing you both a pleasant meal. The brief conflict came to an end, but the final outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Is he really a discarded child of the Yi family? Boss Su wouldn't have mistaken him, would he? Even the formidable Heilong must treat him with utmost respect. What is going on here? Such questions arose not only from others, but also from Susan, who wore a curious expression. First there was the Zhao family last night, followed by the Su family tonight. She suddenly realized that Feng seemed to be wrapped in a layer of mystery that she couldn't decipher. Could someone with such terrifying connections really have just come out of prison? "How do you know my uncle?" Susan asked. "I just met him today," Feng replied with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be family." Susan sighed. "The person you mentioned is from the main branch of the Su family, while we are from a collateral branch. We only gather during holidays or ancestral worship, and we don't have much contact otherwise." Feng could tell that when he first arrived, the Su family junior, named Su, didn't even regard Susan as worthy of his attention. Even with Susan's father present, the attitude would likely be the same. From now on, they won't dare to disrespect your family anymore. Feng believed that with this connection, Su Jiuchuan would not be foolish enough not to cultivate a good relationship with Susan's family. At that moment, delicious dishes were served one after another. The two switched to a lighter topic and chatted happily. After a few rounds of drinks and various dishes, just as they were halfway through the meal, Feng suddenly froze, gazing intently at Susan's slightly tipsy face. "Why? Are you looking at me?" Susan blushed and replied, "Is there something on my face?" Of course there was. But Feng didn't want to frighten her, so he couldn't say the truth. because Yifeng had noticed that the area between Susan's eyebrows was gradually darkening and a dark aura was even beginning to gather above her head. This was a dire omen. If this trend continued, Susan would undoubtedly face a calamity within a day. I won't let anything happen to you. Yifeng decided to try to dispel the ominous energy gathering above Susan's head. With a gentle wave of his hand, the dark aura immediately dispersed. What's wrong with you? Susan noticed that Yifeng suddenly seemed odd. You might encounter some trouble soon, Yifeng warned. Try to stay home as much as possible these next 2 days. If necessary, take a leave of absence, and don't go to work tomorrow. Since tomorrow is the weekend, there's no need to work, Susan smiled and said. When did you start reading fortunes? I know a little bit, Yifeng said. His 15th master was a feng shui master well-versed in divination and fortune-telling. But can you tell me what will happen tomorrow? Tomorrow is still unknown. Who can predict that? Even if he could, Yifeng wouldn't dare to make wild guesses to avoid revealing secrets. Actually, there's something happening tomorrow, Susan smiled and said. It's a gathering of our high school classmates. Do you want to join it? Hearing this, Yifeng shook his head and said, not interested. I won't go. After graduating from high school, Yifeng was incarcerated for 5 years. Besides Susan, he had lost contact with all his high school classmates. Furthermore, Yifeng didn't have the time. Well, it's no big deal if you don't participate. Susan sighed and said, actually, if I weren't the vice class monitor, I wouldn't plan to attend either. The two then reminisced about their high school days. Before long, Yifeng noticed that the dark energy he had just dispelled was gathering above Susan's head again, and it was even larger than before. Yifeng frowned and thought to himself, could it be that Susan is destined to face calamity tonight? Let's go. Yifeng noticed that they had eaten enough. Moreover, the ominous aura above Susan's head was growing stronger. Yifeng decided to personally escort her home to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Okay. Susan stood up, preparing to settle the bill. To her surprise, their meal was completely complimentary. Yifeng took Susan and left Longmen Building. At this moment, the Commander Jean Louis of the Yanjing Guard, who was stationed outside, noticed Yifeng from a distance. Seeing him leave with a beautiful girl chatting and laughing, he couldn't help but clench his fists in anger. Thinking of his mother, who had long since passed away, while the perpetrator from that year had only served 5 years in prison and was now able to start life anew, carefree and joyful. That bastard. He seems to be living quite comfortably. Once I get through this busy period, I will definitely bring— Jean Louis gritted his teeth and silently vowed in his heart. Even if it's an unfounded accusation, I will lock you back in prison. That is where someone like you belongs. As the two chatted casually while strolling along the road, Yifeng observed that the dark aura above Susan's head was not diminishing, but instead gathering more and more. It was as if misfortune was about to descend at any moment. This is not good. Yifeng thought to himself, I initially believed that leaving the building and changing the environment would bring some change. But unexpectedly, it only got worse. I'm almost home. Not long after, Susan pointed to an intersection ahead. If we cross this street, we will reach the bottom of my building. You don't have to escort me. I can go back myself. You should head home too. No way, Yifeng shook his head. I must see you to the building entrance. In truth, if it weren't so abrupt, Yifeng would have wanted to take her home with him tonight. That way, if anything unexpected happened, he could resolve it immediately. No need. Susan politely said, you don't have to see me off. It's fine. But Yifeng insisted again. Just then, beep beep. The sound of an electric bike came from behind. Shanshan, you're off work. A middle-aged woman slowly approached on a brand new electric bike. She looked up and down at the unfamiliar young man following her daughter. Mom. Susan waved at the woman. Who is this? Susan's mother asked curiously, thinking he looked quite handsome. Could it be that her daughter encountered a male god on her first day of work? Indeed, men in large companies are of high quality. Mom, this is Yifeng, my high school classmate. As Susan spoke, she introduced Yifeng to her mother. This is my mom. Hello, Auntie. Yifeng greeted her actively. Yifeng. Upon hearing this, Susan's mother was taken aback. He wasn't a colleague from her daughter's company, but rather that high school classmate who had served time in prison. Her expression changed immediately. You are that Yifeng who was locked up for 5 years and then kicked out by your family. I heard you got into a fight right after being released. My daughter even had to pull strings for you. Stay away from my daughter in the future. Hearing this, Susan hurriedly stopped her mother. Mom. What are you saying? I've told you 100 times that he is in. Besides, my ability to get a job at the Su family's large company is entirely thanks to Yifeng's connections. How can you say such things upon meeting him? This is too much. As she spoke, Susan quickly apologized to Yifeng. I'm sorry, Yifeng. My mom is like this. She speaks her mind. She means no harm. Susan's mother snorted lightly. You keep saying it's his connections. Later I discussed with your father about your job. How can it have anything to do with him? He's not even a young master of the Yi family anymore. If he can barely take care of himself, how can he help you find a job? Your entry into a large company is due to your own excellence. Seeing that she couldn't reason with her mother at the moment and fearing that her mother might say something even more outrageous, Susan hurriedly pulled her mother away. Yifeng, we're leaving now. You should head back too. Susan waved goodbye to Yifeng. You little brat, stay away from my daughter in the future. As they left, Susan's mother couldn't help but add a final remark. Mom, could you please say a little less? The mother and daughter were bickering, unable to convince each other. Just as they reached the entrance of the neighborhood, suddenly 2 men in black jumped out from a van parked by the roadside. Without any explanation, they forcefully pulled the unsuspecting Susan into the vehicle. The car door slammed shut, and then it sped away. Oh no! Susan's mother was instantly stunned. After standing in a daze for a few seconds, she suddenly began to shout for help. Help! Someone! They're abducting my daughter. Someone took my daughter. Ah! Susan's mother jumped back on her electric bike and chased after the direction the van had escaped. But how could her 2-wheeled electric bike catch up to a 4-wheeled vehicle? She chased until she reached the intersection where she had separated from Yifeng and saw him still standing there. Susan's mother, as if she had found a savior, hurriedly shouted, Yifeng, quickly, quickly! My daughter has been kidnapped by that black van. You must help me chase after them. At this moment, Yifeng's expression also darkened, revealing a murderous intent. He had finally awaited this crisis for Susan. Fortunately, he had not left earlier. Moreover, at the moment the van sped past, Yifeng recognized a familiar face from the fleeting reflection in the car window. Xiao. Susan, who was being held in the van, was both shocked and terrified. However, after quickly calming down, she recognized a familiar face among the group of strangers. What do you want? Susan asked fearfully. What do I want? Xiao gritted his teeth and turned back viciously. You caused me to lose my job, and my father has been suspended. All of this was caused by you. And you still ask me what I want. Today I will make you pay the price. I will make you pay the price. Ever since the blind date with Susan 2 days ago, he lost his job, and even his father was implicated and suspended from his position, facing an investigation. Xiao's life had plunged into the abyss. He blamed everything on Susan, believing she was the cause of his misfortunes. This morning, after being harshly scolded by his drunken father and kicked out of the house, the frustrated Xiao gathered his rowdy friends for a drink, emboldened by alcohol, as they carried out their bold plan. Looking at this group of drunken men in the car and their malicious gazes, Susan could naturally guess what they intended to do to her. You're breaking the law, Susan warned. Breaking the law? Xiao scoffed. My life has already been ruined by you, and you care about this. Moreover, I will leave evidence. If you dare report this, I will expose your little video completely. You wouldn't want to become famous online in this way, would you? Xiao believed that as long as he held on to this leverage, he could control this woman and do as he pleased. You bastard. Susan was enraged by Xiao's vile thoughts. Even if you expose me, I will report you. You won't threaten me with this. Fine. Then let's perish together. Xiao no longer cared about anything. He only sought to take ruthless revenge on Susan, wishing for her to share his misfortune. The 2 unruly men in the back seat could no longer contain themselves, starting to paw at her. Susan screamed and struggled, tears of humiliation streaming down her face. Stop! Don't touch her yet. Xiao immediately shouted. Her first time is mine. You guys stay back. He couldn't allow anyone else to take the lead before he had his chance. Alright, then let Xiao go first. His friends were quick to catch on. Soon the car arrived at an abandoned. They had already prepared the tools for their crime here. Help! As soon as Susan got out of the car, she screamed for help. However, in this desolate suburban area at night, no matter how hard Susan screamed, there was no response. Ha ha ha. Xiao and the others laughed mockingly. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Amidst shoving and scolding, Susan was taken upstairs. Seeing the camera already set up there and a mattress laid out on the floor, Susan's heart sank completely. She suddenly recalled that Yifeng had warned her earlier about facing trouble recently. At that time, she had laughed at Yifeng for being superstitious, but now she found that his words had come true. Susan regretted not listening to Yifeng and returning home earlier. Even if she had asked Yifeng to escort her downstairs, perhaps the current situation wouldn't have happened. Yifeng, where are you? Help me. Susan silently prayed, hoping for a miracle to occur. Bang! Susan screamed as she was roughly pushed down onto the mattress. Are you going to take it off yourself, or should I help you? If you refuse to cooperate and make me do it, don't blame me for being merciless. Hee hee. Xiao laughed cruelly, stepping closer to Susan like a devil. Xiao, please let me go. I will resign from my job tomorrow and return it to you. You just made a mistake because you were drunk. I will pretend nothing happened. Xiao, don't make a bigger mistake. Please stop. Seeing that hard tactics were ineffective, Susan pleaded softly, hoping to buy some time. However, at this moment, Xiao and his gang were completely consumed by lust, no longer caring about anything else. Once things had developed this far, was there any retreat? All they wanted was a moment of indulgence, completely disregarding any ethics or morals. Moreover, it was Susan, such an exquisite beauty. At this moment, Susan wrapped her arms around her chest, her pretty face filled with vigilance and fear, with tears still glistening in her beautiful eyes. This pitiful appearance did not evoke sympathy from these men, instead it greatly intensified their desire to possess her. Actually, I had planned to get you drunk on that blind date. I had even booked a hotel room. Xie Xiao's eyes lit up as he shed his shirt, stepping closer. Tonight you can't escape anymore. You are mine. Susan, terrified, screamed and retreated. You beast, don't come closer. My father is also in the government. He won't let you get away with this. No. Just as Xie Xiao pounced on Susan like a wolf, a loud crash was heard from behind. A taxi charged up to the second floor, crashing heavily into the big iron door of the abandoned room. Xie Xiao and the others turned around, instantly shocked. This was the second floor. How did this taxi get up here? Bang! Another loud noise. The car door was kicked open. Then a person stepped out of the taxi. It's Xie Xiao's eyes burned with fury upon seeing this person. As the saying goes, enemies meet and sparks fly. Yi Feng. When Susan saw Yi Feng descending from the taxi like a celestial being, she could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth and laughing while crying. I knew. You would definitely come to save me. At this moment, Xie Xiao turned his furious gaze back. You little brat. You ruined my good deed that day, and you even dared to hit me. If it weren't for the Zhao family supporting you, I would have killed you long ago. You dare come today and ruin my plans again. You're simply asking for death. With that, Xie Xiao ordered his rowdy friends, go. Capture him. You still want to be a hero saving the beauty. Good. They'll let you watch from the sidelines. In Xie Xiao's view, they had 5 men, and taking care of Yi Feng alone would be a piece of cake. But in the next second, before the 4 rowdy friends could get close, each was sent flying by Yi Feng's slap, crashing heavily against the wall unconscious. Hiss! Xie Xiao gasped in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. These were 5 living men. To be sent flying like that, and still stick to the wall, not falling down. How could a mere human do that? Who? What are you, human or ghost? Xie Xiao trembled in fear, retreating step by step. He edged closer to the window, attempting to jump out and escape. In an instant, Yi Feng like a ghost closed in. You're the one seeking death. If this guy dared to come for revenge, perhaps he could spare him a dog's life. But he absolutely should not have touched Susan. Yi Feng seized Xie Xiao by the throat with one hand and drew a dagger from his waist with the other. No. Please. Xie Xiao struggled to utter those words. Don't kill me. Don't. Just as Yi Feng was about to take action, Susan suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. Don't dirty your hands for someone like him. Susan urged anxiously. You just got out of prison. If you commit murder again, your life will be over. Yi Feng was taken aback, looking at Susan, suddenly recalling that on the day he was released, Jean Louis had tried to seek revenge on him, and his assistant had also advised him similarly. For such rubbish, it's not worth it. I have always believed that you were wronged. Susan continued. Don't kill. Don't leave a stain. In Susan's pure and kind eyes, Yi Feng had always been the idol she envisioned. This was also why Yi Feng had been very restrained in front of her. He did not want to ruin the image he had in her mind. He didn't want to disappoint her. All right. Since Susan spoke up, Yi Feng naturally agreed. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living penalty cannot escape. I must confiscate his tools to prevent him from harming other women in the future. What? Susan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. She thought it was about the equipment at the scene and felt it was unnecessary. Susan, your parents are here. Yi Feng pointed to divert Susan's attention. Just as Susan turned her head, Yi Feng struck like lightning. First, he incapacitated Xie Xiao's lower body, then nailed his limbs to the ground. Accompanied by a series of screams, Susan was startled all over. The wretched screams seemed to come from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Don't look back. The scene behind was not suitable for children. Yi Feng wrapped his arm around Susan's shoulder and directly jumped out of the window. After landing steadily, Susan was still shaken. What did you do to him? Susan asked anxiously. I taught him a lesson so he remembers. Let's go. Yi Feng led Susan away from the abandoned factory. Only a street apart, the opposite side, was a bustling street. Who could have imagined that in this dark place evil would... Yi Feng accompanied Susan as they walked down the street for a while. She was still in shock, as if she hadn't recovered. However, seeing that the fierce aura above Susan's head had disappeared, Yi Feng was relieved, knowing that this crisis had passed smoothly. Shan. Not long after Susan's parents arrived. Shan, are you alright? Who was so bold as to kill? The 3 of them were finally reunited. Although it was Yi Feng who saved Susan, her mother still held great hostility and prejudice against him. Did you provoke someone outside and your enemies couldn't find you, so they kidnapped my precious daughter instead? I told you to stay away from my daughter. Yi Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. After sending Susan into the car, he turned to leave. Mom, you're being unreasonable. After Susan calmed down from her panic, she complained to her mother, thanks to Yi Feng today, or I would have lost my life. You just said something like that about him. If it's all because of him. Susan's mother remained unconvinced. Don't think that because he saved you, I will be grateful to him. Mom, do you know who kidnapped me? Susan was reluctant to mention that person again. However, seeing her parents' misunderstanding Yi Feng, she had to bring it up. Who? Xie Xiao? What? Upon hearing this, her father nearly rear-ended the car in front. What did he kidnap you for? Susan briefly explained the reason for Xia Xiao's resentment. Only then did her parents fall silent, not expecting the usually polite young master to commit such a beastly act. However, Susan's mother still argued if that's the case, then that kid named Yi is even more involved. Why did he arrange a position for you instead of letting you take Xia Xiao's spot? Isn't that unnecessarily making it? Mom. Susan was rendered speechless by her mother's twisted logic. At this time, her father, who was driving, also advised, your mother means well. If you don't listen to the advice of the elders, you'll suffer the consequences. Moreover, that kid Yi is just relying on the Zhao family. He is nothing on his own. Susan couldn't help but say he's not relying on the Su family. Dad, you might not believe it, but even our own Su Jiuchuan Uncle Su is very respectful towards Yi Feng. When she said this, her parents burst into laughter, naturally treating it as a joke. Who is Su Jiuchuan? He is the second most powerful figure in the Su family and has high hopes for competing for the position of family head in the future. Would Su Jiuchuan show such respect to a labor reformer just released from prison? What a ridiculous joke. But just then Su father's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After answering, Su father was taken aback, quickly pulling the car over to the side of the road. Brother Su, it's me, Su Jiuchuan. Su Jiuchuan proactively called Susan's father. Su father was flattered. Cousin Su, is there something you need? Nothing, just haven't been in touch for a long time, so I called to ask. Su Jiuchuan said with a smile, I hope I'm not disturbing you. No. Su father quickly shook his head, still confused. What does it mean to not have been in touch for a long time? They had never been in contact. Su Jiuchuan's phone number was unfamiliar to Su father. Brother Su, do you have time lately? I'd like to invite your whole family for a meal. Su Jiuchuan extended the invitation. Sure, any time is fine, I'm available. Okay. Su father accepted the invitation, still looking bewildered after hanging up. Why would Su Jiuchuan of the main Su family suddenly invite him, a side branch, to dinner? This was truly unprecedented. Only Susan with a clear mind thought that it must be because of Yi Feng that Uncle Su invited their family to dinner. It must be because our daughter has become a department manager at Zhao's headquarters. Susan's mother analyzed, if the Su family has business dealings with the Zhao family in the future, our daughter might be the middleman, which is why Su Jiuchuan invited us to dinner to build a good relationship. At this moment on the other side, Yi Feng was wandering on the road under the stars and the moon. He was just about to hail a taxi back to the villa. Suddenly he paused, looking across the street at a flower shop. He saw a young and beautiful girl in a wheelchair, sending a customer off. It's her. Her leg, actually. Yi Feng's gaze dimmed. The car accident from years ago had resulted in 1 death and 7 injuries. Aside from the mother of Jean Louis, who died on the spot, there were also 7 severely injured individuals. The girl in the wheelchair at the flower shop was one of the victims from that time. Sigh. Yi Feng sighed. Although he was not the actual perpetrator, many innocent people had still been implicated in this scheme. Yi Feng remembered that the girl's name was Chun Xia, about the same age as him. At that time she had sustained severe injuries to her legs and unexpectedly ended up disabled. Yi Feng was about to step forward to treat her leg injury. With his current medical skills, treating such a disability would be a simple task. But halfway there, Yi Feng suddenly stopped again. She probably wouldn't want to see me. To her, just like to Jean Louis, he was the unforgivable perpetrator from that incident. Even if Yi Feng wanted to help her with her leg injury, she certainly wouldn't appreciate it. So I forget it, Yi Feng said with a wry smile, shaking his head. They'll come back to heal her once the truth comes to light in a few days. Just as Yi Feng was preparing to leave, Chun Xia was also getting ready to close the shop across the street. Over the years, due to her disability, it was inconvenient for her to find work. With help from friends, family, and kind-hearted people, she opened this flower shop to barely make ends meet, and she was doing quite well. Suddenly Chun Xia felt her wheelchair sliding uncontrollably backward. She exclaimed in surprise, gripping the wheelchair tightly, nearly falling to the ground. Nearby, a harsh laughter echoed. Chun Xia stopped the wheelchair and turned around to see a few drunken young men playing pranks on her. They had just been pulling her wheelchair backward instead of forward. Are you the flower shop beauty of this generation? The young man with yellow hair looked at Chun Xia maliciously, his eyes revealing surprise and pity. Indeed, a great beauty. Alas, what a pity she is a cripple. As long as you look good and have a great figure, it doesn't matter if your legs are crippled. A few others chimed in mockingly. Chun Xia, furious, ignored these punks and continued to slide her wheelchair, wanting to retreat into the shop. Hey little beauty, don't go. The young man with yellow hair suddenly grabbed the wheelchair, forcibly holding her back. Do you have time to join us for a drink? Chun Xia replied angrily. If you keep this up, I will call for help. Let go of my wheelchair. Go ahead and call, the young man said nonchalantly. We haven't done anything to you, just want to take you out for a drink. What is that, illegal? Help! Chun Xia shouted for help. The nearby shop owners heard and rushed out to see what was happening. What are you looking at? The young man with yellow hair angrily threw the bottle in his hand. I want to see who dares to meddle in our business. His audacious demeanor immediately scared the surrounding shopkeepers back. Everyone was running a small business and was honest. Who would dare to meddle? Truly ungrateful. The young man with yellow hair regained his composure and glared viciously at Chun Xia, threatening, "Will you come with us to drink or not?" No, I won't go. Chun Xia gritted her teeth in defiance. "I'd rather die than go." "Good. I see you are refusing a toast and asking for punishment." As he spoke, the young man with yellow hair flipped Chun Xia's wheelchair over, pushing her to the ground. Then he stepped forward to block the shop entrance, spreading his legs and pointing at his crotch. "You have to crawl past me if you want to get up. Otherwise you can forget about it." The other young men laughed and jeered, "Crawl past, crawl past." They even deliberately pulled her wheelchair far away so she couldn't get up. Chun Xia lay on the ground, her legs weak and powerless, barely supporting herself with her hands. Having suffered such humiliation, tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. "You bastards. When my friends arrive, I will make them teach you a lesson." The young man with yellow hair responded dismissively. "Then hurry and let your friend come. I want to see who can teach me a lesson." Just then the young man stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at Chun Xia, bullying and mocking her. Suddenly, whoosh! A small stone flew like a bullet, swiftly hitting the young man in the groin. "Oh!" Accompanied by a scream, the young man with yellow hair clutched his groin, his legs tightly squeezed together, his face turning purple as he gradually fell to the ground. Chun Xia was both surprised and delighted at this turn of events. Such skill was swift and decisive, leading her to think it was her friend who had come to save her. But when she turned her head to look, she saw a strange and cold man walking step by step towards her. That person gave her a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. But Chun Xia could not remember who he was. Huang Gu. The young thugs rushed towards the yellow-haired youth, helping him up. They soon realized that his pants were soaked as blood gushed out uncontrollably. The thugs pulled down his pants and peered inside, feeling a wave of coldness as the scene below was gruesome and unbearable to look at. "What the hell? Huang Gu, how could you be injured so badly? Damn it! Who struck with such severity? Huang Gu, how do you feel?" The yellow-haired youth was drenched in cold sweat, nearly fainting from the pain. He felt nothing below, as if he had been completely castrated. "You little brat, was it you who did this?" Looking at Feng, who was walking over slowly, the yellow-haired gang was filled with both shock and anger. Despite their numbers, they failed to notice when or how he had made his move. But there was no time to think more. They had to rush the yellow-haired youth to the hospital quickly. They feared that if they delayed even a moment longer, Huang's little brother would be beyond saving. "You wait. We'll remember you. We won't let you off for striking in the dark." With that, the group of thugs hoisted the injured Huang and dashed away like the wind. Feng pushed the wheelchair to Chun Xia's side. He then bent down and lifted her up. Chun Xia's body was very light, like a feather, and she exuded a faint floral fragrance. "Oh!" Chun Xia exclaimed in surprise. It was the first time she had such close contact with a stranger. Before she could struggle or think much, she was seated back in her wheelchair. Feng pushed her back to the flower shop. Inside, it was clean, tidy, and filled with fragrance, just like its owner. "Thank you." Chun Xia came to her senses from her earlier feelings of grievance and despair, directing a grateful glance at Feng. The more she looked at Feng, the more she felt like she had seen him somewhere before. Before she could ask, Feng stepped forward and asked, "What's your name?" Chun Xia truthfully stated her name. "How did you injure your leg?" Feng asked again. "I had a car accident 5 years ago." Chun Xia lightly bit her red lips, reluctant to recall. "I see." Feng confirmed her identity, realizing he had not mistaken her. Then he bent down again and reached for Chun Xia's thigh. "Oh!" Chun Xia gasped, not understanding Feng's intentions. What are you going to do?" Feng did not answer, but instead he began to manipulate her leg from top to bottom, reshaping the bones and activating the meridians. However, Feng's unusual actions appeared to Chun Xia as if he was a rogue, groping her legs, making her feel disgusted. "What are you doing? Let go of me!" Chun Xia screamed and struggled, her earlier feelings of gratitude towards Feng dissipating. In her heart, she lamented, why was she so unlucky, having just driven away a group of small thugs only to encounter another pervert? Was he actually groping her broken leg? Just as Chun Xia was about to call for help from outside, she suddenly felt a jolt throughout her body, as if she had been electrocuted. Especially in her legs, she could distinctly feel his kneading, the pressure increasing. At first, Chun Xia was furious and embarrassed. However, it quickly transformed into astonishment, followed by a tremor, as if struck by lightning. My leg has feeling again. This couldn't be an illusion, could it? Just as Chun Xia was in doubt, Feng had completed the treatment. Finally, he concentrated a stream of true energy at her knee and gently tapped. An incredible scene unfolded before her eyes. Chun Xia's calf exhibited a knee-jerk reflex. The calf lifted, straightened, and even felt a slight aching sensation. Try to stand up. Feng handed. Okay. Chun Xia used the umbrella for support, striving to stand up. Though her legs trembled violently, she was immensely happy. This feeling of being grounded had been absent for 5 years. Filled with shock and joy, Chinchilla forced herself to take a few steps forward. She succeeded. Chinchilla could hardly believe her eyes. Not only did her legs regain sensation, but she could also take steps. Although walking was still a bit laborious and unsteady. But for Chinchilla, each small step she took was an unparalleled new experience. Ah! Suddenly Chinchilla stumbled, losing her balance. Fortunately, Feng stood right in front of her, catching her steadily. As she leaned against the solid chest of the unfamiliar man, Chinchilla's face turned slightly red. Feng helped her back into the wheelchair. You haven't walked in a long time, you need time to adapt. Moreover, after observing her walking just now, he noticed that her legs were still somewhat weak and needed gradual conditioning. After all, her legs had been disabled for 5 years, and recovery wouldn't happen overnight. I'll prescribe you some medicine. Internal and external use, you need to stick with it every day. In about a month, you should be able to fully recover. Feng picked up a pen and paper from the table and swiftly wrote out a prescription. Chinchilla looked at Feng excitedly, finally realizing that she had misunderstood him earlier. He wasn't harassing her, he was treating her legs. After 5 years of disability, various hospitals had declared them beyond saving. Yet today they were miraculously healed by a stranger. Surely I'm not dreaming. Chinchilla touched her legs, still finding it hard to believe. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted outside the shop. Chinchilla turned to see 4 or 5 motorcycles blocking the entrance. The small thugs who had bullied her earlier had come knocking again. Haha, great. The shop is still open. Is that little brat still around? Get out here quickly. Seeing the thugs, the surrounding shopkeepers, scared, quickly shut their doors, having called for more. Feng turned and left, saying, I'll handle it. Standing at the entrance of the shop, Feng glanced outside. To him, the dozens of thugs were nothing more. Feng turned and left, saying, I'll handle it. Standing at the entrance of the shop, Feng glanced outside. To him, the dozens of thugs were nothing more than ants. Changgu. It's this little brat. It's him. Who knows what methods he used to make Huang Ji's lower body bleed profusely. The thugs who had fled earlier crowded around their boss, pointing at Feng and shouting. The man called Changgu turned pale upon seeing Feng, as if his soul had left his body. This isn't that Lord Long Wang. Changgu, feeling a chill run down his spine, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, greeting Mr. Yi. That brother Chang is no one else but Su Rahai from the Su family, who was hired to cause trouble for Feng at the Golden Dragon building today. As a result, he was taught a lesson by Feng. At this moment, brother Chang had just completed Feng's task, smashing the Su family's place, beating Su Rahai to near death, and tossing him into the river. Then he heard that his little brother Huang Mao had been beaten at the flower shop. Brother Chang rushed over with his men, eager to reclaim his territory. But to his utter surprise, he encountered Feng again at the entrance of the flower shop. At that moment, brother Chang felt completely numb. Why did his subordinate have to provoke this formidable figure? Brother Chang's heart sank. Steeling himself, he approached to greet, resigned to await punishment. Looking at his severed hand, he thought that his other hand would likely not be spared either. Seeing this scene, brother Chang's subordinates were all speechless in shock. Especially Huang Mao's followers, who were all pale with fear. They could never have imagined that their boss would look like a subordinate in front of Feng. Who was disciplining whom was still. How did the task I assigned you go? Feng did not pursue the earlier matter, but inquired about the progress. Everything has been taken care of, brother Chang hurriedly replied. Su Rahai had his limbs broken and was thrown into the moat in the outskirts, and I sent people to guard him. At least he won't be getting ashore tonight. Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then he changed the subject and asked, were those thugs you just encountered all your subordinates? Yes. Brother Chang's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly tightened again. Fearfully he said, they don't know who you are, Mr. Yi. They'll break their legs when I return to teach them a lesson. They need to be taught a lesson, Feng said coldly. But not because they don't know me, but because they are causing trouble outside. Take care of your men from now on. If this happens again, I will break your legs. Brother Chang broke out in a cold sweat, repeatedly agreeing. Get lost. Feng turned and returned to the flower shop. Brother Chang felt a wave of relief as he stepped back. But when he turned around, his face darkened as he glared at Huang Mao's group of subordinates, gritting his teeth in hatred. Why aren't you catching these scoundrels and breaking their legs for causing trouble for me outside? Huang Mao's subordinates were all dumbfounded with fear. Brother Chang. Spare us. Brother Chang. But no matter how they pleaded, brother Chang would not let them off lightly. Just a moment ago, this group of small-time thugs had been so arrogant while bullying Chinchilla, and now they were facing a grim fate. After a series of wails and cries, brother Chang's men dragged those people away, hopped on their motorcycles, and quickly fled the scene. Meanwhile, inside the flower shop, Chinchilla watched the unfolding scene outside in shock. She had originally worried that Feng would be jumped by a group. Unexpectedly, those thugs from the society saw Feng and ran away like mice fleeing from a cat. Especially the one leading the group, who was so scared that he didn't dare to make a sound. Instead, he ended up giving a sound thrashing to the small-time delinquents who had just bullied him. This could be considered an indirect way of helping Chinxia vent her anger. Don't worry, they won't dare to come back again in the future. Yifeng did not expect to encounter a familiar face so coincidentally. After the earlier scuffle, those people would likely avoid this street from now on. You should also prepare to get off work and head home soon. Seeing that everything here was fine, Yifeng took his leave. Mr. Yi. Chinxia, seeing how the earlier group respectfully referred to Yifeng as Mr. Yi, also called out and wheeled herself out. Thank you for helping me so much. I really don't know how to thank you. No need to thank me, Yifeng replied, just live well from now on. Mr. Yi. Chinxia looked at Yifeng's back and called out again, at least tell me your name. My name is. Yifeng paused for a moment, Yi Kunlun. As he spoke, Yifeng left without looking back, simultaneously wiping his face, restoring his original appearance. Indeed, the reason Chinxia did not recognize Yifeng earlier was that he had temporarily changed his appearance. Yifeng's 20th master was a mysterious assassin known as the Master of 1,000 Faces. In a moment of urgency, Yifeng was eager to rescue while not wanting to provoke Chinxia's aversion or unnecessary explanations. Thus, he changed his appearance to deceive Chinxia. When Brother Chang came to confront him, Yifeng then removed his disguise and sent them away. Additionally, the name Kunlun was not just a random choice. Instead, it was a title he inherited from his 4th master, promising to carry on the name Kunlun and revitalize its glory. Brother Yes' 4th master was the legendary war god of Yongzhou, titled Kunlun. Among the war gods of the 9 states, only 3 have achieved great fame and received the supreme honor. The name of the former Kunlun war god echoed throughout the world, but now it was forgotten. Yi Kunlun. Chinxia gazed at Yifeng's departing figure, engraving this name in her heart forever. Afterward, Chinxia returned inside the shop and began attempting to stand and walk again. Though her steps were unsteady, she found joy in it. Not long after, a patrol car suddenly stopped outside. Sorry, Xiaoya, I'm late because of work today. At this moment, Jean Louis, dressed in casual attire, walked into the flower shop. The uncanny resemblance between Jean Louis and Chinxia also stemmed from the car accident 5 years ago. One lost her mother, the only family she had, and became an orphan. The other lost both legs and was left disabled. Bound by shared sorrow, the two had encouraged and supported each other over the years, forging a sisterly bond as deep as blood. Moreover, Jean Louis made it a daily habit to pick up the mobility-impaired Chinxia after work, driving her home without fail. Louis, you're here. Look. Slowly releasing the umbrella in her hand, Chinxia straightened her posture, eager to share her triumph and joy with her friend. Wonderful. We're hugging tightly, tears streaming down our cheeks. Your legs, they've finally healed. Absolutely wonderful. After the wave of elation subsided, Jean Louis gradually regained her composure and pressed for answers. How on earth did this happen? After all, that very morning, when she dropped Chinxia off at the shop, there had been no sign whatsoever of recovery. How could her legs possibly heal, completely and inexplicably, in less than a day? There had to be more to this mystery. Hey Race, what happened? Chinxia eagerly recounted every detail of it. She spoke especially reverently, and without reservation, of Yi Kunlun's deeds, how a single word from him could scatter petty thugs like startled birds. How within mere minutes sensation returned to her legs. In Chinxia's telling, Yi Kunlun was nothing short of a divine savior sent from heaven, omnipotent, unfailing, beyond mortal measure. Truly such a miraculous physician. Jean Louis murmured, astonished. Yi Kunlun. He bears the surname Yi too. Unbidden, the image of Yifeng flickered across her mind. Humph. A cold shadow crossed Jean Louis's face. Inwardly she scoffed. One shares the surname Yi, and is reviled as a criminal. The other bears the same name, and is revered as a celestial healer. How vast the gulf between them. Yes, he shares that surname. The same one. Seeing Jean Louis's subtle shift in expression, Chinxia instantly understood her friend had recalled that man. She quickly changed the subject. Oh. And physician, Yi also left behind a prescription. Take it internally and apply it externally for 1 month, and my legs will fully recover. Louis, tomorrow's the weekend. Will you accompany me to the pharmacy to fill it? Snapping back to the present, Jean Louis picked up the prescription on the table and gasped, what exquisite calligraphy. Yifeng had written the prescription in Yin-style script, robust rounded strokes imbued with solemn grandeur, deliberately masking his true handwriting to conceal his identity. His 35th master had been a master forger specializing in antiquities, equally adept at replicating famed paintings or the personal scripts of historical figures, achieving flawless verisimilitude. Thus, even Yifeng's casual scribbles possessed the refinement of fine art, technically profound, aesthetically arresting. Wow, it's truly extraordinary. Chinxia leaned in and upon closer inspection realized the prescription, though penned in ballpoint ink, possessed the elegance and rhythm of classical calligraphy, breathtaking in its artistry. An unsuspecting observer might easily mistake it for a master calligrapher's deliberate blank space, an intentional stroke of genius. Such peerless medical skill, and such sublime penmanship too. Jean-Louis found herself captivated, profoundly curious about this Yi Kunlun. Just who is this Mr. Yi Kunlun? Alas, I arrived a moment too late, missing him entirely. I believe fate will grant us another meeting, Chen Xia replied softly. Jean-Louis nodded. It's a pity my foster father passed away so untimely. Otherwise physician Yi could have treated his lingering ailment. Grandfather Li has passed. Chen Xia cried out in shock. Her flower shop had been funded and established by Liu Bai. Yes, just today. Jean-Louis confirmed he bequeathed his grand villa to me, to watch over in his stead. By the way, I'd like you to move in with me. Living alone in such a vast residence feels strangely unfamiliar. Without hesitation, Chen Xia agreed, of course. I'll keep you company. After helping tidy the shop, Jean-Louis locked up. She gently guided Chen Xia into the car, then accelerated toward Fenghua Mountain Villa. En route, Chen Xia radiated joy and chattered animatedly. So much so that she failed to notice how often in every 3 sentences, Yi Kunlun's name slipped from her lips. Jean-Louis teased with a smile. Every other word out of your mouth is Physician Yi, or Mr. Yi. My ears are practically calloused. Xiaoya, are you smitten with Mr. Yi? Flustered Chen Xia blushed faintly. Not at all. My feelings toward Mr. Yi are pure gratitude and profound admiration. He saved me yet refused any payment. How shall I ever repay such kindness? Jean-Louis continued playfully, then marry him. Shaking her head, Chen Xia murmured self-deprecatingly. I'm merely a florist, a humble flower seller. How could I ever match a man like Mr. Yi, a true dragon among men? Match? Nonsense. Jean-Louis reassured her. You're stunningly beautiful, and once your legs heal fully, suitors will line up for miles. Chen Xia smiled wryly, dismissing such fantasies, then added, Louis, truth be told, I think you and Mr. Yi would make a perfect pair. Jean-Louis feigned indignation. Hey, you fancy him fine, but don't foist him onto me. I mean it sincerely, Chen Xia insisted. I've long wondered, what kind of man could possibly match a formidable woman like you? A mere decorative dandy wouldn't pass your scrutiny surely. But today's Mr. Yi Kunlun, he stands apart. Even his aura resonates with yours. You two belong to the same rare breed, truly destined for each other. Boring. Jean-Louis deflected, but inwardly curiosity stirred. Could this Yi Kunlun truly be as extraordinary as her friend claimed? Soon the car entered the villa estate. Gazing at row upon row of opulent residences, Chen Xia sighed in awe, her eyes shimmering with quiet yearning. Inside the villa they settled into separate rooms. Perfect. The house is spacious enough for your gradual recovery. Jean-Louis led Chen Xia to the rear garden to practice walking together. Mid-stride, Chen Xia suddenly froze, her gaze fixed on a familiar silhouette atop the hillside villa. What is it? Jean-Louis followed her glance, and instantly recalled her foster father's final admonition. That person. Chen Xia pointed upward. He looks just like physician Yi Kunlun. Surely not. Such coincidence. Jean-Louis gasped. Well, though his face is indistinct, that back, yes, unmistakably resembles his. Chen Xia nodded certain. After a moment's hesitation, Jean-Louis declared, Xiaoya, let's pay him a visit. Due to becoming neighbors, Yi Feng almost returned to his residence with Jean-Louis and Chen Xia, one in front and the other behind. Just as Yi Feng entered, he was spotted by Chen Xia down the mountain. Even though Yi Feng had changed his appearance and was quite far away, his silhouette still left a lasting impression on Chen Xia. At this moment, Yi Feng had returned to the Yunxiang Fenghua villa. After a day of rest, both the interior and exterior of the villa appeared completely rejuvenated. Even the housekeeper and servants were fully staffed. Compared to the desolation when he arrived yesterday, it was like a different world. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that the Chui family had put in some effort. However, he still called the housekeeper over and instructed, you don't need to come tomorrow. Understood, the housekeeper replied, not daring to ask further questions, and continued with his work. They were all sent by the Chui family and had been instructed to obey Yi Feng and Bai Weiwei. Now that Yi Feng wanted them to leave, they could only comply, not daring to say more. What's the matter? Are you not satisfied with their service? Bai Weiwei walked over, curious. They did very well, Yi Feng replied, but I don't need outsiders around me. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei immediately understood Yi Feng's concern. The housekeeper and servants were all sent by the Chui family. Essentially, they were still part of the Chui family. How could I allow outsiders to be so close to me? Even if the Chui family did not instruct them, they would still secretly convey everything happening here back to the Chui family. Alright, let them all go back tomorrow then. Bai Weiwei agreed. Fortunately, over the years the two had grown accustomed to a simplified lifestyle, and the absence of servants did not affect them. How did things go on your side today? Yi Feng inquired about Bai Weiwei's family's company. Everything went smoothly. Bai Weiwei smiled. Thanks to the assistance and connections from the Zhao family, the company has completed all the necessary processes and can open for business at any time. In just one day, Bai Weiwei had managed to finalize the company's reopening matters. Such efficiency even made Yi Feng marvel. You've worked hard, Yi Feng said. These are just minor matters, Bai Weiwei replied softly. The real challenges lie ahead. Although starting is often the hardest part, compared to that the future funding and operations of the new company would be the real difficulties. Of course, if their company was only aiming for a modest profit, it could be easily managed and be self-sufficient. Yet both Yi Feng and Bai Weiwei aspired to replicate the glory of the Bai family. Thus they must strive for more, facing challenges and troubles that would flow in like a stream. You just need to focus on the company's regular operations. Yi Feng assured her not to worry, he'll handle the other troubles. How is the arrangement for the meeting with the 5 great families going? Bai Weiwei replied, I was just about to tell you about this. The 5 families, Su Chui, Ji Tan, and Chang, who once depended on us, have all been notified. They have also agreed and arranged to meet us tomorrow at the Ji family's fortune building. Yi Feng nodded, then among these 5 families, only the Chui and Su families were temporarily on his side. A meeting without good fortune, a feast without good food. Bai Weiwei remarked, should we change the meeting location? Let us arrange it instead. Unable to find a suitable place, she planned to consult Yi Feng about altering the meeting venue. After all, fortune building is the territory of the Ji family. Bai Weiwei worried they might set a trap there. Haha, there's no need to trouble ourselves. Yi Feng was unconcerned. Even if it's a den of dragons and tigers, I will brave it. Otherwise, how could they truly? Compared to a drawn-out tug-of-war, Yi Feng preferred swift resolutions. Ideally, tomorrow the 5 great families would lay all their cards on the table, and Yi Feng would dismantle them one by one, ensuring their complete submission. If these words came from someone else, Bai Weiwei would certainly think it overly ambitious. The 5 great families were currently developing well, and their power was formidable. However, after witnessing Yi Feng's strength last night, Bai Weiwei was no longer as worried. By the way, our company still hasn't been officially named. Bai Weiwei suggested, since you will be the true behind Thessine's power of the Bai family from now on, you should decide. The former Bai group had been deregistered and had even become a taboo seldom mentioned. Bai Weiwei was reluctant to use the name of the former company. After pondering, Yi Feng declared, let's call it Feng Group. His second master hoped that upon his release, he could become an undefined wind. Now Yi Feng aimed to be a force supporting the Bai family. And in the future, this wind would surely sweep across the world. Just as Yi Feng was discussing company matters with Bai Weiwei, suddenly the housekeeper reported that 2 young female neighbors were seeking an audience outside. Yi Feng stood up to check and found that it was indeed Jean Louis and Chen Xia standing outside. Strange. Why did they come here? Uncertain of their purpose, Yi Feng directly instructed the housekeeper to decline their visit. At that moment outside the villa, Jean Louis and Chen Xia were met with a closed door. Chen Xia, however, remained undeterred and continued to ask the housekeeper, excuse me, is the new owner of this villa named Yi Kunlun? No, the housekeeper shook his head. Although Mr. Yi also shared the surname Yi, he had never heard of Yi Kunlun. Alas, Chen Xia sighed in disappointment, it seems I mistook the person. Yes, Jean Louis nodded. According to what my adoptive father said, the new owner here possesses remarkable strength, not beneath my adoptive father. If the Mr. Yi you have encountered is indeed the new owner here, then he would be terrifying. Not only is his martial prowess not beneath my adoptive father, but his medical skills are also exceptional. Such a perfect genius who excels in both medicine and martial arts probably only exists in novels or movies. Chen Xia could only accept reality, feeling empty after her excitement. Let's head back for now. Jean Louis supported her friend, and they slowly made their way down the mountain. At the same time, Jean Louis felt a twinge of regret. Her adoptive father had urged her to get to know this young master when she had the chance, but she never expected her first visit would end with a closed door. Jean Louis glanced back at the villa halfway up the mountain undeterred. After all, they lived so close, there would be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Jean Louis glanced back at the villa halfway up the mountain undeterred. That night, various forces in Yanjing were also stirring beneath the surface, as if the calm before a storm. Yet behind this tranquility, one force was the first to suffer calamity, encountering great trouble. The news of the Yi family's tax evasion spread like wildfire, creating a heated uproar among the public. It soon made its way to the trending topics online, where they were met with scorn from countless people. How could this happen? The Yi family held an emergency meeting that night to discuss countermeasures. We have no enmity with the Zhao family, why would they report us? They even went so far as to leverage connections in the user department to investigate us thoroughly. The elder Yi was furious, feeling a deep sense of betrayal. The entire Yi family was puzzled. Oh, none of them had offended anyone from the Zhao family. Why had they suddenly turned against them? The elder Yi personally called the elder of the Zhao family, but the call was rejected. The elder Yi was bewildered about who was secretly targeting the Yi family. Why would even the prominent Zhao family willingly act as the vanguard against them? Dad, at this point pursuing the reasons is futile, Yi Yuanji said. The urgent matter now is to minimize the impact of this incident on the Yi family. Eldest brother is right. Yi Yuanheng agreed. The news of our tax evasion has already made headlines and is being heavily criticized online. How to restore our image and minimize losses is of utmost importance. Yi Yuanji continued. The online situation can be handled easily. Oh, just let the PR company deal with it. After all, netizens will only stir up trouble for a few days before moving on. However, with such a scandal affecting our company, our stock prices are likely to plummet next week. The elder Yi lamented. Indeed, the stock market crash, coupled with fines and a series of other impacts, means that the losses for our Yi family will be at least in the hundreds of millions. Who could it be? Why are they targeting the Yi family? The unseen enemy is the most terrifying. Moreover, for some reason, the elder Yi felt an ominous premonition. All of this was merely the beginning. Next week they would likely face an even greater upheaval. Meanwhile, at the Su family, when Su Rahai was sent to the hospital, Dawn was nearly breaking. He had his limbs broken and was thrown into the river soaking for an entire night. Eldest brother, Su Ruyun cried, not understanding why things had turned out this way. Didn't you say you had found someone who could take care of Yi Feng today? Why was it instead her elder brother who was nearly beaten to death and thrown into the river to feed the fish? Yi Feng. Su Ruhai weakly uttered, squeezing out that name with anger. Get revenge for me. After saying this, Su Ruhai passed out again. Eldest brother, Su Ruyun, could only watch helplessly as her brother was pushed into the operating room. Soon an imposing elder walked out from the operating room. Dad, you finally came. Su Ruyun rushed into her father's embrace, seeking comfort. Instead, Su Yuqing pushed her away, saying, You and your brother have been talking secretly lately. What trouble have you two gotten into? After learning about his son's accident, Su Yuqing had already begun to investigate and discovered that his son and daughter had been secretly dealing with someone. Although they hadn't used the internal forces of the Su family, they had hired no less than 10 thugs from outside. In the end, Su Rahai was the one to suffer. Su Yuqing was usually careful and prudent. He knew his children must have gotten into serious trouble this time. Under his pressing inquiry, Su Ruyun recounted everything about Yi Feng's release from prison and their plans against him. What? That little bastard. Su Yuqing was surprised. How is that possible? In Su Yuqing's memory, Yi Feng was still that debauched youth from 5 years ago, an ant that the Su family could easily crush. Are you saying that your elder brother's condition was all caused by that little bastard Yi Feng? How could that be? That little bastard was already expelled by the Yi family. Who would still support him? Su Ruyun was also confused and said fearfully, I don't know either. But the people I sent were mysteriously pushed off a cliff the day that little bastard was released from prison. Then my elder brother confidently said everything was arranged, and it turned out like this. Could it be that someone is secretly helping him? Su Yuqing nodded, saying, if no one was assisting him, that little bastard would have been taken care of by you two already. However, this kid's life is quite tough. He managed to survive 5 years in prison. If we want to eliminate him, it seems we must send some stronger forces. While the father and daughter were speaking, the surgery had concluded. Doctor, how is my elder brother? Su Ruyun asked nervously. The doctor in the white coat shook his head and said the patient's tendons in both arms and legs have been deliberately damaged, and his limbs are also shattered. Though his life is not in danger, he will likely suffer disabilities in his legs and feet in the future. I hope you can be mentally prepared for this. Disabilities. Although the doctor spoke delicately, the Su father and daughter understood the implication. Su Rahai had already become a useless person. Eldest brother. Su Ruyun wept bitterly. It's all because of me. That I harmed you. You little bastard, you dare to cripple my son. Su Yuqing was also furious. I don't care who is protecting you behind the scenes. This time I will definitely kill you. Dad, Su Ruyun said, do we need to send our Su family's offerings to take care of that little brat? She was no longer at ease with the outsiders. Why would we use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Besides, that little bastard still carries the Yi surname, who our Su family cannot act personally. Su Yuqing confidently said, coincidentally, I know a big shot in the underground world. He is the infamous Bai Long Wang in Qingzhou. I heard he is coming to Yanjing soon. As long as this Bai Long Wang is willing to take action, that little bastard, even with a master backing him, will meet a fate without burial. At this moment in Longmen Building, Bai Long Wang hesitated for a long time before dialing a number. Old Bai, you received the Dragon King's order right. I hope you take this seriously. This is not a joke. This person is truly the Dragon King, the heir of the old Dragon King. Not only does he possess the Dragon King's order, but he has also inherited the legacy of the old Dragon King with terrifying strength that is beyond description. Although you and I have fallen out over the position of Dragon King, I remind you kindly, as we were once sworn brothers, within 3 days, you must come to pay respects to the Dragon King Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable and unbearable. That's all I have to say. I take care of yourself. The next morning, Feng and Bai Weiwei headed to the wealthy mansion by car. They were preparing to officially meet with the 5 great families. At this moment, the positions and attitudes of the 5 great families were all different. First was the Chui family, which was the first to submit to Feng's iron fist. Rather than saying they were convinced, it would be more accurate to say they were beaten into submission. However, after witnessing Feng's terrifying strength firsthand, the Chui family decided to go with the flow and take a gamble. If the Bai family could indeed rise again with this person, then the Chui family could also catch a ride and soar into the sky. Thus the Chui family, like a gambler, placed all their bets on Feng. In today's meeting, regardless of how the other families chose, the Chui family would firmly follow Bai Weiwei and Feng, binding themselves tightly. As for the Su family, the situation was rather special. Although Su Jiuquan had also witnessed Feng's prowess and recognized his extraordinary strength, which held boundless possibilities for the future. However, relying solely on Su Jiuquan's word, it was still difficult for the Su family to place their bets. After all, the 5 great families had solid foundations. Even if the Bai family wanted to regroup, it would not be an overnight task. How could the Su family willingly submit to the Bai family again? Moreover, if the 5 great families formed a consensus to jointly suppress the Bai family, then their rise would be but a fantasy. Dad? Brother? Su Jiuquan argued passionately. Mr. Yi is not just the Bai family's backing. His influence has already extended into the underground world. If he completely takes control of the Longmen forces, then he is not someone our Su family can afford to offend. I can assure you this cooperation with the Bai family will be entirely beneficial for us, with no harm at all. If there is the slightest mishap, I am willing to take responsibility and resign from my current position. Hearing this, Su Jiuquan, the elder brother, was intrigued that his biggest competitor was willing to gamble his future on this matter. Second brother, have you thought this through? You are currently the deputy director of the company, the second most important person in the family. Are you really willing to give up everything for a nobody? Su Jiuquan smiled and said, Elder brother, I haven't finished speaking. But if the Bai family can truly rise again, and our Su family profits from it, then I want the 5% of shares you hold. What? Upon hearing this, Su Jiuquan's expression changed. Losing that 5% of shares would mean he would be completely out of the running for the family's inheritance. And Su Jiuquan would consolidate their shares, becoming the largest shareholder of the family group, with the position of future patriarch secured. So you were waiting for me here? Su Jiuquan snorted coldly. Elder brother, just say whether you dare to gamble. Su Jiuquan provocatively replied. At that moment, as the 2 brothers faced off. Enough. In the end, it was old Master Su who made the final decision. I am not dead yet. It is not your place to make decisions. Our Su family never engages in battles without certainty. Jiuquan, you have praised that kid to the skies. We need to see for ourselves before making any decisions. At the gathering later at the wealthy mansion, the other families are sure to challenge that kid. We will see his true strength. If that kid can't even handle this banquet, then there is no need for further discussion. Ultimately, the Su family decided to wait for an opportunity. Meanwhile, the Ji Tan and Chang families had already formed a united front, planning to give Feng and the Bai family a show of force at this meeting. Does the Bai family still want to make a comeback? Haha, truly overestimating themselves. The times have changed. Even if Bai Shouqi is released from prison, he won't be able to rise again. Moreover, what about that little girl? Don't think that just because you have powerful experts by your side you can reclaim your territory. How naive. Master Jia, it's up to you soon. I'll let that kid see your prowess. At this moment, in a conference room of the wealthy mansion, an old man dressed in a tattered Taoist robe smiled faintly and said, I heard from the Su family that the kid is also a master of techniques like me, and even a 7th grade master is no match for him. Haha, I haven't encountered a rival in a long time. Today I've set up a Chiman formation, inviting you into my trap. Once they exit the elevator and enter my formation, the real show will begin. On a large screen in the conference room, the footage from the mansion's surveillance camera showed an elevator. As the time reached 9:30 in the morning, Feng and Bai Weiwei had arrived at the wealthy mansion and took the elevator to the 18th floor. As the elevator doors opened, the surroundings instantly darkened. What is this? Bai Weiwei rubbed her eyes, already experiencing hallucinations. The scene outside the elevator changed rapidly, with dark ghost fires, dismembered limbs, and a scene reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was as if this elevator led straight to the 18th layer of hell. Illusion? Formation? Feng stepped out feeling confident. Just a petty trick, and you dare to show off in front of me. Weiwei, stay in the elevator and don't come out. Give me 10 seconds to clear some debris first. As the elevator doors opened, Feng stepped out, and everyone from the 5 major families turned their attention to the young man on the screen. Aside from the Chui and Su families, the other 3 families were seeing Feng for the first time. Is this the support that the Bai family has invited to? So young. The elder of the Ji family said in disbelief. He had expected someone in their 30s or 40s, but didn't expect him to be just in his 20s. Cui Lao, did you and your son fall into the hands of this kid? No way. The head of the Tan family seemed to take pleasure in the misfortune, even feeling excited about discovering the Cui family's weakness. Perhaps later the four families could divide the Cui family among themselves. Oomph. Cui Lao snorted coldly. One cannot speak of ice to summer insects. He did not want to explain, as he himself could not clarify how strong Yi Feng truly was. In any case, he believed in Yi Feng and was willing to take a gamble. Wasn't it said that the formation was already set outside the elevator? Why hasn't there been any reaction as that kid stepped out? The patriarch of the Chang family asked curiously. At this moment, an old man in tattered Taoist robes stroked his beard and smiled. Everyone, do not panic. The formation I set can only show its effects on site. How could cameras and such devices capture it? Look, that kid has stopped. For outside the elevator, the scene would transform into something akin to hell. Within 3 seconds, that kid would surely be scared out of his wits, fleeing in panic. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly focused on the screen, anticipating a good show. Meanwhile, the father and son of the Su family exchanged glances, uncertain if Yi Feng would successfully pass this ordeal. At this moment, Yi Feng stepped out of the elevator, immediately sensing a chilling wind and a phantom ghostly figure rushing towards him. Such a bizarre and eerie scene would have frightened an ordinary person to death. However, with his profound cultivation, Yi Feng had long been able to see through illusions. Not to mention these phantoms, even if real demons or monsters emerged, Yi Feng could easily cleave them with a single sword strike. Seeing the heavy ghostly figure before him, Yi Feng smiled dismissively. Golden light swiftly manifest, shield my body. As he gestured and recited the incantation, golden light instantly radiated from his body. With a wave of his hand, the hellish illusions before him were swiftly dispelled like clouds scattered by the wind. Of course, the golden light surrounding Yi Feng could not be transmitted to the conference venue through the camera. Thus, in the conference hall, those watching the screen saw Yi Feng continuously waving his hands, as if he were driving away something invisible. To the spectators, this was met with laughter and praise, as expected of Master Pang's words. That kid must be thoroughly scared. Haha, Master Pang is truly remarkable. But only Master Pang seemed to sense something, feeling doubtful. Could it be that the kid actually had some skill? Others might not understand, but he could still sense what was happening within the formation he set up. Very well. If the illusion cannot scare you off, then let me show you the true Avicii hell. Master Pang cast a spell from afar, activating another profound aspect of the formation, summoning the Ghost General. In an instant, the illusion outside the elevator changed once more. A monstrous figure rose from the abyss, standing on the road like a god of death. Standing over 3 meters tall, reaching the ceiling, adorned in black armor burning with emerald flames, wielding a giant axe, it swings accompanied by fierce winds and flames. Upon seeing this, Yi Feng's expression froze slightly. Unlike the previous illusions, this Ghost General was a phantom, but its offensive power was very real. This was precisely the Ghost General that Master Pang had painstakingly nurtured over the years, requiring considerable effort. Boom. The Ghost General took a step forward. Instantly, the ground beneath shook violently, and cracks appeared. Such a formidable force would be difficult for even a master-level practitioner with a strong physique to contend with. Whoosh. Following that, the Ghost General raised the giant axe high and swung it down towards Yi Feng. I didn't expect the one who set this formation to have such a trump card. Unfortunately, this little ghost he has raised will be completely obliterated today. Timing was crucial. The giant axe came crashing down, its momentum akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, pressuring all around. Facing this terrifying attack, Yi Feng slowly raised his hand, bracing himself against the giant axe with his own flesh and blood. What a reckless kid. At this moment, those in the conference hall saw Yi Feng's action on the screen. Even Master Pang was taken aback. He never expected Yi Feng would dare not to dodge, and even meet it with his own arm. Then let's sever that arm of his to teach him a lesson. A cold smile crept across Master Pang's lips. In an instant, the sharp axe head crashed heavily into Yi Feng's palm. Crack. Looking at Yi Feng's palm, not only was it unharmed, but there was also a faint swirl of lightning around it. Then the lightning took shape, weaving into a massive net, binding the giant axe tightly and snaring it. In fact, the giant axe had not touched Yi Feng's palm at all. It was as if it had fallen into a net of law, instantly being captured and suspended in midair. Impossible. This scene shocked Master Pang greatly. Due to not being on-site and only watching through the screen, he could not discern what secrets lay within Yi Feng's palm. However, the fact that the axe had missed and was instead suspended in the air made him feel an overwhelming sense of crisis, his heart uneasy. Master Pang could no longer sit still, standing up to check the situation. If the situation was dire, he needed to recall the Ghost General quickly. But how could Yi Feng give him that chance? just as Yi Feng constrained the giant axe with the lightning net. He then struck with his other hand, unleashing a palm thunder that struck the ghost general's chest. Thunderous might. In an instant the scene was filled with flashes of lightning, and the sky darkened. Looking again at the giant ghost general, it was as if it had been struck by 5 thunders. With a deafening boom it shattered into countless pieces, instantly vanishing. Finally Yi Feng took another step, forcefully breaking the formation. Break for me. With a furious shout from Yi Feng, countless bolts of lightning surged with a fierce wind sweeping across the entire scene. The illusions created by the surrounding formation shattered like glass, splintering into pieces. Oh! Just then Master Peng, who had just risen, suddenly let out a terrible scream, clutching his chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with horror. Yi Feng dispelled illusions, struck the ghost general, and broke the formation. The entire process was seamless, taking only a few seconds. Bai Weiwei, hiding in the elevator, stepped out as she saw everything outside returning to normal. She couldn't help but feel grateful for Yi Feng's presence, otherwise she wouldn't even have had a chance to meet the 5 great families. Just getting out of the elevator could create such a grand display. The 5 great families were indeed up to no good, trying to intimidate us from the start. If I had known, we should have arranged the meeting place ourselves. Bai Weiwei felt a surge of anger. It was clear that there was no good banquet here. Little did they know how many ambushes awaited them at the meeting place. These are just trivial tricks, they can't scare me. Yi Feng remained remarkably calm. Compared to his master, who was truly adept at raising ghosts, the ghost general, just released, was not even worthy of carrying shoes. Since they want to intimidate, they'll show them what true terror looks like. Saying this, Yi Feng waved his hand, gathering the recently dispelled illusion back into his palm. In an instant the world within his palm became unpredictable. Go! Yi Feng then hurled the remnants of the terrifying illusion back toward the center of the venue. It's only proper to reciprocate. Let those waiting to watch the spectacle feel it too. Meanwhile, in the venue, the members of the 5 great families were shocked to see Master Peng suddenly spit blood, bewildered as to why. Master Peng, what happened? Old Master Ji hurriedly got up to inquire. Master Peng was a revered guest of the Ji family, relied upon for support. Now Master Peng inexplicably spat blood, causing old Master Ji as the family head to feel uneasy. Could a formidable enemy be approaching? Old Ji, I am ashamed I have let you down. Master Peng shook his head. That young man outside. I cannot defeat. What? Upon hearing this, the scene erupted in chaos. How could Master Peng, who had just been so resolute, suddenly seem so cowardly? And they hadn't even met. How could he be injured from afar? How strong is that kid? Look. At this moment the head of the Chang family pointed at the screen. That kid is... They have arrived. On the screen Yi Feng and Bai Weiwei were seen moving unobstructed. This meant that the elaborate formation set by Master Peng had been easily broken by someone. At this moment only the Chui family father and son wore expressions of expectation, secretly rejoicing that their bet had been placed on the right person this time. Master Peng, just how formidable is that young man? Old Master Ji asked, still unconvinced. Master Peng shook his head. In the eyes of the other party his formation was like child's play. It was so terrifying that he couldn't even begin to... Suddenly, a strange wind swept through the venue. Huh? What's going on? Where is this wind coming from? There are no windows open here. What's happening? It's a bit chilly. Just as everyone was puzzled, everything around them began to twist and change. In the blink of an eye, everything familiar became extraordinarily terrifying. The real leather chairs transformed into monstrous beasts that consumed people. The circular conference table became a giant hot oil pot rolling with heat waves inside, which struggling evil spirits let out piercing screams. The ground was a river of blood littered with countless corpses. Everywhere was filled with scorching flames, making it unbearable to stay. Even the air was thick with ghostly shadows, fierce and terrifying. What the hell? What is this? Where am I? Is this hell? Oh my god. Ghosts. Help. With the arrival of the terrifying illusion, the meeting site was engulfed in chaos. The scene instantly descended into chaos, with everyone turning pale and fleeing in all directions. Master Peng. Did you do this? Old Master Ji, filled with fear, grabbed Master Peng, as if he were a lifeline. Quick. Change it back. Master Peng, caught in the midst, felt an inexplicable terror. No. It wasn't me. It must be that young man outside. He did this. Dad. At this moment the voices of the Tan family's members called out, Dad. What's wrong? Wake up. It turned out that the head of the Tan family was old and had a heart condition. Under such a terrifying environment he fainted after just a few glances. Although everyone knew it was fake, the illusion was too realistic, and being in it still filled them with inexplicable dread. Especially the elderly, who were unable to endure such a level of fright. Watching the floating evil spirits before him, old Master Ji's heart raced, feeling as though his heart condition was about to act up. Master Peng. Hurry. Think of a way. Save us. Old Master Ji clutched Master Peng's arm tightly, nearly in tears. Not long ago, he had wanted to enjoy the sight of Yi Feng being scared out of his wits. He never expected that in the blink of an eye the terrifying scene would descend upon them. Everyone was like headless flies lost in this place, unable to find even the door. This way, Master Pang steadied himself, identifying the sound, and finally found the exit. The crowd quickly gathered towards the door following Master Pang. However, when he reached for the door to the conference room, he was startled once more. Yi Feng was seen standing quietly outside the door, a slight smile on his lips. I just arrived. Why is everyone leaving already? Yi Fan, farewell, Yi Feng. The members of the 5 great families no longer dared to harbor even a hint of negligence, filled instead with dread. After all, even the revered Master Pang who served the Ji family was struck and made to spit blood by Yi Feng from afar. Adding to the terrifying scene before them, all of this was orchestrated by Yi Feng alone. The ordinary people of the 5 great families dared not show even the slightest disrespect towards Yi Feng. With each step Yi Feng took forward, the crowd before him recoiled in fear, taking a step back. Although the crowd wished to flee the scene, the only exit was blocked by Yi Feng, and even the bravest among them did not dare to take a step past him. How did it become like this here? Bai Weiwei entered, and was immediately startled, her breath quickening. Wait! Yi Feng turned around, and gently waved his hand in front of Bai Weiwei's eyes. Instantly her surroundings returned to their original state. However, seeing the other members of the 5 great families still looking as if they had seen a ghost, terrified to death, it seemed they were still trapped in the illusion. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. At that moment, the members of the Chui family, seeing that Yi Feng could dispel the illusion before them, hurried forward to seek help. We are one of your own. This was all arranged by the Ji family. It has nothing to do with us from the Chui family. Please, Mr. Yi, show us mercy and help us dispel these terrifying illusions. Yi Feng extended his hand and dispelled the layer of illusion for the Chui family as well. Phew. The members of the Chui family sighed with relief. Finally, things have returned to normal. Mr. Yi. At this moment, Su Jiuchuan also brought a few people to Yi Feng, bowing respectfully to greet him. This is my father and older brother. Our Su family is also willing to cooperate with you, Mr. Yi, without any ulterior motives. Please, Mr. Yi, show mercy. My father has a heart condition. Yi Feng nodded and similarly restored the normal vision of the Su family members. The Su father and son were immensely grateful. Even the earlier thoughts of siding with the winning team were immediately dismissed. The old man of the Su family immediately decided in his heart that for the future development of the Su family, it seemed he should pass the mantle to his younger son, Su Jiuchuan. What about us? The Ji Tan and Chang families hastily approached to beg for mercy, hoping to return to normal. You need not worry about that, right? Yi Feng immediately rejected them. Heaven's grace has showered upon the Chu and Su families. The Ji Tan and Chang families must also be intimidated. Who just set up the formation outside? Yi Feng's gaze coldly swept over the crowd. Ultimately, it landed on Master Pang, and he already had his answer. It was me. Master Pang trembled as he stepped forward. With your mediocre skills, you dare to challenge me from afar. Yi Feng grabbed him as if seizing a chick. Master Pang was terrified and pleaded for mercy. Aren't you fond of raising ghosts? As Yi Feng spoke, he casually tossed him onto the conference table. Then go experience the sensation of being thrown into the oil pot. Bang! Before the words had even left his mouth, Master Pang was heavily thrown onto the table. Although it was merely a solid wood conference table, under the influence of the illusion, to Master Pang and the others it appeared to be an oil pot from hell. Once thrown into the pot, Master Pang shuddered, feeling as if his skin was peeling and his flesh was tearing, suffering immensely. He struggled to climb out, but immediately was met by ghastly demons with green faces and sharp fangs brandishing knives and forks, who pushed him back into the oil pot. No matter how much he rolled and cried out in the pot, enduring endless torment, even though he knew it was all fake, Master Pang still suffered greatly and found it hard to extricate himself. At that moment, the 5 great families, upon seeing Master Pang's miserable state, felt their scalps go numb. Of course, what each person saw was a different scene. For example, the members of the Chui and Su families who had been granted amnesty could only see Master Pang rolling on the table wailing. Whereas in the eyes of the remaining 3 families, the scene of Master Pang being thrown into the oil pot was truly too horrifying and bloody, causing them to avert their gazes in fear, not daring to look directly. Everyone, please take a seat. Yi Feng continued to command. Sit down so we can have a proper discussion. Sitting down. This small request made the Chui and Su families obediently comply and retake their seats. However, for the Ji Tan and Chang families, it felt like heading to the execution ground. At this moment, the tables and chairs appeared to them as monsters ready to swallow them whole. Like fire on their rears, who could sit still. After Yi Feng and his group had all taken their seats, Yi Feng's gaze turned towards the 3 families still standing aside, afraid to sit down. We can just stand. In front of Mr. Yi, how could we dare to sit? The crowd haste. If I tell you to sit, then sit. Yi Feng said coldly. Whoever dares to remain standing will be thrown in there to accompany him. As he spoke, Yi Feng tapped on the conference table before him. To the three families, this merely was a terrifying image of being thrown into the oil pot. All right, we will sit. Sit. The crowd closed their eyes, gritted their teeth, and like going to the execution ground, they braced themselves and sat down with great difficulty. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, and each second felt like a year. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely delicate. In this terrifying ambience, what could they still discuss? Whatever demands Yi Feng made, the people present probably would not dare to utter a word of dissent. After all, there was still someone struggling and wailing in the oil pot right before their eyes. It was as if he was using a chicken to warn the monkeys, instilling awe, leaving no room for other thoughts. I have come today to inform you of two matters. Yi Feng spoke up, continuing, first, the Feng Corporation has just been established and lacks funding, requiring your 5 families' support. Each of you will contribute 2 billion, totaling 100 billion for me. Second, from now on, you 5 families must serve under me just as you did with the Bai family. My word is command. Everything is to be decided by me. As he spoke, Yi Feng stood up, looking down at everyone. I have finished speaking. Who agrees? Who opposes? Agree or disagree? Faced with this question, the crowd present felt an urge to die. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Who could possibly disagree? Who would dare to oppose? At this moment, the members of the 5 great families were like sitting on pins and needles, as if they were in hell, facing a living tormentor. Who among them was not merely nodding in agreement? Whoever dared to utter a single dissenting word would likely plunge into the depths of hell, never to return. Although the members of the Chui and Su families were spared in this atmosphere, they were still filled with trepidation, not daring to breathe a word. Let alone the Jitan and Chang families, who were tormented by terrifying illusions. They were even more fearful, some of the timid ones nearly wetting their pants, while old Master Tan remained unconscious. We are willing. The Chui and Su families were the first to express their stance. From now on, Mr. Yes, words will be our decree. We, the Chui family, will face fire and water without hesitation. We, the Su family, feel the same. Seeing the Chui and Su families act this way, the remaining 3 families hurriedly expressed their agreement, not daring to negotiate at all. From now on, our Jitan and Chang families will follow Mr. Yes lead. With a swift and thunderous approach, Yi Feng made the 5 great families bow their heads in submission. What was initially intended as a show of power against Yi Feng had instead become an inescapable nightmare for those present. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei could hardly believe it. It was thought that today would be a difficult negotiation. After all, the 5 great families were wealthy and powerful. How could they easily submit and obey? Yet unexpectedly, with just a slight show of force from Yi Feng, the 5 great families became like startled birds, submitting without a fight. Soon after, Yi Feng signaled to Bai Weiwei to bring out the prepared contract for them to sign. Although they knew that these 5 families did not dare to harbor rebellious thoughts for now, from a business perspective, they still had to symbolically sign a contract. The 5 families received the contract, flipping straight to the last page to hastily sign their names. Mr. Yi, we have signed the contract, and we have agreed to your terms. Can we now end this ordeal and let us go? Faced with the terrors in the room, the Ji family and others could no longer bear it. With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, the surrounding illusions were completely dispelled. The members of the 3 families felt a weight lift off their shoulders, slumping back into their seats. Even Master Peng seemed to have escaped from a sea of suffering, gasping for breath at the table. When he looked at Yi Feng, his eyes were filled with fear and trepidation. Yet within his heart, he was filled with anger and resentment. Yi Feng, just you wait. Master Peng vowed in his heart, swearing that he would not rest until he avenged this grievance. He vowed to return the pain he had endured today 100-fold. When my senior brother arrives, I will send you straight to hell. After regaining their composure, it was clearly impossible for the members of the 3 families to say they bore no resentment towards Yi Feng. However, due to Yi Feng's terrifying presence, they dared not voice their anger. For them, preserving their lives was of utmost importance. Even if they wanted to find an opportunity to retaliate against Yi Feng, they had to survive this day first. In their hearts, they calculated that even if the Chui and Su families had submitted, they could rally the full strength of the other 3 families, convinced that they could deal with this Yi kid. Yi Feng could naturally guess the little schemes of these people. After all, with his current strength, he had no need to worry about the thoughts of the ants around him. After all, no matter how meticulously the ants planned, they could never shake an elephant. However, with so many troublesome ants, it was inevitable that it would be somewhat annoying. Thus Yi Feng continued, I do not care whether you genuinely submit or merely play along. I am indifferent to these matters. But one thing is for certain, if you dare to defy me, you may close your eyes and feel the consequences. Close your eyes. Upon hearing this, the crowd was perplexed. Yet some still attempted to close their eyes only to immediately open them wide again in fright, cold sweat pouring down. It was as if upon closing their eyes they had witnessed unknown horrors. Subsequently more and more people closed their eyes and discovered the truth, letting out waves of terrified screams. Mr. Yi, what is that? Why do we see when we close our eyes? It turned out that the terrifying illusions that had just been dispelled were all etched in their minds. This is the undying hell. Once you close your eyes or fall asleep, you will enter an illusion akin to hell, unable to extricate yourself until death. Unless you never close your eyes or sleep, but that will lead to another form of hellish torment. After all, a person's life is spent half asleep. If one were to force a person to remain awake indefinitely, that torment would likely be worse than death. Yi Feng learned this technique from his 26th master, who was a master of summoning arts known as nightmare, adept at invading others' dreams and even controlling them. In dreams, he is like a sovereign, capable of leading others to indulge, and similarly can cause them to fall into eternal sleep. Upon hearing this, the members of the three families were drenched in cold sweat, as if sentenced to death, their hearts filled with despair. Mr. Yi, we dare not. Please let us go. Old Master Ji led the... Yi Feng responded, as the saying goes, if you do not do anything wrong, you need not fear the ghost knocking at your... As long as you harbor no ill intentions towards me, you can sleep normally. Thus everything depends on your own choices. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, those people immediately retracted their unfriendly thoughts towards him and closed their eyes again, and indeed, everything returned to normal. Now when the crowd looked at Yi Feng, they regarded him like a deity, no longer daring to show even the slightest disrespect. Mr. Yi, Old Master Ji stood up and said, we have prepared a banquet for lunch, and we hope Mr. Yi will grace us with your presence for a meal. Originally this meal was intended as their celebration feast, but now it could only be used to entertain and please Yi Feng. Seeing that it was nearing noon, Yi Feng agreed. Soon after they headed towards the dining room. Oh, Yi Feng, you are here too. Just a short distance out, they unexpectedly ran into two familiar figures. One of them was Su Shan, who waved at Yi Feng upon seeing him. You all go ahead, I ran into a classmate. Yi Feng dismissed the others and walked towards Su Shan. Yi Feng, didn't you say you weren't coming yesterday? Su Shan was quite happy upon seeing Yi Feng, but you came after all. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly recalling the class reunion Su Shan casually mentioned during dinner last night. The reunion is about to start. Su Shan grabbed Yi Feng. Let's hurry in. What a coincidence. Upon seeing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. He never expected that this place would not only be where he met the 5 major families, but also where his high school classmates were gathering for a meal. Seeing Susan's enthusiastic invitation, Yi Feng decided not to be too formal. After all, he was here, so he might as well meet his classmates. They had spent 3 years living and studying together in high school. It had been 5 years since they last met. He wondered how everyone had changed. TCH. No one invited you, yet you still have the audacity to come along, a heavily made-up girl beside Susan muttered softly. Chu Shui, how can you say that? Susan quickly stopped her friend. Yi Feng is also our classmate, and I invite... Upon hearing Susan call out her name, Yi Feng barely recognized the girl named Lu Chu Shui. He remembered that in high school Susan and she were close friends. Now with her heavy makeup, Yi Feng almost failed to recognize her. Soon the three of them arrived at a spacious... There were already about 20 to 30 people inside. Wow, the class flower is here. As soon as Susan appeared, she immediately attracted the frenzied admiration of the boys in the class. In an instant, more than 10 boys surrounded her, showering her with greetings and flattery, squeezing Yi Feng and Lu Chu Shui to the side. Lu Chu Shui showed her displeasure and turned her head away. Every time she was with Susan, she felt like a mere supporting character. The class flower has become even more beautiful and charming. Susan, can I add you on WeChat? I heard Susan doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Let's see if there's anyone in our class who catches your eye today. Facing the flattery from everyone, Susan appeared gracious, greeting her classmates one by one. Alright, the class flower just arrived, you all should take a break. There's no rush to pursue her right now. At that moment, a man dressed in brand name clothes suddenly spoke from the main table, waving at Susan. Class flower, Susan, come sit with me. This person was named Dong Jian, the former class monitor and the organizer of this reunion. The class monitor is now quite something. Just returned from studying abroad and is already working at Tianji Group's headquarters with an annual salary of $1 million. Tianji Group is one of the top 100 companies in the nation and the family business of one of the 10 wealthy families, the Ji family. Such a family-owned company is not something just anyone can enter. Our class monitor is also single, young, and wealthy. Should the class flower consider him? Some enthusiastic classmates started to tease and pushed Susan towards class monitor Dong Jian. Yi Feng, Chu Shui, let's go sit together. Susan didn't forget to invite Yi Feng and her friend Lu Chu Shui over. Wow, Lu Chu Shui, you've become even sexier. The class monitor Dong Jian complimented. Oh, who is this? Dong Jian then looked at Yi Feng momentarily taken aback. He wondered if this person was among the invitees. It wasn't just Dong Jian, most of the classmates present felt unfamiliar with Yi Feng. After all, he had spent 5 years in prison, and his entire image and aura had undergone a tremendous change. Compared to his gloomy self during high school, the current Yi Feng appeared much more sunny and handsome. He even caught the attention of some girls in the class who frequently sent flirtatious glances. Wow, who is this handsome guy? Is there such a handsome male classmate in our class? I don't remember him. Could he be the boyfriend that the class flower brought? Susan introduced generously. This is Yi Feng from our class, don't you remember? Yi Feng. Upon hearing this name, everyone present was taken aback, showing expressions of surprise. Then there was a wave of low murmurs. He is Yi Feng. What a huge change. I almost didn't recognize him. Well, after spending 5 years in prison, of course, he's different from us. Who invited him? Eating with a convict is really bad luck. Most of the classmates expressed disdain. I invited him, Susan said calmly. And besides, Yi Feng was wronged. Please do not bring up his prison time. Seeing the class flower actively defending Yi Feng, the classmates were once again filled with suspicion. You probably don't know, do you? At that moment, Lu Chu Shui chimed in. Our class flower had a crush on Yi Feng back in school. Unfortunately, right after graduation, before she could confess, Yi Feng ended up in prison. As soon as this was said, there was another wave of commotion. Looking at the two of them, everyone thought, wouldn't these two be together now? That would truly be a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Chu Shui, don't say such things. Susan's face turned slightly red, not expecting her close friend to make such a remark. Indeed, one must guard against fire theft and close friends. At this moment, class monitor Dong Jin's expression also changed slightly. His gaze towards Yi Feng now held a hint of hostility and edge. After all, this reunion was an opportunity for class monitor Dong Jin to showcase his capabilities and attempt to pursue class flower Susan. However, he never expected that Yi Feng would intrude and disrupt his plans. So it's Yi Feng. He has changed quite a lot. I almost didn't recognize him. Following that, class monitor Dong Jin put on a smiling face, warmly inviting, Come, feel free to sit. Although his face was filled with smiles and his heart, Dong Jin was plotting to embarrass Yi Feng in front of everyone to show class flower who truly deserved her. Comrade Yi Feng, how has your time in prison been over these past 5 years? Do tell us about life behind bars. We'd love to broaden our horizons. Class representative Dong Jin chatted with Yi Feng in apparent warmth. Yet every question circled back to prison, deliberately repeated to provoke public embarrassment. After all, incarceration left an indelible stain of shame upon any person's life, a wound no one wished reopened. The more Su Shan tried to silence him, the more fervently Dong Jin pressed on. Yet Yi Feng remained utterly unperturbed, calm, composed, even smiling lightly. To others, prison was a den of filth and degradation. To Yi Feng, it had been the crucible of his metamorphosis. How could he feel shame when pride burned fiercely within him? Seeing that repeated references to prison failed to humiliate Yi Feng, and instead prompted him to recount its extraordinary tales with wit and charm, his classmates leaned in eagerly, their curiosity piqued. Before long, Yi Feng's effortless humor won them over. His criminal record faded into irrelevance. Watching Yi Feng mingle effortlessly, laughing, bantering, commanding attention, as if he were the undisputed center of this reunion, Dong Jin's resentment deepened. Damn it! I meant to belittle him, yet he turned disgrace into distinction. How thick-skinned can one man be? Dong Jin thought bitterly. Fine. If prison couldn't unsettle him, then let reality do the work. Let me strike where it truly matters. Adjusting his strategy, Dong Jin pressed on. Comrade Yi Feng, how long have you been out? Do you have a place to stay? Where are you employed? Dong Jin assumed a convict with a criminal record could never land decent work. True to expectation, Yi Feng replied plainly, I am not employed. The words landed exactly where Dong Jin hoped, prompting an immediate feigned concern. How can you manage without work? 5 years behind bars have severed you from society. You must rejoin it, swiftly find purpose again. But with your record, employment won't be easy, will it? Here's a solution. I know the owner of this building. I'll smooth things over for you. You could start as a security guard. What do you think? His suggestion drew quiet nods. The consensus was clear. After 5 years, isolation reintegration was urgent, or he'd be lost forever. Our class rep is truly kind, still helping a fallen comrade find footing. Dong Jin's veiled mockery earned widespread praise. A masterstroke, 2 birds with 1 stone. Now Dong Jin waited poised for Yi Feng's response. Acceptance would cement subservience. Refusal would brand him ungrateful and arrogant. Work as a security guard here. Yi Feng chuckled aloud. This Fugue Tower belongs to the Ji family, doesn't it? Why don't you ask their CEO whether he dares offer me such a post? After all, the current head of the Ji family sat just beyond the next private room, waiting eager for Yi Feng's arrival. Should he learn his own employee had dared propose Yi Feng as a guard in his own tower, What would he think? Even 10 lifetimes of courage wouldn't suffice for such audacity. What's there to fear? Dong Jian retorted baffled. You're just an ex-convict. Relax. Our guards aren't all strictly vetted. Classmates chimed in, exactly, Comrade Yi Feng. Our class rep now works for the Ji family's conglomerate. He can easily secure you this position. Yi Feng, raise your glass. Thank your benefactor. From now on, follow our class rep. He'll lead you to brighter days. Mention of employment and the Ji family sparked another wave of flattery. Dong Jian was undeniably the most successful among them. Perhaps someday they'd need his favor. Better to cultivate goodwill now. At that moment, the private room's door, a young man in designer attire strode in, holding a glass of wine. Well, young Master Ji. Dong Jian leapt up, instantly rushing forward to greet him. Xiaodong, I heard you're hosting a reunion, so I've come to toast you. Young Master Ji smiled warmly, his roving gaze sweeping across the female classmates. Young Master Ji, thank you for honoring us. Dong Jian expressed gratitude while introducing him. This is young Master Ji, the third son of the Ji family and owner of this tower. This Fuguei Tower was gifted to him by his grandfather on his 18th birthday. Hearing this, classmates exchanged awestruck glances. No wonder. He belonged to one of the 10 great clans. Gifting an entire tower for a birthday spoke volumes about his cherished status within the family. A Ji family member. Yi Feng glanced at the young man, unfamiliar. He hadn't met him during earlier meetings with the 5 great clans. Xiaodong, come here a moment. After the toast, young Master Ji pulled Dong Jian aside for a whispered exchange. At first flustered, Dong Jian soon grew uneasy. Young Master Ji, isn't this inappropriate? Inappropriate? Young Master Ji frowned. This opportunity is unseen a lifetime. Most wouldn't even qualify. Let me tell you, it's not just our clan present tonight. The other 4 great clans, and a figure of immense influence, are all attending. Send your prettiest female classmates to serve wine. Please these dignitaries well, and your entire class will ascend to greatness. Dong Jian weighed the offer, indeed a rare chance. He turned at once to consult the young women. I'll go. Lu Chuxue agreed, instantly thrilled at the prospect of meeting elite clansmen. I won't. Sushan shook her head firmly. No exceptions. Young Master Ji pointed directly at Sushan. You're the most beautiful. It turned out that Ji Xiao had taken a fancy to Susan's beauty, insisting that she accompany him for drinks. It doesn't matter if others go or not, but you must go. Seeing Ji Xiao's unwavering attitude, Dong Jian and Lu Chuxue quickly urged her. Although it's called accompanying drinks, it's really just having a meal together. There's nothing to worry about. Don't overthink it. Moreover, the people dining this time are all top tycoons from the business world in Yanjing. Besides the Ji family, there are also the heads of the Chui Chong and 10 families. Just getting to know one of them will pave the way for your future career. Lu Chuxue also pleaded cutely, Shan, just consider it a favor for me. I really need this opportunity. You know I've applied to Tan's big company 3 times and failed each time. This time, Mr. Chong from the Chong family will be there, and I truly need this chance. Although Susan was kind and understood everyone, she was not naive and had her own principles. I came to attend a class reunion and will not eat with strangers. Susan made her stance clear first before continuing to Lu Chuxue. Chuxue, I'm afraid I cannot help with this matter. If you are willing to join our company, however, I could assist you. Lu Chuxue scoffed. What I need is a job with $1 million annual salary. Can you arrange that for me? Susan smiled wryly and shook her head. That is not possible. She herself couldn't meet that standard. Still, Lu Chuxue seized the opportunity again. As long as we can get into this significant occasion today and meet some powerful connections, $1 million annual salary will not be an issue. Chuxue is right, class leader Dong Jian continued to persuade. If you can casually get to know one of those big shots at today's dinner, $1 million annual salary is just the starting point. Don't worry, this dinner is attended by elders from various prominent families. Even I am not qualified to enter, Ji Xiao added. This will be an opportunity to change your destiny. However, regardless of how others persuaded or even morally pressured her, Susan remained firm in her refusal. Alas, if you don't go, we will all miss this opportunity. Class leader Dong Jian lamented. You are so selfish. Lu Chuxue was about to fall out with Susan. Seeing this, the others discussed going to another private room filled with big shots to accompany drinks. Yi Feng thought to himself it was likely Ji family inviting him to this dinner. However, he hadn't requested any beauties to accompany him. Who was it that took the liberty to find escorting beauties outside? Hurry up. Ji Xiao urged, the dinner over there is about to start. If it weren't for the sudden turn of events, you all wouldn't have this chance. Hurry up and leave. Ji Xiao was already impatient, as his father had instructed that the dinner could start at any time, so he had no time to go find someone and could only pick from within the building. Coincidentally, at Dong Jian's class reunion, there were many pure beauties who had just graduated from university, especially Susan the campus belle, whom Ji Xiao noticed at first glance. Shan, just consider it as accompanying me, let's go. Lu Chuxue unceremoniously said, signaling to another female classmate, and the two forcibly dragged Susan out. I won't go. Susan struggled forcefully, let go of me. Enough. At this moment, Yifeng stepped forward, pushing away Lu Chuxue and the other girl. What are you doing? Lu Chuxue glared angrily at Yifeng. What business is it of yours here? Yifeng stood in front of Susan, saying, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Even if you go, you'll get kicked out regardless. Whether or not we get kicked out is not for you to decide. Class leader Dong Jin mocked. How do you know? This matter is decided by me, Yifeng said coldly. What? At this, everyone was taken aback. They looked at Yifeng as if he was crazy, thinking to themselves, who do you think you are to call the shots? Even Ji Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Dong, who is this guy? What a big mouth. A dinner I'm not even qualified to attend, and he says he calls the shots. Ji Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense, Dong Jian hurriedly explained. He's been in prison for several years, his mind is messed up. Hearing this, Ji Xiao no longer paid any attention to Yifeng and continued to urge Susan to hurry up and come with him, not to be ungrateful. So you're Ji Xiao? At this moment, Yifeng continued, go back and tell your grandfather and the others I don't need any escorts, so they shouldn't take it upon themselves. What? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao was momentarily stunned. Then turning to Dong Jian beside him, he said, you just said this kid is insane. I didn't quite believe it before. Now I really believe it. He's definitely lost his mind. You still want to pass messages to my grandfather? Who do you think you are? That dinner over there has nothing to do with you. At the same time, the classmates also looked at Yifeng with strange expressions, thinking, classmate Yifeng, surely you didn't go to prison and lose your mind or suffer some trauma. Otherwise you wouldn't say such nonsensical things. Those people over there are all gathered tycoons. What does it have to do with you? Can you even dare to speak so arrogantly, even using a commanding tone? Yifeng, have you had enough of this nonsense? Class leader Dong Jian also scolded. Those people over there are billionaires dining together. What's it to you? With your kind of reformed criminal status, you don't even qualify to serve tea or water. Get lost to the side, don't make a scene here. Seeing that Yifeng was in conflict with others, to protect himself, Susan quickly intervened. Please stop arguing. Class leader Ji Xiao, thank you for your kindness. But I'm not feeling well today, so I won't go. Ji Xiao snorted coldly. Don't take kindness for granted. You say you won't come. Then am I just standing here waiting for nothing? Come with me. Saying this, Ji Xiao reached out and grabbed Susan's wrist forcefully, trying to take her away. Class leader Dong Jian and Lu Chuxue saw this and hurriedly pushed from behind. A group of people was pulling and pushing, coercing Susan to head out. Let go. Yifeng stepped forward, gripping Ji Xiao's wrist from behind. Oh! Ji Xiao screamed in pain, immediately letting go. However, Yifeng did not release his grip and continued twisting Ji Xiao's wrist, forcing him to yield and plead for mercy. My wrist is about to break. Let go. Ji Xiao was sweating profusely, and he could even hear the sound of bones cracking in his wrist. Dare you touch Susan again? Yifeng said coldly. I will cripple you right now. Seeing Yifeng daring to lay hands on young Master Ji, Dong Jian and the others were dumbfounded. And the Ji family is one of the top 10 noble families in Yinjing, rich and powerful. How dare you lay hands on young Master Ji? How many heads do you have? Truly fearless. But thinking about it, after all, they were classmates, it seemed he couldn't escape involvement either. Yifeng, are you crazy? Lu Chuxue also screamed, as if Yifeng was not squeezing young Master Ji, but her own self. She had originally planned to curry favor with young Master Ji and the Ji family to break into the upper echelons of Yanjing's business world. But first Susan refused to cooperate, and now Yifeng targeted young Master Ji. What kind of classmates are these? They only drag me down. Yifeng ignored others and coldly warned young Master Ji, did you hear my words? I heard. Young Master Ji nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Quick, let go. My hand is about to break. Crack. The moment Yifeng released his grip, young Master Ji's wrist was ultimately crushed. Ah! Young Master Ji let out a miserable scream and staggered back. Get lost. Yifeng coldly rebuked. You. Young Master Ji dragged his wrist back to a safe distance and angrily said, how dare you crush my wrist? I will not let you off. This is the fortune building the Ji family's territory. How dare you crush your own wrist in your own territory? Young Master Ji vowed that he would take revenge for this grievance. Watching young Master Ji leave in such a disheveled state, all the classmates were astonished. Is Yifeng really insane? He even dares to hit young Master Ji, and he crushed his wrist. It seems the 5 years in prison were in vain. He might end up being caught again. This is ancient times. How could the Ji family let this go easily? Should we leave first? What if we get implicated later? Who can bear the wrath of the Ji family? Some timid classmates, seeing the situation turn grim, prepared to slip away. But just as they reached the door of the private room, they found several security guards had gathered to block their way. Mr. G has ordered that no one from your group is allowed to leave the private room for now. Wait for Mr. G to return before taking any action. If you really have guts, you even dare to offend our young Master G. When young Master G left, he had already instructed the building's security to block that private room, fearing Yi Feng might escape. The security guards came in without any explanation and stopped everyone waiting for young Master G to return. Seeing this, the classmates turned pale and felt uneasy. It's all your fault, Yi Feng. Look at the mess you made. Everyone couldn't help but start complaining, pouring out their grievances. But with things having developed to this point, it seemed too late to say anything. We're doomed. Class leader Dong Jian was also in a daze. You have ruined me. It's fine for others, but Dong Jian works in the G family's company. How could he continue in the G family's company after this incident? Susan, you insisted on bringing him here. Look at the good you've done. I almost cried from anxiety. Not long after, Ji Xiao, accompanied by a group of Ji family members and a contingent of security guards, class leader Dong Jian, who worked at the Ji family's company, was naturally no stranger to the Ji family members. Seeing that even the old patriarch of the Ji family had arrived, Dong Jian broke into a cold sweat, thinking that this time things had escalated. Not only the Ji family, soon members of the Cui family, who were also worried, came out in succession. Witnessing with their own eyes that the heads of the 5 great families, along with many high-ranking descendants, had all come, Dong Jian's face turned pale with fear, and he was filled with regret. It's really true. The high-ranking members of the 5 great families are indeed dining in another private room. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make connections has not only been ruined, but I've also severely offended the Ji family. Dong Jian turned back to the private room and saw Yi Feng sitting there as if nothing had happened, casually chatting with Susan while sipping tea. Seeing this, Dong Jian couldn't help but explode in anger. Ji Xiao has already brought people. And just as you wished, all the big shots have been alarmed and are coming one after another. I want to see how you handle this and how you will wrap things up. The classmates, witnessing this, hurriedly stepped aside, as if avoiding a plague, distancing themselves from Yi Feng. In an instant, a large space opened up in the center of the private room. Only Yi Feng and Susan remained seated, calm and unperturbed. Yi Feng, is everything really going to be fine this time? Although sitting with Yi Feng and chatting idly, Susan felt a bit uneasy deep down. After all, this was on the Ji family's turf. Could it be that just like the last 2 times, they would still give Yi Feng face and not dare to act recklessly? Just one Zhao family and one Su family had already left Susan in disbelief. She couldn't imagine that with the addition of the Ji family, it could still be the same. Rest assured, I am here, Yi Feng replied, still composed and calm like an emperor who had everything under control, looking down upon the world. While they were talking, Ji Xiao had already ridden over with his men. Grandpa, it's this brat. Ji Xiao angrily parted the crowd and scolded Yi Feng. Class leader Dong Jian quickly chimed in. Yi Feng, how dare you sit there? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to apologize to the Ji family? Lu Chuxue also took this opportunity to stand opposite and echoed, Yi Feng, hurry, kneel down and apologize. In an instant, the atmosphere in the private room became tense. Yi Feng and Susan seemed to have become targets for everyone. Even his classmates had actively taken the opposing side. Kneel down. Apologize. Facing the harsh shouts, Yi Feng's lips curled up as he slowly raised his head to glance at the old patriarch of the Ji family. But that one glance almost scared the old patriarch of the Ji family into kneeling in fright. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Ji Xiao hurriedly supported his grandfather, otherwise the old man would have knelt. Then the old patriarch rubbed his eyes vigorously, gasping for breath, finally realizing he had made a blunder. Mr. Yi. The old patriarch of the Ji family broke free from his grandson's support, stepped forward, and bowed deeply, saying, This is a misunderstanding. Mr. Yi. Upon hearing this address and seeing the old patriarch of the Ji family bow in apology, all the classmates present were left speechless in shock. Mr. Yi. Class leader Dong Jian was dumbfounded, as if he had seen a ghost. When did that labor reform criminal Yi Feng become Mr. Yi? If someone else had called him Mr. Yi, it wouldn't be unusual. After all, it's just a common title. However, when the head of the Ji family called him Mr. Yi, the meaning changes entirely. To be able to be addressed as Mr. Yi by the old patriarch of the Ji family, one can imagine the stature of this person. Moreover, the fact that the old patriarch was personally bowing in apology made it even more unbelievable. Mr. Yi. Lu Chuxue's eyes widened, holding her breath, shock seemingly choking her throat. Wasn't he imprisoned for 5 years? How could he possibly know someone of the Ji family's level? Could it be that they recognized the wrong person? Just as everyone in the room had this hint of doubt. Mr. Yi. It really is you, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, we are late. Members of the Cui family leading the charge also came in one after another. Upon seeing Yi Feng sitting there, they hurriedly came forward to greet him. Just a moment ago, Cui Yuliang's speculation turned out to be true. Chui family, Su family, Chong family, Tan family. Seeing the old patriarchs or bosses of these prominent families actively approaching Yi Feng to greet him, class leader Dong Jian and the other students were all shocked beyond belief. If it weren't for Dong Jian being able to barely recognize more than half of the faces of these high-ranking members from the prominent families, anyone witnessing this unbelievable scene would probably think that Yi Feng had hired crowd actors. How could this possibly be real? Just the Ji family alone was already shocking enough. Adding the other 4 families, the top 10 families of Yinjing with half of the family heads present all greeting Yi Feng in unison. What kind of international joke is this? Even Susan beside him looked at Yi Feng in shock, unable to believe that his connections were so vast. Half of the renowned top 10 families were treating him with such respect. At this moment Ji Xiao was also nearly petrified with shock. Having just witnessed his grandfather's unusual behavior, he initially thought that his grandfather had misidentified someone due to old age. Before he could correct it, other patriarchs of the prominent families also entered one after another, just like his grandfather, actively bowing to greet Yi Feng. It couldn't be that everyone recognized the wrong person, right? Now Ji Xiao felt like he was being grilled in the fire, extremely uncomfortable and unable to control himself. In an instant the scene fell into dead silence. Yi Feng's classmates were all shocked to the point of being unable to breathe. Meanwhile, the Ji family and members of the 5 great families were also feeling anxious and restless. They were afraid that if Mr. Yi were to become enraged, how they would calm him down. Grandpa, Grandpa. Ji Xiao opened his mouth with difficulty, wanting to ask what he should do now. Unfortunately, there was not a single crack in the ground for him to hide in. Slap. The old patriarch of the Ji family struck his grandson hard across the face. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you offend Mr. Yi? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Mr. Yi. Ji Xiao staggered under the blow from his grandfather, his mind blank. Even now he could not comprehend everything that was happening before him. Kneel. Ji Lao shouted angrily again. Ji Xiao trembled in fear, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Ji Xiao actually knelt. This unbelievable scene struck everyone present once more. Class monitor Dong Jian was stunned. Lu Chushua was dumbfounded. All the classmates were also astonished. Those who had originally thought that Yi Feng was doomed could not even dream that it was Ji Xiao who ended up kneeling. This is simply unscientific. You wretched child, do you not know that our esteemed guest for this banquet is Mr. Yi? Ji Lao scolded, heartbroken. How dare you lay a hand on someone next to Mr. Yi? Truly you have blinded your own dog eyes. Saying this, Ji Lao kicked his grandson heavily, knocking him to the ground. Of course, Ji Lao's words were also intentionally explained for Yi Feng's sake, to excuse his grandson. Originally, the Ji family had good intentions, wanting to invite a few beauties to accompany them, but this small matter ended up being messed up by his grandson actually finding someone next to Yi Feng. This is unacceptable. This is a classic case of not knowing how to flatter properly, and instead kicking the horse's leg, bringing misfortune upon oneself. But once Ji Lao's words were spoken, the crowd was once again deeply shocked. So today the 5 great families have gathered, and the esteemed guest is actually Yi Feng. Susan couldn't help but feel a wave of realization, as she had been wondering how Yi Feng had found his way here. Because she had informed Yi Feng about the class reunion last night, and he had clearly declined. Susan had not specified the exact location. So when she arrived today and encountered Yi Feng, she thought it was another classmate who had notified him. It turned out that the occasion Yi Feng truly wanted to attend was the grand banquet of the 5 great families. At this moment, even Ji Xiao was dumbfounded, his face full of astonishment. It was then he finally understood how big of a mess he had gotten into, and no wonder his grandfather was so furious, even going so far as to lay hands on him. In fact, if it were an ordinary guest, even if a small misunderstanding occurred, they could self-punish with 3 cups, share a laugh, and it wouldn't lead to kneeling and kowtowing. After all, the Ji family also cared about their reputation. But Yi Feng was different. The 2 parties were nominally guests, but in reality, it was a master-servant relationship. Just the fact that Yi Feng had left an indelible mark of hell of the undying in the minds of the senior members of the 5 great families was terrifying. Ji Lao feared that if his family offended Yi Feng, they would face severe consequences, enduring torment day and night, which could cost him his life. At this moment, the surrounding people also realized this, their hearts shocked. What level of guest is Yi Feng that Ji Xiao has to kneel and apologize? What on earth is this situation? The crowd could hardly imagine that the head of the Ji family would be so humble, fearing a young man. Mr. Yi, it's all my fault. I truly do not know you. Ji Xiao was sweating profusely as he trembled and began to explain. But I told you. Yi Feng's voice came coldly. I told you, Ji family, not to act on your own accord. Oh, I do not need any drinking companions. Ji Xiao trembled again upon hearing this. At that time, how could he have thought of this, believing Yi Feng was merely bragging? Who would have known that Yi Feng was actually the mysterious big shot entertained by the 5 great families? His grandfather and father had repeatedly warned him to be cautious. Offending this big shot could lead to unimaginable consequences. As a result, what he was afraid of came true, and his first task was directly messed up. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Ji Shao, filled with fear, began to slap himself in the face to show his sincerity. It's all my fault. I beg, Mr. Yi, to calm your anger and spare me. Yi Feng continued. If I were to stoop to your level, you would have been a corpse long ago. I will break one of your hands, and will you accept that? I accept. Ji Shao quickly nodded. This is what I deserved. It's my own doing. Yi Feng waved his hand. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Ji Shao was both surprised and delighted. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Saying this, Ji Shao quickly fled the scene, breathing heavily, drenched in cold sweat. Seeing his grandson finally escape, Ji Lao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But what Yi Feng said next almost made him faint again. Class monitor, you just said you wanted to arrange for me to be the security guard here. Yi Feng asked with a smile that was not a smile. Coincidentally, the head of the Ji family is right here. Why not ask him if he dares to hire me? Upon hearing this, class monitor Dong Jian was dumbfounded. Ji Lao was even more bewildered. Letting Mr. Yi be a security guard here? Whose ridiculous idea was this? Are you trying to ruin our Ji family? Yi. Class monitor Dong Jian didn't know how to face Yi Feng, hesitating for a long time, even to say a single title, Mr. Yi. I didn't mean that. Yi Feng smiled and didn't bother to quibble with him, standing up to leave. Mr. Yi, the banquet is ready. Oh, we are just waiting for you to take your seat. Ji Lao quickly bowed in welcome. Yi Feng nodded and finally addressed all the students. Since we are all classmates, I came today just to meet you. All take your time to gather. I'll excuse myself for now. Upon hearing this, the students' expressions were mixed. There was shame, regret, and more. None of them expected that the precious time Yi Feng had spent with them just now, a truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, would be entirely missed by all. Yi Feng then said to Susan, let's go over there to eat together. Susan didn't think much and immediately stood up, leaving with Yi Feng. At this moment, Lu Chushua saw this and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. After hesitating for a few seconds, just as the two were about to leave the private room, she quickly followed. Shan. Lu Chushua smiled flattering and leaned in. Take me with you too. She didn't dare to ask Yi Feng directly. Instead, she approached the more easygoing Susan, hoping to seize this opportunity to enter that circle. For this, she was willing to give up some things such as dignity and even her body. Without waiting for Susan to respond, Yi Feng spoke, first not bothering to be polite with her. I just told you there's no need to waste your efforts. Even if you went, you would still be sent back. I only invited Susan, and you need not get the wrong idea. As soon as Yi Feng spoke these words, Ji Lao immediately signaled the nearby security guards with his eyes. The guards swiftly and efficiently pushed Lu Chushua back into the private room. Lu Chushua was unable to contain her shame and anger. She had worked so hard to try to get in, but found no opportunity, while Susan, who didn't want to go, was ultimately invited. Soon Yi Feng and Susan arrived in another more spacious and luxurious private room. As soon as they sat down, Ji Lao was unable to speak before being called out by a servant citing urgent matters. What? Ji Lao stepped out of the private room, and upon hearing what the servant said was taken aback. How did you call that esteemed lady here? Old Master Ji hurriedly walked into the hall on the first floor. Upon looking outside, he felt a sudden headache. This truly was like pressing down a gourd only for a ladle to pop up. Mr. Yi had just settled down, and now an unapproachable deity had arrived. Lord Jean, what wind has blown you here? Old Master Ji put on a smile, steeling himself as he welcomed her outside. At that moment, outside the building, a group of elegantly dressed guards stood in 2 rows. At the forefront was a young and beautiful woman, standing tall and proud, commanding the attention of all. She was none other than Jean Louis, the commander of the Yanjing Guards. Young Master Ji stood before Jean Louis. Although he was captivated by her beauty, he dared not show any signs of neglect, repeatedly smiling as he waited by the side. Despite the Ji family's apparent nobility in public, they could not compare to the third-rank official Jean Louis, the commander of the Yanjing Guards. Someone said there was a murder here. Old Ji, I was just about to ask you what is going on here. Jean Louis pressed one hand on the hilt of her knife at her waist, coldly questioning. Her sharp gaze swept across the crowd, causing everyone to lower their heads, unable to meet her eyes. Upon hearing this, Old Master Ji was taken aback, then glared at his grandson, thinking it was this brat's reckless actions that caused such trouble. At this moment, young Master Ji wore a pained expression, not expecting things to escalate to this point. Originally, according to his plan, he intended to teach Yi Feng a harsh lesson first, then throw him into prison for 1.5 years to let him suffer a bit. After all, how dare he break his wrist? But now that Yi Feng had transformed into the untouchable Mr. Yi, young Master Ji could only swallow his grievances and dare not speak out. What he never expected was that the authorities would immediately send Jean Louis to investigate this matter. This was going to be difficult to handle. Young Master Ji certainly did not dare to let Jean Louis enter to investigate. If Mr. Yi got wind of it and learned that he had secretly reported to the authorities to capture him, things would definitely escalate further. Lord Jean, it's all a misunderstanding, old Master Ji hurriedly explained, trying to cover up. It's just a case of rumors being exaggerated. Who are you to spread such rumors? You even alarmed Lord Jean. Old Master Ji reprimanded the surrounding security guards. Why haven't you apologized to Lord Jean yet? The surrounding guards and staff looked innocent, thinking, wasn't it young Master Ji who reported it? We know nothing about it. Sorry, Lord Jean. We didn't clarify the situation, it truly was just a misunderstanding. Under old Master Ji's furious glare, the surrounding guards quickly echoed, admitting their mistake. A misunderstanding. Jean Louis gave a cold smile and suddenly moved like lightning, grabbing young Master Ji's severed hand. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Young Master Ji grimaced in pain. How did your hand get into such a state? Jean Louis examined young Master Ji's severed wrist. This is not an ordinary injury. Jean Louis's martial arts were all military fist techniques. In close combat, all soldiers were well versed in the methods of breaking bones and tendons, capable of using them against enemies to swiftly incapacitate them. Jean Louis could see that the injury on young Master Ji's wrist was precisely the result of military techniques, something that ordinary people could not achieve. I accidentally hurt myself. Young Master Ji could only respond stiffly. Humph. Jean Louis scoffed, but still offered her help, intending to reattach his severed wrist. There are methods for both severing bones and reattaching them, as they complement each other. However, as Jean Louis manipulated young Master Ji, cried out in agony, nearly fainting from the pain. Huh. Jean Louis expressed surprise, realizing that the injury left behind was even more exquisite than she had imagined. The force was perfectly calibrated, as if a master chef was butchering an ox. Each bone was precisely shaken loose. Even Jean Louis found it impossible to restore it in a moment. This wrist injury can only be resolved through surgery. Jean Louis released her grip, expressing some regret. Upon hearing this, young Master Ji felt completely numb. In his heart, he thought, if you can't treat it, why are you randomly treating me? It feels like the injury has worsened. Please don't leave me disabled. Ahem. Jean Louis cleared her throat, awkwardly shifting the topic. The person who attacked you is not beneath me. Who exactly did you offend? Don't be afraid, speak boldly, and I will take care of it for you. As she spoke, Jean Louis's expression turned serious, ready for action. Her hand involuntarily pressed against the hilt of her knife, showing a posture ready to strike. No. Old Master Ji quickly denied it. If it weren't for the curse of the undying hell that Feng had planted on the Ji family, old Master Ji might have really considered whether to borrow the strength of the Yanjing guards to deal with Feng. Jean Louis was known among the people as the goddess of war, having inherited the legacy of the war god of Yozhou, and was the guardian of Yanjing. No matter how strong Feng was, could he surpass Lord Jean, the commander of the Yanjing guards. However, due to the intimidation of the undying hell, old Master Ji could only concede, not daring to summon reinforcements and escalate the situation. Lord Jean, it truly was just a misunderstanding, there was nothing. Seeing old Master Ji hesitating to speak, clearly worried, it was evident that the strong person who acted was exceptionally powerful, able to suppress the entire Ji family. Alright, this is what you said. Jean Louis nodded. Since you don't need my help, don't blame me. If something, it won't happen, it won't happen. Old Master Ji shook his head repeatedly. There will be no problems. Please rest assured, Lord Jean. Since the other party chose to settle matters peacefully, Jean Louis found it inappropriate to say anything further, and certainly could not force her way in. She waved her hand and led the team away. Not far from the building, Jean Louis asked her aide beside her, "Do you think that person also came to the fortune building today?" "Yes," the aide quickly replied. "I heard it's some sort of high school class reunion." A reunion? Jean Louis scoffed. How could he have the face to attend such an occasion? Jean Louis thought to herself, if it were her, having spent 5 years in prison, how could she have the face to meet her former classmates and teachers? Indeed, such a villain had no moral compass or sense of shame like a normal person. Besides, it's a pity that Yanjing has been a bit unsettled lately, gathering too many experts. Jean Louis took a deep breath. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll find time to deal with that brat. But thinking of the new Dragon King that emerged from the underground Dragon Gate, the mysterious neighbor praised by even her foster father, and the miraculous doctor, Yi Kunlun, who cured her friend. Plus today, the mysterious expert who suppressed the entire Ji family at the fortune building. She also heard that the underground Dragon Kings from all over the 9 provinces were rushing towards Yanjing. Jean Louis suddenly felt a sense of crisis, like a storm approaching. Lord Jean. Suddenly, a subordinate reported through the intercom. The demon monk we captured from the hospital a few days ago has finally opened his mouth. Oh. Upon hearing this, Jean Louis immediately rushed back. The meal prepared by the Ji family to entertain Yi Feng was truly heartfelt. A variety of exquisite delicacies were piled high, showcasing utmost luxury. Even Susan, who was beside them, was utterly astonished. It was her first time attending such a grand banquet, and she estimated that this meal must have cost at least several $100,000. This was merely the value of the ingredients, not including the labor costs. Altogether, this meal was simply exorbitant. However, Yi Feng appeared remarkably calm about it. He had long transcended the realm of indulgence, unaffected by material pleasures or personal sorrow. Whether it was fine wine and delicacies, or simple tea and rice, he could accept it all with serenity. Because Yi Feng had already cultivated his mind during his time in prison. With a strong inner self, he naturally would not be swayed by external possessions. Thus, the Ji family's attempt to curry favor with this extravagant meal was clearly in vain. As the wine flowed and the dishes were served, although the leaders of the 5 great families were gathered for the banquet, it proceeded quite quietly. But as the meal approached its end, Yi Feng instructed the 5 great families to prepare their finances. In addition to the funding for the Feng group, they also needed to raise a substantial amount of money. Next Monday, there will be a great battle. Yi Feng informed them, make sure you have the money ready. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what Yi Feng meant by great battle. Yet they could only obediently comply and stay prepared. After the banquet, Yi Feng intended to escort Susan home. At that moment, he received a call from Zhao Wanting. Mr. Yi, sorry to bother you. I wonder if you have time today. She continued, regarding the precious medicinal materials needed for the prescription you left. I have sent someone to gather them, and we finally have some leads. I'm just not very knowledgeable about the medicinal materials and their ages, and I would like to ask you to help me take a look. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng became interested, as Zhao Wanting had actually found a source for the medicinal materials. After all, the more precious the medicinal materials, the more difficult they were to obtain. Often money alone could not buy them, and there were also many fakes and inferior products flooding the market. The prescription Yi Feng gave to the Zhao family was also meant to leverage their connections and networks to find a source facilitating his future procurement. Alright, I have time. Yi Feng immediately agreed. I'll accompany you this afternoon. That's great. Zhao Wanting, delighted by Yi Feng's agreement, asked, where are you right now? We'll come pick you up right away. After Yi Feng provided his address, he arranged for Su Jiuchuan to take Mr. Yi, please rest assured. Su Jiuchuan was very excited. He had been worried about not having an opportunity to ingratiate himself with Susan's family. I will definitely ensure my niece gets home safely. At the same time, Su Jiuchuan thought to himself that after dropping Susan off, he could conveniently visit his cousin upstairs and invite them over for dinner that evening to strengthen their relationship. Su Jiuchuan could see that the relationship between Susan and Yi Feng was quite deep. Coincidentally, since he and Susan were relatives, he could take this opportunity to get closer. Not long after sending Susan off, the familiar white Audi slowly came to a stop in front of him. Hero, quickly get in. Hua Guodong waved at Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't expect him to come along as well. After getting into the car, Yi Feng saw another person who surprised him. It's you. Yi Feng exclaimed slightly. Young man, do you still remember me? The old man gently stroked his beard and asked with a smile. Huh. Now it was Zhao Wanting's turn to be surprised. Grandpa Wang, do you know Mr. Yi? The old man nodded with a smile. We've met before. This old man was none other than Wang Fan, the former instructor of the elite guards in Yinjing, who had been invited out of retirement by the Zhao family. He had been sent by old Zhao that day to seek revenge on the Black Dragon for his granddaughter's grievances, and with his skill in the Qi Mei staff, he had toppled the entire underground longmen, unmatched by anyone. In the end, it was Yi Feng who stepped in to quell the turmoil. However, old Zhao had not informed his granddaughter Zhao Wanting about the clash with the Black Dragon, so she was unaware of the situation and did not know that the two not only had met, but had also crossed swords. Really? Hua Guodong laughed upon hearing this. What a coincidence, everyone knows each other. Hero, this Master Wang is the former instructor of the elite troops in Yinjing. His strength is only second to the war god. It's a perfect opportunity for you to learn a few moves from Master Wang. The speaker is oblivious, but the listener is attentive. Hua Guodong is unaware that Yi Feng and Coach Wang have already crossed swords. In fact, even Zhao Wanting is not very clear about the outcome of their confrontation. She had only heard her grandfather casually mention that Coach Wang praised Yi Feng, saying he was a formidable young talent. It seems their duel must have been evenly matched, right? Or perhaps Yi Feng was slightly inferior. However, when Wang Fan heard this, he felt a bit awkward. How could he instruct someone stronger than himself? Wasn't that a joke? In front of these young people, Wang Fan, proud of his status and age, obviously felt embarrassed to admit that he had once been defeated by Yi Feng. Wang Fan chuckled dryly. Yi Feng smiled silently. Yet the uninformed Hua Guodong still made an effort to persuade Coach Wang to teach Yi Feng a few moves. Of course, he meant well, thinking it was a rare opportunity. He wanted Wang Fan to guide Yi Feng, believing that with Yi Feng's comprehension and strength, he could certainly make further progress. Coach Wang, my friend the heroic Yi, is also quite skilled. With a single slap, he can send a burly man weighing over 100 pounds flying. You should know about the underground black dragon of Yinjing, right? His subordinates, more than a dozen of them, aren't even a match for our hero. With such impressive skills at such a young age, it would be wonderful if you could provide guidance, Coach Wang. As Hua Guodong spoke, more Wang Fan's face grew increasingly uncomfortable. Finally, unable to hold back, he grumbled, "Xiao Huazi, cut it out, no one thinks you're mute." Seeing Wang Fan getting angry, Hua Guodong wisely fell silent, thinking to himself, how petty. If he doesn't want to give guidance, why get so worked up? Soon the group arrived by car at a cluster of ancient-style buildings, as if they had instantly traveled back to ancient times from a modern city. The buildings here have retained the style of ancient times to the greatest extent, with pavilions, towers, and flowing streams. After getting out of the car, the four of them walked for about 10 minutes and arrived in front of a 2-story small building. Above the plaque, 3 large characters read Treasure Pavilion. This is a famous trading center for rare treasures in Yinjing. Zhao Wanting briefly introduced to Yi Feng. Whether it's antiques or treasures of heaven and earth, anything you desire can be found here. The owner of the pavilion is also a person with extensive connections and great influence. The last auction of the Jade Buddha was also held here. This time, in order to quickly gather the materials needed for the life-saving prescription, Zhao Wanting had someone inquire here and actually got a response. However, places like this are often mixed with good and bad. The previous incident with the Jade Buddha nearly caused a loss. Learning from that experience, Zhao's grandfather sent Coach Wang to stay by his granddaughter's side for full protection this time. "Miss Zhao, welcome." As soon as the group entered the store, a smiling fat man immediately approached them. This person was short and stout, wearing a long gown and a melon hat with a pair of shrewd eyes quickly scanning everyone, but he lingered a bit longer on the unfamiliar face of Yi Feng. Manager Tao, Zhao Wanting greeted him with a smile. "Oh, why, young master. Coach Wang, you two are here as well. Our little shop is truly honored by your presence." The enthusiastic manager Tao continued to greet Hua Guodong and Wang Fan. Their esteemed statuses go without saying and must be treated with utmost respect. "And this young brother, what do we call you? You seem a bit unfamiliar." Manager Tao finally turned to Yi Feng, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "This is Mr. Yi," Zhao Wanting briefly introduced. "He is a friend of mine. He came along to hang out today." "Oh, so this is Mr. Yi." Manager Tao nodded with a smile, thinking that a friend of Miss Zhao should also be wealthy. However, with a glance, he saw that all 4 of them appeared to be novices, which made Manager Tao's smile even more radiant. "Manager Tao, have you prepared the items I requested?" After some pleasantries, Zhao Wanting got straight to the point. "The seller should be arriving soon." Manager Tao replied with a smile. "Today our pavilion owner is also here and wants to act as an intermediary for you, ensuring everything goes smoothly." "Thank you very much then." Zhao Wanting felt more assured upon hearing that the owner of the place was present. Manager Tao continued, "Recently we've received quite a few good items in our shop. Everyone, let me show you around." Seeing that they had nothing to do, he decided to lead them around while they explored. Here is a batch of Song Dynasty official kiln items, just unearthed. This piece of calligraphy is a genuine work by Su Shi that we just acquired at a high price. This piece of jade is a burial item from the Jiajing era. As they walked through, a variety of rare treasures dazzled their eyes. However, after the previous incident with the jade, Zhao Wanting now avoided anything related to jade. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was merely observing, finding that this treasure pavilion was just superficial. Most of the treasures were hardly worth mentioning. The so-called genuine items were even more exaggerated. The real market here is 1 genuine item among 9 fakes. Yi Feng shook his head, slightly feeling a bit disappointed, wondering if the real treasures were hidden away elsewhere, rarely shown to the public. Manager Tao continued to introduce while observing their reactions. Seeing that Zhao Wanting, Hua Guodong, and Wang Fan were completely mesmerized by the various treasures in front of them, unable to discern between true and false. Yi Feng, however, occasionally shook his head, pretending to be unimpressed, which made Manager Tao inwardly sneer. "Miss Zhao, come take a look at this genuine work by Wang Shiji that our pavilion owner has painstakingly acquired recently. This can be considered our treasure of the shop." As they spoke, the group arrived at the center of a separate exhibition hall. Inside the glass case was a piece of calligraphy. Next to it was an introduction stating it was a rare genuine piece with 28 characters by Wang Shiji. "It is the pinnacle of the calligraphy world. It's authentic." In the crowd, a middle-aged man in a suit observed for a while and finally reached a conclusion. The surrounding guests nodded in agreement. "If Director Jia says it's genuine, then it must be correct." Manager Tao smiled and introduced, "This Director Jia is the deputy director of our city museum, as well as the president of the Calligraphy Association. He is a true expert. If even Director Jia says it's authentic, then there is absolutely no doubt about this piece." Zhao Wanting's heart raced upon seeing this calligraphy. Because her grandfather admired Wang Shiji's calligraphy the most, Unfortunately, genuine works by Wang Shiji are extremely rare in the market. This time it was hard to come across one, but she needed the funds to purchase the life-saving prescription materials and probably wouldn't have spare money to buy this genuine piece. Heh. As Feng saw this so-called genuine piece, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Others might not recognize it, but how could Feng not know? This piece of calligraphy was actually created by his own master. Seeing Feng laughing without reason, Manager Tao could no longer hold back and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Feng shook his head slightly. "It's nothing. After all, when it comes to antique calligraphy and paintings, the truth is often difficult to discern. They were here to conduct business, not to ruin the atmosphere, so there was no need to expose each other's doubts directly. As long as the treasures that truly cure illnesses are authentic, it's all that matters." Feng wasn't one to meddle. "Humph." Manager Tao snorted, coldly dissatisfied with Feng's attitude, wondering why he was pretending to be so aloof. "Manager Tao, how much is this authentic piece by Wang Shiji?" Zhao Wanting couldn't help but ask. She thought that if she had some extra money later she might consider it. Manager Tao smiled and said, "This is our store's treasure, and it is not for sale at the moment. After all, our master went to great lengths to acquire this gem. However, once during a meal our master mentioned to a friend that if it were ever auctioned it should fetch at least 100 million for a single character. 100 million per character. This genuine, letter written on a clear day after snow, has a total of 28 characters amounting to 2 billion. That is an astronomical price." As soon as this valuation was spoken, it shocked the entire room. Even the wealthy Zhao Wanting was momentarily speechless, taken aback. This price was something she couldn't accept either. So expensive. Feng was also surprised by the price. He hadn't realized Wang Zixi's calligraphy was worth so much. Although he had learned the skill of ancient imitation from his 35th master, the value of antique calligraphy and paintings is inherently subjective, and the market changes rapidly, so Feng wasn't familiar with the relevant prices. "This is a normal price." At this moment, Director Jia continued to explain, "This authentic piece by Wang Shiji was once auctioned in ancient times for 700 taels of gold. Considering the current inflation rate, 100 million per character for Wang Zixi's calligraphy is actually the market's normal price. Unfortunately, there are not many genuine pieces available on the market." After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Having listened to Director Jia, they finally retracted their shocked expressions, realizing this was indeed the normal price. However, Feng understood there weren't any genuine pieces on the market, only imitations from later generations. In fact, even those imitations had long been discontinued. According to his 35th master, the so-called genuine pieces currently on the market actually all came from his hand. In other words, the characters imitated by Feng's master had been certified by professionals as authentic works of Wang Shiji, thoroughly blurring the line between real and fake with far-reaching implications. Alas, what a pity. Zhao Wanting shook her head, slightly expressing her helplessness. This truly has a price, but no market. Hua Guodong also marveled repeatedly, who can afford such a price? Indeed. Director Jia replied again. Wang Zixi's authentic works are inherently priced, but lack a market. Even if there are occasional buyers, most are overseas Chinese looking to buy them as family heirlooms. At this moment, Manager Tao pulled Zhao Wanting aside and whispered a few words. Others couldn't hear, but Feng was sharp and caught every word. "Miss Zhao is a regular customer here. I heard that old Master Zhao also cherishes Wang Zixi's calligraphy deeply. If the Zhao family is genuinely interested in this piece, our master has said he can offer it at a discount." "Really?" Zhao Wanting was both surprised and delighted upon hearing this. "How much would that be?" 28 characters, even at a discount, would likely still be exorbitantly priced. Manager Tao motioned with his hand, pressing it slightly downwards. "We can offer the Zhao family a 50% discount. Half price 7 billion. Although it was still a hefty sum, Zhao Wanting frowned and pondered. This price was something their Zhao family could consider. Moreover, thinking that her grandfather might not have much time left, even if he obtained the elixir for extending life, it would probably only add a year to his lifespan. If she could obtain an authentic piece by Wang Shiji in the last year of her grandfather's life, having it by his side for a glance each day would be worth living for. Seeing Zhao Wanting beginning to hesitate, contemplate, and waver, a glimmer of slyness appeared on Manager Tao's face. At the same time, he exchanged a barely noticeable glance with Director Jia. And all of this did not escape Feng's keen eyes and attention. So that's how it is. Feng felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that Manager Tao and Director Jia were colluding to set a trap for the Zhao family. If it were anyone else, it would be fine. But since Feng was here, how could he stand by and watch? Manager Tao, returning to her senses, Zhao Wanting wasn't a fool. The sudden 50% discount on such valuable items must have a catch. Why would you sell something so valuable at half price to our Zhao family? What is the reason for this? Manager Tao smiled and said, "Our master has long admired old Master Zhao. He simply wishes to present a flower as a gift and hopes that the Zhao family can offer more support in the future." Old Master Zhao's influence indeed attracts many sycophants. Zhao Wanning was unfazed by this and had long since seen through it. I will go back and discuss it with my grandfather, Zhao Wanning said finally. All right. Manager Tao, seeing a glimmer of hope, nodded with a smile. They were fishing for a big catch with a long line and were not in a hurry. Today's events were merely the beginning. Miss Zhao, do you really want to buy this piece? Wang Fan, who had also overheard their conversation, felt it was somewhat suspicious and inquired uneasily. Zhao Wanning nodded. My grandfather loves Wang Zixi's calligraphy the most, but unfortunately, he has never been able to buy an authentic piece. I want. Then I can write a piece for the old master another day. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly interjected. Besides Wang Shiji, I can write for whoever you want, including Ouyang Sun Yinjinqing and Lu Gongquan. What? Upon hearing those words, everyone was stunned. For a moment, nobody seemed to fully grasp the meaning behind Yi Feng's statement. What did he mean by presenting the calligraphy of these great masters? I didn't expect Mr. Yi to have such a grandiose claim. Manager Tao couldn't help but sneer. Do you think these 28 characters are worth their weight in gold? Because they were personally written by Wang Shiji. Facing Manager Tao's disdain, Yi Feng replied proudly, I can write characters that are identical to those of Wang Shiji. After all, the authentic works of Wang Shiji have long ceased to exist. Any imitation that is 90% similar is sufficient to deceive. Just like your store's treasure. What? As soon as Yi Feng spoke these words, the venue fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Yi Feng with expressions of disbelief, as if they were staring at a madman. Who is this kid? Such a bold claim. Even Director Jia personally verified it as the genuine work of Wang Shiji, and he still dares to contradict it. Is he more authoritative than Director Jia? I think this kid has gone mad, daring to boast that he can write identical characters. It's simply a daydream. At this moment, Manager Tao, furious, couldn't help but laugh in anger. You dare to question that our store's treasure is fake? I'm not targeting your store, Yi Feng said frankly. I'm saying that all the authentic works of Wang Shiji on the market are fake. Wow. The scene erupted in uproar once again. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Director Jia couldn't help but puff up his cheeks in anger. Not to mention this piece here, our city museum also has a genuine work of Wang Shiji in its collection. That's also fake, Yi Feng stated bluntly. Puff. Upon hearing this, Director Jia nearly fainted. You say you can write identical characters. Manager Tao provoked again. Why don't you show us what you've got? Whether it's a donkey or a horse, let's take it out. Manager Tao believed that as long as Yi Feng wrote a few characters casually, he would expose himself, and his boast would be shattered right then and there. Of course, Manager Tao did not believe Yi Feng would dare to write in front of everyone. He thought it was just a display of bravado. All right. Yi Feng waved his hand casually, saying, bring me paper and a brush. He'll just casually write a piece for you to see. Upon hearing this, Manager Tao was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Feng to actually dare to do it. Director Jia was also taken aback, not understanding what Yi Feng was trying to do. Mr. Yi, Zhao Wanting and the others looked at him in surprise, unsure why Yi Feng suddenly wanted to take this matter seriously. Hero, Hua Guodong reminded in a low voice. Although you are very skilled in fighting and medicine, this is a different field. This is calligraphy. Can you handle the nuances of writing? As things progressed to this point, Yi Feng frankly stated, Miss Zhao, their willingness to sell this authentic piece at a discounted price is a scheme to trap your Zhao family. Since you invited me to help you assess it, how can I stand by and do nothing? Zhao Wanting was taken aback again, unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood, not knowing whom to believe. You little brat, don't slander recklessly. Upon hearing this, Manager Tao was furious and eager to shut Yi Feng up, so he hurriedly said, all right, you want to write, do you? He'll prepare paper and a brush for you right away, so you can write as much as you want. If you can't write it, don't blame us at the Treasure Pavilion for turning our backs on you. As he spoke, a staff member from the store brought over paper and brushes, setting up a small table. All the writing material. Mr. Yi, please. Manager Tao said with a forced smile, let us also see the genuine work of Wang Shiji that you hold. Instantly, all eyes in the venue turned to Yi Feng. Most of them wore expressions of gloating. Seeing Yi Feng so young, everyone thought he was just being arrogant, believing he could imitate the genuine work of Wang Shiji after learning calligraphy for a few days. As long as he put pen to paper, he would surely expose himself. All right. Yi Feng was not polite at all, directly picking up the brush and swiftly writing the first line of a letter written on a clear snowy day. Shiji bows respectfully. Hiss. As the saying goes, once an expert takes action, one knows whether it's genuine or not. When Director Jia saw the 4 characters Yi Feng wrote, he was instantly taken aback, gasping in shock. Identical. It's truly identical. Though experts see the subtleties while laymen only enjoy the spectacle, Yi Feng's penmanship with each stroke was graceful and vigorous, embodying the style of a true master. Not only did it astonish the industry expert Director Jia, but it also shocked everyone present. Heavens, this young man writes beautifully, doesn't he? This isn't merely a matter of good or bad. Look closely, his work is just like the authentic pieces of Wang Shiji, as if carved from the same mold. I never anticipated that this young man had such exceptional skills. No wonder he dared to speak boldly earlier. He truly is a hidden talent. The crowd's reaction shifted from disdain to deep shock and disbelief. Who would have thought that this young man had such mastery in calligraphy, leaving everyone in awe? Gulp. Even manager Tao could not help but swallow hard, utterly captivated. From the moment Yi Feng put pen to paper, he had already prepared to mock, yet after half a day of brewing thoughts, he found himself unable to utter a single word. His characters were not only well-written, but identical in every aspect. One might think that Wang Shiji himself had possessed him for an impromptu performance. Manager Tao was left speechless with astonishment. Heavens! This hero possesses such abilities. Hua Guodong also stared in disbelief. He originally thought Yi Feng was merely a master of martial arts incapable of excelling in literary pursuits, and expected to suffer from his lack of culture. Yet to his utter surprise, Yi Feng's calligraphic skills were remarkably profound. Zhao Wanting was equally astonished, seemingly re-evaluating her understanding of him with each encounter. Not only was he a formidable fighter, but he also understood medicine and could even create indistinguishable forgeries of calligraphy. What an extraordinary genius. A true polymath. Coach Wang Fan also praised him with respect, declaring he truly is a well-rounded talent. Initially, after battling Yi Feng, Wang Fan believed he would one day embody the visage of a battle god. However, it now seemed that Yi Feng's future achievements would likely surpass that of a mere battle god. After a brief tea time, Wang Zixi's draft of the Quick Snow on a Clear Day, consisting of 28 characters, was finally replicated. Shijibo's Quick Snow on a Clear Day, hoping for peace and virtue. Unfortunately, the strength was insufficient to match the merit. Wang Shijibo's Zhang Ho of Shanin. Huff. Yi Feng set down his brush, exhaling lightly. Although it was only 28 short characters, achieving perfect accuracy, without any flaws, let alone creating forgeries, required utmost concentration and seamless execution. The difficulty of wielding the brush was beyond words. This replication was no less than a grueling battle. At that moment, the crowd repeatedly compared the works, exerting all their effort to find flaws, yet they were unable to identify any imperfections among the 28 characters. It truly is exactly the same, the crowd exclaimed. 28 characters flawless. Were it not for the absence of imperial seals on Yi Feng's replicated characters, one could not distinguish between the two pieces at all. From a layman's perspective, comparisons could only be made based on the shape, size, and even the depth of the ink. However, experts like Director Jia delved deeper, assessing the brushstrokes, the artistic conception, and the overall momentum. As graceful as drifting clouds, as fierce as a startled dragon. Director Jia marveled. It truly is strikingly similar. Once more, Director Jia looked at Yi Feng, his eyes filled with fervor. He thought to himself, what a remarkable talent this is. If only he could collaborate with him, casually replicating some calligraphy and paintings would surely bring immense fortune. Hero, you are simply extraordinary. You are my idol. Hua Guodong gazed at Yi Feng with admiration, declaring, no, you are my master. I must become your disciple. A person proficient in martial arts, medicine, and calligraphy, even imparting a little knowledge, would be immensely beneficial. In that moment, Hua Guodong's resolve to become a disciple grew stronger. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanting, upon seeing two identical pieces of Wang Zixi's work, felt both astonished and fearful. Had it not been for Yi Feng's timely intervention, she almost considered spending a fortune to purchase this piece of Wang Zixi's authentic work for her grandfather. Mr. Yi, are all the authentic pieces of Wang Shiji in the market fake? Zhao Wanting posed this question, which echoed in the minds of everyone present. With such an ability to create indistinguishable forgeries, once his works entered the market, it would be impossible to discern them. It's not just Wang Shiji, Yi Feng stated gravely. The older the era, the greater the possibility of losing the original works. Most of what circulates in the market are later imitations. Consider this: Wang Shiji was an ancient figure from nearly 2,000 years ago. Even if he left behind some authentic pieces after so many natural disasters, human calamities, and wars, it would be a miracle if even 1 out of 10 survived. Moreover, given the techniques of ancient times, even a piece of white paper stored for 1,000 years would likely have turned to dust by now. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. If that's the case, then most of the calligraphy and paintings passed down to this day are imitations, which means they hold little value. One shouldn't say it that way, Yi Feng responded. In fact, as humanity has progressed, both art and technology have made significant advancements. We need not belittle the present in favor of the past. Even if the later imitations, whether in technique or quality, are the result of generations of meticulous study and refinement, they have already surpassed their predecessors. Director Jia, still somewhat unconvinced, inquired, You mentioned earlier that you can write the characters of Wang Shiji, Yin Jinqing, or Lu Gongquan. The master of the treasure house, who is also the true boss behind the scenes, is a man in his 50s with graying hair and a slightly plump appearance. At this moment, the master is entertaining 3 guests discussing a significant upcoming transaction. Hearing the shopkeeper rush in from outside to report the situation, he couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Who was beside Miss Zhao? The master inquired. Hu Yanniai and Wang Jiaodo. These 2 clearly seem to be novices, so there's no need to worry too much. However, the shopkeeper's tone shifted as the image of Yi Feng surfaced in his mind. There is also a young man they all refer to as Mr. Yi. I initially thought he was an ordinary person, but just now he instantly recognized that the calligraphy of Wang Shiji brought by director Jia was a counterfeit and even pinned an identical one himself. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes lit up. There is such a talent. A young man with the surname Yi. I haven't heard of him before. Having been in this business for decades, the master is familiar with various experts, yet this young man with the surname Yi is someone he has never heard of. It seems that the Zhao family has come well prepared this time, the shopkeeper said with concern. Should we cancel the upcoming transaction? Just say that the master is unavailable and that the seller hasn't arrived. How about that? As he spoke, the shopkeeper glanced at the other 3 people present. One of the burly men frightened the shopkeeper with just a glance. We brothers will not make this trip in vain, the burly man said in a deep voice. Haha. Master Ma, rest assured, everything is under my control. The master immediately replied with a smile. Everything will proceed as planned. Even if that kid can replicate calligraphy and paintings, what's the big deal? The items in this transaction are precious materials. He is probably a novice. Old Tao, bring them over. Yes, the shopkeeper responded and immediately went down to comply. At this moment, amidst a flurry of gasps, Yi Feng had already picked up his brush, perfectly replicating Yin Jinqing's eulogy for his nephew, even surpassing the imitation currently on display. Director Jia was even more astonished, unable to believe that such a calligraphic genius could exist in the world, proficient in various ancient scripts. He initially thought the claims were exaggerated, but was shocked to find them entirely true. Miss Zhao, our master invites you. The shopkeeper parted the crowd and stepped forward to invite her. Hearing this, Zhao wanting frowned slightly, becoming much more cautious. Originally, she had trusted this treasure house quite a bit. However, after the incident with the genuine Wang Shiji piece, she felt like a fat sheep surrounded by traps. Shopkeeper Tao, I hope your esteemed house understands that our Zhao family is not easily deceived. Zhao wanting warned coldly. This transaction's medicinal materials concern my grandfather's life. If anything goes wrong, our Zhao family will not let this go. Seeing this, the shopkeeper quickly smiled and said, Miss Zhao, please calm down. It was all a misunderstanding. However, regarding those medicinal materials, I must emphasize that our treasure house merely acts as an intermediary, helping you contact the seller. The specifics still need to be discussed with them. If any issues arise, our treasure house will not be held accountable. Zhao wanting suspected that there was likely a scam involved, and she was reluctant to proceed. Since we are all here, let's go take a look. At this moment, Yi Feng spoke. The authenticity will be evident. Good. Seeing Yi Feng say this, Zhao wanting agreed to go along. Shopkeeper Tao lead the way. Yes. As he spoke, the shopkeeper took a few more glances at Yi Feng, unsure if he truly understood or was merely bluffing. Soon the group arrived at a private room in the back hall. With the master of the treasure house at the forefront, both sides sat on opposite sides. Miss Zhao, young master Hua, Coach Wang, brother Yi. The master personally offered seats. Please take a seat. Enjoy the tea. After the 4 settled down, they noticed 3 burly middle-aged men sitting across from them, each exuding a strong and intimidating aura. Let me introduce you all. The master pointed at the 3 men across and said, These 3 are the sellers, the Ma brothers from Fengtian. Their family does business with medicinal materials all year round at the foot of Changbai Mountain. They have all the precious materials you need. Yi Feng observed the 3 men, noting the pronounced bulges on their temples, indicating they were formidable characters, not weak in strength. However, with himself and Coach Wang present, he felt no fear of them attempting to force a sale. Boss Ma. Zhao wanting nodded at the 3 men. Let's verify the goods first. Good. Miss Zhao is truly straightforward. The leading man, Master Ma, laughed heartily and signaled one of his brothers to bring out the goods. Soon various types of medicinal materials were poured out from a burlap sack, over a meter long, clearly aged. A century-old ginseng, 80-year-old ambergris, 150-year-old cordyceps, 200-year-old red snow ganoderma. These were all personally harvested by us brothers in Changbai Mountain. Zhao wanting gasped at the sight of the precious medicinal materials, her breathing becoming rapid. Even as a novice, she could tell that these medicinal materials were of exceptional quality. She felt a surge of excitement within, thinking that this time things were going so smoothly her grandfather would be saved. These medicinal materials clearly show some age and are of remarkable quality. Even Coach Wang nodded slightly. having served in official capacities before he had seen medicinal materials aged over 100 years, and those aged only a few decades looked distinctly different. Moreover, just by sniffing one could detect a unique medicinal fragrance. Coach Wang, good eye? The master smiled at Coach Wang. Although as an intermediary I cannot favor anyone, I am willing to stake my head as a guarantee that these medicinal materials are all sufficient and in adequate quantity. If you do not believe it, you can inquire in Feng. The Ma brothers' medicinal materials have an excellent reputation. Mr. Yi. Zhao Wanting quickly stabilized her emotions after the excitement and turned to Yi Feng with a questioning look. As long as he gave the final word, they could proceed to negotiate the price. At this moment, all eyes in the room converged on Yi Feng, especially the master, who looked at Yi Feng with. He thought, even if this kid is an expert in antiques and calligraphy, there is a vast difference between fields. Could he really understand medicinal materials? Yi Feng picked up a piece of old ginseng and smiled slightly, saying, 10-year-old ginseng, 80-year-old ambergris, 15-year-old cordyceps, 20-year-old snow ganoderma. I heard that around Changbai Mountain in Fengtian there is a unique technique of pulling seedlings which can instantly elevate the age of medicinal materials, passing off the inferior as superior and blurring the lines between real and fake. Seeing it today has indeed opened my eyes. As he spoke, Yi Feng slightly condensed his qi between his fingers. Upon looking at that piece of ginseng claiming to be 100 years old, it appeared to rejuvenate, instantly shrinking in size. Yi Feng's 11th master was once the king of medicine. Under his tutelage, Yi Feng not only mastered the skills of alchemy and medicine preparation, but could also identify the quality and age of various medicinal materials with a single glance. The Ma brothers, using the ancient method of pulling seedlings, prepared these medicinal materials akin to instantly aging a 10-year-old child by 100 years. In response, Yi Feng reversed the process with the old mountain ginseng, restoring it to its original state, as if returning to youth. The difference between a 100-year-old ginseng and a 10-year-old one was visibly stark. After restoring the mountain ginseng to its original appearance, even an outsider like Zhao Wanting could immediately tell that this ginseng was a fake. Hiss! In an instant the scene fell into shock. Zhao Wanting and the others looked astonished, exclaiming how dangerous it was. If Yi Feng hadn't been there to keep an eye on things, they would have fallen for it again this time. The master of the shrine was also taken aback, never expecting Yi Feng to have such a skill. It was simply unheard of. Meanwhile, the Ma brothers felt more anger than shock. The Yi Feng before them not only saw through their tricks, but also exposed them mercilessly. You little brat, you're seeking death. The leading Ma Yi gritted his teeth in hatred. Zhao Wanting slammed the table in fury, saying, Boss Ma, what do you have to say for yourself? Is this what you call precious medicinal materials in sufficient quantity and quality? Zhao Wanting grew angrier as she thought about it. In truth, being deceived and losing some money was not significant. However, this time it concerned her grandfather's life. If they carelessly used this counterfeit medicine, wouldn't it endanger her grandfather's life? When she arrived earlier, Zhao Wanting had already made her stance clear. These medicinal materials were related to her grandfather's life, and if there were any mistakes, the Zhao family would not let it go easily. She never expected that the seller and the master of the shrine would be so bold as to try to deceive her with a mere 10% of defective products. The master of the shrine wore a face of surprise and embarrassment, chuckling wryly, I didn't know. At the same time, he regretted not listening to manager Tao and postponing this transaction. A moment of negligence led him to fall into the hands of this young man named Yi. At this moment, the leading Ma Yi slammed the table and said, You little brat, you're slandering us. What means did you use to ruin my 100-year-old ginseng? Even if this deal falls through, you still have to compensate for the value of this ginseng. Yi Feng coldly retorted, How much? A 100-year-old ginseng has a market price of 100 million. Ma Yi said, You ruined my ginseng and tarnished our reputation, so you owe us an additional 100 million. You won't be able to leave here without paying a single cent. Since their schemes had been exposed on the spot, the Ma brothers decided to not let this go to waste. What a greedy lion. At this moment, Wang Fan sneered coldly, Are you trying to force a sale? So what? Ma Yi, undeterred, fiercely glared at everyone, saying, Don't you inquire about who the Ma brothers are. We've been rampant in Fengtian for over 10 years. Who dares to provoke us? Now that we are here, you will do this deal whether you want to or not. Zhao Wanting was alarmed, thinking how fortunate it was to have Wang Fan here today, otherwise it would be truly troublesome. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan laughed heartily. Did you even inquire what kind of family the Zhao family is, and who I Wang Fan am? Do you think you clowns can provoke us? Mentioning the Zhao family and Wang Fan's name was enough to intimidate others. However, the Ma brothers were desperate men, only recognizing money and completely disregarding these warnings. We've long heard of Headmaster Wang's great name, Ma Yi said. But I'm afraid Headmaster Wang is old now and can't scare us anymore. Even if the Zhao family is powerful, we brothers can escape to the Changbai Mountain, crossing numerous realms. Where can you find us? He looked at the table beside him, realizing that despite his earlier smack, he hadn't even managed to break a single splinter. This was just an He looked at the table beside him, realizing that despite his earlier smack, he hadn't even managed to break a single splinter. This was just an ordinary wooden table. What's happening? Wang Fan looked at his own palm, suddenly realizing that he had no internal energy left and couldn't muster any strength at all. Ha ha! The Ma brothers on the opposite side couldn't help but laugh gleefully. Headmaster Wang, you're so powerful, of course we had to guard against you. Just now, while pouring the medicinal materials, my brother accidentally spilled the soft bone powder hidden in the sack as well. How about it? Now you can't exert any strength at all, can you? Upon hearing this, Headmaster Wang was both shocked and furious, never expecting to fall into the hands of these three little thieves today. Zhao Wanting and Hua Guodong also hurriedly tried, and found they truly had no strength left. How can you do this? Master, he pretended to be shocked, reproaching them. Headmaster Wang, I advise you to sit down obediently. Let's continue our business. Ma Yi said with a forced smile, otherwise your lifelong reputation might be ruined by our brothers. Ruanga-san was colorless and tasteless, a dust-like powder. When scattered into the air and inhaled under ordinary circumstances, it produced no discernible effect. But the moment one exerted oneself, a profound weakness would sweep the body, leaving not an ounce of strength. Under normal circumstances, Wang Fan would surely have taken precautions. Yet when the Ma brothers were pouring out the medicinal herbs, just now Ruangu-san had been surreptitiously mixed, combined with the dust clinging to the herbs, and everyone's attention fixed upon them. Even an old hand like Wang Fan fell into the snare, let alone the others. The Ma brothers burst into triumphant laughter, as if they already commanded the whole affair. No matter whether one was an instructor of the Imperial Guard, a Yamen scion, or a daughter of a grand household, was the fate of everyone present not literally in their hands. The three stalwarts of the Ma family had dominated the Fengtian Changbai Mountains for decades. They possessed not only daring and skill, but cunning as well. Instructor Wang, if you were not poisoned, even the three of us together would likely be no match for you. The leading Ma, you said, his face the picture of Smallman triumph. But now any one of us could beat you senseless. Tell me, do you yield? Ha ha ha. The Ma family's third brother laughed. Instructor Wang, we advise you to sit quietly and not be ungrateful. Seeing this, Wang Fan's eyes blazed with fury, humiliated as a fallen tiger bullied by curs. He drew a deep breath, preparing to force the poison out through self-inflicted injury. But Wang Fan was loath to take that path unless absolutely necessary. Such a measure would be Pyrrhic, inflicting grievous harm upon himself and leaving a lingering infirmity that would sap his strength thereafter. So you are the Ma brothers. I will remember you. You dare poison me. What audacity! Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Hua Guodong warned angrily. After this, I will inform my father, and together with his colleagues in Fengtian Prefecture, we will unite to hunt you down. Let's see where you can run. Faced with Hua Guodong's threats, ordinary thieves would tremble. But these desperados before them appeared utterly unconcerned. So your clerk, who are you? Were trembling with fear. The three Ma brothers first feigned fright, then broke into derisive laughter. Do you think we were raised by fear? We are wanted men. What have we to fear from a joint sweep? Zhao Wanting ground her teeth in silent anger, as she had not expected that even with Instructor Wang present they would fall into the Ma brothers' stratagem. How treacherous the human heart, impossible to guard against. For a moment the atmosphere tightened like a drawn bow. Although Zhao Wanting's party was disadvantaged, they still refused to cooperate, resisting fiercely. How treacherous the human heart, impossible to guard against. For a moment the atmosphere tightened like a drawn bow. Although Zhao Wanting's party was disadvantaged, they still Why not sit down and talk it through? We bear no deep hatred. Surely the Ma brothers will not take matters to the Ma Yi said. Zhai Master, he truly knows the times and understands reason. Indeed, our brothers only seek wealth, nothing more. Those sensible will cooperate and spare themselves suffering. Just as Zhao Wanting was about to speak, Yifeng suddenly opened his mouth. Very well then, sit down and continue the discussion. Ma Yi chuckled. It is this brother who knows the time. When Yifeng spoke as if he were yielding, the others, though inwardly seething, knew by reason that in such an unfavorable situation, they must bite their tongues and endure for the moment. Oomph. Wang Fan snorted and sat back down. Seeing everyone obediently take seats, Ma Yi nodded with satisfaction. He continued, century-old ginseng dragons, musk, cordyceps, snow lingji. These treasures of heaven and earth, 100 million apiece. Add our travel expenses, and well make it an even 500 million. Ma Yi looked at Zhao Wanting and the others with a grin, as if surveying a flock of lambs to be slaughtered towering above them like butcher to meat. 500 million. At that demand, Zhao Wanting and the others' faces turned as cold as frost. If the herbs before them were truly over 100 years old, 500 million would be acceptable to the Zhao family. After all, these were life-saving medicines. But these were clearly forgeries, yet the other side dared to set such an exorbitant price. Outrageous. Do you think the Zhao family's wealth blows in on the wind? Zhao Wanting snorted coldly. We don't even have 50 million. Ma Yi sneered. Miss Zhao, have you not yet faced reality? You have no right to haggle with us now. 500 million, not a cent less. Otherwise my brothers, course though they are, might do something to you. Who can say what would happen? Ha ha ha. The two Ma brothers leered at Zhao Wanting with lascivious eyes. Wang Fan instantly flew into a rage. He had steeled himself should they make a reckless move, even at the cost of his own life. He would not allow these vermin to lay a finger on the Zhao patriarch's granddaughter. The tension on the scene spiked again. Our patience is limited, Ma Yi warned coldly. You have 1 minute to— No need to think, Yi Feng suddenly said. We'll take that price. 100 million apiece, but they must be authentic. We will not shortchange you a single cent. But if you cannot produce century-old specimens, then leave your heads behind. At those words the Ma brothers were momentarily stunned, uncertain what Yi Feng meant. They wondered why he insisted on genuine articles. He already knew these were fakes, so why press the matter of authenticity at this moment? The goods are here. Ma Yi kicked the 4 items of herbal medicine on the ground with impatience. The ginseng and lingzhi tumbled to Yi Feng's feet. Without a glance, Yi Feng stamped down, crushing the counterfeit herbs into powder. I will say it again, if they are genuine, we will not shortchange you. But if you only have fakes, then bring your heads as payment. What? At those words the Ma brothers were filled with fury and shock. Yi Feng's words and actions had clearly provoked them. You brat, you're asking for death. The Ma family's second brother lunged forward to seize Yi Feng, intent to capture and punish him on the spot, as a warning to others. After all, among Zhao Wanting's party of 4 only, Yi Feng seemed to lack background or status, so they had no reservations about making a move. But the next moment, swish, a cold gleam flashed in Yi Feng's hand. The Ma's second brother's step faltered. Clutching his throat, he staggered back several paces, and with a thud collapsed dead to the ground. You asked for death first. Yi Feng coolly wiped his dagger. Second brother. Ma Yi's eyes widened as he glanced at his fallen sibling, then stared at Yi Feng in shock. You're not poisoned. Huh. Mere Ruangu-san would hope to control me. Yi Feng sneered with contempt. What? With this statement from Yi Feng, both sides were taken aback. However, this time the tides turned, and it was the Ma brothers and Master He who were filled with rage, while Zhao Wanting and others were overjoyed seeing hope. Truly a hero, not a victim of the scheme. Haha, now there is hope. Hua Guodong exclaimed excitedly, his admiration for Yi Feng growing even more. Good lad. Wang Fan could not suppress his surprise, thinking to himself that he indeed had not misjudged this person, for his future achievements were limitless. Mr. Yi, it turns out you are unharmed. Zhao Wanting's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Meanwhile, the leader Master Ma was furious that his brothers had been killed right before his eyes, and at the same time, he was puzzled as to how Yi Feng had avoided the effects of the soft bone powder. After all, in such a confined space, unless the opponent could hold their breath indefinitely, how could they possibly escape unscathed? How did you not get poisoned? Master Ma couldn't comprehend this. How is that possible? Did this brat like himself take the antidote? But then another question arose. How did the other party know that he would use the soft bone powder and prepare in advance? Master Ma was at a loss. Little did he know Yi Feng had a master apothecary, and under the master's training Yi Feng's body had long since become immune to all poisons. Let alone soft bone powder. Even if he were to ingest He Ding Hong or Duan Chong Chao in front of him, it would have no effect whatsoever. Everyone assumed Yi Feng had come prepared. But in reality, Yi Feng had never cared. I will ask again, do you have the genuine article or not? Yi Feng said calmly, my patience is limited. Hearing this, Master Ma and the others were both furious and astonished. Even at this moment, this brat was still concerned about the authenticity of the herbs. He still wanted the genuine article. You little brat, you're looking for death. Master Ma immediately drew his waist knife and shouted, third. Go. Cut this brat down. In their eyes, Yi Feng was just a young fool, easy enough to deal with. As long as head coach Wang didn't intervene, the situation wouldn't turn. Be careful, hero. Hua Guodong, seeing the two approaching fiercely with knives drawn, couldn't help, but Wang Fan, however, remained calm. After all, he was the only one who had actually fought Yi Feng and knew the terror he possessed. Compared to facing himself, those scoundrels were the most unfortunate facing Yi Feng. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong opponent. Just as he was thinking about it, the Ma brothers' swift knives struck towards Yi Feng's head like lightning. The two had roamed Changbai Mountain for over a decade. If they didn't have some skills, how could they dare to be so audacious? But unfortunately, this time they were about to face an existence they could not fathom. Swish! Yi Feng's dagger moved again, flashing before the eyes of the two like a meteor streaking across the night sky. In the next moment, the bodies of the Ma brothers began to retreat uncontrollably. Even their hands involuntarily reached for their throats. As soon as they covered their necks, blood gushed forth uncontrollably like a river bursting its banks, impossible to stop. So fast. Master Mom managed to utter these two words, then fell back in horror. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. 2 moves to kill 3 men. Yi Feng's thunderous strike completely stunned everyone present. Even Wang Fan showed a look of terror. With his strength, he hadn't even been able to see Yi Feng's moves just now. So fast. Too fast. Compared to the last time he fought Yi Feng, where a single move broke his Chimei staff, it was evident that Yi Feng had shown mercy then. This time the Yi Feng before him unleashed his full power, each move fatal. Even if it were himself facing Yi Feng's last move, he too would find it hard to withstand. Hero, you are too amazing. Hua Guodong was so stunned, he couldn't close his mouth, suddenly remembering that he wanted to encourage head coach Wang to guide Yi Feng, but Wang's reaction was unusual at the time. Now it seemed that Yi Feng's strength might even surpass that of head coach Wang. Mr. Yi. Zhao Wanting also felt a hint of fear seeing Yi Feng so decisive in killing. Gulp, gulp. Master, he was so frightened that he kept swallowing, never expecting that the notorious bandit of the realm for over a decade would be annihilated by a young man in just 2 moves. Who is this kid? He is simply a devil. Swish. Yi Feng pointed lightly again, striking the 3 of Zhao Wanting, relieving them of the poison from the soft bone powder. The 3 had already recognized Yi Feng's medical skills and found nothing strange. And you, He. Finally, Yi Feng turned his attention to Master He. What? What? Master He was stunned, not understanding Yi Feng's intention. Crack. Yi Feng threw his dagger heavily onto the table. Instantly, it pinned Master He's hand to the table. Master He let out a piercing scream, trying to retract his injured hand, but any movement under the dagger was excruciatingly painful. Spare me. Spare me. Master He repeatedly begged for mercy, terrified. Didn't you say there were herbs we needed here? Yi Feng coldly questioned. If you deceived us into coming here, and you can't produce something, I will not let you off easily. When he came, Yi Feng had still held some hope, but he never expected to meet a group of swindlers. And this master was clearly in cahoots with the Ma brothers. Today, if he could not produce something that intrigued him from this treasure haul, Yi Feng would not mind wiping them all out to prevent them from deceiving others in the future. There is. Master He, while begging loudly, nodded repeatedly. I know of a place. There must be what you want. Under the coercion of Yi Feng, how could the owner of the Hijai endure such cruel torture? He immediately divulged everything he knew. In the vicinity of Yinjiao Pear Garden, there are often secret auctions, dealing in illicit goods. But they are indeed genuine. Hijai continued, many treasures I possess were acquired from the Pear Garden. It's akin to an underground black market spanning the 9 provinces. Whatever you desire, as long as you can afford the price, it can be obtained. An underground black market. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Then the mastermind behind this black market is the underground longman, right? Yi Feng thought to himself that if it was the underground longman's territory, it would be easier. No, Hijai shook his head. Although the underground longmen control the underground forces, this black market is unrelated to longmen and is not under their control. The mastermind behind this black market seems to be a big shot from the East Sea. Who exactly it is, I am not in a position to know. At this moment, Zhao Wanting interjected. I've heard of this Pear Garden too. It seems to be a very mysterious place. Generally, those who approach it are driven away. Turns out they are engaged in some illicit dealings. Yes. Hijai continued. To enter the Pear Garden, one must be introduced by someone familiar. If you spare me, I am willing to take you to the Pear Garden to purchase whatever you desire. Ancient artifacts, calligraphy, and rare treasures, all available. Yi Feng immediately became intrigued. Swish. Yi Feng retracted his dagger. Hijai let out a cry of agony, nearly fainting. Yi Feng briefly stopped the bleeding and warned, lead the way. If you don't have what I want, the Pear Garden will be your grave. Not long after Yi Feng took Hijai out through the back door of the treasure house, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of armored guards at the front entrance. The Yanjing Guard is here to investigate. There is no need for you to panic, continue with your business. Who is in charge here? Let your boss come out to speak. Seeing this situation, Manager Tao was immediately frightened and took several steps back. However, upon seeing a proud female general standing at the forefront, he felt a bit more at ease. So it's Lord Jean. Manager Tao hurriedly greeted her with a smile. The commander of the Yanjing Guard, Jean Louis, holds considerable prestige among the common people and is well loved and supported, especially as she is a great beauty with a natural charm. Even the anxious Manager Tao, upon seeing the unparalleled beauty of Jean Louis, could not help but lower his guard and actively approach her. Where is your Zhai master? Jean Louis's expression turned cold, and she commanded, bring him out to see me. It turns out that the demon monk captured at the hospital had completely broken down after being confined at the Due mansion for a few days and confessed everything. For instance, the piece of jade imbued with evil energy as well as the entire industrial chain, etc. He was just one part of it, and his superior was precisely the owner of this treasure house. As for who else was involved further up the chain, the demon monk was not clear. Thus Jean-Louis followed this lead to the treasure house. She aimed to follow the clues and continue her investigation. The Jai Master is currently meeting a guest. Manager Tao did not dare to be negligent. Lord Jean, please wait a moment, we will inform him in the back. Saying this, Manager Tao hurriedly went to the back to relay the message. Greetings, Lord Jean. At this moment, the surrounding guests also began to greet Jean-Louis. Jean-Louis nodded in acknowledgement while pacing in the hall. Suddenly her gaze was drawn to a piece of calligraphy displayed alone in front of her. 2 authentic pieces by Wang Shiji were prominently hung at the exhibition stand. It turns out that director Jia had unilaterally decided to display the calligraphy that Yi Feng had just copied, allowing everyone to appreciate it. What beautiful characters! Jean-Louis stopped to observe, nodding secretly. Suddenly she noticed another piece of calligraphy hanging beside the exhibition stand, the characters strikingly familiar. This eulogy to my nephew was just copied by a young man, isn't it quite impressive? Director Jia introduced with a smile. Is Lord Jean also interested in calligraphy? Jean-Louis did not understand calligraphy. She simply compared various writings while handling cases. At the same time, she felt this piece of calligraphy was somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Jean-Louis exclaimed, suddenly recalling that yesterday she had seen the handwriting on a prescription in Shinxia's shop, which seemed to match the handwriting of this eulogy to my nephew. Jean-Louis hurriedly asked, where is that person who copied it now? What is his name? Before Director Jia could answer, a scream from Manager Tao came from behind. Murder! Murder! Manager Tao, terrified and in a panic, rushed back from the back hall. He had gone back to find the Jai Master, but instead found 3 corpses. Lord Jean, help me. Sir, the identities of the 3 deceased have been confirmed. They are the Ma family's 3 enforcers who have been terrorizing Fengtian. All 3 are A-level fugitives wanted nationwide. A-level fugitives. Jean-Louis stared at the 3 corpses on the ground, and the thought that they deserved death flashed through his mind. Killing them would not be a crime, but a meritorious deed. Yet a new question arose: who killed them? And where had the Jai Master of Cangbaozhai gone? Jean-Louis bent down, eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on the fatal wounds at their throats. Another single lethal strike, he murmured. Such clean technique. He could not help recalling the corpse found in the car that had plunged off the cliff 2 days earlier. The manner of killing matched almost perfectly. Could it be the work of the same hand? Lord Jean, our Jai Master. Is he all right? Shopkeeper Tao trembled at his side. Jean-Louis once more surveyed the room. His gaze fell upon the pool of blood on the table. This blood does not match that of the 3 deceased, Jean-Louis deduced. If there is no mistake, it should belong to your boss. Shopkeeper Tao's face drained of color. Then Jean-Louis paced over and in the tone reserved for interrogations said coldly, speak, which guests has your boss received here? What on earth is Cangbaozhai hiding behind its doors? The question made Shopkeeper Tao shudder. His mind flickered to Zhao Wanting and the others. Those 4 were not present. Could their absence be connected to the Jai Master's disappearance? Yet Shopkeeper Tao dared not disclose a single patron's name. In their line of work, clients' identities were guarded, as if in a vault. If the Jai Master were dead, Shopkeeper Tao would cooperate fully. But for now, the Jai Master was only missing. If Tao talked too freely and revealed too many clients, there would be no way to explain when the Master returned. Seeing Tao falter, it was clear he was hiding something. Jean-Louis' voice grew firmer. If you refuse to speak, they'll have no choice but to take you back to the Due mansion for questioning. Whether you are remanded to the Dali Temple or handed over to the Xingbu, you will not escape a harsh thrashing. At the threat, Shopkeeper Tao immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, spare me, Lord Jean, I truly have nothing to do with this. I know nothing. Take him away. At Jean-Louis' command, the guards sprang forward and seized Shopkeeper Tao. I'll tell. Under such intimidation, Tao could not hold out and confessed. There had been a transaction here. Perhaps the negotiation failed, and it turned into a conflict. The precious medicinal materials they seek cannot be bought in ordinary places. Near Yanjing, there is only one place where such items can be obtained. Many of the treasures in Cangbaozhai came from there, he added. I think they may have taken the Jai Master there by force. Jean-Louis pressed further. What place is it? Shopkeeper Tao stammered, then finally blurted 2 words, Liyuan. At that moment, Yi Feng and his party had driven close to Liyuan and Yanjiao. Who goes there? Before reaching the center, a swarm of burly, heavily armed security guards surrounded them to inspect. It's me, Jai Master. He stuck his head out and greeted the guards. We're here to attend tonight's auction. So it's Jai Master, he of Cangbaozhai. On seeing a familiar customer, the guards became courteous and let them pass. Yi Feng did not allow Hua Guodong to proceed further. He signaled him to stop the car. You should go back first, Yi Feng told Zhao Wanting. Leave the rest to me. They'll take Jai Master he inside to attend the auction. If the required ingredients appear, I will do my best to bid for them. Along the way from Zhai Master He's explanations, Feng realized that this underground black market was anything but simple. The forces behind it were knotted and complex. Even the underground longmen dared not interfere with their operations, a testament to the power behind them. The Liyuan in Yanjing was only one major fencing point among many places like it spread across the 2 capitals and 13 regions of Daxia. From the security deployment they had just observed, it was clear the private militias here were terrifyingly formidable. Yes, Brother Yi is right, Wang Fan acknowledged. Wang Fan added, this place is dangerous. I'll escort Miss Zhao and young Master Hua back first. Very well, came the reply. Not wishing to be a burden, Zhao wanting produced a card. There is 1 billion on this card. Please make sure to buy those life-saving materials. If the money is not enough, contact me. Understood. Feng took the bank card, and with Zhai Master, he stepped down from the car. Brother Yi, go in with confidence. Before departing, Wang Fan said, once I've delivered them, I'll return to support you. Feng waved to Zhao Wanting and the others, and took his leave. Turning toward Liyuan, Feng frowned slightly. Though the estate's grounds were elegant and picturesque, an undercurrent of murderous intent hid beneath the stillness. From the estate's feng shui arrangement, it was apparent that bloodshed was looming and that a great event would soon unfold. Feng's 15th master was a feng shui master who walked the boundary between yin and yang and foreknew omens. Earlier, Feng had seen at a glance how fraught with danger the place was. That was the main reason he insisted Zhao Wanting and the others return home. Let us go, Feng said calmly, stepping forward and paying little heed to the surrounding strangeness. If the celestial materials he urgently needed could be obtained, he would venture even into a dragon's den. Soon after Feng and Zhai Master, he entered Liyuan. Several patrol vehicles arrived. Even the arrogant security guards were forced to yield and adopt a respectful bearing. The Yanjing guard has come to investigate. All bystanders clear the area. The patrol vehicles did not slow, they charged into Liyuan. Jean Louis stepped down, leaving men to secure every entrance and exit. He then personally led the remaining guards into the estate's main hall. The steward hurried upstairs in a panic. Master of the estate, something terrible has happened. Hundreds of Yanjing guard have suddenly stormed the estate, and their commander is the Yanjing guard's chief. At the moment when Jean Louis led the crowd into the pear garden, Feng and Master, he had already been taken to the underground level to attend the grand and ceremonious auction held by the pear garden that evening. The auctions at the pear garden are held irregularly, attracting wealthy individuals from all over the 9 provinces each time. The rare treasures auctioned here are beyond your imagination. If you can think of it, they can procure it. Attending one auction will only make you regret your wallet being too thin. Master, he familiar with the process, led Feng into a private booth and emphasized the various rules of the auction. Once you arrive here, all guests participating in the auction are anonymous. Furthermore, everything here must not be disclosed to outsiders. If anyone is found disclosing auction details, they will be disqualified and banned for life. Therefore, being able to enter an auction of this caliber at the pear garden requires either an invitation from the organization or a guarantee and introduction from acquaintances. So Mr. Yi, I am now your guarantor. Master, he said with concern, so you must abide by the rules here or it will implicate me, and I won't be able to. Feng stood inside the booth, which was about 10 square meters in size. In front of a floor-to-ceiling window, he could overlook the auction scene on the underground 2nd floor. There was also a huge screen nearby allowing for a close-up view of everything happening on site. Moreover, the items auctioned here are guaranteed by the organizers, so there is no need to worry about acquiring counterfeit goods. Don't worry, as long as there's something I want, I'll be fine, Feng said calmly. I won't cause any trouble here. Hearing this, Master, he sighed in relief and quickly urged Feng to sit down and continue participating in the auction. Before the two arrived, the auction had already been underway for some time. Next, the host on the underground 2nd floor publicly displayed the next round of auction items. The next auction item is a rare find. The host exclaimed, it is also the first time I have encountered something like this in my auction career. This young and handsome host had been working here for over 3 years, and he had auctioned off countless rare treasures numbering in the hundreds, each worth a fortune. Even the host claimed that the upcoming auction item was a rare treasure he had never seen before in his career. This statement instantly ignited curiosity among all attendees. As he spoke, the host gestured, and 2 staff members brought up a massive wooden table. On the table lay an item covered by a red cloth, obscuring its true nature. Everyone can guess what's underneath this cloth. The host reached towards the red cloth, but did not rush to unveil it, instead creating a sense of suspense. Some booth owners seemed to have their curiosity piqued and grew impatient, unable to contain themselves as they shouted, "Damn it, hurry up." The host patiently waited for a few seconds, seeing that he had captured the attention of all guests, and once the atmosphere was suitably heightened, he finally lifted the red cloth to reveal the answer. This is a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. The wooden table showcased a gigantic red Ganoderma resembling a full moon. Wow. Instantly the venue erupted in an uproar. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. It is worth noting that the history of the Great Xia is merely 5,000 years. Yet this Ganoderma has transcended 1/5 of that historical continuum. Unimaginable. At that moment Yi Feng also suddenly stood up, fixated on the auction platform on the underground second floor. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Yi Feng trembled with excitement, never expecting such good fortune to find such a rare treasure upon his arrival. Initially, he thought that encountering treasures aged in the hundreds of years would suffice for his visit. However, he never anticipated that the treasures here would be even rarer than he had imagined. They actually start at 1,000 years. If ginseng is the king of herbs, then Ganoderma is the immortal herb of revival. With this Ganoderma, there would be no need for the previous life-saving prescription Yi Feng had prepared. It could at least extend Zhao Laosan's lifespan by 3 to 5 years. Moreover, this Ganoderma measures over 1 meter in length and width and half a meter in thickness. Being so massive, aside from being able to save Zhao Lao, the rest could be used by Yi Feng to refine pills for half a year. Yi Feng was incredibly excited and felt that he must secure this Ganoderma. Oh my, 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Is it real? At this moment, Master he beside him was also dumbfounded. Just before it, their treasure chamber herbs aged in the hundreds could attract the Zhao family, nearly fetching several hundred million at exorbitant prices. And now this 1,000-year-old Ganoderma, with its authenticity beyond doubt, would likely be priceless. Master, he also said excitedly, this auction item tonight will surely break the price records of the venue. Yi Feng understood that aside from himself there was no telling how many wealthy individuals were also eyeing this 1,000-year-old Ganoderma, and when bidding began it would surely be quite intense. He thought to himself that he only had 10 billion at his disposal, and that might not be enough. Then Yi Feng took out his phone, planning to contact Bai Weiwei to have her gather money from the other 5 great families, and also to ask Zhao wanting for some additional support. With the financial resources of the 6 great families, bidding for this 1,000-year-old Ganoderma should pose no problem. However, Yi Feng dialed a number only to find it failed to connect. No signal. Yi Feng looked at his phone. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, Master, he said the pear garden area is this. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly. Now he was in trouble. At this moment, after revealing the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma and capturing the attention of all present, the host finally continued, announcing an opening bid. 100 million. The opening bid is set at 100 million. Master, he was taken aback. Typically the final price of auction items hovers around 100 million. Yet this 1,000-year-old Ganoderma had an opening bid of 100 million. Master, he estimated that the final transaction price for this Ganoderma would be at least over 50 billion, and it could even surpass 100 billion. 500 million. At this moment a booth immediately made the first bid. As soon as the first bid was called out, the subsequent prices quickly followed suit. 500 million. 800 million. 1 billion. The price of the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma also soared higher. 2 billion. Finally Yi Feng also called out a price. 20 billion. The price doubled in an instant from 10 billion. As soon as this price was announced, the auction hall erupted in an uproar. I wonder which big shot this is making such a bold move to double the bidding. 20 billion, my goodness, it seems this millennium's spiritual mushroom is likely to set a new price record tonight. The most expensive item ever sold in Yanjing Pear Garden was a dragon bone for 50 billion. Meanwhile, the guests on site were fervently discussing this bid, curious about which wealthy big shot was behind it. Inside the private box, Master, he was also stunned by Yi Feng's bid. Yi. Mr. Yi. Master, he asked in astonishment, 20 billion. Did you not misbid? And do you have that much money? Master, he remembered that the young lady from the Zhao family had only given him a 10 billion bank card. But now Yi Feng actually dared to bid 20 billion. No, Yi Feng replied, honestly shaking his head. I only have the 10 billion given to me by Zhao Wanqing. Huh. Master, he jumped up as if his pants were on fire, filled with fear, and exclaimed, You don't have that much money, why are you bidding such a high price? This is an auction, not a joke. Master, he felt like he was about to go crazy. In a place like this, if someone bids falsely and then cannot produce the money after a successful bid, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Moreover, as the guarantor, he would definitely be implicated. 25 billion. At that moment, another private box raised the price. Phew. Seeing this, Master, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thankfully, it didn't get sold. He silently rejoiced, but before he could sit down again, Yi Feng's second bid had already been called out. 30 billion. 30 billion. Looking at Yi Feng, who called out this price, Master, he nearly fainted, trembling uncontrollably. What on earth is he trying to do? He can't produce that much money and still dares to call such a high price. If it really gets auctioned off, how will he settle it later? Master, he was nearly stunned by Yi Feng's actions. 35 billion. Immediately another private box followed up with an even higher price. The two were exchanging bids, causing the bidding to reach a fever pitch. The scene was once again in an uproar. Heavens, from 1 billion to 35 billion, and it hasn't even been 10 bids. This is terrifying. After 20 billion, it seems there are only 2 bidders left, raising the price by 5 billion at a time. What a bold move. It's already 35 billion. It seems the price record in Pear Garden is really going to be refreshed tonight. A historic moment. Although someone else had raised the price again. However, this time Master, he could not relax at all. Instead, he watched Yi Feng more nervously. If it weren't for his fear of Yi Feng's terrifying strength, he would have wanted to step forward and cover Yi Feng's mouth to stop him from bidding. Yi, Mr. Yi, please stop. Master, he pleaded with a shaky voice. If the auction is successful, and you can't produce the money, we will both be buried without a grave. Yet Yi Feng seemed to have not heard Master Yi's words at all, continuing to bid 50 billion. Hearing this, Master, he was so frightened that he couldn't catch his breath, closed his eyes, kicked his legs, and fainted. Seeing this, Yi Feng shook his head slightly, not expecting this guy to be so timid. Indeed, Yi Feng did not have 50 billion on him, so he intended to bid on credit. Then he would gather this money from the 5 major families. It shouldn't be a problem. But if the auction house disagreed, then Yi Feng wouldn't need to be polite and would just take the items and leave. After spending 5 years in prison and being influenced by over 100 ruthless and vicious people, Yi Feng was no longer a good-natured person. Being able to bid on credit was already showing enough sincerity. Yi Feng was determined to obtain this millennium's spiritual mushroom. Moreover, in the hands of others it might only be worth a mere tens of billions at auction. But in his hands, casually refining some pills, its value would far exceed 100 billion. Therefore, letting this millennium's spiritual mushroom fall into someone else's hands was a waste of its true potential. At this moment, the price of 50 billion instantly ignited the entire auction hall. Heavens! 50 billion. Tonight it really is going to refresh the price record. I wonder which wealthy big shot can suddenly produce 50 billion. This must be a figure at the level of the richest person in a state. I heard that the richest family in Fengtian is here tonight. This sky-high price should have been called by them. At this moment, in another luxurious VIP box, the previous 35 billion price had indeed come from here. But at this time the box was dead silent. No one expected that the 35 billion price could not suppress the opponent. Instead, it attracted an even more terrifying bid, instantly raising the price to 50 billion. Damn it. A middle-aged man in his 30s stood up, cursing, anxiously pacing in place. Then he looked at one of his subordinates and said, Xingzhong, go find out who the blind fool is to dare raise the price against me. Go teach him a lesson. If you dare raise the price again, break his dog legs. As the auction reached its fever pitch, the Yanjing Guard, led by Commander Jin Lui, began filing into the Liyuan. The proprietor of Liyuan, Meng Zhoushuan, was a burly man in his 40s. His countenance stern, his gaze sharp and predatory, like that of a wolf. Rumors claimed he wielded immense influence behind the scenes and possessed formidable personal strength, having reigned undefeated for several consecutive titles in underground bare-knuckle boxing circuits. Now backed by the Donghai Syndicate and presiding over Liyuan, he handled daily revenues amounting to hundreds of billions. Even compared to Heilong, the underworld's most feared kingpin in Yanjing, he stood on equal footing. Director Jean, my sincerest apologies for the delayed welcome. Meng Zhoushuan stepped forward with a courteous smile, bowing slightly before her. His deference did not stem from fear of Jean Lui herself, but from reverence for the authority vested in her official uniform. As commander of the Yanjing Guard, she held power far beyond that of a mere estate master. I am here to investigate the jade case, Jean Lui stated tersely. This tainted jade, infused with malevolent energy, originated within your premises. Meng Zhoushuan instantly grasped her meaning and masked his unease with a practiced smile. We handle so many auction items, it's difficult to recall specifics offhand. But rest assured, Director Jean, every item sold passes through meticulous documentation. Liyuan pledges full cooperation with your investigation. With that, he personally escorted Jean Lui and her entourage into a spacious reception chamber. Please wait here, Director Jean, and esteemed guests. I shall retrieve all relevant records immediately and present them for your review. Having settled them comfortably, Meng Zhoushuan departed swiftly and issued quiet orders to his aides. Streamline tonight's auction. Conclude it as soon as possible, then prepare to depart. His assistant recoiled in shock. Shall we continue the auction at all? The Yanjing Guard is already here. Shouldn't we halt proceedings now? No need for concern. Meng Zhoushuan's expression hardened as he glanced back toward the reception chamber. They won't be stepping out anytime soon. Meanwhile, bang. A deafening crash shattered the silence. Just after Yi Feng announced his staggering bid of 5 billion, the door to his private box exploded inward. Yi Feng turned and beheld a hulking brute standing in the doorway, nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, his massive frame blotting out the entire entrance. This was Xingzhong, the enforcer dispatched from another private box. So, you're the brat who just bid 5 billion, he snarled. Indeed, Yi Feng replied calmly, nodding once. Confirming his target, Xing Zhong's demeanor shifted, cold, commanding. My young master sends word we seek the Millennium Spirit Fungus. Withdraw your bid, and grant the Zhang family of Fengtian this courtesy. The Zhang family of Fengtian. Hearing this, He Zhaizhu, who had just regained consciousness, paled visibly. You mean the Zhangs, the wealthiest family in all Fengtian? Heh. Xing Zhong smirked arrogantly. Who else in Fengtian dares call themselves the Zhangs? He Zhaizhu trembled, astonished that Yi Feng dared bid 5 billion, yet terrified that his rival was none other than Fengtian's most powerful clan. Very well, very well. He Zhaizhu hastily conceded. Of course, we must honor the Zhang family's prestige. We withdraw our bid entirely. In his mind, this was perfect escape, blind bidding and curry favor with Fengtian's elite, all in one stroke. Silence. Yi Feng cut him off icily. Who gave you leave to speak? He Zhaizhu froze, then blanched anew. Surely not. He still intends to compete with the Zhang family for this Millennium Snow Lotus. Your message is received, Yi Feng said evenly. Convey this to your master. This is an auction. Whomever bids highest wins. I know no Zhang or Jing families. Why should I yield to either? A stunned silence fell upon the chamber. He Zhaizhu's eyes widened in sheer horror, his face contorted with disbelief, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. This he dares defy the Zhang family of Fengtian. This offense eclipsed mere failure to pay for a winning bid. It was tantamount to courting annihilation. To cross the Zhangs meant burial without a grave. Gah! He Zhaizhu gasped violently, then choked mid-breath, eyes rolling back as he collapsed unconscious once more. What are you, a nobody? What right do you have to challenge my master's bid? Xing Zhong's face darkened like storm. Damn it! I'd spared you, insignificant wretch. But since you court death, I'll follow my master's order and break your legs. He strode forward, only for Yi Feng's voice to crack like thunder. Who granted you entry? Yi Feng slammed his palm onto the table, sending a porcelain cup soaring into the air. Mid-flight, it fractured into countless razor-sharp shards. With a flick of his wrist, the shards became lethal projectiles, hurtling toward Xing Zhong. Arg! A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat as he clutched his face. Hundreds of jagged fragments embedded themselves across his visage, like rice seedlings planted in soil. My face, say? He staggered backward, instinctively shielding himself. Only then did he grasp the truth, that he faced a being of terrifying mastery. An ordinary teacup in those hands became a weapon of slaughter. Had those shards targeted his throat instead of his cheek, he would already lie dead upon the floor. A shiver racked his spine. No wonder he defied the Zhangs. Such power demands no deference. Tell the Zhangs this, Yi Feng declared, voice glacial. That Millennium Snow Lotus, I claim it as mine. A moment for tea. In the reception room, Jean Louis waited anxiously, but the garden master did not return. She gazed at the untouched tea on the table, sensing a hint of conspiracy wafting from it. My lord, I will go see what's happening. Her assistant, Yin Hongzhuang, stood up and approached the door, twisting the door. To her shock, she found the door had been locked from the inside. How outrageous. The guard stood up, surprised that the garden master had the audacity to imprison even the Yin Jing guards. With a clang, Yin Hongzhuang drew her waist knife, preparing to break through the door. However, as soon as she unsheathed it and exerted a bit of force, a wave of dizziness hit her, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Yin Hongzhuang shook her head vigorously, still feeling the world spin around her. Not to mention breaking the door, even standing, was a tremendous challenge. Seeing her assistant swaying, as if intoxicated, Jean Louis sensed something was wrong and hurriedly stood up. Immediately, an overwhelming weakness swept over her. Her vision darkened and she nearly fainted. Is it a drug? Jean Louis reached out to steady herself on the table. At this moment, not only Jean Louis but also the other guards began to faint, one after another, feeling their brains clouded and their spirits dampened. Everyone present without exception had fallen victim. Damn it! Jean Louis slammed her fist on the table. Since they entered this place, they had not touched a drop of water or eaten anything. It seemed the hallucinogenic gas was spread through the air. However, given Jean Louis' current physique, even she couldn't withstand the drug, indicating its extraordinary quality, far beyond ordinary poison. Meng Zhoushuan, come out. Jean Louis shouted angrily. You have such audacity to use drugs on us, Yanjing guards. Do you know the consequences of your actions? After several shouts, she finally heard Meng Zhoushuan's voice. Suddenly his figure appeared on the large screen across the reception room. Lord Jean, I am truly sorry. You came so suddenly that I had nothing to offer you. I could only use that celestial drunkenness to let you all sleep soundly. With a smug grin, Meng Zhoushuan continued, it seems the effect of celestial drunkenness is quite impressive. Even you, Lord Jean, couldn't withstand it. Indeed, it is a top-tier drug said to be capable of incapacitating anyone under the war god. Jean Louis, both shocked and furious, retorted, Meng Zhoushuan, dare you use drugs on us? What is your intention? Do you know the consequences of your actions? Rest assured, I have no ill intentions towards you, Meng Zhouxian chuckled. I just want you to sleep here without disrupting our business. What is your intention? Do you know the consequences of your actions? Rest assured, I have no ill intentions. With that, the screen went black. Meng Zhouxian ended the call. Trapping the Yanjing guards was merely a temporary measure. This was the underground black market, a place that could not be seen. If the Yanjing guards were to investigate thoroughly, the repercussions would be extensive. Thus Meng Zhouxian had no choice but to resort to this tactic, first trapping the Yanjing guards, then swiftly leaving after the auction ended to evade the storm. In this way, the Yanjing guards would neither capture any culprits nor uncover any black market goods. Over time, combined with the connections of the Pear Gardens backer, the matter would simply fade away. Even if Jean Louis were to pursue the matter seriously, tossing out a few scapegoats would suffice. Alas, it's a pity that my Pear Garden will have to close for a while. Thinking of this, Meng Zhouxian felt furious, wishing to torment the unconscious Jean Louis tonight as a form of revenge. However, Meng Zhouxian dared only to think about it without the courage to act against her. Firstly, Jean Louis' adoptive father, the war god of Yozhou Liu Bai, would unleash his wrath, and even the big shot from the East Sea would be pulled into the mess, making it impossible for him to protect himself. Furthermore, Jean Louis was the commander of the Yanjing guards. Just her status alone was not something a small figure like Meng Zhouxian could covet. Just incapacitating Jean Louis would require Meng Zhouxian to hide for a year and a half. If he dared to lay a finger on her, could he still have a way out? Meng Zhouxian was not foolish enough to narrow his own escape route. Meanwhile, in the reception room, Jean Louis and the others struggled to hold on and fainted one after another. Even Jean Louis, exerting all her strength to expel the drug from her body, found it futile. Moreover, the more she activated her internal power, the more horrifying the drug's effects became. Celestial drunkenness. Although Jean Louis had not consumed anything, she felt as if she were suffering from a hangover, her body aching, longing to bury her head and sleep soundly. My lord. Her assistant Yin Hongzhuang returned to her side. The effect of this celestial drunkenness is quite powerful. It seems only sleep can gradually alleviate it. The more clear-headed we are, the heavier that feeling of weakness becomes. For a moment, Jean Louis contemplated giving up, wanting to sleep peacefully and treat it as if nothing had happened, returning home. No. Jean Louis' expression hardened. My adoptive father entrusted Yanjing to me before leaving. If I cannot handle this small Pear Garden, what face do I have to meet my adoptive father? What qualification do I have to be the commander of the Yanjing guards? Now the Yanjing guards were deeply mired in the Pear Garden's troubles, unable to extricate themselves, and Jean Louis bore the primary responsibility. With a clang, Jean Louis drew her waist knife. The surrounding guards stared blankly, unsure how much strength Jean Louis had left, or if she could break through the door. Yet, given their current condition, even if they successfully broke the door, they would likely be no match for the security outside. Whoosh! Just then an incredible scene unfolded. Jean Louis, holding the knife, did not attack the door, but instead pierced her own palm with the blade. In an instant, the knife passed through her palm, blood gushing forth. The immense pain jolted Jean Louis' dazed mind back to clarity, even restoring some of her strength. Bang! Taking advantage of her clarity, Jean Louis stepped forward and kicked open the locked door. Gripping her injured hand, the pain surged again, yet it miraculously suppressed the effects of celestial drunkenness. I see now. Jean Louis found this method of restraint and immediately turned around, commanding loudly. All Yanjing guards, heed my orders. Draw your swords. In an instant, dozens of Yanjing guards all imitated Jean Louis, using self-harm to combat their faintness. I really feel much better. Yin Hongzhuang stood up, feeling that the strength she had lost had somewhat returned. Bang! Jean Louis kicked again, rescuing all the Yanjing guards trapped next door. At this moment, their group of over 100 had all fallen victim to the intoxicating drug of Tianxianzue. Like remnants of a defeated army, they had little combat power left. Although they had temporarily regained some strength through self-harm and maintained a brief clarity of mind, Jean Louis did not know how long this situation could last. Thus, continuing to force an investigation was evidently a poor strategy. We need reinforcements. Jean Louis immediately thought of a countermeasure and decided to send someone out for help. Hongzhuang, we will cover you, breakthrough. You must escape with all your might, reach a place with signal, and gather all the guards from the Du Wei mansion. I vow not to leave the Pear Garden until I flatten it. Immediately, Jean Louis, holding a sword, shouted, all units follow me out to fight. Kill. The Yanjing guards shouted in unison, sweeping away the gloom and frustration in their hearts. The guards also dragged their half-damaged bodies, charging out with Jean Louis. At this moment, the security of the Pear Garden, hearing the commotion, quickly rushed over. Seeing the Yanjing guards bursting out of the room, they couldn't help but be shocked. They reported back, while calling for more security to surround them. However, each Yanjing guard was a battle-hardened soldier. Even if they currently only had 2 or 3 parts of their strength, once they gained momentum in their charge, they remained unstoppable. Even if the security of the Pear Garden were strong, they were merely a disorganized mob. Furthermore, they did not dare to use excessive force against a regular army. Back and forth, although hundreds of security personnel gathered quickly, they were gradually pushed back by Jin Lu-Yi's group of over 100, scattering like birds and beasts. Before long, Jin Lu-Yi's group had successfully broken through. Hongzhuang, hurry and leave. Jin Lu-Yi urged. What about you all? Hongzhuang was taken aback seeing the security behind them stop wisely and not pursue, which meant they were safe to leave together. However, Jin Lu-Yi shook his head saying, you go call for reinforcements. We must hold them back, we cannot let them escape. If Jin Lu-Yi and the others all left right now, then the Pear Garden side could use this time to retreat quickly and vanish without a trace. When the reinforcements arrived, it would still be a futile effort. So what was the difference between that and being trapped in the Pear Garden asleep for a long nap? Thus, Jin Lu-Yi decided to regroup and surround the Pear Garden, not allowing a single person to escape. My lord, you all are still under the effect of the drug. Returning is too dangerous. Hongzhuang felt a sense of unease. Even if the opponents were a disorganized crowd, if cornered, their counterattack could not be underestimated. As soldiers, how can we fear danger? Jin Lu-Yi said in a commanding tone. Hongzhuang, obey my orders. Move. Yes. Hongzhuang dared not say more, immediately focusing all her effort to run towards the periphery. Afterwards, Jin Lu-Yi led the others back to the Pear Garden. Yin Jing guards, form ranks. Spread out. At the command, over 100 Yin Jing guards automatically dispersed, guarding every entrance and completely surrounding the vast Pear Garden. Master of the garden, not good. The Yin Jing guards have returned and surrounded us again. What? Meng Zhouxian was taken aback. Their reinforcements arrived so quickly. Impossible. The assistant shook his head. No, it's not reinforcements, it's still that batch of Yin Jing guards we drugged. What? They dare to come back. Meng Zhouxian seemed to understand something, his expression gradually darkening. Is this Jin Lu-Yi really intent on exterminating us? Originally, hearing that Jin Lu-Yi led the group out, Meng Zhouxian did not pursue, thinking they could escape, and he and his people could use this time to withdraw leisurely. But he never expected Jin Lu-Yi would return with a counterattack. Good. Since you do not want to leave us a way out, then do not blame us for being unkind. Meng Zhouxian immediately ordered to gather all security forces, and after everything was prepared, he would charge out together. This time there would be no mercy. On the other side, in the box upstairs, Feng had called out the price of 50 billion and chased away the people from the Feng Tianzhong family, after which the auction site had no further reactions. There were no bids, and the host did not announce the result. After waiting left and right, what came instead was the host's apology, saying that the Pear Garden had encountered some trouble and the auction would be temporarily suspended. The results of the ongoing bidding were also declared void. Feng stood upstairs watching helplessly as the host directed the staff to carefully transport the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma back. How you think you can leave? Feng punched through the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him and jumped down, blocking the way of the crowd. I was the one who successfully bid for this auction item. Leave that 1,000-year-old Ganoderma to me. As the auction was abruptly halted, a sense of unease swept through the venue, both inside and outside. The many bosses in the private rooms who were keenly observing were equally puzzled, unaware of what had transpired. Why did the auction suddenly stop right after the price list was updated? What's going on? I heard that many officials have arrived outside to investigate some case. Damn, they've come here, it must be a major case. No wonder we have to evacuate, let's run. In an instant, the guests in the private room began to respond, preparing to leave. Look! Suddenly a figure seemed to descend from the heavens, jumping down from the upper floor, blocking the fleeing staff at the auction stage, and drawing many gazes. This person was Feng. Leave the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. The host was taken aback upon seeing him, not even noticing where this fellow had emerged from. He then sneered, you want to take advantage of the chaos. What audacity! The treasures of the Pear Garden are not something you can just take. Feng, however, was too lazy to argue with them. He waved his hand and sent the group away, effortlessly taking the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma into his possession. The enormous Ganoderma landed in his hands, emanating a profound sense of historical depth. It had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon over a millennium, truly a remarkable object. Indeed, it is the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Feng nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the host and the other staff, pushed back to the side, were both shocked and furious. Who exactly are you? Do you dare to openly steal the auction items from the Pear Garden? Do you dare to leave your name? Feng calmly replied, Yi Kunlun. This was the name he registered after entering. Yi Kunlun. The host repeated, his voice filled with menace. Good. I'll remember you. You dare to take advantage of the chaos and openly steal the treasures of the Pear Garden. In the future, we will make you pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. With this harsh declaration, the host led the other staff away in disarray. Now with external threats facing the pair garden and no extra security forces at the host's disposal, the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma had been snatched away, leaving him unable to do anything but issue threats for future revenge. 100-fold, 1,000-fold repayment. Yifeng chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Initially, he only intended to take the single 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. But since the pair garden had issued threats of repayment, why not truly seize the opportunity to loot a few more treasures? After all, this underground black market should not lack for valuable items, right? Just as Yifeng was about to follow the group of staff to see what they were up to, a furious shout suddenly came from a VIP room on the second floor. "Zhang Xiao, it's that kid." A man with glass shards embedded in his face yelled, pointing at Yifeng below. This person was Xing Zhong, who had just been sent by the Zhang family to greet guests only to be dispatched back by Yifeng in a single move. Zhang Xiao could hardly believe his eyes. This kid not only dared to touch his people, but also audaciously stole auction items from the pair garden. Did he dare to offend two major powers at once? Was he out of his mind? Not only Zhang Xiao's private room, but guests in surrounding rooms also took notice of Yifeng. How dare he brazenly rob from the auction host right in front of everyone, seizing the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Who is that kid? What audacity! Is he crazy? He dares to openly steal from the pair garden. Originally, everyone was preparing to leave, but they were once again drawn to Yifeng. This kid has some skill. At that moment, an elderly woman beside Zhang Xiao spoke in a raspy voice. She had noticed Yifeng's display of strength when he waved his hand and sent multiple staff members retreating. "Can you handle him, Shipapa?" Zhang Xiao asked respectfully. Hee. The elderly woman smiled nonchalantly. "Zhang Xiao, rest assured, leave this kid to me. I guarantee I will retrieve the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma." Zhang Xiao nodded in satisfaction, feeling fortunate that Shipapa was present to back him up. "Shipapa, I leave this to you." Speaking, Zhang Xiao turned to the hired thugs beside him and instructed the rest follow. "It seems that tonight the pair garden has indeed encountered some trouble. Let's go out and see if we can pick up some treasure." In Zhang Xiao's view, if they could abandon a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma worth billions, there might very well be more treasures left behind tonight. At this moment, Yifeng and the elderly woman faced each other, one downstairs and the other upstairs. The woman referred to as Shipapa adjusted the snakehead cane in her hand. In an instant, the entire auction hall was flooded with swarms of snakes emerging from all directions like a tide. The sheer number was terrifying. This scene once again ignited chaos throughout the venue. Damn, what's going on? Why are there suddenly so many snakes appearing below? That's too creepy. The sound is coming from that VIP room. Oh, I remember the distinguished guest in that VIP room is the young master of the Zhang family, the wealthiest in Fengtian. Zhang family snakes. So that's it. This must be the work of a master from the 5 prominent families behind the Zhang family, the fox, yellow, white, willow, gray. To control so many snakes, it must be the doing of the Lu family, one of the 5 mysterious families. At this moment, Yifeng, present at the scene, was momentarily taken aback, facing the dense swarm of snakes. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such an eerie situation. "Kid, I don't care who you are, hand over the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma in your hands, and perhaps I can spare you. Otherwise you will surely die in the belly of a snake." As he spoke, hundreds of serpents had already set up camp 10 steps away from Yifeng, standing still with their bodies upright, flicking their tongues, their eyes gleaming with a chilling light, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. If an ordinary person were to witness this scene, they would surely be terrified. Even the guests in the private rooms on the second floor felt a chill and fear from such a distance. Yifeng was surrounded by the serpents, yet remained unyielding. "Umph." He let out a cold snort, glancing at the old woman above, and said lightly, "If you wish to act, come down and fight me. Summoning these beasts, what use is it?" In Yifeng's eyes, whether it was the serpents or the stronger lions and tigers, they were like ants, utterly insignificant. "I from the Tian Lu family stand firm with serpents. This serpent horde can ensure your demise without a burial place." The snake granny stood proudly and declared, "I give you 10 seconds to obediently hand over the 1,000-year-old spiritual mushroom, or you will find yourself trapped among the serpents, unable to live or die." 10 seconds. It won't take that long. Yifeng slightly bent forward, holding the ground, and shouted. In an instant, a storm of indescribable force surged around Yifeng. Thunder and lightning erupted, fierce winds howled. Immediately, a bolt of lightning streaked across the entire auction venue. The ground rumbled violently, faintly revealing the presence of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning spread rapidly outward from Yifeng. Everywhere it struck, there was only scorched earth. The floor shattered as if an earthquake had struck. The surrounding serpents fell like frost-bitten eggplants, turning black, devoid of any life. Time seemed to slow from Yifeng's strike to the thunder sweeping across the venue. The serpents were all annihilated. It was merely 2 or 3 seconds. But this unbelievable scene rendered the entire venue both upstairs and downstairs in a stunned silence. Especially the snake granny in the second-floor box, who was left dumbfounded, her face pale. She had given Yifeng 10 seconds to consider. Yet Yifeng had only taken 2 or 3 seconds to provide her with an answer. This answer filled her with terror. How is this possible? The snake granny could not believe her eyes. Until now, no one had ever been able to annihilate the serpent army she had nurtured with such terrifying ease. Decades of her effort had been undone by him in mere seconds. Wow! The scene erupted in chaos. The guests in the various boxes gradually recovered from their shock, their faces displaying horror. What the hell? What the hell? What just happened? Am I seeing things? How could there be lightning underground? Look, the marble floor below is as if it has been plowed, all scorched and shattered. The surrounding serpents are all dead too. Could all of this be the doing of that young man, mastering thunder and striking the entire venue in one move? What the hell, who is this person? In that moment, Yifeng stood proudly at the scene, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. The bright lights inside the room cast a long shadow behind him, and for a brief moment his figure stood tall, like a deity, suppressing the entire venue. Meanwhile, the owner of the pear garden, Meng Zhoushuan, had instructed the staff to empty out all treasures in the garden and prepare vehicles, gradually moving towards the exit. Master, there's a guard from the Yinjing Way outside. Every entrance is guarded, not allowing anyone to pass. Meng Zhoushuan's face darkened, and he said, "It's fine. Once I get out, I will have a good talk with them. If they remain obstinate, we will charge through. I don't believe that a bunch of battered soldiers under the influence of the celestial wine can stop me." In no time, Meng Zhoushuan led the crowd from the pear garden to the entrance. Not counting the guests who came to bid, there were already over 1,000 security personnel and staff present. Lord Jin. Meng Zhoushuan spotted outside a figure standing proud, resembling an iceberg, radiating a terrifying aura that kept people at a distance. "I truly do not wish to reach this point, nor do I want to resort to violence with you, brothers of the Yinjing Way. Today I accept that the pear garden has been sealed by you. I kindly request Lord Jin to show mercy and let us have a way out. After all, my backing is not simple either. If we clash, it will be detrimental to both sides. Please, Lord Jin, prioritize the greater good. Grant us some convenience." Meng Zhoushuan appealed with reason and emotion, hoping to sway Jin Li to give way. But the response to Meng Zhoushuan was the blade of Jin Li. Swish! With a single swing, Jin Li created a massive gash at the entrance of the pear garden. The gash snaked and extended for hundreds of meters, isolating the entire pear garden on the other side. Then Jin Li raised her sword and sternly warned, "Anyone who dares to step half a foot out of the pear garden, behead. Anyone who refuses to cooperate in the investigation, behead. Anyone who backs down at the critical moment, behead." In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere turned tense. All Yinjing Wei drew their swords, a scene of killing intent. Meng Zhoushuan's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Jin Li to be so unyielding and truly ready to fight it out. "Lord Jin," Meng Zhoushuan shouted in desperation, "you must think this through. Once you act against me, do you know how many interests will be involved here? The reason this place is called the black market is that most of the items auctioned here have unclear origins. In fact, they often come from the hands of officials and wealthy merchants with deep entanglements. I fear that this will escalate. Don't think that just because you are a mere commander of the Jin Yi Wei, even your adoptive father might not be able to protect you," Meng Zhoushuan warned. Jin Li's expression was as cold as water as she replied, "Kill first, report later. The royal authority permits it. I don't believe the Yinjing Wei can't handle a mere pear garden." "Damn it!" Meng Zhoushuan cursed, inwardly realizing he could no longer delay or argue. Because once reinforcements arrived, they would be completely trapped. "Charge!" Meng Zhoushuan commanded. "Break out. Tonight those who help me escape will be rewarded with 10 million. As the saying goes, a courageous man is born under great rewards." The security personnel who had initially hesitated now decided to take a gamble. Stealing their hearts, they grabbed their weapons and charged towards the Yinjing Wei outside. "Kill!" Jin Li also took the lead, rushing forward. Those who resist stubbornly, kill without mercy. Outside, a chaotic battle ensued. In the underground auction hall, Yifeng was about to turn and leave when suddenly an angry shout from Granny Snake echoed from upstairs. "You little brat. You destroyed my serpent formation and expect to leave just like that. How could it be so?" Yifeng paused, surprised that the old woman dared to continue her tirade. "Do you dare come down here?" Although Yifeng was unfamiliar with terms like fox, yellow, white, willow, gray, he could see that the old woman specialized in snake manipulation and was not adept in close combat. At this moment, her bravado might stem from her belief that she was in a safe position and still had some trump card. "Why should I deal with you personally?" Granny Snake scoffed, but her words were cut short. Immediately, all the glass in front of her shattered, and a terrifying suction force suddenly appeared. It was as if a powerful hand had seized Granny Snake by the throat, dragging her out entirely. Up. Accompanied by a scream, she fell from the second floor, crashing heavily onto the ground. Dazed and confused from the fall, Granny Snake at her age had never endured such torment. The sudden incident left her unprepared, further disorienting her. After a while, Granny Snake managed to struggle to her feet, only to find that one of her legs seemed crippled from the fall, and she could only awkwardly support herself with her snakehead cane. You wretched brat. Granny Snake was both furious and astonished, unable to believe that Feng would dare to treat her this way. Weren't you the one who said I couldn't leave? Feng walked closer, stating, say whatever you have to say in front of me. With a thud under the oppressive aura of Feng, Granny Snake kept retreating until she stumbled and fell to the ground, her expression one of shock. You, little brat. How dare you be disrespectful to me? I will make you aware of my strength. As she spoke, Granny Snake's demeanor changed from panic to ferocity and confidence. Serpent immortal, come forth. Devour this brat. Granny Snake raised her snakehead cane, murmuring incantations as if reciting a spell in a language others could not understand. Snake language. Feng was taken aback, furrowing his brows. Though Granny Snake's pronunciation was not very standard, he could faintly discern the unique and hoarse snake language from her. Upon hearing this, Granny Snake was equally astonished. Brat, how do you know I am using snake language? It is important to note that snake language is neither a human language nor the true language of animals, but an ancient special dialect capable of communicating with all living beings. This was also a secret passed down through generations in the Lu family, something that ordinary people could never comprehend. What's so surprising about a mere beast language? Feng's 99th master, known for being able to hear the voices of all things and communicate with beasts, naturally understood it without difficulty. Feng had learned many strange ancient languages from that master, thinking he might never use them in his lifetime. Unexpectedly today, he caught snippets of snake language from this old woman. Were it not for their opposing positions, Feng might even have wanted to correct her rather awkward pronunciation, which was quite uncomfortable to hear. Where did you steal this from? Granny Snake questioned sternly. In her mind, if someone understood snake language, they must either be from the Lu family or have illicitly learned their mysterious tongue. Before Feng could answer, Granny Snake sneered coldly. Well, regardless, you must die tonight. Even if you learned our Lu family's snake language, so what? Go die to atone for your crimes. With that, Granny Snake let out a piercing howl akin to the wailing of spirits, as if summoning something. It's coming. Feng sensed something unusual around him. The opponent was using snake language to summon a giant python that lay dormant nearby. Boom. Suddenly the ground began to tremble slightly, as if a minor earthquake had occurred, affecting even the private rooms on the second floor. What's going on? Inside the private room, the guests started to panic. Is it an earthquake? Why does it feel like the ground is shaking? Should we leave quickly? Although the current commotion piqued everyone's curiosity, their own lives were far more. As the people upstairs were frantically preparing to flee, someone shouted, Look below. Oh my God, what kind of monster is that? With that terrified cry, everyone's gaze turned towards the auction hall below. They saw the ground, like a meteor crashing, had created a massive pit. From the depths of the pit, a giant python suddenly erupted, shooting upwards. Its massive and terrifying body could almost encircle the entire venue. The towering giant python rose from the ground, stirring up clouds of dust that cast a dim hue over the floor-to-ceiling windows of the second floor. Everyone present, having witnessed the massive serpent, was left in awe. The first reaction of most people was to consider it a special effect, absolutely impossible to be real. How could there be such a large snake? It must be at least several hundred meters long. The Lu family of Feng Tian is said to have served the serpent immortal for generations. Impossible. It must be a special effect or an illusion. People were incredulous, their gazes firmly fixed on the giant python, even forgetting the imminent danger. So big. At that moment, Feng looked up at the giant python, his face a mask of disbelief, never expecting such a creature could exist in the world. Just by its size, it must be at least 100 years old, and if fortunate, it might even have the potential to transform into a dragon in the future. Though of course transforming into a dragon is merely a legend. The old snake lady let out a chilling laugh. So how does it feel to meet the serpent immortal that my Lu family has revered for generations? This serpent immortal is already several hundred years old, older than I am. Kid, now you know fear, right? But it's too late to be scared now. Seeing Feng gazing up at the giant python, the old snake lady assumed he was just like the others, his heart stirred by overwhelming waves of fear. Little did she know Feng was contemplating how to subdue the giant python. Such a beast, aged several hundred years, was exceedingly rare and far more valuable than the Millennium Spirit mushroom he possessed. Although it could not fly, its ability to burrow was exceptional. If he wanted to subdue it normally, it would likely require considerable effort. However, Yi Feng happened to understand the language of snakes and could attempt to communicate with it. Kid, being consumed by the serpent immortal would be a privilege for you. The old snake lady sat on the ground raising her staff and once again spoke in the snake language, giving commands to the giant python. Serpent immortal, swallow that kid. Before her words faded, the giant python immediately opened its enormous jaws and let out a piercing hiss. The foul air it exhaled sent chaos through the scene. The giant python's eyes, like two enormous lanterns, hung high in the air, glaring down at the tiny Yi Feng with disdain. As if to say, you aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Roar. Another huge roar directed at Yi Feng followed, and then it moved its massive body, the upper half soaring forward like a missile. The gaping maw, resembling an abyss, rushed directly towards Yi Feng. The sight of the giant python attacking caused an uproar and screams among the spectators. It moved. That kid is doomed. Daring to compete with the wealthiest in Fengtian for the Millennium Spirit Mushroom, we can only imagine what awaits him. Just as everyone thought that Yi Feng would surely meet his end in the giant python's gaping maw, some timid women even turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight of the impending brutality. After all, this was a giant beast that could swallow a living person whole. Most of those present were pampered individuals. Where else could they encounter such a bloody and primal scene in reality aside from the screen? Just as the saying goes, time flies. In the blink of an eye, the giant python's attack had closed in. It had barely been a second or two. Facing the terrifying might of the giant python, which seemed capable of devouring the heavens, Yi Feng merely raised his hands, slightly pointing at the python, and murmured an incantation-like chant. In an instant, the giant python, as if held back by a rein, suddenly tensed its body and unexpectedly halted its attack. Yi Feng stood face to face with the giant python, mere inches apart. Submit to me. Yi Feng's fingertip lightly touched the python's forehead. A wisp of true energy like lightning instantly coursed through the entire body of the giant python. Otherwise, today will be your day of demise. The giant python shuddered, as if sensing the overwhelming power surging within Yi Feng. Then the disdain in the giant python's eyes transformed into deep apprehension. It seemed unable to believe that this tiny mortal before it possessed terrifying power that rivaled its own. What is happening? Why isn't the giant python moving? It seems they are communicating. The cessation of the giant python's attack was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the old snake lady was left dumbfounded. He can actually communicate with the serpent immortal using the snake language. What are they saying? I can't understand at all. The Liu family, serving the serpent immortal for generations, had always used respectful language. As for terms like submit and death, they had long since faded from memory, and no one used them anymore. Thus, the old snake lady could not fully understand the conversation between Yi Feng and the giant python. However, she could tell that the man and beast were negotiating, and she sensed that the serpent immortal seemed to harbor a sense of fear. How is this possible? How could the serpent immortal fear that kid? How could the serpent immortal that our Liu family has served for generations heed the words of that boy? The old snake lady once again pleaded, Serpent immortal, do not listen to that kid's nonsense. Our Liu family has served you for generations, revering you as our ancestors. We are family. Please swallow him quickly. The old snake lattice words prompted a slight reaction from the giant python, as if it were about to continue its attack. But in the next second, Yi Feng simply said, I possess the method to transform into a dragon, which can help you tongue snake ascend to the skies and burrow through the earth. Pray tell which yellow weasel does not aspire to become an immortal, and which tongue snake does not yearn to transform into a dragon. Upon hearing these words from Yi Feng, it was as if a thunderclap had struck the ground, causing the giant python to tremble, its eyes flashing with brilliance. In its gaze there was a mix of 3 parts joy, 3 parts suspicion, and even more so a part of anticipation. Do you not believe me? Yi Feng noticed the doubt in the giant python's eyes, so he reached out and broke off a piece of the Millennium's spiritual mushroom, tossing it to the giant python. The giant python did not hesitate, opening its mouth to swallow it whole. Instantly it felt as if a fiery warmth surged within, causing its blood to boil. I just used true chi to open up your meridians. Coupled with the Millennium Earth treasure, it nourishes your physical body. You should be feeling some slight changes by now, right? Yi Feng reminded. In truth, whether it be human cultivation or beast transformation, there are many similarities. In addition to the right opportunities, it also requires the accumulation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. At this moment, the doubts in the giant python's eyes had vanished, completely replaced by deep trust in Yi Feng. Rather than remaining in the human's abode, accepted as a servant until its lifespan ran out, it was better to venture out and seek fortune, for perhaps it could truly encounter good fortune and transform from a snake to a dragon. Boom. Immediately, the giant python lowered its proud head and crashed heavily to the ground. Yi Feng ascended to the heavens, stepping onto the python's head. Then the giant python leaped up, standing upright, and lifting Yi Feng into the air, gazing down upon the world below. The entire underground auction was laid bare before their eyes. What? How can this be? Granny Snake looked up at Yi Feng, who stood atop the snake's head, as if she had seen a ghost, her face filled with fear and astonishment. One must know this is the snake deity that the Lu family has venerated for generations. Usually its presence is formidable, and mere mortals must approach with utmost respect. Yet here, and now, Yi Feng could stand atop the snake deity, trampling it beneath his feet. It was as if the snake deity had become Yi Feng's mount. This scene rendered Granny Snake utterly incredulous, and even harder to accept. Could it be that their Lu family had not served the snake deity well enough, or with enough respect? How could the snake deity suddenly turn its allegiance to another, and willingly become a servant? What on earth is happening? At this moment, it wasn't just Granny Snake who was astonished. Even the guests in the surrounding boxes were left dumbfounded. Originally, everyone thought Yi Feng was doomed, certain to be devoured by the giant python, with no place to be buried. Yet to their utter disbelief, in the blink of an eye, the giant python had actually submitted at Yi Feng's feet. What exactly just happened? I couldn't bear to look. What did I miss? That boy seems to have subdued the giant python. Wow. The auction hall erupted into chaos once more. Great snake deity. Granny Snake employed all her knowledge of snake language in an attempt to make the snake deity return to its senses and once again protect the Lu family. However, at this moment, the giant python, now devoted to Yi Feng, looked at Granny Snake with nothing but indifference and determination. Truly, it was a cold-blooded creature. The centuries of veneration by the Lu family ultimately could not compete with a few words from the opponent. Although Granny Snake was unaware of what kind of enchanting potion Yi Feng had infused into the snake deity, she understood in her heart that there was no way to turn the tide now. In the end, facing the pressure from the giant python, Granny Snake was so frightened that she trembled all over and prostrated herself on the ground. Great Immortal, please spare my life. As long as you let me go, our Lu family will never forget your kindness, Great Immortal. Granny Snake thought that by invoking the Lu family's name, relying on their familial strength, the opponent should give her some face and spare her life. But Yi Feng smiled lightly. Did you not just want to drive the snake to swallow me? How come so soon you have no snakes left to use? Aren't you Lu family the snake tamers? Yi Feng stood high in the air like a deity judging a criminal. I do not dare. Granny Snake was too scared to raise her head, repeatedly saying she dared not. I have realized my mistake. I hope the Great Immortal shows mercy. Yi Feng said. I have always repaid grudges, and I do not let grudges linger overnight. Whatever you intend to do to me, I will return it double. What? Upon hearing this, Granny Snake trembled all over, suddenly raising her head to look at Yi Feng, filled with a mix of fear and horror. Great Immortal, spare me. Granny Snake continued to plead, unsure whether the opponent was merely trying to frighten her or if he was truly serious. Could it be that even the Lu family's face would not be given? Our Lu family has the Zhang family, the wealthiest in Fengtian, backing us. Granny Snake brought up the Zhang family again. But Yi Feng seemed to have not heard, turning instead to the giant python, saying, Great Snake, swallow her. Before Granny Snake could finish her words, the giant python shot forward like an arrow, rapidly approaching her. With a piercing scream, Granny Snake's frail body, along with the snakehead staff in her hand, was swallowed whole by the giant python. Wow! This scene instantly stunned everyone present. The incident occurred too suddenly, and was too— one must know, just moments ago, everyone had witnessed Granny Snake summon that giant python. Moreover, they all recognized Granny Snake's identity as a descendant of the Lu family who had venerated the snake deity for generations. Who would have thought that the giant python revered by the Lu family would devour one of its own? Perhaps even Granny Snake herself could never have imagined she would meet such a demise. Who on earth is that young man? Everyone looked at the young man standing atop the snake's head, an imposing figure, their eyes filled with horror and dread. It's Yi Kunlun. At that moment, an onlooker had already stealthily gone out to check the information about Yi Feng's box. Due to the chaos in the auction house, the staff had already vacated, making it easy to find the guest list. The information Yi Feng registered upon arrival was signed Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him? Although everyone felt unfamiliar with this name. However, during today's battle at the auction, Yi Kunlun had first refreshed the price list with an astronomical bid of 50 billion, securing the Millennium Spiritual Mushroom, and then he had clashed with the Zhang family of Fengtian, overpowering the Lu family and subduing the giant python. Such a performance was nothing short of extraordinary. The legend of Yi Kunlun began to spread. Just as everyone was filled with suspicion, Yi Feng had already gracefully descended, walking towards the exit where the staff was evacuating, commanding the giant python to burrow underground. Meanwhile, outside the auction house, a fierce battle had also reached a boiling point. Brother, what is the salary of the Yen Jing Guard that makes you work so hard? Why not let us pass? Just give us a break. Let's avoid injuries and maintain peace. We will surely reward you in the future. The security of Li Yuan, despite their aggressive approach, still held back in front of the Yin Jing guard, not daring to strike with full force. After all, the opposing side consisted of official soldiers, while they were merely a group of lowly thugs. If they truly shed the blood of the Yin Jing guard, they would be in deep trouble. Just because their employer had backing it didn't mean that these small fries could escape punishment. This was something everyone was well aware of. Thus, when the fighting began, they were still hesitant and cautious. In contrast, the Yin Jing guard was nearly invincible, fighting with overwhelming force. When they engaged in combat, they showed no mercy. If it weren't for the fact that they were all under the influence of Tian Xianzue, with the drug's effects intensifying with every effort, they would have long since flattened Li Yuan, instead of being stuck in a stalemate with this group of street thugs. Once again, a wave of dizziness hit, causing one of the guards to sway unsteadily. Yet he did not take a step back. Even as he was close to collapsing, he leaned forward. "Hey, brother. I see you can barely stand. Why not lie down right here while we pass by?" Several security personnel discussed among themselves, and the surrounding guards quickly considered this as if they had found an opportunity. However, the guard suddenly shook his head violently, then drew his waist knife and slashed fiercely at his own palm. He even cut off a pinky finger. What the hell? The surrounding security personnel were taken aback in shock. "Brother guard, you did this to yourself? It has nothing to do with us." The guards quickly distanced themselves, fearing that this blood debt would fall upon them. After severing a finger, the guard's mind finally cleared a bit from the pain, and he regained some strength. Once more, he stood tall like a wall, blocking all incoming enemies. "Do you ask me why I fight?" The guard smiled proudly. "Because I am a member of the Yin Jing Guard. I am a soldier of the Great Xia. I am the backbone of the nation. We have the duty to defend our homeland, to fight against all who come. You want me to retreat? Want me to let you go? Want me to lie down right here? Unless you can step over my court." As he spoke, the Yin Jing Guard warrior swung his knife again, striking at the group of security personnel. Having regained some of his strength, he quickly knocked down 2 or 3 people, forcing the others to retreat in fear. They thought they had found a breakthrough, but unexpectedly the seemingly weakest link remained as solid as a rock. The battle devolved into a stalemate, with both sides exchanging blows. Damn it! Meng Zhoxian launched repeated attempts to break through, all ending in failure, and he lost quite a few men in the process. This made him anxious. Continuing this tug-of-war, the reinforcements from the Yin Jing Guard would soon arrive. Moreover, a large number of goods remained here, unable to be transported out. "You hold the line here," Meng Zhoxian commanded, instructing the security personnel to continue their standoff with the Yin Jing Guard. He then led several trusted aides, directing the workers to transport goods back into the depths of Li Yuan. Since they couldn't exit through the front gate, they had no choice but to use the underground passage. However, this passage was too narrow, and transporting some large items would likely be very difficult, leaving them to be abandoned here. In his desperation, Meng Zhoxian had no choice but to make sacrifices. "Meng Zhoxian, where do you think you're running?" At this point, Jean Louis also noticed Meng Zhoxian's movements. They no longer continued to break through outward, but instead stealthily retreated into the depths of Li Yuan. Cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. Jean Louis immediately thought that perhaps there were other passages inside Li Yuan. So after cutting down a few people, he rushed into Li Yuan to pursue the mastermind Meng Zhoxian. Capturing one Meng Zhoxian is far more valuable than slaughtering 100 security personnel. "Jean Louis, are you really going to force us to a dead end?" Meng Zhoxian halted his steps upon seeing Jean Louis pursuing him, confronting her directly. His eyes were filled with uncontainable rage and hatred. It was precisely because of this woman that everything here had gone awry. Now she even refused to give him a chance to live, forcing him to the brink of death. "Jean Louis, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Damn it, don't bully me too much. If you push me too hard, I will kill you no matter who you are." As he spoke, the people around Meng Zhoxian also surged forward aggressively. Jean Louis stood alone in the Li Yuan hall, utterly unafraid. As if she alone could encircle the 100 or so people opposite her. "Drop your weapons. Surrender," Jean Louis coldly commanded. Meng Zhoxian looked at Jean Louis as if she were a madwoman. This crazy woman. She truly had no idea what death meant. "All right. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being merciless," Meng Zhoxian said harshly. "Ada, you take the rear. This woman is your responsibility. Whatever happens, it doesn't matter." "Yes, master." A burly man beside him, wielding a long spear, suddenly stood up. Bang! A gunshot rang out. In the underground tunnel, Feng was troubled by the lack of direction, but the sound of the gun guided him. Following the sound, he indeed found 2 groups of people. One group consisted of Meng Zhoxian and his entourage, who had just retreated from the main entrance and turned to the secret underground passage. The other group was the Zhang family from Feng Tian, who also intended to take advantage of the chaos. Now, although Meng Zhoxian had many people with him, most were just workers transporting goods, with the majority of their combat power left outside to confront the Yin Jing guards. His only personal bodyguard stayed behind to intercept the Jin Liyi. Seeing this opportunity, the young master of the Zhang family suddenly attacked, wanting to take a share. Naturally, Meng Zhouxian was unwilling. As soon as both sides exchanged words, they immediately began to fight. Young Master Zhang, isn't what you're doing too much? In the chaos, Meng Zhouxian felt like a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by dogs. It was one thing to be relentlessly pursued by the Yin Jing guards, but now a kid with the surname Yi had taken away a Millennium Spirit mushroom amidst the chaos. Now even the Zhang family from Feng had emerged midway, wanting to take a slice of the pie. It seemed that anyone felt they could trample on him today. In the grand underground black market spread across the 2 capitals and 13 regions, when had he as the master of one of these regions ever suffered such humiliation? Young Master Zhang, you should be aware of the background of my pear garden. Today your Zhang family dares to take advantage of the chaos to seize the treasures of my pear garden. In the future, the entire underground black market along with the big shots with shares in it will not let this go easily. This statement might intimidate an ordinary person, but for the young master of the Zhang family, it meant nothing. If he were afraid, he wouldn't have acted. Anyway, this time your pear garden is finished. With so many treasures, how many can you transport out? You don't really think you can escape the pursuit of the Yin Jing guards, do you? That's the Yin Jing guards. I heard the one leading them is the renowned Jin Liyi, the god of war. Alas, with so many treasures to be confiscated, it's too unfortunate. I might as well pick a few first, but it's better to keep the good stuff within our reach. Young Master Zhang didn't have the guts to swallow all the treasures, but wanted to select a few precious and rare items like the Millennium Spirit mushroom he had just taken. But how could Meng Zhouxian concede and sink to the level of the Zhang family? You will not take anything from my hands unless I am dead. Meng Zhouxian vowed to protect the goods nearby with his life. Then we won't hold back. Young Master Zhang chuckled coldly. Anyway, the Yin Jing guards will be entering soon. Even if we kill you now, we can pin the blame on them. After all, there will be no witnesses. Brothers, show your real weapons. Before the words even left his mouth, several bodyguards beside young Master Zhang brandished Real guns, aiming at Meng Zhouxian and his group. After a round of gunfire, more than half of those around Meng Zhouxian were either dead or injured. Even Meng Zhouxian himself was shot in the leg, completely losing the ability to resist or move. Young Master Zhang approached the pile of goods, opened a box, revealing it full of treasures. From heavenly materials to earthly treasures, from ancient artifacts to paintings, all kinds of wonders were present. Looking around, there were 10 full boxes. Are these the treasures of the pear garden? Young Master Zhang's face revealed greed as he said, then we young Master Zhang should at least take 1 box, that's not too much, right? In reality, given the current one-sided situation, regardless of how many boxes the Zhang family took, the opposing side had no ability to resist. Bastard, Meng Zhouxian said fiercely, if I can survive and leave here, this matter will not be settled easily. I will make the big shots of Dong Hai help me seek justice. Mentioning the big shots of Dong Hai seemed to remind young Master Zhang of something. His face suddenly turned cold, and his gaze toward Meng Zhouxian was filled with murderous intent. Even their Zhang family from Feng was slightly inferior compared to some top figures in Dong Hai. Just as young Master Zhang hesitated about whether to kill to silence him, a sound of footsteps approached from afar. Ada, is that you? Meng Zhouxian suddenly became spirited, thinking his personal bodyguard had arrived. Before Meng Zhouxian could turn his head to look, he saw a figure of a stranger coming from another direction. Young Master Zhang was taken aback, as if he had seen a ghost. How are you still alive? This was because he had expected Yi Feng to have been killed by the snake granny by now. Where was the snake granny? Why did he see this kid first? Master, it's him. At this moment, the host of the auction pointed at the approaching Yi Feng and shouted loudly, it's him. He forcibly took the Millennium Spirit mushroom just now. His registered name is Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone was shocked. Brat, returned the Millennium Spirit mushroom. Meng Zhouxian shouted angrily. How did you come here? Young Master Zhang also questioned in shock. Where's the snake granny? Yi Feng glanced at the crowd and calmly said, are you talking about that old lady who plays with snakes? She was swallowed by the snake. She raised herself. What? At these words, the Zhang family's people were all shocked. If Yi Feng hadn't appeared alive before them, anyone hearing this would think it was an international joke. The snake granny was a member of the Liu family from Feng who had raised snakes her whole life. How could she be swallowed by one of her own? Besides, it was her own snake. If you don't believe me, I can call it out to meet you. Yi Feng said calmly. What nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Zhang laughed in anger. But it doesn't matter. Since you voluntarily walked into my trap, then hand over that Millennium Spirit mushroom obediently, lest I have to go look for you again. In young Master Zhang's view, he had already taken control of everything before him, whether it was Meng Zhouxian from the pear garden, or this Yi Kunlun. Whatever he wanted, they had to give it to him. Where's the spirit mushroom? Young Master Zhang drew his gun, aiming at Yi Feng. They'll give you 3 seconds to hand over the Millennium Spirit Mushroom. As he spoke, a sinister smile crept across young Master Zhang's lips, for he had already made up his mind that whether the opponent handed over the spirit mushroom or not, he would shoot. Seeing this, Meng Zhoxian also shook his head, regretfully lamenting that the Millennium Spirit Mushroom was about to be seized by the Zhang family. Just then, boom, a tremor shook the ground. It felt like an earthquake. The ground cracked, and everyone stood unsteadily. "Oh!" Young Master Zhang exclaimed in surprise, not yet understanding what was happening, when suddenly he felt the ground give way beneath his feet. Following that, a massive snake head shot up from the ground, flipping young Master Zhang and the others into the air. Then it opened its enormous mouth, swallowing young Master Zhang and all those around him whole. "Do you believe me now?" Yi Feng said calmly. But no one could answer. Suddenly, a giant python surged forth, revealing only its enormous head above the ground. This terrifying sight immediately terrified the onlookers to their core, especially the remaining bodyguards of the Zhang family, all of whom were dumbstruck. "Isn't this the serpent spirit that old Madam Snake serves? How could this happen?" They could never have imagined that their young master would be swallowed whole by the giant python raised by old Madam Snake, leaving no trace behind. My goodness! Where did this giant python come from? On the other side, the members of the pear garden were trembling in fear. Meng Zhoxian looked at Yi Feng with similar fear, unsure of who this young man really was. Yi Kunlun. Why had he never heard of this name before? At this point, having easily subdued the crowd from the Zhang family, Yi Feng had set an example that deterred the others from acting recklessly. He no longer paid attention to the stunned crowd, and instead focused his gaze on the 10 large wooden boxes. The various rare treasures were enough to make Yi Feng feel a bit dizzy. He thought to himself, as expected of the underground black market, it truly has everything. With so many treasures, if relying solely on normal auctions, Yi Feng's current financial capacity would scarcely allow him to acquire even 1% of them. Indeed, taking shortcuts was the quicker route. These treasures were now at Yi Feng's disposal to choose from. There were over 100 types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and Yi Feng wanted them all, but unfortunately, he couldn't take so many. "Oh, what is this?" Yi Feng opened another large wooden box and discovered a horn inside, adorned with exquisite and strange patterns. Horn of the Dragon. Legend has it that this was made from special materials, and the dragon patterns on it could be used to summon and control dragons. Yi Feng had heard of the legend of the Horn of the Dragon from his 18th master, the Talisman Master. He recognized the dragon patterns at a glance. Yi Feng picked up the horn, mobilized his true qi, and tried to blow it a few times. However, he was unable to produce any sound. Was it due to his improper technique, or was it that there were no dragons left in this world, rendering it silent? Forget it, I'll keep it for further study. Yi Feng tucked the horn away. Seeing him choose only that horn among so many treasures raised questions. Meng Zhoxian couldn't help but feel curious. The horn, which no one could blow, piqued the interest of many experts in talismans due to its unique patterns, and was an antique excavated from an ancient tomb, thus still possessing some value. However, it had been auctioned several times without any bids. Meng Zhoxian had never figured out what that horn truly could. That kid know the secret of the horn, but he just blew it and it didn't sound. Following that, Yi Feng continued to rummage through the wooden boxes. He unexpectedly found another good treasure. It was a palm-sized copper mirror, but the mirror's surface did not. Yi Feng felt it carefully and discovered that it was a spatial treasure containing a hidden world inside a space of about 10 square meters. Yi Feng cast a spell, and whatever he shone the copper mirror on immediately vanished, meaning it had been stored inside the copper mirror. So this is a treasure mirror for storing treasures. Yi Feng had been worried about how to carry so many items. With this treasure, he could not only select items at will, but could even take all 10 boxes of treasures with ease. Seeing Yi Feng use the copper mirror to make all those heavenly materials and earthly treasures disappear, Meng Zhoxian watched in astonishment. That copper mirror has such miraculous effects. I didn't realize earlier and missed out on a treasure. Yi Feng continued to open boxes. After a while of rummaging, he uncovered a wooden box from the very bottom of the wooden box, about half a person's height. He slapped it, and the box immediately opened, spreading out like a peacock displaying its feathers. However, the inside of the wooden box was empty, with nothing in it. This is the endless sword box. Meng Zhoxian couldn't help but speak up. It is said that this was created by a sword fanatic to collect famous swords from around the world. If you want it, you can take it. After all, there isn't even a single sword left inside. Really nothing left. Yi Feng gently tapped it. To his surprise, there was a hidden mechanism at the center of the sword box. As Yi Feng's true qi surged in, 3 streams of colorful light burst forth. The 3 small swords swirled in the air like shooting stars. One shone red, one glimmered green, and one radiated white light like daylight. Yi Feng beckoned, and the 3 small swords fell into his palm. He then returned them to the sword box. This? Meng Zhoxian was astonished. He hadn't expected that there were still treasures hidden inside the sword box. How had he not discovered this before? Where did that kid get those 3 small swords from? Huh. Not bad, not bad. Yi Feng was satisfied with the 3 swords. Then I won't be polite. Yi Feng put the endless sword box into the treasure mirror. Meng Zhouxian felt a pang of regret. As Yi Feng approached the last large box, he immediately sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from within. Don't open this one. Meng Zhouxian exclaimed nervously. You can pick anything from the previous 9 boxes, but this one. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Feng directly reached out and forcibly flipped the wooden box open. Instantly, true qi surged forth, dazzling with brilliance. Magical artifacts. Yi Feng was astonished to see a whole box of magical artifacts. No wonder the owner of the pear garden didn't want him to touch this box. It contained priceless treasures. Of course, the value of magical artifacts varies. Ordinary magical artifacts could assist in calming the mind for sleep or serve as protection against evil, while powerful magical artifacts could even strike down targets from 1,000 miles away. For powerful cultivators who could achieve a magical body, they were invulnerable to knives and bullets, impervious to fire and water. To deal with such powerful beings, one could only use magical artifacts to injure them. Thus, powerful magical artifacts were essential for strong cultivators. Yi Feng sensed the contents of the wooden box and found that he was uninterested in most of the magical artifacts. Ultimately, he dug out a bracelet from the corner of the box, which had 18 crystal-clear beads. No, you can't take that treasure. Meng Zhouxian panicked completely upon seeing the string of beads Yi Feng had taken out. What kind of artifact is this? Yi Feng asked with curiosity. Why am I not allowed to take it? This is our black market, reserved for a mighty master of the arcane. Meng Zhouxian hurriedly explained, I am only keeping it in safekeeping. If you take it, how am I to answer to those above? Yi Feng examined the 18 beads with curiosity. Their surfaces bore intricate patterns, and the power contained within them was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, a treasure, he murmured. With a practiced flick of his finger, he sent one bead hurtling away. A thunderous roar followed. A tremendous blast rent the subterranean passage, tearing open a far larger breach. It looked as if the place had been bombarded. Devastation lay everywhere. Meng Zhouxian stood dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the Dinghai Zhu strand in Yi Feng's hands would possess such devastating power. A single tiny bead had struck like a fired projectile, terrifying in its force. Soon enough, the bead returned of its own accord to the strand. Only its luster had dimmed, and the engraved patterns had grown faint. So they are consumables. Yi Feng nodded. Each time one of the 18 beads was used, it expended part of its power. He estimated they might be good for 3 to 5 uses before becoming inert. Ultimately cowed by Yi Feng's imposing presence, Meng Zhouxian confessed the 18 beads had been forged and named Dinghai Zhu. When the 18 Dinghai Zhu were strung and unleashed together, even a first-rank master would be shattered to pieces. Their power was beyond imagination. Dinghai bead chain. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction and put the strand away. Of the treasures in the 10 chests, only the dragon's horn, the treasure realm, the endless sword casket, and the Dinghai bead chain had caught his eye. Along with numerous rare materials, Yi Feng took what he desired and departed laden with spoils. Yi Kunlun, take whatever else you want, but leave the Dinghai bead chain. Yi Kunlun, come back. Return. Meng Zhouxian cried hoarsely toward Yi Feng's departing figure, his face drained of color. On the other side of the underground passage, Jean Louis had already engaged a Da. A Da's long spear was fierce, employing battlefield spear techniques. Each move a sweeping force that could fell ranks. The spear is king among weapons. Every extra inch grants greater reach and strength. Before long, a Da spear began to overwhelm Jean Louis' blade. Under ordinary circumstances, 10 men like a Da would not be enough to overcome Jean Louis. But now her mind was clouded and her strength severely diminished. Lord Jean, you are no match for me. A Da spear shivered, sending Jean Louis stumbling back a dozen paces. Surrender now. He intended to capture Jean Louis alive and use her to force the Yanjing Wei outside to open a path. Jean Louis planted her blade in the ground as everything around her began to blur. The effects of the Tianxian Zue seemed to intensify. Even the pain in her left palm soon vanished. Move aside. Jean Louis dragged her blade and pressed forward. You are already my defeated foe. A Da slammed his spear heavily into the earth. Jean Louis faltered, nearly falling. How could I possibly be defeated by the likes of you? She forced herself. She knew that if she succumbed to unconsciousness, she would become their hostage. She could not collapse now. Alas, with pain gone, a seeping drowsiness and intoxication swelled over her like a sea dragging her under. Jean Louis slashed her left arm again. Blood flowed freely, yet there was no pain. Another cut brought the same numbness. How can this be? Jean Louis despaired. The Tianxian Zue only grows stronger. A Da said, you have been fighting outside for so long the drug has seeped into every inch of your skin. Ordinary wounds will no longer register any sensation. Give up. Jean-Louis swayed, breath growing difficult. The man before her closed the distance step by step. Haha, I never thought that one day the Valkyrie of the Jinui would become my defeated foe. He jeered. If this had happened on a battlefield and I captured you alive, I would have earned titles and rank. Jean-Louis would rather die than fall into his hands. In that flash of a moment, a bright thought struck her. If ordinary wounds could not rouse her, what of grievous injury? Jean-Louis chose to gamble and swung her blade once more, still making futile resistance. Ada dismissed her motion, but in the next instant he was unprepared for what came. Jean-Louis's blade struck toward herself, still making futile resistance. Ada dismissed her motion, but in the next instant he was unprepared for. In that split second, a thunderclap of pain surged through her. The agony shocked her back to full awareness, and her strength returned utterly. Jean-Louis's expression hardened. In the next breath, she moved like a phantom and leapt before Ada. Before he could react, her swift blade flashed and cut him cleanly in two, like wind and lightning. So fast, Ada fell to the ground. The lower half of his body remained standing where it had been severed. Truly the Yanjing Wei, the Valkyrie. She felled her foe with a single stroke, but pain, exhaustion, and blood loss struck her in triple force. After only a few steps, she staggered and collapsed. Before slipping into unconsciousness, she faintly heard someone nearby, shouting a name over and over. Yi Kunlun, come back. Yi Kunlun. Yi Kunlun. Jean-Louis murmured. A blurred figure began to materialize before her. Huh, why is she here too? Yi Feng was walking outside when he suddenly noticed a woman lying ahead, her arms severed and bleeding excessively. Upon approaching, he realized it was Jean-Louis. Yi Feng bent down to examine her. Besides the severed arm, she was also poisoned by something akin to an anesthetic which had spread throughout her body. If this continued, she would die from excessive blood loss while in a deep slumber. Sigh. Yi Feng sighed. He never expected Jean-Louis to be so headstrong, willing to sever her own arm just to kill that person. He wondered if she would do the same when seeking revenge on him. Since he had encountered her, Yi Feng naturally could not just stand by and watch her die. Fortunately, you encountered me, otherwise this arm would have been useless. Yi Feng picked up the severed arm and reattached it to Jean-Louis's wrist. Then he condensed a stream of true qi at his fingertip and gently brushed it over the wound. Instantly the skin became smooth and flawless, leaving no trace of a scar. Apart from Jean-Louis herself, no one could tell that her hand had just been severed. Finally, Yi Feng pointed again, gently tapping Jean-Louis's forehead, allowing his true qi to penetrate and disperse the anesthetic within her. After doing all this, Yi Feng looked at Jean-Louis and saw that her face was still pale and somewhat bloodless, but she was no longer in serious danger. He was about to leave, but hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding. I might as well save her completely. Yi Feng broke off a small piece of 1,000-year spirit herb and fed it to the unconscious Jean-Louis. Immediately her pale face regained its color. Even her usually rough skin from exposure to the elements became incredibly smooth and delicate, as if it could break with a touch. After finishing these tasks, Yi Feng stood up to leave. When he stepped outside, the pear orchard had already been completely surrounded and controlled by the reinforcements from Yanjing Wei. They demanded that everyone inside the orchard cooperate for questioning and investigation. Yi Feng did not want to waste time here and did not wish to clash with the soldiers. Thus he lightly brushed his face and strode out. Halt. According to higher orders, no one in the pear orchard is allowed to leave. Please. Before the guard could finish his sentence, he suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, Young master. Why are you here too? I heard there was a major case happening here, so I came to take a look, and then I was going back to report to my father. Yi Feng chatted with the guard with a smile. Then you should hurry along, young master. The guard quickly made way. Indeed, Yi Feng had temporarily disguised himself as Hua Guodong and managed to pass through without issue. Not long after Yi Feng left, the real Hua Guodong hurried over upon hearing the news. I didn't expect such a major case to happen here. I shouldn't have left just now. Hua Guodong saw that the Yanjing Wei had already taken control, here feeling regretful. Huh, young master, why have you returned? The guard who had just let Yi Feng go saw Hua Guodong rushing inside, and quickly approached to ask, Did you finish reporting to Lord Hua so soon? Hua Guodong was baffled, thinking to himself, I just arrived. What do you mean returning? Who are you? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Seeing the guard's words were jumbled, Hua Guodong couldn't be bothered to respond. The guard was also confused, scratching his head and muttering, This young master is really unpredictable. Meanwhile, in a secret passage. My lord, are you alright? Jean-Louis's deputy, In Hongzhuang, had timely brought reinforcements and traced the way here. Jean-Louis slowly awoke, feeling a bit of pain in her head. Aside from that, she was otherwise fine. By the way, I brought the antidote. In Hongzhuang took out a porcelain bottle, intending for Jean-Louis to smell it to neutralize the celestial drunkenness she had inhaled. No need, I'm fine now. Jean Louis stood up and noticed the body of Ada, whom she had severed in two, and suddenly recalled the perilous and bloody confrontation they had during their battle. Jean Louis closed her eyes heavily, pondering whether losing an arm was worth it. She dared not look at her left arm, fearing she could not accept it. "Hongzhuang, please. Pick up my hand for me," Jean Louis said tremulously. "Your hand." Hongzhuang glanced at Jean Louis, puzzled, and asked, "Which hand?" "My lord, your hand is perfectly fine, isn't it?" As she spoke, Hongzhuang actually took hold of both of Jean Louis' hands and pressed them together. As Jean Louis' palms touched, it felt as if she had been shocked, and they quickly separated. Hongzhuang was startled, asking, "My lord, what happened to you?" "My hand?" Jean Louis' eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this not a dream?" Yes, your hand injury has actually healed." Hongzhuang was equally astonished upon seeing Jean Louis' palm restored to its original state. Just moments ago, they had all been affected by the celestial drunkenness and had stabbed their palms with knives. Hongzhuang's left hand was still bandaged and occasionally oozed blood. However, Jean Louis' palm not only bore no scars, but even left no trace of injury. Not only the injury on the palm, but also the wrist. Jean Louis lightly brushed over the spot where her wrist had just been severed. She then informed her deputy of everything that had just occurred. "What? You mean your palm was just severed?" Hongzhuang was shocked again. "My lord, you must be mistaken." The body she had severed in two along with her intact palm made it impossible for Jean Louis to be mistaken. Therefore, there could only be one answer. "Someone save me." A shadowy figure that had appeared before her when she was unconscious surfaced in Jean Louis' mind. It was him. "Who?" Hongzhuang asked curiously. "Yi Kunlun." Before Jean Louis could say more, a heart-wrenching roar from Meng Zhouxian echoed from the other side of the passage. "Come back here. Return my things." Jean Louis and Hongzhuang exchanged a glance and immediately rushed over. Upon arriving at the scene, the bloodshed shocked both of them. The Zhang family members had already fled. Meanwhile, Meng Zhouxian and others had been shot, with some dead and others injured still trapped here. Hongzhuang quickly called for guards to arrest everyone here. Simultaneously, 10 boxes of stolen goods were also taken back. In addition, Jean Louis found a list from Meng Zhouxian. The people on the list were intricately connected to the 10 boxes of treasures. The names included high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants, all prominent figures. No wonder they would go so far as to attack us to transfer everything from here. Jean Louis understood the importance of the list as she held it. Once investigations began, it could undoubtedly cause a stir in the political world, leaving everyone in fear. If it were someone else, they might hesitate, retreat, and fear drawing fire upon themselves. But since Jean Louis was involved, she would pursue it to the end. Thus, the pear orchard black market was completely dismantled by the Yanjing Way under Jean Louis' leadership. Yi Feng departed from the pear garden, his harvest abundant. He then contacted Zhao, wanting to inform her that he had secured the medicinal herbs required to treat her grandfather. The two agreed to visit Elder Zhao again the following day for treatment. Just as Yi Feng hung up the phone and prepared to leave, he received an unexpected call from Susan. So late at night, why would she call? Has something happened? Yi Feng answered, only to hear Susan's voice trembling with tears as she pleaded for help. What's wrong? Yi Feng asked urgently. Through sobs, Susan cried, my grandmother. She may not have much time left. Yi Feng, didn't you say you treated Elder Zhao of the Zhao family? Could you please come see my grandmother too? All right. Don't panic. Yi Feng replied calmly, then confirmed the hospital's name before adding, I'll be there immediately. Soon Yi Feng arrived at First Municipal People's Hospital. In a modest ward, he found Susan and her family gathered. Moi, what are you doing here? Yi Feng's presence ignited Mrs. Su's fury. Have you come just to gloat over the Su family's misfortune? She had long opposed her daughter's relationship with Yi Feng and harbored deep resentment toward him. Now, with her own mother gravely ill, Mrs. Su instinctively misinterpreted Yi Feng's arrival as mockery, as cruel schadenfreude. Mom, what are you saying? Susan interjected hastily. I'm the one who called him. He knows some medicine. I wanted him to examine Grandma. What a... Both parents recoiled in shock. He's not even a trained physician. What medical knowledge could he possibly possess? Mr. Su frowned in bewilderment. Exactly. He spent 5 years behind bars. What medicine could he possibly understand? Mrs. Su erupted enraged. All he's learned is deception. How to swindle my daughter into blind devotion. Faced with such feeble accusations, Yi Feng would have turned and walked away on the spot, if not for Susan's sake. Enough. No more quarreling. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a square, stern face spoke impatiently. Susan, stop causing trouble. I've already pulled strings and summoned a divine physician. He'll be here any moment. This was Guo Xiaoshan, Susan's eldest uncle. Brother, you truly secured a divine physician. Mrs. Su perked up instantly. Who is it? Guo Xiaoshan smiled proudly. A divine physician indeed. None other than Master Lu Yizhen, the legendary Lu Shen, famed throughout Yinjing, known by every tongue and revered by all. Master Lu Sheni. At the name, despair melted into elation. Do you mean Lu Wenjing, the divine physician? Mister, Su asked, half disbelieving. Huh, who else deserves the title divine physician but him? Gua Xiaoshan declared, chin lifted in pride. Brother, you're extraordinary. Mrs. Su gazed at him awestruck. You actually managed to summon Master Lu Sheni? Watching her family's sudden jubilation, Susan remained puzzled and asked quietly, Dad, is Master Lu really that remarkable? Daughter, remarkable. He transcends mere remarkable. Mister, Su declared, eyes gleaming with reverence. No matter your ailment, a single needle and the disease surrenders instantly. Hence his epithet Lu Yizhen, Lu the One Needle. His fame echoes across Yinjing. Truly your elder uncle's prowess knows no bounds, to command even such a divine physician. Had father received even one of Master Lu's needles back then, perhaps he'd have lived several years longer. At this, Mr. Su's expression darkened with sorrow for his departed father. Mrs. Su pressed further, Brother, how did you meet Master Lu? How could you possibly secure his services? After all, theirs was a humble family. Ordinary folk who couldn't fathom acquaintance with such a towering figure, let alone summoning him for treatment. Such a notion had never crossed their minds. How could I know him personally? Gua Xiaoshan replied. I reached him through my former superior, and through layers of connections. Coincidentally, Master Lu is visiting tonight to treat a wealthy patron, so he kindly agreed to stop by en route. We need only wait patiently. Overjoyed Mrs. Su clasped her hands and murmured, Amit Ba Buddha, may the Bodhisattvas protect us. Tonight mother will be saved. Hearing this, Yi Feng offered a wry smile. Could it truly be such coincidence? Again Mrs. Su planted her hands on her hips and insisted, Susan, did you hear? Your uncle has summoned Master Lu Shen to treat Grandma. Now you can rest easy. Quick, send your classmate away. Just seeing him agitates me. Susan stood frozen between them, embarrassed, uncertain how to proceed. She herself had no true measure of Yi Feng's medical skill, while now reality had shifted. Her uncle appeared to have summoned a genuine master healer. Should she still entrust Grandma's care to Yi Feng, or bid him farewell? Humph. A faint serene smile touched Yi Feng's lips. Even if your divine physician Lu arrives, he'll find himself powerless before the old lady's condition. For Yi Feng had already assessed the patient with a single glance, her state laid bare in his mind. And knowing Lu Wenjing's limits, he knew recovery lay beyond his reach. Yet the moment those words left Yi Feng's mouth, every face in the room paled, shock rippling like thunder across still water. Young man, you speak with astonishing arrogance. Gua Xiaoshan glared. If Master Lu cannot cure this illness, then you can. Who do you imagine yourself to be, Master Lu's master? As he spoke, the ward door swung open abrupt. A white-haired elder entered, robed in elegant Tang-style attire, his bearing commanding and refined. Is this the chamber of Elder Gua? Master Lu Wenjing asked coolly upon entering. Master Lu Sheni. Gua Xiaoshan rushed forward. Yes, this is it. We're deeply honored by your presence. Lu Wenjing gave a curt, dismissive nod, his gaze aloft, refusing even to acknowledge the family directly. He'd come only out of obligation, a favor owed, nothing more. Master Lu Sheni, please step inside. Gua Xiaoshan ushered him in, nearly bowing low. The cramped ward emptied as everyone respectfully stepped aside. Yet Yi Feng remained rooted where he stood, unmoved. Seeing his lack of deference, Mrs. Su snapped again, what are you staring at? Get out of the way now. As Lu Wenjing entered, his eyes met Yi Feng's, and his entire frame jolted. Eyes wide, he gasped to Master. What are you doing here? Ever since witnessing Yi Feng's miraculous medical art, reviving the clinically dead and restoring flesh to withered bones, Lu Wenjing had already begun regarding him as a master in his heart. After all, wisdom defines mentorship. Even though Yi Feng had never formally accepted him as a disciple, Lu Wenjing remained steadfast in his aspiration to enter his sect, and addressed him reverently as master in thought and speech alike. Meeting Yi Feng again today filled Lu Wenjing with uncontainable joy, never imagining that a casual outpatient referral would bring him face-to-face once more with his revered master. Master, it truly is you. Lu Wenjing hurried forward and bowed deeply, his earlier air of arrogance instantly dissolving into humble deference. Yi Feng gave a faint nod, even as his mind quietly calculated how best to extricate himself later. With each utterance of master from Lu Wenjing's lips, everyone in the ward stood frozen in stunned silence. The renowned national master of traditional Chinese medicine, Lu Yizhen, famed as One Needle Lu, was addressing a young man in his 20s as his master. What on earth was happening? Could this truly be the legendary physician Lu? Were it not for Guo Xiaoshan having personally met Lu Wenjing before, he might well have suspected Yi Feng had hired an actor. The Guo family members, who had mocked Yi Feng moments earlier, now wore expressions of profound discomfort, as if swallowing flies, utterly unable to believe what unfolded before them. Especially Guo Xiaoshan, who had just scoffed. Who do you think you are? Physician Lu's master. Only to discover beyond all expectation that Yi Feng truly was Physician Lu's master. What kind of absurd international farce is this? For a moment, the Guo family exchanged bewildered glances, silently wondering, has Physician Lu lost his wits in old age? After all, Lu Wenjing was already in his late 70s, senility leading him to misidentify someone was hardly implausible. Master, how did you come to be here? Lu Wenjing continued, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. This patient is the grandmother of a classmate of mine, Yi Feng replied calmly. Lu Wenjing nodded in sudden understanding, then paused, puzzled. Why would they seek me out when Yi Master is already here? Why summon him when Yi Master, the divine physician, stood right before them? Wasn't this like brandishing a rusty blade before Lord Guan himself, guaranteeing public humiliation? Yi Feng added, since you're here, examine the elderly lady first, see whether she can still be saved. Yes, sir. Lu Wenjing immediately complied, interpreting this as a trial set by his revered master. Perhaps he mused curing this patient would finally earn him formal discipleship. Without hesitation, he summoned every ounce of skill, observing, listening, questioning, and palpating, with unwavering focus. Susan approached Yi Feng and whispered, Yi Feng, what on earth is going on? How can Physician Lu, a man of such venerable age, call you master? Yi Feng replied truthfully, he calls me that unprompted. I've never accepted him as a disciple. A collective gasp rippled through the room. Good heavens, how audacious this youth had grown. One title of master from Physician Lu had clearly inflated his ego beyond measure. Susan's mother stamped her foot in fury, thinking Physician Lu may be senile. But just because he mistakenly called you master, must you actually believe it? Oh no. Suddenly Lu Wenjing cried out, snapping everyone's attention back to the elderly. Physician Lu, how is she? Guo Xiaoshan asked anxiously. Lu Wenjing's expression darkened. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. Her body has aged beyond recovery. Her life force is spent. What? The Guo family's faces paled. Some, overcome with grief, burst into tears. Physician Lu, think again. Guo Xiaoshan pleaded. You possess peerless acupuncture. Surely one needle could save my mother. Had anyone else uttered such nonsense, Lu Wenjing would have stormed out in indignation. Acupuncture was no mere parlor trick. Did they take him for a charlatan? Yet out of respect for Yi Feng, he patiently explained, your mother is not ill. She is simply old. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are nature's immutable law. Even my finest needles cannot revive the dying. Unless, here Lu Wenjing paused, a flicker of realization dawning. Unless what? The Guo family seized upon his words like drowning men clutching at straws. Lu Wenjing spoke gravely, unless my master performs the treatment, then perhaps salvation remains possible. He recalled Yi Feng's extraordinary feat, the day he resurrected the dead and regenerated flesh, and concluded only Yi Feng could save the elderly woman. Your master? Guo Xiaoshan pressed urgently. Where is he? Is he not standing right here? Lu Wenjing pointed directly at Yi Feng. This? The Guo family felt utterly speechless, uncertain whether to weep or laugh. Indeed, Physician Lu must have succumbed to dementia. What now? They'd summoned him to treat the patient, only for him to fall ill instead. Susan's mother silently resolved, if that boy lays hands on my mother, I'd sooner rush her straight to the crematorium than let her suffer further indignity. Master, Lu Wenjing approached, Yi Feng humbled and contrite, this disciple has failed. The elderly lady's passing is natural. I am powerless to intervene. Yi Feng had known this all along, which was why he declared earlier that Physician Lu's arrival would change nothing. Yi Feng, Susan whispered, disbelief trembling in her voice. Can you truly save my grandmother? Yi Feng sensed the depth of Susan's bond with her grandmother. Rest assured, if you ask, I will not let her. With that, he turned aside and quietly broke off a sliver of millennium-old Lingji from his treasure realm, placing it gently into Susan's palm. Give this to your grandmother. She will recover immediately. Susan stared at the tiny fragment of fungus-like substance, uncertain how to proceed. Could such a modest piece truly restore life? What are you feeding my mother? The Guo family instantly blocked Susan's path. Lu Wenjing sniffed the air and gasped, Master, was that millennium-grade Lingji you just produced? A millennium Ganoderma. Lu Wenjing, upon catching a whiff of the medicinal herb that Yi Feng had produced, could roughly ascertain its age based on the richness of its aroma. After all, Lu Wenjing was an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He had handled thousands of herbal materials, and without even looking he could discern the quality of the herbs just by the scent. You do have a good eye, Yi Feng praised with a smile. Indeed, this is a millennium Ganoderma. Oh my, is it really a Millennium Ganoderma? Lu Wenjing exclaimed in astonishment. It's no wonder you are Dr. Yi. You can procure such rare spirits. I remember there are records in ancient texts stating that this Millennium Ganoderma has the power of resurrection. It is truly a life-restoring herb. Correct. Yi Feng nodded, and then said to Susan, your grandmother's life expectancy is nearing its end. No matter how skilled the medicine, it cannot turn back time. Only with this Millennium Ganoderma can her life be extended by 10 years. A Millennium Ganoderma. 10 years of extended life. Upon hearing the conversation between Yi Feng and Lu Wenjing, the members of the Guo family were even more convinced that this Dr. Lu was quite foolish. To mistake a young man for a master was one thing, but to take some mushroom-like object that he casually obtained as a Millennium Ganoderma was simply madness. If not for the face of his superior and the difficulty in inviting this divine Dr. Guo Xiaoshan would have already planned to kick him out. What kind of divine doctor is this? He seems more like a fraud brought in by that Yi fellow to perform a deceptive act. As for giving the old lady some Millennium Ganoderma, the Guo family stubbornly refused to agree. Millennium Ganoderma. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Mrs. Su scoffed. If my mother ends up in a bad state after taking it, who will take responsibility? Seeing that they even rejected the freely offered Millennium Ganoderma, Lu Wenjing was so furious that he stamped his foot. How outrageous. Dare you question Dr. Yi? If you do not take this Millennium Ganoderma, your mother will not survive the night. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Su was enraged not only because this so-called divine doctor could not cure her mother's illness, but also for cursing her mother. She immediately began to curse. You old fraud, you must be senile. A divine doctor. Huh. You seem more like a pawn hired by that Yi fellow. You two must have been cellmates before, and now you are deceiving people together after being released. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjing was even more enraged at the slander. Even Guo Xiaoshan began to have some doubts, pondering whether this was the legendary Dr. Lu. Could it be that someone is impersonating him? Just as he was thinking this, he was about to call his superior for clarification. At that moment, all the instruments around the sickbed began to alarm the monitor, displaying that the old lattice breathing had stopped, and even the brain waves had gone flat. Mom. Mrs. Su wailed. Immediately the room was filled with cries. A group of doctors rushed in, but after a round of resuscitation, they could only shake their heads in resignation. Please accept our condolences, the old lady has passed. Saying this, the doctor casually covered the old lady with a white cloth. The family was left surrounding the sickbed, weeping bitterly. They deserve it. Lu Wenjing thought to himself, feeling that this family was reaping what they had sown. If they had given the old lady the Millennium Ganoderma earlier, she might have already been discharged. It's just that he wondered if it would be too late to take it after one really dies. Let's go, Yi Feng said to Lu Wenjing beside him, stepping out of the ward. Facing Susan, Yi Feng had done all he could. As for the others, those who believe live, those who oppose die. Since they were unwilling to give the old lady the Millennium Ganoderma, Yi Feng would not force them. Yi Feng. Susan's tears flowed down her face as she watched Yi Feng leave, clutching the small piece of medicinal herb he had given her, unsure of whom to believe. Indeed, it was hard for Susan to believe that such a thing as a Millennium Ganoderma existed in the world. Yet at the same time, she felt a pang of regret, her mind telling her, what if everything Yi Feng said was true? By rejecting Yi Feng's goodwill, had they not harmed their grandmother? I'll go and wipe my grandmother's body. Susan volunteered. After crying for a while, the Guo family began to discuss the arrangements for the elder's funeral. At the same time, they needed to clean the elder's body and dress her in the prepared funeral clothes. Mrs. Su agreed, allowing her daughter to proceed. Then she continued discussing matters with her elder brother. Grandma, woo-woo, you raised me since I was little. I have nothing to repay you. Let me send you off for the last journey. Woo-woo. Susan, having no grandmother, was raised by her grandmother, thus she had deep feelings for her. While crying, Susan gently wiped the old lady's face with a towel. After wiping her mouth, she took the small piece of medicinal herb given by Yi Feng and secretly placed it into her grandmother's mouth when no one was watching. Though doing all this seemed futile now for Susan, it was a form of psychological comfort. Then while crying, she continued to wipe her grandmother's body. Shan. Suddenly a familiar voice rang in her ear. I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? As she spoke, a pair of hands gently brushed through Susan's hair and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Grandmother. Susan froze, turning her head to see her grandmother looking at her with a kind, yet somewhat confused gaze. Instantly the ward fell into complete silence. Mom. Mrs. Su and the others also suddenly stopped their discussion, turning their trembling heads to discover that the old lady had slowly sat up from the sickbed, turning her head to smile at her children. Mommy. A ghost. Guo Xiaoshan screamed and fainted instantly. Immediately the ward was thrown into chaos. Master Yi, the elderly woman, just passed away. Could she be revived if administered the Millennium Lingji? Lu Wenjing asked, deeply curious. Had the family not been so obstinately resistant, he would have urged them once more to administer the Lingji to the elder, to observe her condition before resorting to harsher measures. Life and death follow fate, Yi Feng replied indifferently. His thoughts were already fixed on returning home swiftly to examine the treasures he had acquired earlier that day from the pear orchard. He quickened his pace toward the exit. Master Yi. Master, please wait. Lu Wenjing hurried after him and added, actually today, I treated a critically injured patient here. Would you kindly accompany me to see him? Yi Feng slowed his steps and said, you wish me to intervene medically, but surely you recall my principle of treatment. One life saved, one life taken. I understand, I understand. Lu Wenjing hastened to assure him. I would never presume to trouble you with actual intervention, only to assess my technique and offer guidance if you would be so kind. It won't take long at all. With that, Lu Wenjing pointed toward a nearby ward. The patient is in there. Very well. Since it was en route, Yi Feng agreed. Moments later, the two entered the ward. There, motionless upon the bed, lay a patient swathed in bandages, pierced by tubes, and connected to a ventilator, his limbs utterly immobilized. Alas, what a pitiful sight this patient presents. All four limbs shattered, then submerged in river water overnight. They say he nearly died upon arrival. Who could have wronged him so grievously? Such brutality defies comprehension. Lu Wenjing sighed, shaking his head, his expression heavy with sorrow. Yi Feng's gaze lingered on the patient, and a faint, enigmatic smile flickered across his face, his expression subtly shifting. The moment the patient laid eyes on Yi Feng, his own visage paled, his breath grew ragged, his heart hammering wildly in panic. Had he not been strapped to the bed, he might have thrashed free and tumbled onto the floor. Mr. Su. Lu Wenjing stepped forward to introduce, this is Master Yi, the physician who is also my mentor. I've gone to great lengths to bring him here, to evaluate your injuries. I employed bone-setting techniques to restore your shattered limbs, though I remain uncertain whether full functional recovery is possible. Master Yi, what do you think of my bone-setting method? Does it meet your discerning standards? Lu Wenjing had exerted every ounce of skill, restoring mobility to the patient's limbs, ensuring he would not be left permanently disabled. Yet Lu Wenjing remained oblivious to the stark tension tightening both Yi Feng's and the patient's features, still lost in hopeful fantasy awaiting praise. Senior physician Lu, your work is commendable, but lacks final refinement, Yi Feng observed calmly. Step outside now. I shall complete the treatment myself. Lu Wenjing's face lit with elation. Turning to the patient, he exclaimed, Mr. Su, you heard that. Master Yi has graciously agreed to treat you. Wonderful. With Master Yi's intervention, you may even be discharged tonight. At these words, the patient's expression twisted further, his body trembling violently in agitation. Lu Wenjing mistook the convulsions for excitement, giving no deeper thought. His sole regret was being excluded from the room, missing the chance to observe the master's artistry firsthand. Then I'll wait outside, Master Yi. Call me should you need anything. Once Lu Wenjing departed, only Yi Feng and Su Ruhai remained within the silent ward. Indeed, this man was Su Ruhai, elder brother of Yi Feng's stepmother Su Riyun, and thus by formal title, Yi Feng's maternal uncle. Uncle, long time no see. Yi Feng regarded him with a wry, inscrutable smile. Days earlier, Su Ruhai had hired thugs to shatter Yi Feng's limbs, vengeance for his sister. But fate intervened. The men he dispatched belonged to the Black Dragon Syndicate. Yi Feng retaliated in kind, breaking Su Ruhai's own limbs in precise, merciless symmetry. The matter seemed closed. Yet destiny proved ironic. The Su family engaged senior physician Lu to reset Su Ruhai's bones, ensuring he would avoid permanent disability. Unaware of Yi Feng's familial ties to the Zus, and acting purely out of goodwill, Lu Wenjing had also invited Yi Feng to review the case. Thus, by twist of fate, Yi Feng and Su Ruhai met again. Yi Feng's first encounter with him since his Su Ruhai too stared in utter disbelief, his eyes flooding with shock, confusion, fury, and raw, unvarnished terror. His first thought was that he must be trapped in a nightmare. How could Lu, the physician who had just tended him, suddenly address Yi Feng, the very wretch he despised, as master? Why no reply? I forgot you're still wearing this. Yi Feng removed the ventilator mask from Su Ruhai's face. Next, he pulled each tube from Su Ruhai's body and unwound the bandages binding his limbs, each motion drawing shrieks of unbearable agony. Despicable. Stop. Ahhh. Finally, Su Ruhai lay limp as a gutted fish upon the bed, plunged in an instant from fragile hope into abysmal despair. Senior physician Lu's skills are indeed impressive, Yi Feng murmured almost admiringly. Had I arrived but a day later, you'd likely have walked out of here unaided. Let me finish healing you completely. As Yi Feng's hands moved, Su Ruhai screamed, a soul descending into infernal torment. With that single act, Yi Feng rendered his limbs irreparably ruined. Not even a celestial physician could. Dare you kill me, you wretch? Aya! Su Ruhai writhed, consumed by anguish beyond endurance. Kill you. Yi Feng's laugh was glacial. That would be far too merciful, for you and your sister alike. I shall ensure you live, yet suffer more than death itself. With venomous hatred, Su Ruhai watched Yi Feng stride from the ward, teeth clenched, jaw grinding in impotent rage. You insolent brat, I'll watch how long your arrogance lasts. The Su family has already summoned far more formidable enforcers. This time, you'll die without a grave to claim you. Just wait and see. Outside, Lu Wenjing, startled by intermittent cries of agony, began to wonder, why does this treatment cause such excruciating pain? Clearly it's thorough. Then the door swung open. Yi Feng emerged calm and unruffled. Master Yi, how did it go? Was he healed? All proceeded smoothly, Yi Feng replied coolly. His condition is now thoroughly and irrevocably ruined. Huh. Lu Wenjing blinked, then burst into hearty laughter. Master Yi, ever the jester. With your personal care, Mr. Su is guaranteed full recovery. Laughing lightly, the two departed the hospital together. Meanwhile, at Beijing Capital International Airport, a slender and alluring figure dressed in a purple dress appeared noble and elegant. She stood quietly in the waiting room, her stunning beauty and devilish figure attracting countless gazes. Those who met her gaze would soon find themselves dozing off on the benches in the hall, oblivious to any flight. Before long, the sight of a dozen unconscious gentlemen caused quite a stir at the airport. Purple Dragon King. The moment I stepped off the plane, I could sense the alluring aura surrounding you. Those fainted old lechers must be your doing, right? Shortly after, a tall and handsome man in white approached the purple-clad beauty with a lazy smile on his face. White Dragon King, I knew you would come, so I waited here for you, the Purple Dragon King said with a smile as she stood up. While waiting for you, I had to deal with some pesky flies which annoyed me. Today I'm in a good mood and didn't take their lives. Usually I would ensure they never woke up. The man in the white suit and the beauty in purple were none other than the White Dragon King of the Underground Dragon Gate in Qingzhou and the Purple Dragon King from Yangzhou. What has you so happy? The White Dragon King walked beside the beauty as they left the airport, attracting numerous side glances like a pair of celestial lovers. Of course, I'm about to meet the new Dragon King. A cunning and greedy glint flashed in the Purple Dragon King's enchanting eyes. I heard from Old Hay that the new Dragon King is a young and handsome lad, even more dashing than you, White Dragon King. The White Dragon King scoffed disdainfully. Don't listen to Old Hay's nonsense. There is no new Dragon King. Perhaps Old Hay ran into some trouble here and needs us to help him out. But that person possesses the Dragon King's order. The Purple Dragon King said with a smile. After searching for so long for the Dragon King's order, could it be that someone else got to it first? We should head to the Dragon Gate building and clarify this first. No rush. The White Dragon King pulled out a photo from his pocket. Before meeting this new Dragon King, I have to handle some issues for someone. The Purple Dragon King glanced at the photo and said joyfully, another young handsome lad, just my type. Can you let him go to me? That won't do, the White Dragon King said coldly as he looked at the person in the photo. This brat must die tonight. That's my word. Then I'll accompany you this time. The Purple Dragon King smiled. Let's see if your skills have improved recently. However, the Purple Dragon King looked at the photo again and asked, are you sure you didn't mistake the person? How much ability can someone so young possess that requires you, the White Dragon King, to take action personally? Beijing is a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. The White Dragon King showed no signs of underestimating his opponent. Didn't Old Hay also say that the new Dragon King is quite young? What is this person's name? The Purple Dragon King asked curiously. Yi Feng. The White Dragon King lightly sniffed the photo, then suddenly took a deep breath, a flash of white light appearing in his eyes before staring blankly in another direction. I have already found him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Feng had finally shaken off Lu Wenjing, who had been pestering him to take him as a disciple. Just as he stepped out, he suddenly sensed that he was being followed again. At first, Yi Feng thought it was Lu Wenjing sneaking up behind him. But soon he realized that this time there were actually two people following him not far behind. Yi Feng slowed his pace and upon arriving at a deserted area, simply stopped and patiently waited for them to catch up. Quite perceptive. You noticed us so quickly. Impressive. The White Dragon King stepped out of the shadows. Following him was the giggling Purple Dragon King. He's even more tender than in the photo. I really want to take a bite. Who are you? Yi Feng asked coldly. Why are you following me? These two were unfamiliar faces, and Yi Feng was certain he had never seen them before. Kid, someone has put a price on your head, the White Dragon King said. I'm here today to carry out the order to take your life. Oh. Yi Feng was startled, then thought, the Su family, right? Unexpectedly, after just meeting Su Ruhai, stronger henchmen from the Su family have arrived so quickly. Just as Su Ruhai said, these two are quite formidable. At the very least, they are much stronger than the previous henchmen from the Black Dragon. Clever, the White Dragon King said. Do you have any last words? I old by will fulfill a wish for the deceased. You are quite kind, aren't you? Yi Feng chuckled sarcastically. But I'm very curious, how much did the Su family pay to buy my life? 100 million. The White Dragon King stated plainly. My life is worth 100 million. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly. Old by the Purple Dragon King suddenly interjected. I'll give you 500 million if you let him go to me. Then the Purple Dragon King flashed a charming smile at Yi Feng. Handsome boy, as long as you agree to be my male pet, I guarantee you won't die tonight. As they spoke, the Purple Dragon King and Yi Feng exchanged glances, and to their surprise a glint appeared in their eyes. Yi Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes. It felt as if he had been pricked by needles. Instantly he became alarmed, and thought to himself, this is not good. A strange power akin to a serpent surged through his mind, and locked his spirit. In that moment Yi Feng's body stiffened slightly, as if petrified, remaining utterly still. The Purple Dragon King giggled, seemingly quite pleased with her actions. This is my target. The White Dragon King expressed displeasure at the Purple Dragon King's interference, stating, no matter how much you offer, it is impossible for me to concede. I cannot betray my integrity for a mere sum of money. He continued, moreover, my decision to undertake this task is not solely about the money. The White Dragon King had many business dealings with the Su family in Qingzhou, so he needed to help them resolve it. Now the Purple Dragon King was obstructing him, making it impossible for the White Dragon King to explain himself to the Su family. I don't care. The Purple Dragon King, relying on her instincts, wanted to claim the man before her, saying, if you don't let me have him, we shall fight to determine his ownership. As she spoke, the Purple Dragon King gracefully approached Yi Feng, gently lifting his chin, and seductively smiled, saying, handsome boy, you will be mine from now on. The two once again locked eyes. The Purple Dragon King intended to deepen her control over Yi Feng, ensuring he would obey her every command. However, this time she was thwarted. Instead, she felt a sharp pain in her own eyes. How could this be? The Purple Dragon King was taken aback, widening her eyes, still attempting to resist. In that brief moment of confrontation, 2 streams of blood tears flowed from her eyes. It felt as though what she was staring at was not merely a pair of eyes, but 2 suns. Burning and blinding. The Purple Dragon King screamed, covering her face and retreating repeatedly. Such trivial skills, and you think to control me? Yi Feng's voice echoed, as if coming from the depths of the abyss. I think it's better if you both come at me together. The Purple Dragon King, covering her face, was filled with both anger and alarm. White Dragon King, kill him for me, she demanded. I want this brat dead. The Purple Dragon King, embarrassed and furious, who had originally appeared as a savior, now expected Yi Feng to become her servant. However, she did not expect him to be so ungrateful and to dare fight back. Now the Purple Dragon King only wished to see him dead. I will do it without you asking, the White Dragon King said, casting a careful glance at Yi Feng, sensing that the situation was quite different from before. The fact that he could easily break free from the Purple Dragon King's charm indicated that he was no ordinary opponent. What he thought would be an easy task now appeared to be quite complicated. At this moment, the Purple Dragon King, recovering from her previous shock and anger, realized the strength of her opponent. Could he easily escape her charm and even counter her? Could it be that this guy's power surpassed her own? After a moment of doubt, the Purple Dragon King had to reassess the man before her and solemnly said, let us join forces and attack together. In an instant, the two transitioned from their previous calmness to a state of caution and unease. They were even willing to swallow their pride and unite against a common enemy. It was as if the roles of offense and defense had reversed. White Dragon King. Yi Feng was suddenly enlightened upon hearing that title. Looking at the two before him, he quickly understood their identities. It turned out that they were the White Dragon and Purple Dragon under the command of his 7th master. However, after the disappearance of the old Dragon King, these 9 had all declared themselves kings. Upon realizing their identities, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. He thought to himself how unfortunate for the Su family to have sought out his subordinates to deal with him. One lesson from the Black Dragon was not enough, and now they brought in the White Dragon as well. Truly, they did not believe in evil. Use that move, the Purple Dragon King suggested. All right. The White Dragon King nodded, deciding to unleash their strongest attack. A quick resolution was necessary. With a swift motion, the White Dragon King struck his fists, trembling, and a dragon's roar resonated. Following that, a mighty force like a tsunami surged down from above, pressing down upon him. Dragon battle in the wild. The White Dragon King unleashed the Dragon Fist's 9th technique, bloodily battling across the universe. At the same time, the Purple Dragon King also launched her attack. The same dragon's roar erupted, showcasing extraordinary power. Dragon sight in the field. The Purple Dragon King unleashed the Dragon Fist's technique, sweeping the heavens. Seeing the two unleash their Dragon Fist techniques, Yi Feng was now 100% certain of their identities. Bring it on. Yi Feng prepared to counter their moves with the same techniques. In an instant, a roaring tiger and a dragon's chant surrounded Yi Feng, and before he even made a move, he exuded the momentum of a dragon emerging from the sea, sweeping everything away. After a brief moment of preparation, Yi Feng executed one hand with dragon battle in the wild, and the other with dragon sight in the field. With both fists launched, it was as if two dragons were breaking through the void, striking back. How is this possible? The white and purple dragon kings exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the same technique being used against them, and even by one person with two styles. Just as they spoke, in the blink of an eye, their fists collided. It was as if a meteor struck the earth, and the tremendous force created a deafening sound. Ugh! Immediately after, the white and purple dragon kings let out a muffled groan as they were sent flying by an invisible force, tumbling dozens of meters away. As they got back up, they spewed blood, feeling as if their insides were in turmoil, unable to settle for a long time. What troubled them even more was that Yi Feng could also execute the Dragon Fist's ninth technique. "Who are you?" the two asked in shock, seemingly forgetting their injuries as they stared at Yi Feng in astonishment. Just as the old Dragon King said. Yi Feng stepped closer, speaking slowly. "His 9 adopted sons are all exceptionally gifted, each naturally mastering a secret technique. The white dragon excels in tracking, while the purple dragon is adept in charm techniques. As I see it today, it is indeed so." Yi Feng's revelation of their mastered secret arts further shocked the two. This secret was not something just anyone could know. The old Dragon King had taken them in as adopted sons precisely because they possessed a unique power from birth which he meticulously nurtured. For instance, the white dragon was born with extraordinary senses capable of discerning positions through sound in a vast crowd, tracking for thousands of miles. The purple Dragon King was born with captivating charm, able to control men, commanding them to live or die. "You. Who are you really?" the white Dragon King asked in astonishment. Yi Feng produced the Dragon King token, sternly declaring, "The Dragon King token is here. Since you have seen the Dragon King, you should bow down immediately." "The Dragon King? You are the new Dragon King?" The two were once again astonished. "Old, by what on earth have you done?" the purple Dragon King exclaimed, panic-stricken. He is not the target you wanted to assassinate, is he? How could it be the newly appointed Dragon King?" This truly felt like a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, leaving the purple Dragon King in utter disarray. Impossible. The white Dragon King also found it hard to accept having caused such a huge blunder. However, upon calming down and reflecting carefully, possessing the Dragon King's token while also knowing the 9 styles of Dragon Fist, it seemed that apart from the Dragon King, there was no one else. Moreover, this person echoed what the Black Dragon King had emphasized during their call, stating that the new Dragon King was very young. How could this be possible? The White Dragon King hurriedly took out his phone and called the Black Dragon King to confirm. "What is the new Dragon King's name?" As soon as the call connected, the White Dragon King inquired. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, the new Dragon King is named Yi Feng." "Old, by have you seen the Dragon King?" The voice of the Black Dragon came through the phone. Snap! The White Dragon's phone suddenly fell to the ground, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Could it really be him? The target of the assassination task he had undertaken was actually the new Dragon King. The White Dragon never dreamed that he would meet the new Dragon King in such a manner. Thud! Immediately, both the White Dragon and the Purple Dragon knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing, "We pay our respects to the Dragon King." Initially, they were somewhat unconvinced about this newly appointed Dragon King, believing that the Black Dragon was too weak, suppressed by an outsider. But just before the two had joined forces, yet were still sent flying by Yi Feng's single punch, the gap in strength between them was as vast as heaven and earth. At that moment, both were completely convinced as they bowed to the Dragon King. Yi Feng nodded. "Considering that you have come to see me in a timely manner, I will not hold the past against you. You may return to the Dragon Gate building and await my arrangements tomorrow." The two replied in unison, yes. When they rose, Yi Feng's figure had already vanished before their eyes. This new Dragon King truly is like a dragon that appears without revealing its tail. The White Dragon exclaimed in amazement, suddenly realizing that he was drenched in cold sweat. "Indeed, the man I have my eye on is extraordinary." The Purple Dragon timidly added, "Such a pity he is too strong. I am not worthy. Let's go back to..." The White Dragon sighed. "Alas, after fighting for so many years among the 9 of us, it turns out we will still be united under an outsider in the end." Not long after Yi Feng returned to the Cloud Palace, Bai Weiwei went upstairs and knocked on the door. The female neighbor from downstairs has come to knock and request an audience. She wants to express her gratitude for your healing grace. My. Yi Feng had just taken out all the treasures from the treasure realm when he encountered Jean Louis, coming to request an audience. Not seeing her, the woman, how could she be more enticing than these treasures before him? Yi Feng was enamored with the endless sword box and the Dinghai pearl chain. Once again met with a closed door, Jean Louis and Chen Xia could only descend the mountain helplessly. Did Yi Kunlun the divine doctor save you again today? On the road down the mountain, Chinxia curiously asked. Indeed. Jean Louis gently brushed her wrist, still shaken. If it weren't for him, I would have lost this hand already. Thus, after finishing her shift, Jean Louis immediately returned here, intending to thank the mysterious Yi Kunlun in person and to also witness the young powerhouse, who was said to be comparable to her adoptive father. Unfortunately, yet again she was met with a closed door and missed the chance to meet. This Yi Kunlun the divine doctor is clearly a good person, having saved both of us twice. Chinxia questioned in confusion. Why won't he see us? Is he socially anxious? Alas, besides coming to thank him, I also wanted to ask this Yi Kunlun to take care of you a bit. Jean Louis sighed again. Take care of me. Chinxia was puzzled. My leg is almost healed. How could I trouble the divine doctor again? That's not what I meant. Jean Louis suddenly hesitated in her steps, feeling despondent as she said, I hope he can protect you for the time being. Just like her adoptive father had once protected the owner of that villa. Now that a stronger person was stationed in that villa, Jean Louis hoped that he could step in temporarily to protect those around her. Protect me? Chinxia was taken aback, looking even more confused at her friend. Her best friend was the commander of the Yanjing guards. Oh, why would she need to find someone else for protection? You seem a bit strange today. Chinxia remarked, puzzled. What exactly happened? Today I broke a major case, but I also offended many people, and it has become too widespread. I fear it will implicate those around me. Jean Louis confessed. I plan to find my adoptive father tomorrow to see his opinion. So during the time I am away, you must be extra careful. If you encounter any bad people, run straight to the mountain and seek help from Yi Kunlun. If he still won't see you, just stay on the mountain and don't leave. At least right at his doorstep, he won't ignore you and it can't be that serious, right? Chinxia chuckled wryly. By the way, your adoptive father is the god of war. With him around, who would dare to touch you? Jean Louis did not want Chinxia to worry too much, so she echoed. That's right, my adoptive father is the god of war of Yuzhou. No need to worry too much. I'm just being cautious. Have you remembered what I said? Yes. Chinxia nodded and smiled. If there's danger, just come find Yi Kunlun. I've remembered. Seeing her friend's innocent expression, Jean Louis couldn't help but smile. If she had just entered the political arena, she might have been just as naive as her friend. But during her time working in the Due mansion, she had experienced too much helplessness and many unspeakable things. This time, after taking down the Pear Garden black market, Jean Louis later realized that she had indeed stirred up a hornet's nest. Especially with that list in her hands, it had become a hot potato. Now she didn't know how many people were losing sleep over it, nor how many were sharpening their knives wanting her life. She feared this time she might not be able to escape unscathed. Yi Kunlun. Jean Louis turned back and glanced at the villa on the hillside, whispering, after I leave, I hope you can protect Chinxia. I entrust this to you. Jean Louis concentrated her voice into a thread of true energy, which floated away with the mountain wind. At that moment, in the East Sea, within a luxurious courtyard, a man dressed in splendid attire clutched a photograph, his eyes sharp and fierce like a ferocious beast. The man slammed the photograph onto the table and plunged a dagger through the exquisite face captured in the image. The photograph depicted Jean Louis. Yanjing guard. Jean Louis, he exclaimed. What audacity! You dared to wipe out my territory, he shouted. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I will not let you go. Losing the black market in Yanjing felt like losing an arm, greatly diminishing the man's power and leaving him unable to explain to his subordinates. He kicked over the table, screaming in rage. That waste Meng Zhouxian even lost an important list. You both deserve to die. At this moment, an elder nearby bowed and said, My lord, Jean Louis is the adopted daughter of the war godly Yubai from Yuzhou. What of the adopted daughter? The man roared again. If she dares to disrupt my territory, even if she were Li Yubai's biological daughter, he wouldn't be able to protect her. Do you know what kind of uproar will ensue if this list is made public? How many people it will involve? When those big shots above blame us, I won't be able to bear it. An adopted daughter of a war god means nothing. There are still about 10 war gods like him nationwide. If she breaks the rules, she must pay the price. The elder stepped back in fear, not daring to say more. Go, the man commanded at last. Mobilize the heavenly punishment. At all costs ensure that this dead girl Jean Louis can never speak again. At this time in Fengtian, the Zhang family. The servants who had fled overnight from the Pear Garden black market reported everything about Zhang Xiao being devoured by the giant python to Zhang Xiao's father. Zhang Wenyuan, who had lost his son, fainted several times in a row, filled with sorrow. Who on earth dares to oppose the Zhang family? Who dares to kill my son Zhang Wenyuan? As the wealthiest family in Fengtian, when had they ever been subjected to such oppression? The servants trembled in fear and quickly replied, This person is named Yi Kunlun. Zhang Xiao originally intended to have Granny Snake deal with him, but somehow Granny Snake's giant python ended up swallowing Zhang Xiao. And Granny Snake has also gone missing. Zhang Wenyuan gathered the Hu Huang, Bai Lu, and Hui families overnight. Upon hearing this, the Liu family was also filled with grief and anger, believing Granny Snake had likely met with disaster. My lord, our Liu family is willing to go to Yinjing again to eliminate that brat. For the sake of the young master and Granny's revenge. The Liu family took the initiative to volunteer. Shut up. Zhang Wenyuan glared at the Liu family members with eyes full of hatred. The giant python your family raised has devoured my son. Those beasts you raised have harmed my Zhang family. How can I trust you? The Liu family fell silent, both furious over Granny Snake's death and ashamed of the incident. Hu Huang Bai Hui. Finally, Zhang Wenyuan ordered. This time you 4 families act together. I don't care what methods you use, but you must bring back Yi Kunlun's head for me. I want to take that brat's head to honor my son. Zhang Wenyuan's command excluded the Liu family, clearly indicating he had lost trust in them and even harbored a hint of resentment. After all, the Zhang family never imagined that their own would perish at the hands of their own kind. Hearing this, the leaders of the 4 mysterious families immediately stood up and responded, as you command. Raise soldiers for 1,000 days, use them for an hour. Zhang Wenyuan said coldly, my Zhang family has treated you 5 families well, and I hope you won't let me down again. If you can't even accomplish this small matter, then don't come back to see me. The top floor of a villa. An open-air chamber. Yi Feng first inventoried the rare heavenly herbs he had acquired. All over a century old, numbering well over 100. These medicinal herbs are sufficient to sustain me in non-stop alchemical refinement for half a year. This expedition alone, yielding such troves of celestial flora, had already proven eminently worthwhile. The Yinjing garrison's raid on the pear garden had, albeit invisibly, rendered Yi Feng an immense favor. I hear there are 14 other black markets like the pear garden scattered across the nation. Yi Feng calculated silently. Once this batch of herbs was exhausted, he would journey to those other clandestine markets. Raw materials for pill refinement would scarcely be wanting. Snap! Yi Feng struck the boundless sword casket again. It burst open like a peacock unfurling its tail. 3 luminous firefly-like swords shot forth in dazzling brilliance. They soared upward like celestial fireworks, piercing through the ceiling and vanishing into the night sky. Seeing this, Yi Feng hastily raised his hand, guiding them with qi, only barely managing to reel the 3 blades back. That was close. You nearly escaped. Gazing at the trio circling him, Yi Feng chuckled softly, even as he sensed their extraordinary nature. A cultivator of weak cultivation base could not only fail to awaken them, but even if seized would inevitably lose control and misplace them. Hence, while all other swords within the casket had long been stolen, these 3 remained undetected and untouched. It was less that mortals chose swords, and more that these 3 swords chose their master. Can I truly command them? Yi Feng exerted his full strength, directing the trio with focused will, probing their sword aura with his mind. Hum. Instantly, Yi Feng's head resonated with a profound, crystalline hum, his consciousness clearing as if washed by pure spring water. Then the entire history of these 3 blades unfolded before him in a majestic panoramic vision. He learned that their former master was the legendary sword immortal of the ancient Wei dynasty, each bearing a name steeped in elegance: Fei Xing, Lu Kai, and Hua Ting. Instantly, the 3 swords swept through the air, reenacting the sword immortal's celestial swordplay, graceful, unrestrained, stirring awe and yearning alike. When the final flourish concluded, Yi Feng fell into quiet contemplation, integrating the Wei dynasty sword immortal's techniques into his own understanding and mastery. Moments later, his expression sharpened. With a mere flick of his wrist, he stirred the heavens and earth, as if wielding an ink brush upon cosmic parchment. A torrent of true qi surged around him, propelling the 3 swords in rapid, synchronized orbit, like 3 arms brandishing blades, perfectly replicating the sword immortal's ethereal movements, their sword aura cleaving the sky in unbroken, thunderous brilliance. 1 qi, 3 swords. Yi Feng had seamlessly fused his primordial qi with the trio, adding this new technique to his existing mastery: 1 qi, golden radiance; 1 qi, thunderbolt; now 1 qi, 3 swords. With but a thought, he simultaneously activated his primordial qi, golden light blazing from his entire body, lightning coiling around both hands, the 3 swords whirling in flawless harmony about him. His power had ascended yet another tier. At this moment, even a first-rank grandmaster stood no chance against a single stroke of his blade. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Feng ascended skyward, vaulting past the rooftop and continuing straight toward the mountain's summit. Roar! With a guttural bellow, the colossal serpent erupted from the earth atop the peak, face to face with Yi Feng. Sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Yi Feng, the great serpent recoiled, its massive head bowing lower in instinctive dread. It seemed to comprehend with chilling clarity that Yi Feng's current might could sever it in a single strike. Henceforth you shall cultivate here upon this mountain. Without my explicit permission you shall not stir freely. Yi Feng communicated in serpent tongue, then raised his hand, manifesting a formation with a single thought. Upon the mountaintop he erected a compact arcane formation, granting the serpent a secluded sanctuary for cultivation. This summit possessed unparalleled geomantic virtue, the convergence of sun and moon essences, amplified further by the formation's resonance. Any being cultivating here, human or otherwise, would achieve twice the progress in half the time. Obey my commands faithfully, and each month I shall grant you a pill to accelerate your cultivation. When the time ripens, I shall aid you in ascending to dragonhood. Roar! The serpent roared once more, a resonant reply, then vanished beneath the earth with a single seamless descent. Mastering the art of spatial vanishing, the serpent remained utterly undetectable, even while dwelling within the mountain, giving Yi Feng full confidence to keep it here. This art of vanishing was in essence the creation of a parallel spatial layer, permitting effortless entry and exit, though the serpent appeared to sink into the mountain. Even should someone enter the cave itself, the serpent's presence would remain imperceptible unless it chose to reveal itself, though the acutely perceptive might sense its lingering aura. Jean Louis, residing at the mountain's foot, faintly heard the monstrous beast's roar. She leapt up instantly, rushing to the window, and froze in shock. There atop the summit loomed a grotesque serpent, leaping effortlessly over 100 meters high, its serpentine form shimmering under the moonlight, already bearing faint, unmistakable traces of draconic transformation. How can such a monstrosity exist within Yanjing? Jean Louis drew her waist saber and vaulted out the window, sprinting up the mountainside. Her heart raced. Left unchecked, such a creature could ravage the mortal realm, claiming countless innocent lives. Yet when she reached the summit, the beast had vanished without a trace. Strange. Where did it go? Jean Louis scanned the mountaintop in circles. How could so vast a serpent possibly hide? How could it vanish so suddenly? Was that vision a mirage, or merely a dream born of sleep-dazed delusion? Yet her keen perception soon revealed subtle clues scattered across the slope. Someone was here just moments ago. Kneeling low, Jean Louis traced human footprints pressed into the grass, and saw surrounding weeds charred black as though seared by lightning. Still, no matter how thoroughly she searched, she found no imprint left by the serpent's massive body. How strange. Such a colossal beast. How could it leave no trace whatsoever? Unaware that the serpent's vanishing art erased all physical evidence, Jean Louis murmured, could the person who came here be the monster itself? Then, could he be a Yao? An astonishing conclusion formed in her mind. Yet she instantly recoiled. No, impossible. How could Yao possibly exist in this world? Shaking her head fiercely, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the villa nestled halfway up the mountainside. She surmised the summit visitor was likely Yi Kunlun, the villa's owner, but what then was the serpent? Could Yi Kunlun himself be the monster? When Jean Louis descended the mountain, he felt a strong urge to knock again and seek clarification. But upon further thought he decided against it. At such a late hour, Yi Kunlun was even less likely to see him. Thinking about the important matters he had to attend to the next day, he set this issue aside and headed home to Perhaps I was just dreaming. Everything earlier was merely an illusion. At this moment, Yi Feng returned to his room. He took out the alchemy furnace given by his master, which was about the size of his palm, and began to attempt alchemy. In the past, while in prison, I struggled without any materials, so the alchemy techniques I learned were all mere theory. Today I finally gathered these rare materials and can put my skills to the test. Although Yi Feng had learned for a long time, this was his first real attempt at alchemy. What should I refine first? Yi Feng's mind recalled the hundreds of formulas he had memorized. Let's start by refining a protective charm pill. He thought during this time he had frequently encountered unexpected poisoning incidents. Although his avatar was immune to all poisons, those around him were ordinary people and could easily fall victim. However, if he carried a protective charm pill, it could nullify all poisons and evils within 100 or even 1,000 meters, allowing even ordinary people to be as immune as he was. Of course, the safety range would depend on the quality of the pill. The better the pill's quality, the larger the area it could cover. If his master Yao Wang were to refine a protective charm pill, it could even cover an entire town without any effects. However, Yi Feng currently did not possess such advanced alchemy skills, and the furnace he was using was not of that kind. The small alchemy furnace in front of him, about the size of his palm, was the Qinglu small cauldron carried by his master, capable of refining only one pill at a time. If he wanted to refine more powerful pills, he would need to switch to a better alchemy furnace. For instance, the most renowned furnace in the world is the Heavenly Fire Furnace located in Yaowang Valley. However, he did not need such a high-grade cauldron for now. He should first master what he had learned. Protective charm pill. Yi Feng prepared the materials for alchemy and placed them into the furnace one by one. Using his true qi to ignite the fire, he slowly refined the pill. After 3 to 4 hours, it should be ready. Naturally, the better the quality of the pill, the longer the refinement time. As it was his first attempt at alchemy, Yi Feng thought that if he could refine a pill within 3 to 4 hours, it would be considered a success, as long as it wasn't a useless pill ready in just an hour. After completing these tasks, Yi Feng temporarily set aside the furnace. He then picked up the dragon horn again and tried to blow it once more, but it still did not produce a sound. Perhaps this is just a legend. Yi Feng decided not to hold too high expectations for this horn. Finally, he picked up the string of sea-settling pearls. This was a fairly good quality magical artifact considered one of the most valuable among the 10 boxes of treasures in the black market. However, it seems it could use some polishing. Using his true chi as a blade, Yi Feng began to polish its surface, causing the string of sea-settling pearls to shrink slightly, with the power becoming more concentrated, as if each pearl were a volcano ready to erupt with just a spark. After reducing their size, Yi Feng wore the string of pearls on his wrist ready for use at any moment. After reviewing all the items he had acquired, he returned them one by one to his treasure realm. Yi Feng slept in his clothes quietly, awaiting the outcome of the alchemy furnace the next day. The night passed without incident. By early the next morning, buzzing, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, the Qinglu small cauldron was about to overflow, like water nearing boiling point. Bang! Ultimately a light sound echoed. The lid of the furnace was popped open. A fragrant aroma of the pill wafted through the entire room. Yi Feng focused his gaze and saw a pill the size of a dragon's eye appearing within the furnace. He reached out to take it and counted carefully. There were surprisingly more than 20 patterns on it. 23 patterns. Yi Feng's spirit lifted. He did not expect that his first refinement would yield a pill with over 20 patterns. The quality of a pill can be most directly judged by the patterns on its surface. The more patterns there are, and the more complex the design, the more pronounced the effects of the pill. Like his master Yao Wang, who casually refined pills with hundreds of patterns, each of extraordinary quality. While an average alchemist could only manage to refine pills with a maximum of 10 patterns, which was already considered exceptional. And for Yi Feng to refine a protective charm pill with 23 patterns on his first attempt, he was quite satisfied. With the fragrance of the pill wafting, he estimated that its effect could cover an entire mountain. Mr. Yi, big news. At that moment, Bai Weiwei suddenly knocked on the door to report to Yi Feng. The stock market has opened this morning. Due to the tax troubles over the past 2 days, the stock price of Yes Group has plummeted. Their assets have instantly shrunk by tens of billions. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng smiled faintly. The results he desired had finally appeared. Having the Zhao family assist in investigating Yes tax issues, thus affecting the fluctuations in their company's stock price, this chain of reactions was all within Yi Feng's expectations. And this was just the beginning. He would reclaim the Yi family, and the counterattack had officially begun. Gather the 5 great families. Yi Feng stood up and said, have them prepare the money and come to see me. Ultimately, the meeting between Yi Feng and the 5 great families was set to take place at the former headquarters of the Bai Group. In the heyday of the Bai family, the group building had been a landmark in Yanjing. However, with the Bai family going bankrupt and being liquidated, the building had become increasingly desolate and dilapidated. Now, with the Bai family's resurgence, they had restarted operations in the building and begun renovations. Yi Feng stood outside the building, not entering, but observing the surrounding layout, his brow slightly furrowed. What's wrong? Bai Weiwei asked from beside him. What's the story with these buildings? Yi Feng inquired curiously, pointing at the several high rises around them. Oh, that's the Zhou family's company, Bai Weiwei replied. Initially, we only had these 2 buildings. Later, after the Zhou family bid high for several nearby plots, they gradually constructed several more buildings, Bai Weiwei explained, pointing at one of them. As she spoke, Bai Weiwei also felt somewhat perplexed. The Zhou family had built 4 buildings around the Bai family. Although they were shorter than the Bai Group's building, it still felt rather uncomfortable. Bai Weiwei had a strange feeling, but couldn't quite articulate what was wrong. Do you feel somewhat oppressed? Yes, Bai Weiwei nodded. Yi Feng pointed in all directions, north, south, east, west. The Zhou family has built these 4 buildings, creating a situation akin to the confining dragon formation. It's no surprise that people trapped within would feel oppressed. Even your family's building has been enclosed, hence forming a deadlock. No wonder the Bai family ultimately fell. This must be tied to the Zhou family. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei was taken aback. She had never clearly understood whether there was a mastermind behind the decline of the Bai family. After listening to Yi Feng's analysis today, Bai Weiwei suddenly found it reasonable and considered the Zhou family to be quite suspicious. Could it be because of that incident? Bai Weiwei's expression became uneasy, revealing a hint of regret. What incident? Yi Feng asked curiously. This matter had never been mentioned by Bai Shouqi. The Zhou family once wanted to arrange a marriage with our Bai family. The eldest son of the Zhou family wanted to marry me, Bai Weiwei said bitterly, but my brother rejected it. Perhaps because of this, the Zhou family has harbored resentment towards us ever since. Moreover, they have often acted against us in business. Bai Weiwei suddenly recalled that it was also after that incident that the Zhou family, regardless of cost, began to build one high-rise after another around the Bai family's building. Bai Weiwei felt a sense of dread. Could it be that the Zhou family had already started plotting to frame them since then? This matter of rejecting marriage might just be the beginning. But those who set the trap against you must be highly skilled, Yi Feng calmly stated. Although the 4 buildings were shorter than the Bai family's building, they surrounded it perfectly, forming a convex shape. This completely trapped the Bai family inside, leaving them exposed like lambs awaiting slaughter. Yet this confining dragon formation could only create a deadlock and not a fatal situation. Thus, although the Bai family fell into decline, the Bai siblings were not in mortal danger. I fear, Yi Feng said, looking at the surrounding buildings with a frown, they will eventually resort to lethal measures. From a deadlock to a fatal situation, perhaps the feng shui master behind this layout lacks the skill. However, once a true expert takes command and uses the top floors to cast spells, a dragon-slaying formation can emerge, and the Bai family will surely meet with ruin. Yi Feng could not believe that the Zhou family, having invested so much effort to set this trap, would not have thoughts of slaying the dragon. What should we do? Bai Weiwei said with some concern. Have there been any strange occurrences since you started cleaning up the building? Yi Feng asked again. Strange? Bai Weiwei paused, then replied. Yesterday there was a construction worker who got injured on site, and there were quite a few injuries. Does that count? It counts. Yi Feng nodded. This confining dragon formation suppresses you. No matter what you do inside, everything will go awry. Workers will get injured, employees will make mistakes, in short, everything will be hindered and suppressed. Bai Weiwei grew increasingly alarmed as she listened, feeling it was somewhat unbelievable. If what Yi Feng said is true, that would be too mystical, wouldn't it? If anyone else had said this, Bai Weiwei would have surely thought it was nonsense. Yet even so, Bai Weiwei felt a mix of belief and skepticism in her heart. Let's go, we should head inside the building to take a look. Yi Feng led Bai Weiwei toward the entrance. However, as the two approached the building, just before entering, a sudden whoosh echoed above them, accompanied by the gasps of people around. Bai Weiwei looked up to see a large glass window plummeting from the sky. She froze in place, her face turning pale, eyes wide open. Just as the moment seemed to stretch endlessly, Yi Feng swiftly shielded Bai Weiwei with one arm, while the other struck out, sending the falling glass window flying away to an unoccupied area. With a loud crash, the glass shattered everywhere. Hiss! Bai Weiwei trembled in Yi Feng's embrace, witnessing this bizarre scene. Had she been alone just now, wouldn't she have met her end there? Recalling what Yi Feng had said about the confining dragon formation causing everything to go wrong, she realized it was indeed the case. Oh no, what a perfectly good glass window, why did it suddenly fall? Fortunately, it landed in an empty spot. That was too dangerous. If it had hit someone, it would have been a disaster. Many people immediately gathered around, both shocked and frightened. They recognized that the person who had nearly been injured was Bai Weiwei. Director Bai, are you okay? The workers up there are being careless. I will have them all fired immediately. After hearing this, Bai Weiwei gradually regained her composure from the shock, and looked at Yi Feng again, convinced that all of this was not the workers' fault, but rather due to the influence of the feng shui. No need, Bai Weiwei ordered. Let the workers take a few days off, don't blame them. With a worker getting injured yesterday, and such an incident occurring today, who knows what would happen if they continued working? It was best to halt construction to avoid further complications. Brother Feng, can you do something about it? As her trust in Yi Feng deepened, Bai Weiwei began referring to him as Brother Feng. Yes. Yi Feng agreed, realizing that they must first break this formation. Otherwise, even if the Bai family were to rise again 100 times, they would fail 100 times. Meanwhile, in the next building at the Zhou family. Master Kwong. As expected, does the Bai family still want to make a comeback? Just managing the company has led to a series of accidents. Just now, the floor-to-ceiling window on the 10th floor was inexplicably blown off, nearly crushing Bai Weiwei downstairs. A flamboyantly dressed young man in his 20s rushed into an office, his eyes filled with admiration, and this person is named Zhou Xiang, the young master of the Zhou family. The Zhou family is one of the 10 prominent families of Yanjing. When the Bai family was on the rise, the Zhou family sought to ally with them. Coincidentally, Zhou Xiang coveted Bai Weiwei's beauty and wished to marry her to form an alliance. However, Bai Shouqi firmly believed that his sister should marry a prince or a noble, and how could she lower herself to the uneducated son of the Zhou family? After being directly refused and humiliated, both sides thus bore grudges. Later, the Bai family offended a higher-up and began to be suppressed. The Zhou family willingly acted as the vanguard to repay the humiliation of the marriage proposal rejection. He, a middle-aged man sitting in the boss chair, smiled faintly and said proudly, "Of course. The dragon trapping formation laid out by my master is already set, and even immortals cannot overturn it. Unless these 4 buildings are completely demolished. As long as these 4 buildings are here, they will firmly lock down the Bai family's fortune." No matter how many times they try to rise, they will be knocked down again. As he spoke, the middle-aged man, known as Master Kwong, pointed at a delicate flowing fortune device on the desk and said, "It has moved again after 5 years. This means that the Bai family's fortune will flow continuously into the Zhou family." Zhou Xiang nodded and smiled. "I knew it. I felt refreshed these past few days, even one big last night gambling." Haha. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, suddenly, the flowing fortune device on the desk came to a sudden halt, and the flowing fortune abruptly ceased. What happened? Master Kwong suddenly stood up and stared intently at the fortune device. After a long while, it still did not return to normal. Strange. This shouldn't be happening. This intricate fortune device was specially arranged by his master to monitor the Bai family's fortune. Master Kwong glanced out the window and saw that the Bai family's building was in normal operation, so the fortune device should start moving continuously. There shouldn't have been an unexpected stop. Unless... Master Kwong, what's going on? Zhou Xiang, is it possible that the Bai family's luck has been exhausted today? No. Master Kwong shook his head. The Bai family is preparing to make a comeback. It is precisely their time of flourishing fortune. At this moment, if the fortune device is stagnant, then there is only one possibility. The Bai family has also hired a master to temporarily neutralize the effects of the dragon trapping formation. Master Kwong does not believe that anyone can break the dragon trapping formation set by his master. They can only temporarily neutralize its effects. What? Neutralized? But this news was also incredibly shocking for Zhou Xiang. What should we do? Master Kwong, you need to think of a way. Or, call your master and ask for his opinion. Master Kwong thought for a moment and said disdainfully, "Such trivial matters, why trouble my master? I will personally go to the Bai family's building and see the situation first." "All right, he'll accompany you." Zhou Xiang quickly led the way. Thus the two of them set off together to the Bai family's office building. At this moment, inside the Bai group, Feng paced around the first-floor lobby, finally stopping in the east direction, which represents life. "Bring that thing over here." Feng pointed to a nearby glass cabinet inside of which lay an antique. After the staff brought the glass cabinet over, Feng directly took out the antique inside. Then he took out the evil-repelling pill and placed it inside. As soon as the evil-repelling pill was placed, the heavy dead air throughout the entire building was swept away. Even the fortune that was continuously being siphoned away by the Zhou family was promptly stopped. This will suffice for the time being. Feng nodded with satisfaction. With this evil-repelling pill, he could temporarily resist the effects of the dragon trapping formation against the Xia and the Zhou family. Of course, if he wanted to completely break the formation, he would need to reconfigure a new layout. This is not something that can be done in a short time. Brother Feng is just placing this thing enough. Bai Weiwei looked at the black pill with some confusion. Not only Bai Weiwei, but the other staff members were also puzzled. "Don't worry, this pill is called evil repelling. Placing it here will help avert misfortune and evade all evil spells and formations." Feng said, relieved that the evil repelling pill he refined this morning had over 20 intricate patterns which could protect the entire building. Of course, the pill is not omnipotent. The effect will eventually be depleted. However, with the quality of this evil-repelling pill, it can protect the building for 10 days or half a month without issue. "Let's go," Feng said. "Let's head to the meeting first." Upon arriving at the conference room, the members of the 5 families had long been waiting. "Mr. Yi, congratulations, Mr. Yi. The stock of the Yi family has plummeted today. The Yi family believed in slander and expelled you, and this loss is deserved and just. They still do not know that all of this is being orchestrated by Feng behind the scenes. This is just the beginning." After sitting down, Feng immediately asked, "Have you all prepared the money I asked you to gather?" "All prepared," the crowd hurriedly replied. "But we do not know why Mr. Yi asked us to gather so much money." Feng replied indifferently, "Use all your money to buy shares of the Yi group. Each of you must buy at least 5 of the shares. Because according to the rules of stock market capital increase, if the shareholding exceeds 5 of the total shares, a public announcement must be made. In other words, each time stocks are purchased, they can only account for a maximum of 5 of the weight." Feng remembered that the shareholding of the Yi family group was dispersed, and the proportion held by the major shareholders was relatively small. The entire Yi family combined held only about 30% of the shares. Feng, in alliance with the 5 major families and the Bai family, took advantage of the plummeting stock of the Yi family to simultaneously acquire shares, which could also account for 30%. Finally, through the share transfer agreement, Feng would become the largest shareholder of the Yi group. At that time, he could reorganize the board members, expelling his stepmother and the others from the board, and take control of the Yi family. A great move to cut off the enemy's supplies. Su Jiuchuan suddenly realized and understood Feng's intentions. Everything Feng did was not to destroy the Yi family, but to return as a king and reclaim everything that belonged to him. "What is mine no one can take away," Feng said calmly. "It's time to take back everything that belongs to me." Upon hearing this, the members of the 5 families all expressed their willingness to cooperate with Mr. Yi. Take back the Yi family. In this meeting, Yi Feng had just finished his key points. Suddenly, a secretary rushed in to report. Chairman, by its bad news, the eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Ziong, has arrived. My. Bai Weiwei was taken aback. Why did he suddenly come? It should be because I temporarily resolved their confined dragon formation, so he came here to check the situation. Yi Feng smiled and stood up. Let's go, I'll accompany you outside. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. He then announced the end of the meeting, instructing the 5 major families to act as he directed. Soon the 2 arrived at the lobby on the first floor. They indeed saw Master Kwong holding a compass, muttering incantations, inspecting the hall. Due east is the life gate. Southwest is the rest gate. Due north is the opening gate. That's not right. There's no reaction at all. Master Kwong suspected that the Bai family had invited a certain expert who placed powerful artifacts inside the building, which temporarily alleviated the effects of the confined dragon formation. However, after walking around the building, he found no trace of any artifacts. Little did he know, in his anxious search for the artifact, he was actually looking at the pill placed beside him. Yet using the compass in his hand to search for the pill was like going in the opposite direction. Of course, this showed his inability to adapt. If it were a true master, they would primarily rely on their 5 senses to find it, and could easily spot the unusual exorcism pill. The compass was merely an auxiliary tool. When Bai Weiwei appeared, Zhou Ziong immediately asked, "Has your Bai family invited a powerful feng shui master?" This statement is equivalent to confessing. It further confirmed Yi Feng's words that the Zhou family had laid traps around the building to ensnare the Bai family. I don't understand what you're saying. Bai Weiwei, seeing that they had not discovered the secret of the pill, would naturally not reveal her cards easily, letting them flail about like headless flies in the lobby. No more searching. Master Kwong lost patience and simply stopped. I don't care what methods your Bai family used. I'm going to personally cast a spell to break your trap. Upon seeing Master Kwong about to take action, Bai Weiwei immediately called for security. Get these charlatans out of it. Bai Weiwei certainly would not allow them to wreak havoc on her turf. Wait. At this moment, Yi Feng stepped forward, looking at Master Kwong with great interest, and said, "Since they are here, let them break it. The confined dragon formation you set up outside has already been resolved by me. I advise you to stop while you can, or don't blame me for being rude." What? Seeing that the secret of the confined dragon formation was known to the other party, both the Zhou family and Master Kwong were startled, thinking the Bai family indeed invited a master to break the trap. However, looking at Yi Feng, who was so young, Master Kwong was suspicious, thinking the other party was just boasting. After all, he was in his 30s and had barely learned some superficial skills from his master. This young man in his 20s, what could he possibly understand about feng shui and dare to speak of resolving the confined dragon formation? Even if someone could resolve it, it would likely be this young man's master. Just as Master Kwong was about to ask whom the other party's master was to avoid offending someone he knew, Zhou Ziong suddenly laughed. You're the Yi Feng who was expelled from the Yi family, right? Haha, I was wondering who it was. I heard you were just released from prison and then kicked out of your home. TSK. How pitiful. I never expected that one is from the already perished by family, and the other is the abandoned heir expelled from his family. You 2 stray dogs actually got together. You don't expect to rise again, do you? That's laughable. Hearing this, Bai Weiwei angrily said, "Zhou Ziong, it turns out all along it was your Zhou family conspiring against us Bai family in the dark. I'll remember this debt. I will make your Zhou family pay in blood for blood." Zhou Ziong dismissively said, Your Bai family hasn't even risen yet, and you're already learning to boast. Your brother is gone, what can a little girl like you achieve? Besides, as long as the confined dragon formation exists, your Bai family can forget about standing up again. A mere confined dragon formation, what's so hard about cracking it? Yi Feng said with his hands behind his back. Today I have already resolved the influence of the confined dragon formation. You should have sensed it too, right? If you have any other abilities, just use them all. Zhou Ziong looked at Master Kwong. Master Kwong raised his head and said, Kid, I don't care who you are, but if you dare to brag in front of me, I will make you pay a painful price. The pattern of this confined dragon formation was set by my master. If you dare to claim you can break it, it's a slap in my master's face. Do you know who my master is? The renowned Feng Shui master in Yanjing, Qi Fengping Master Qi. He is my master. What? Master Qi. As soon as this name was mentioned, the surrounding employees and workers couldn't help but exclaim. Naturally, no one recognized the surname Kwong. He was merely riding on his master's reputation to attain the title of master. However, his master was indeed a well-known Feng Shui master in Yanjing. It was said that many dignitaries would invite Master Qi to help them whether they were selecting a residence or facing indecisive matters. Thus, Master Qi Fengping held a prominent status among many big shots in Yanjing, and he often appeared on television doing some popular science related to his field, becoming well known over time. No wonder this person is so arrogant, he's actually Master Chi's disciple. What does the confined dragon formation they mention mean? Could it be that the last destruction of the Bai family was related to Master Chi? The crowd discussed animatedly, not expecting such hidden truths to exist. Bai Weiwei also turned pale, who she had heard of Master Chi's name. If all of this was indeed the work of the renowned Master Chi from Yanjing, then regardless of Master Chi's own abilities or the complex background and relationships he had, it would pose a significant challenge to the Bai family. Now the Bai family could not even think about rising again. They had not even taken the first step before encountering a massive stumbling block right in front of them. However, Bai Weiwei felt that the seemingly unattainable presence was nothing more than a pebble kicked aside in Yifeng's eyes. What's the point of all this nonsense? Yifeng said in a deep voice. Why not call your master here to join the action? In Yifeng's view, a mere Feng Shui master famous in Yanjing dared to be so arrogant. Little did he know that Yifeng's 15th master was a legendary Feng Shui grandmaster renowned across the world, capable of traversing the realms of yin and yang and forming formations with a single thought. What was a mere confined dragon formation worth? Preposterous. Master Kuang invoked his own master, instantly intimidating everyone present, except Yifeng, who remained utterly unmoved and even dared utter further insolent words. This enraged Master Kuang beyond restraint, and he resolved to teach Yifeng a harsh lesson. My master is a figure of supreme dignity. Why would he ever need to descend from his seclusion? Slaughtering a chicken with an ox cleaver. A mere flick of my technique will leave you gasping for life. Zhou Ziong chuckled from the side. Today the Zhou family shall discipline you, the stray dog of the Yi family. Before the words had fully faded, Yifeng darted forward in a single stride, slamming into Zhou Ziong's presence. Crack! A thunderous slap sent him flying backward. Discipline me. Yifeng stood aloof, hands clasped behind his back, voice icy with disdain. Do you even dare presume such arrogance? A collective gasp rippled through the hall. No one had anticipated Yifeng would strike so boldly, nor that he would dare strike the young master of the Zhou family. Brother Feng. Bai Weiwei stared in stunned disbelief. You. Master Kuang recoiled in shock. You actually struck young Master Zhou. You've truly signed your own death warrant. The Zhou family will never let this pass. The Zhou family. Yifeng scoffed, a cold, dismissive smile curling his lips. What, pray tell, is the Zhou family worth? I have already warned you, dismantle the dragon imprisoning formation, now, while you still possess the sense to obey. Otherwise I shall guide the Zhou family down the same path of ruin that befell the Bai family. With Feng Shui formations I shall erode your clan, slowly, inexorably, until extinction claims you all. At these words astonishment swept across the hall once more. This was naked, unvarnished threat. You. Zhou Ziong scrambled up from the floor, dazed and incredulous, utterly baffled by Yifeng's audacity, both to strike him and to speak such brazen defiance. Had 5 years in prison shattered his wits? You dared strike me. I'll see you dead this very moment. Master Kuang, act now. Strike him down. Zhou Ziong pleaded desperately, his voice raw with fury and panic. I had only intended to humble you, but you struck young Master Zhou. Now I shall show no mercy. Enough talk. Yifeng's impatience flared. One more word, and you'll feel this hand too. Master Kuang's face flushed pale, then livid, his expression hardening into ruthless resolve. This is your doing. With that, Master Kuang drew forth an exquisitely crafted casket from within his robe. Pressing a concealed mechanism, he unfurled a miniature formation, palmed, precise and potent. A parting gift from his master Qi Fengping, the myriad phenomena formation, a masterpiece encompassing boundless principles capable of swift deployment or instantaneous breakthrough. Master Kuang seldom deployed it lightly, lest envy draw treacherous eyes. Yet today, weaving a brief formation to chastise Yifeng posed little challenge. What proved difficult was Zhou Ziong's demand to kill Yifeng outright. Thus Master Kuang resolved to activate a forbidden subsequence of the myriad phenomena formation, inflicting agony indistinguishable from death itself. Glancing about the hall, he noticed wind chimes suspended overhead and ornamental cranes arrayed upon pedestals. Perfect. A sly grin spread across his lips as he activated the formation in his palm. Tinkling, clear, crystalline, drawing nearer, each chime resonating with the mournful, soaring cry of a crane. As onlookers stood bewildered, a sudden cry pierced the air. Panic surged, minds grew hazy, thoughts unraveling like fraying silk. Tinkling, growing louder, swelling until the sound became a colossal bronze bell, suspended directly above them, reverberating ceaselessly. Master Kuang, what sorcery is this? Zhou Ziong clutched his head and ducked behind the master. Young master, plug your ears, quickly. He pressed a soft cotton earplug into Zhou Ziong's palm. Instantly the torment subsided. Across the hall others fumbled helplessly. Clapping hands over ears yielded no relief. A vertigo seized them, the world tilting violently. Huh. Master Kwong laughed triumphant. Master Kwong, what formation have you woven? It's terrifying. Zhou Ziong cried out trembling. The formation of wind and crane. Whispers of dread, he declared, pride ringing in his voice. It assaults the spirit in moments, inducing fainting madness or total collapse. Were this enacted atop a rooftop, most caught within its grasp would leap to their deaths, mistaking illusion for reality. Zhou Ziong paled, never imagining such lethal subtlety could spring so effortlessly from Master Kwong's hands. Now that wretched Yi would suffer terribly. Zhou Ziong gloated, then froze. Yi Feng stood motionless, face impassive, untouched by the maelstrom. Master Kwong noticed it too, and swiftly rotated his compass, concentrating the formation's full psychic pressure upon Yi Feng's position. Let's see how long your stubbornness lasts. Soon your mind will splinter, and you'll shriek like a madman. Focusing, the entire formation magnified its force exponentially. Those ensnared would shatter inwardly, instantly, irrevocably. Master Kwong exerted all his efforts, certain that Yi Feng would either die or go mad. Yet after a while Yi Feng remained calm and composed. It was as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Master Kwong exclaimed in shock. Why is there no reaction? Although the wind sound and crane cry formation was not particularly powerful, concentrating it on a single individual was indeed perilous. Earlier, when it was first activated, everyone present reacted to varying degrees, indicating that the formation had taken effect. But now focusing solely on Yi Feng yielded no results. This is unscientific. Kid, do you possess some mysterious artifact that shields you from its effects? Master Kwong asked in astonishment. A mere wind sound and crane cry formation. Why would I need any artifact? Yi Feng smiled lightly. I can break it with a snap of my fingers. With that, Yi Feng pointed at the protective pill positioned to the east. A surge of true energy activated the pill, producing a potent effect that completely overshadowed the sound of the wind chimes and the crane calls. In truth, as long as the protective pill was present, the wind sound and crane cry formation, although it temporarily affected those present, would eventually be automatically dispelled. As Yi Feng unleashed his true energy to activate the pill, he instantly unraveled the wind sound and crane cry formation entirely. My headache is gone, and I can no longer hear that strange sound. Could it be that Mr. Yi truly dispelled it? Oh my, I never expected that. Mr. Yi, a friend of Director Bai, is also a feng shui master. The company employees, seeing Yi Feng accompanied by Wei Wei, merely regarded him as a friend of hers. However, they were astonished that he could easily dismantle the layout set by Master Chi's apprentice today. In an instant, everyone cast curious and admiring glances at Yi Feng. Bai Weiwei was equally astonished as she gazed at Yi Feng. Initially, she thought he only had a slight understanding of feng shui, but unexpectedly, he managed to handle the provocation from Master Chi's disciple with ease. Bai Weiwei couldn't fathom what kind of prodigy her brother had sent her as a support, seemingly knowledgeable in everything. Master Kwong, what is going on? Zhou Ziong sensed that something was amiss. The other party hadn't gone mad. There was simply no reaction at all. Master Kwong frowned slightly, realizing that the wind sound and crane cry formation had indeed been dispelled by the other party. It seems this kid has some skills and knows a bit about feng shui. Although he said this, Master Kwong still couldn't figure out how Yi Feng had broken the formation just now. Could it be that this kid's mastery of feng shui surpassed his own? Impossible. This absolutely can. Master Kwong, from a prestigious lineage, could not possibly be outdone by an obscure nobody who had even spent time in prison. Master Kwong, what should we do? Zhou Ziong rubbed his face anxiously. We can't just let him slap me in the face for nothing, right? Should I call your master? No need to panic. Master Kwong smiled arrogantly. The wind sound and crane cry formation was merely the most basic among the many feng shui formations I command. Since this kid knows a bit about feng shui but not much, I will use a more powerful feng shui formation to deal with him. Zhou Ziong was delighted to hear this. Yes, it's about time to unleash your trump card and use the strongest feng shui formation to torment him to death. Master Kwong re-evaluated Yi Feng before stepping onto the bagua, pacing around the hall. Due north, Qin Palace 5 Yellow Qianzhen. Due west, Dui Palace 2 Black Ju Min. Due south, Li Palace 4 Lu Wenchu. Due east, Zhen Palace 7 Red Pajun. Central Palace 9 Purple Yubai. After circling the hall, Master Kwong once again manipulated the myriad formation in his hands. In an instant, everyone felt a chilling wind surround them, and the temperature dropped abruptly. Seeing this, their expressions changed, slightly unsure of the reason. 5 Ghosts Evil Formation. Master Kwong shouted loudly, coldly gazing at Yi Feng with a taunting smile. Kid, let's see how you will break this formation this time. Before his voice fell, the faces of those present paled, all affected. Cough, cough, cough. I feel like my throat is so uncomfortable. Oh no, why did I suddenly get a fever? I can't catch my breath, someone call an ambulance for me. In an instant the crowd seemed to be afflicted by an illness, one after another falling ill and writhing in pain. Brother Feng, my head started hurting again. Bai Weiwei held her forehead, also experiencing a high fever, feeling dizzy and faint. Seeing the people opposite collapsing like a house of cards, Zhou Xiang laughed triumphantly. As expected of Master Kuang. Truly impressive. Zhou Xiang was sheltered by Master Kuang, and thus unaffected, reveling in their misfortune. 5 ghosts. Yi Feng, touched by Wei Wei's burning forehead, suddenly enlightened. The so-called 5 ghosts are not the traditional ghosts and monsters, but rather a directional concept. The 5 ghost position. This position is also referred to as the illness position. In Feng Shui studies, the 5 ghosts are one of the 4 evils known as the plague god, also referred to as the 5 plagues. The 5 ghosts' evil formation governs illness, financial loss, and is prone to trouble and evil spirits. Although there was a protective pill to shield them, illness can strike suddenly. The unexpected arrival of the 5 ghosts' evil formation would still affect most of the weak in constitution. At this moment, Yi Feng still showed no signs of illness or disaster. Master Kuang deduced that Yi Feng must have some artifact protecting him. Therefore, he no longer concentrated all the afflictions in one place, but instead dispersed them, aiming for everyone present to be affected. In this way, he might force Yi Feng to take out his artifact to protect someone. For example, Bai Weiwei. At that time, he could launch a fierce attack with no delay. Let's see how you break this formation this time. Master Kuang feigned an attack from the east while appearing to enjoy the show. He's still just a mere trick. Yi Feng maintained his composure and stepped forward. In midair, he formed a seal with one hand, manifesting 5 different void talismans in blue, red, black, white, and yellow. Send the 5 ghosts. Yi Feng shouted, launching all 5 talismans. In an instant, the plague aura that had enveloped the hall was swept away. All 5 talismans were gathered together. It would be rude not to reciprocate. Let your companions witness the might of the 5 ghosts' evil formation. With that, Yi Feng shot these 5 talismans towards Zhou Xiang with incredible speed. At this moment, Zhou Xiang was hiding in the back, thinking he was safe and enjoying the show. Little did he expect that he would eventually be affected himself. In an instant, the effects of the 5 ghosts' malevolent formation were all directed at Zhou Xiang alone, causing him to be afflicted with numerous ailments and to cough up blood repeatedly. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, he succumbed to his illness. Young Master Zhou. Master Kuang hurriedly picked up the fallen Zhou Xiang and was horrified to discover that Zhou Xiang had been completely eroded by the pestilential energy of the 5 ghosts' malevolent formation and was already critically ill. How could this happen? Master Kuang was utterly panicked. At this critical moment, how could he easily dispel the pestilence and various serious diseases from Zhou Xiang's body? Young Master Zhou, hang in there. Master Kuang held Zhou Xiang, not knowing what to do. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others mourn. As Zhou Xiang fell ill, the ailments that had plagued the others present suddenly healed, leaving them in disbelief. My high fever suddenly subsided. My cough is gone too. Is this the power of a Feng Shui master? It's simply insidious and terrible. Everyone was greatly apprehensive and terrified of this unpredictable Feng Shui technique. Meanwhile, it seemed that Yi Feng had bested Master Kuang in this aspect, which was quite delightful. This Mr. Yi is truly remarkable. He has already defeated Master Kuang twice. The crowd couldn't help but cast admiring and respectful glances at Yi Feng. When they regained their composure, Master Kuang furiously yelled at Yi Feng, "Look at the mess you've caused. This is the young master of the Zhou family. How dare you harm him? The Zhou family will not let you go." In response to Master Kuang's roar, Yi Feng sneered disdainfully. The Zhou family has brought the Bai family to the brink of destruction. Now that their turn has come to suffer misfortune, they can't stand it. Those who do evil will meet their doom. I just want them to experience the consequences of being influenced by the Feng Shui layout. I said if the Zhou family doesn't stop, their end will be worse than that of the Bai family. Master Kuang wanted to take Zhou Xiang away for medical treatment, but knew well that he wouldn't be able to explain it to the Zhou family and his master. He had to make the people here pay a painful price in return. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to go back. You stinky brat with the surname Yi. This is what you've forced me to do. Master Kuang gritted his teeth and once again summoned the myriad forms, stepping into the 7 stars. He adjusted the positions of the Bell Star, Fire Star, Earth Void, Earth Calamity Goat, and Tua Luo in the compass. This is also commonly known as the 6 Malevolence. Finally, Master Kuang also stood firmly at the position of the 6 Malevolence and bit his index finger, using his own blood to activate this Feng Shui formation. 6 Malevolence Death Formation. Even if you have the mightiest artifacts, you won't easily break this formation. I want all of you to accompany young Master Zhou in death. As Master Kuang activated this feng shui formation, the entire hall was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Everyone felt a sense of unease as if they were about to face execution, and cold sweat poured down. Thud, thud. One after another, people mysteriously fainted, further escalating the eerie and oppressive atmosphere in the room. Bang! Another loud crash was heard. The glass cabinet containing the exorcism pill was instantly crushed under the intense pressure of the six malevolence death formation. Even the color of the exorcism pill dimmed by a third, indicating the perilous nature of this formation, which was self-evident. Brother Feng, what is going on? Bai Weiwei suddenly grabbed Yi Feng's arm in a panic, trembling all over her face, pale. Even her breathing started to become hurried. Six malevolence. Death. Yi Feng's expression also gradually turned somber. You actually used such a vicious feng shui formation against so many ordinary people present. If this formation is not handled properly, the lives of everyone here could be at risk, hence the name Death Formation. This is all your own doing. Master Kuang had a resolute look on his face, unrepentant. You also understand feng shui? If you have the ability, then break it again. You dare let young Master Zhou suffer from numerous ailments. I will make all your employees pay with their lives. After accomplishing all this, Master Kuang believed he would have an explanation to give when he returned. Of course, to set this up, he sacrificed a drop of his own blood, which would greatly deplete him, both in life and virtue. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about that. Young Master Zhou, I've avenged you. If anything happens to you, I will make everyone here pay with their lives. Saying this, Master Kuang picked up the unconscious Zhou Xiang, preparing to leave. Stop! Yi Feng's cold voice came from behind. Master Kuang paused momentarily, provoking a smile. What's wrong? You still won't give up? You dare oppose me? Yi Feng did not respond, but stepped forward, his true energy flowing, transforming into thunder, intimidating the six malevolence. Master Kuang turned his head to glance behind, and his expression changed drastically. He saw Yi Feng like a deity driving away the six malevolence and concentrating it in one place. Master Kuang had seen various methods to break formations, but he had never encountered such a forceful reversal. It was as if his own death formation could be easily broken with a snap of the fingers by the opponent. This was the six malevolence death formation. Even his Master Qi would likely face considerable difficulty in breaking it. Just as he was thinking, the moment came swiftly. With Yi Feng gathering the six malevolence in a thunderous manner, it encircled his palms. The lightning seemed to form a net, trapping the six malevolence within. Seeing this, Master Kuang seemed to sense something, and hurriedly dropped the unconscious Zhou Xiang, making a dash for escape. Here, take it back. Yi Feng pushed forward with both palms. Just as Master Kuang reached the entrance of the building, he suddenly felt a chilling force penetrate his body. He instinctively took a few steps forward. Eventually, he began to lose consciousness, staggering outside the building. He raised his head to glance at the sun outside, and then with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. He died suddenly. Meanwhile, at the Yi family, looking at the morning news and the company's financial report, old Master Yi seemed to age decades in an instant, his hair turning completely gray. What a fall from grace in just one day. Since the company was investigated, various scandals had erupted and gone viral online. Although old Master Yi was psychologically prepared and knew that the stock market on Monday would be a severe blow for the Yi family, he did not expect it to drop so drastically, a true disaster. In just one day, the Yi family had seemingly evaporated tens of billions. Who wouldn't feel heartbroken? The Yi family was severely weakened this time, and it would likely take at least a year and a half to recover. If this matter is not handled well, it is very likely that they will be pushed out of the top 10 wealthy families and completely reduced to a second-tier family. Patriarch, don't take this too seriously. Consider it just a stock market crash and treat it with a calm mind. Yes, stocks go up and down, it's quite normal. Once we get through this tribulation, they will rise again soon. If it drops again tomorrow, we will apply for a trading halt. There are always more solutions than difficulties. The members of the Yi family comforted the old master, fearing that he might get too upset and faint again. Old Master Yi, having experienced great storms and multiple stock market crashes, could barely accept this. Fortunately, at such a low stock price, no one is buying the dip, otherwise it would really be troublesome. Old Master Yi smiled bitterly, considering this a small fortune among misfortunes. Indeed, at this time, all the major families should give our Yi family some face and not kick us while we are down. The rest of the Yi family members were also quite optimistic about it. After all, the top 10 wealthy families are interconnected, and they have long had an unwritten promise to make money together, not to take advantage of each other. As for the second-tier families, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to oppose the Yi family at this moment. But just then the secretary hurried in with urgent news. Not good, master. Just now the Su family, the Chui family, the Ji family, the Tan family, and the Chong family's companies are frantically buying our company's stock and are about to increase their holdings to 5. What? Old Master Yi was taken aback. The rest of the Yi family members were equally astonished. This is impossible. Have these 5 families gone mad? To take advantage of our Yi family at this time? Old Master Yi hurriedly asked, has the Zhao family gotten involved? No. The secretary shook his head. Only these 5 families and the newly restructured Bai family are frantically buying our stock. There are no signs of the Zhao family buying in. The Bai family. The others gasped in surprise. Is it the former richest Bai? How dare his newly established company target us? Do they want to replace us? Old Master Yi frowned in thought. He was initially worried that the Zhao family would take action today and engage in some small schemes. Unexpectedly, the Zhao family did not act, but instead attracted the other 5 major families to buy up the Yi family's stock. What happened to the promised solidarity? First, the Zhao family secretly sabotaged us, followed by the other 5 families buying up shares. It seemed as if everything was planned in advance, with one party finishing their act just as the other took the stage. This combination of attacks truly left the Yi family somewhat overwhelmed and struggling to cope. It's alright, don't panic. Old Master Yi forced himself to remain calm. These 5 families just want to take advantage of the situation to buy low and make a profit. As long as they don't pull any tricks, we can consider it a financial disaster averted. With just the Zhao family, it was already enough of a headache for the Yi family. They truly did not want to turn against the other 5 major families. If they want to buy and make money, let them do so. Exactly. The other members of the Yi family nodded in agreement. After all, our Yi family is still the largest shareholder. They can only increase their stake by at most 5%. As long as they don't unite, they can't shake our Yi family's position. Not long after the secretary left, the Yi family was discussing how to respond next. Master, not good. Suddenly the secretary returned again. What now? Everyone's hearts sank at the sight. Now even the slightest disturbance made them anxious. The entire family seemed to have turned into startled birds. Speak. Old Master Yi's heart raced, suddenly feeling that things might be worse than he expected. The secretary gasped for breath and said, just now these 6 companies simultaneously increased their holdings of our stock to 5, then issued a notice to form a concerted action party. What? A concerted action party? Hearing this, the Yi family was thrown into complete chaos. A concerted action party refers to when investors, through agreements or other arrangements, cooperate with other investors to expand the voting rights they can control over shares of a publicly traded company. In 2 words, it can be summarized as alliance. These 6 companies stacked their shares together. 6 families, each holding 5, so together they formed 30% of the shares. The faces of the Yi family members changed dramatically, panicking. They are trying to become the largest shareholder. Once the largest shareholders become outsiders, they will have the right to restructure the board of directors and kick the Yi family out. Old Master Yi's face turned pale as he slumped back into his chair, unable to recover for a long time. What to do? The Yi family was in complete disarray. The worst possible scenario had actually occurred. Dad, Yi Yuanji exclaimed anxiously. I just checked, and our entire family's shares combined only account for 29.8. We have suddenly lost our position as the largest shareholder. Everyone's gaze turned towards Old Master Yi, waiting for his orders. Sigh. Once Old Master Yi regained his composure, he sensed that their family was probably facing the greatest crisis in 100 years. With a single misstep, not only would they fall out of the top 10 families, but their entire family business could be taken away. Who is working against our Yi family in the shadows? Yuanji. Old Master Yi took a deep breath, realizing he had to take action. You must go to the Zhao family and pay a visit to Old Master Zhao on my behalf. You must meet the head of the Zhao family. Until now, Old Master Yi still suspected that the mastermind was the Zhao family. Therefore, he needed to negotiate with them first. Yuanheng. Old Master Yi continued to arrange. You immediately go negotiate with those 5 families and ask them what exactly they want. Then Old Master Yi instructed the secretary to apply for a trading halt. They could not allow outsiders to recklessly buy their shares anymore. Finally, Old Master Yi stood up, prepared to change clothes and go out to visit a prominent figure in the court who was the true backing of their Yi family. If the Yi family wanted to turn the tide at this moment, they must rely on the backing behind them to exert pressure and intimidate their opponents. At the same time that the Yi family took action, the Bai group had already dealt with the troublesome Zhou Xiao. Master Kuang was dead and Zhou Xiang was injured. Yi Feng sent someone to throw the 2 of them back to the entrance of the Zhou family's building. I didn't expect the so-called feng shui layout, invisible and intangible, to have such a powerful effect, killing silently. It seems that the injury to the worker yesterday and the glass window that just fell were all schemes orchestrated by the Zhou family in the dark. Fortunately, Mr. Yi was here, or it would have been troublesome. It seems that Mr. Yi's skills in feng shui are not inferior to Master Qi's. We should change our title and respectfully refer to him as Master Yi. After witnessing Yi Feng and Master Kuang's feng shui duel, and personally experiencing the impact of feng shui on themselves, the employees of the Bai group worshipped Yi Feng as if he were a deity. Although it was Yi Feng's first visit to the company, he had already gained unwitting prestige, holding a status in the minds of the employees not less than Bai Weiwei. "Brother Feng, come here for a moment." Bai Weiwei called Yi Feng to a secluded place and whispered, "Is there really a way to completely resolve the confined dragon formation you mentioned?" Originally, Bai Weiwei was somewhat skeptical about feng shui. However, after witnessing it with her own eyes and feeling it firsthand, she no longer doubted the authenticity and seriousness of Yi Feng's words. She was eager to resolve this predicament quickly to avoid causing more trouble and danger in the company. Yi Feng smiled confidently. "It has basically been resolved." "Huh, resolved?" Bai Weiwei exclaimed. "When was it solved?" "Just now," Yi Feng said. "In less than a day, the confined dragon formation will resolve itself." The duel just now had caused Zhou Xiang to be affected by the 5 ghosts' evil. Yi Feng had already seen that the Zhou family would soon face a disaster by fire. Though Bai Weiwei felt doubtful upon hearing Yi Feng's words, she temporarily set her mind at ease and waited to see how things would unfold. At that moment, Zhao Wanting called asking if he was free to come to her house to continue treating her grandfather's illness. Although Yi Feng had saved old Master Zhao's life in the hospital last time, due to the deep poison, Yi Feng asserted that old Master Zhao could only live for at most a month unless enough rare treasures could be gathered to refine a longevity elixir. After experiencing the trip to the pear garden, Yi Feng had gained a lot, and naturally, the Zhao family benefited from it too. "Alright, come pick me up." Seeing that things here had mostly been resolved, Yi Feng prepared to visit the Zhao family. About half an hour later, Zhao Wanting personally drove to pick him up. "Mr. Yi, have you really refined the longevity elixir so quickly? You really worked hard for this." As soon as she got in the car, Zhao Wanting sincerely expressed her gratitude. "I didn't refine any medicine," Yi Feng replied honestly. "The trip to the pear garden yesterday yielded a more effective divine medicine. A millennium-old spirit mushroom. It is far superior to any longevity elixir." Soon the car entered a high-end villa area. For a family like the Zhao family, which once had both power and wealth, the villa's location was naturally the best, nestled between mountains and rivers, with the backyard occupying several acres. Just as they approached the entrance, Miss Zhao, please take us in to pay our respects to the old master. We have urgent matters to discuss, so please make an exception." At this moment, Yi Yuanji and his wife, who were sent to the Zhao family to seek reconciliation but were refused entry, saw Zhao Wanting's car and hurriedly intercepted it. Zhao Wanting initially didn't want to pay them any mind, since her grandfather had long ordered that no one from the Yi family should be seen. However, when she recognized who was blocking the car, she was taken aback. "Mr. Yi, should we stop?" Zhao Wanting asked Yi Feng for his opinion, since the two people outside were none other than Yi Feng's father Yi Yuanji and his stepmother Su Riyun. This was the first time Yi Feng saw his father after being released from prison. He looked the same, though he had a bit more gray hair. Due to the family's crisis, he seemed somewhat anxious, losing the confidence and composure he once had. Yi Feng wondered if his father had been as anxious during the years he was imprisoned. Probably not. Otherwise, in 5 years, he wouldn't have come to see him even once, not even as much as his high school classmate Susan. Perhaps from the moment he was imprisoned, his father had already considered him non-existent. The entire Yi family regarded him as a disgrace to the family. "Let's go," Yi Feng said without hesitation, allowing Zhao Wanting to continue driving. Meeting again was worse than not meeting at all. What significance was there in meeting at this time? Using familial ties to coerce him into stopping. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. When they meet again, it will surely be the day Yi Feng takes control of the family. "Hey, wait. Don't go." Seeing Zhao Wanting's car driving unceremoniously into the villa, Yi Yuanji's wife, Su Riyun, was furious and yelled, "That little girl is so disrespectful. She dares to ignore me and act like she didn't see me." It's infuriating. Over the years, Su Riyun, who had always been high and mighty, had never suffered such humiliation. It felt as if a tiger had fallen to the plains and was being bullied by dogs. Huh, strange. At this moment, Yi Yuanji looked at the receding car and murmured, "Why does that other man in the car look a bit like Fenger?" Although 5 years had passed, Yi Yuanji still recognized his son's profile at a glance. "What are you daydreaming of?" Su Riyun sneered beside him, saying, "That little beast was kicked out of the family, and he doesn't even have the right to drive for the Zhao family. How could he possibly sit in the car of the Zhao family's young lady? Does he even deserve it?" Whenever she mentioned Yi Feng, Su Riyun felt a surge of anger, and even the cheek he had slapped still ached. Moreover, she felt that ever since Yi Feng was released from prison, everything had been going wrong for her. They even inexplicably had a fire last night that burned down half the villa. "That little beast, once I finish my business, I will deal with you properly," Su Riyun said with resentment. Hearing his little wife calling him a little beast repeatedly made Yi Yuanji feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Enough," Yi Yuanji interrupted his wife's words. "No matter what, Fenger is still my son. If you call him a little beast, what does that make me? Be careful with your words from now on." Su Riyun snorted coldly. You better remember that we only have one son, and that is Yi. That little beast, Yi Feng, doesn't even know which woman he was born from. What does it have to do with you? Upon hearing this, Yi Yuanji's face changed colors, turning pale and red, and he said no more. Yi Feng followed Zhao Wanting into the Zhao family's villa hall. Sister Xiao. As soon as Zhao Wanting approached, she immediately spotted an unexpected person. It was her cousin Zhao Xiao. Wanting, you are back too. Zhao Xiao stood up and greeted her cousin with a smile. Sister Xiao, why did you suddenly return? Zhao Wanting quickly stepped forward, expressing her concern. I heard that grandfather suddenly fell ill, so I rushed back from abroad to see him. After a round of pleasantries, Zhao Wanting noticed that there was actually a foreigner accompanying Sister Xiao. He was tall and handsome with the rugged appearance of a Western man. If it weren't for his seemingly mature age, Zhao Wanting would have suspected that he was her cousin's boyfriend from abroad. This is Dr. Peter, Zhao Xiao introduced confidently. He was my mentor in college. They shook hands and greeted each other. Zhao Xiao continued proudly. I invited my mentor here, and also brought the latest research results from our laboratory to let grandfather try out. Research results? What is it? Zhao Wanting asked, curiously wondering if it could save grandfather's life. It's this. Zhao Xiao pointed to a machine nearby. This life detection device is the latest research achievement from our lab. It can accurately detect a person's life expectancy based on various bodily indicators. What? Upon hearing this, not only Zhao Wanting, but even Yi Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances at the machine. So you're saying this device can accurately determine how long a person is left to live, right? Zhao Wanting asked in surprise. That's right. Zhao Xiao nodded. And the older one is the higher the accuracy. It can now be widely applied in the medical field. It has received high acclaim. If nothing unexpected happens, this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine will likely be awarded to my mentor, Mr. Peter. The life detection device is considered revolutionary in Western medicine, and Peter's team is among the frontrunners for this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine. This is all thanks to everyone's efforts, Peter humbly said. When the time comes, all members of our laboratory will share in this honor. Including you, Miss Zhao. Zhao Xiao said, her excitement and pride evident as she looked up to her mentor. Has it already been used on grandfather? Zhao Wanting, uninterested in the Nobel Prize, simply wanted to know the results. Upon hearing this, even Zhao Zio's expression dimmed slightly. I'm afraid not. Zhao Xiao shook her head. According to the device, grandfather only has about 20 days left. Zhao Wanting was taken aback and glanced at Yi Feng, thinking it really is as Mr. Yi. Fortunately, Mr. Yi is still here. With the answer provided by the life detection device, Zhao Wanting felt even more convinced of Yi Feng's abilities. But there's no need to be pessimistic, Zhao Xiao said optimistically. I plan to take grandfather abroad for treatment. There are the best doctors and the most advanced equipment. Perhaps a miracle can be created. Moreover, my mentor has promised to help find the best team of specialists. Peter nodded. I have many classmates who have become medical experts in various fields, and I will ask them to assist when the time comes. Upon hearing this, even Zhao Wanting's heart felt a stir. After all, Western medicine is generally more advanced in the Western world. If it weren't for Yi Feng's presence, she would definitely have accompanied grandfather to try her luck. No need, sister. Zhao Wanting smiled and pointed to Yi Feng. I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Yi Shini, who saved grandfather's life a few days ago. And today he even brought a miraculous medicine for longevity, which can at least extend grandfather's life by 10 years. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiao and her mentor Peter both looked at Yi Feng with suspicion and disbelief in their eyes. Compared to Zhao Wanting's polite demeanor towards the guest, her cousin brought Zhao Zio's tone towards this esteemed guest was excessively cold, even carrying a hint of exclusion. You are Yi Feng? Zhao Xiao asked with a cold expression. I've heard about you from grandfather and the others. But I don't believe you can save my grandfather's life. If you lack true skills, it's better to admit it now, because I study medicine and my mentor is an expert in this field. Don't let us expose you. Zhao Wanting was startled and hurriedly interrupted. Sister Xiao, don't say that. Mr. Yi is truly remarkable. Indeed, at this moment, even old Master Zhao stood by Yi Feng's side. If it weren't for Mr. Yi, I probably would no longer be among the living. However, Zhao Xiao remained skeptical of their accounts of being saved. Grandfather, you don't understand medicine, don't be deceived by him. Perhaps he just happened to wake you up. She held on to the identity of a medical practitioner, always presenting herself in a condescending manner. As if in their eyes, anyone who wasn't a Westerner was a fraud. Thus Yi Feng couldn't help but speak up indignantly. You all understand medicine so well, even to the point of almost winning a Nobel Prize. Don't you have a way to treat old Master Zhao? Can you extend his life for even another year or so? Upon hearing this, both Zhao Xiao and Peter were left speechless. Their visit was merely to use the detection device to see how much longer old Master Zhao could live. Naturally, they had no ability to prolong his life. We understand medicine, which is why we are more scientific and rational, Zhao Xiao retorted. Aging and death are natural laws. No one can change that. Who says it cannot be done? Yi Feng replied calmly. Just because you cannot do something doesn't mean others I can. At this moment Zhao Wanning chimed in. That's right, mister. Yi has brought a miraculous medicine for longevity this time. Sister Xiao, you will find out soon. Longevity. Zhao Xiao scoffed at this, becoming even more convinced that Yi Feng was a fraud. If such a miraculous medicine truly existed, the Nobel Prize this year would have to be awarded to you. Peter also laughed. My friend, can you take your medicine out for us to examine? Our research group's life detection device can check not only the human body, but also various medications. Zhao Xiao added. Yes, if your medicine really works, then take it out and let us check. Let the device provide the answer. Most people present had their doubts about the so-called divine medicine brought by Yi Feng. As Peter mentioned, his life detector could also test medicines. The Zhao family members became spirited, believing it would be perfect to use the instrument to verify the medicine, ensuring everything was foolproof. Since there is such a good instrument brought from afar overseas, shall we check it out? Zhao Ziyou's father Zhao Tiansong also echoed, Dr. Yi, what do you think? Zhao Tiansong already held animosity and suspicion towards Yi Feng. Today was just the right occasion to use the instrument brought back by his daughter to test the other's authenticity. However, Zhao Tianming and Zhao Wanning were somewhat hesitant about this. If they really were to test the medicine, it would instead signify their distrust in Yi Feng. No need to go through such trouble, the elder Zhao chuckled. Doctor, you just bring out the medicine you prepared, no need for testing. I trust you. Regardless of what others said, the elder Zhao held a relatively high trust in Yi Feng. After all, he was a doctor whom even Lu Yidao, the renowned healer, respected and wished to apprentice under. How could he possibly be a fraud? Moreover, he only had a little over 20 days left to live, so even if it were poison, he wouldn't be afraid. Oomph. Zhao Xiao provocatively said, not daring to show the medicine for testing means you have something to hide. The more a truth is debated, the clearer it becomes. What exactly are you afraid of? Peter continued, it won't take much time, and it won't ruin the efficacy of your medicine. This instrument merely analyzes the components of the medicine. Facing their aggressive stance, Yi Feng appeared calm and unafraid. What is there for me to fear? If you want to test the medicine, then go ahead. However, as he spoke, Yi Feng glanced at the instrument again. I don't believe your device can identify my medicine. After all, the instrument is just a machine. Huh? Peter arrogantly said, our instrument has input all the medicines in the world. There's no way it can't recognize something. Yi Feng stopped arguing and decisively took out a small piece of Millennium Ganoderma. What is this? Zhao Xiao frowned sharply and said, is this what you call divine medicine? Not only did Zhao Xiao feel suspicious, but even Zhao Wanning felt a bit disappointed upon seeing it. Because this seemed quite different from the divine medicine she had imagined. Zhao Tiansong couldn't help but laugh out loud. You mean to say that such an ordinary thing could extend the old man's life by 10 years? It probably wouldn't even provide psychological comfort. Faking it requires some effort. This is Millennium Ganoderma. Yi Feng said without much elaboration, handing it over. Let your instrument test it and see if it recognizes it. Upon hearing this, Peter thought, this little thing dares to claim to be a millennium. At this point, Yi Feng was almost equated with a fraud in his mind. Thus Peter fell silent, took the so-called Millennium Ganoderma, placed it into the instrument, and began the medicine testing. The detector activated and started scanning. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, everyone's gaze was fixed on the instrument. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly the device emitted a piercing warning sound. A string of foreign language characters appeared on the screen. The translated meaning stated, unknown drug, please use with caution. Haha. Seeing this, Zhao Xiao felt even more confident, pointing at the screen. Do you need me to translate what it means? Yet Yi Feng's expression remained calm. I told you your instrument cannot recognize it. After all, this is Millennium Ganoderma, a rarity in the world. Even if the device has all medicines in the world inputted, as long as the components of Millennium Ganoderma were not included, it naturally wouldn't recognize it on the first attempt. It is like someone who has never seen a crab. Upon first seeing one, they wouldn't know what it is. A person might deduce based on experience, but a machine lacks life and wisdom, leading to erroneous conclusions. Stop embellishing your fake medicine. Zhao Xiao thought Yi Feng was merely quibbling. The thing you brought doesn't even exist in the medical library, let alone save anyone. Peter also said to Elder Zhao, Sir, the results are clear. Since the instrument concluded it's to be used with caution for your health, it's better not to take any risks. Yes, Dad. Zhao Tiansong added, we should trust science. What if you take that strange medicine and don't even survive the last 20 days? Upon hearing this, even Elder Zhao hesitated a bit. Mr. Yi, what exactly is going on? Zhao Wanning was also unsure whether to believe the instrument brought by her cousin or Dr. Yi. For a time, the Zhao family hall was filled with uncertainty. On one side was the most advanced medical instrument expected to win this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine. On the other side was the healer who claimed to cure the most dire ailments. Which side should they believe? The medicine has been delivered. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing the situation, Yi Feng was unwilling to waste any more words. After all, he had done his utmost, and had no regrets. If the Zhao family doubted him, then both sides would have no more ties, and there would be no need for further interactions. Stop right there. Zhao Xiao was relentless. You brought fake medicine to deceive my grandfather, thinking you can just walk away after fooling the Zhao family. Yi Feng suddenly felt that the scene before him seemed somewhat familiar. Last night, when saving Susan's grandmother, her family also did not believe in the existence of a 1,000-year spirit mushroom. However, the Zhao family before him seemed even more domineering. Not only did they not believe, but they also appeared unwilling to let him go. Xiao, you must not be disrespectful to Dr. Yi. Upon seeing Yi Feng's expression change slightly, the old man, Zhao, quickly stood up, scolding his granddaughter's rude behavior while apologizing to Yi Feng. My granddaughter has just returned from abroad and knows nothing yet. She has offended Dr. Yi, please forgive her. Saying this, old man, Zhao actually bowed deeply to Yi Feng, his attitude respectful. Seeing this, Zhao Xiao was very surprised, and even somewhat hard to accept. After all, her grandfather was a figure of high status in her eyes, the head of the family, who once held a top government position and now retired, having created a great family business. Such a person who could shake Yin Jing with a stomp was actually so courteous to a young man of unknown origins, and even apologized for her. Zhao Xiao could not understand. Grandpa, why are you apologizing to him? She truly did not understand what kind of charm this guy had over her grandfather. Shut your mouth. Old man Zhao scolded again. Others might not know, thinking that Yi Feng was merely skilled in medicine, but old man Zhao had heard from Master Wang that Yi Feng's martial arts were equally outstanding, possessing strength comparable to a war god. However, out of respect for Master Wang, he did not publicize the fact that he had lost to Yi Feng. But old man Zhao understood everything clearly. In his view, someone like Yi Feng, even if there was no opportunity to befriend, absolutely could not be offended. Moreover, Yi Feng had saved his life. He also wanted to treat him as an equal, not just for himself, but for the future of the family. Dr. Yi, thank you for your miraculous medicine. With that, old man Zhao no longer hesitated and directly took the 1,000-year spirit mushroom, swallowing it whole. Seeing this, the Zhao family members were all shocked. They did not expect the old man to consume it so decisively, unable to stop him in time. Grandpa. Old man spit it out quickly. Peter hurriedly advised. Dad, how do you feel? Zhao Tiansong and Zhao Tianming quickly stepped forward to support their father, concerned about his every move. Old man Zhao steadied himself, smiled broadly, and said, It's fine, I feel much better. Yet Zhao Xiao still worriedly said, Should we go to the hospital for a checkup? No need to be so troublesome. At this moment, Peter arrogantly said, The medical equipment in your daxiao is far behind that of the West. It might not be as good as my life detector's results. Right? Zhao Xiao slapped her forehead, flustered. I forgot we still have this device. Grandpa, let's test you again. Earlier they had already tested once, and the old man's life was said to have only 27 days left. If they tested again and the lifespan decreased, it would perfectly indicate that the medicine he just consumed had issues. That won't be necessary. Old man Zhao firmly rejected while looking at Yi Feng. After all, having just taken Yi Feng's miraculous medicine to go for a checkup immediately would be somewhat disrespectful to any doctor. Then let's test it. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng took the initiative to request, just in time, I also want to see if this device really works. After all, Yi Feng could be certain that after taking the 1,000-year spirit mushroom, old man Zhao could extend his life by 10 years. If that device could not detect this, it would indicate that it was merely a fraudulent machine. Who dare to doubt my device? Peter was slightly angry. What qualifications did an Eastern con man have? If my grandfather's life is less than 27 days, I will come to settle accounts with you. Zhao Xiao also angrily said. Thus, after Yi Feng nodded in agreement, old man Zhao accepted gladly. He too wanted to see if a miracle would truly happen. After connecting the device to old man Zhao's limbs and brain, it started to operate normally. Soon the screen displayed the lifespan. Because the old man's life left is less than 30 days, Peter explained, I adjusted the displayed time to count in days. The device can count in years, months, or days precise to each day. Normal tests usually count in years. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The screen kept refreshing. When the time reached 27 days, the Zhao family's anxious hearts finally relaxed. Just like before. It seems the old man wasn't affected by the medicine he took. Huh, what's going on? Look, the number on the device is still changing. 28 days. When the time refreshed to 28 days, the scene fell silent. Immediately after, an unbelievable scene occurred. The device showed no signs of stopping and continued to refresh rapidly. 29 days, 30 days, 31 days. Oh my God! Peter was about to end the test when he witnessed this shocking scene. 100 days, 101 days, 102 days. When the numbers on the screen reached 3 digits, the scene erupted in an uproar. Everyone snapped back to reality from their shock, and then were amazed, followed by joy. Could it be that Dr. Yes' miraculous medicine really worked? Earlier the test was 27 days, and now it has actually reached over 100 days. If this is true, then it is simply incredible. Could there really be a miraculous medicine that extends life? At this moment, Zhao Xiao's expression was also one of astonishment. Originally, she wanted to wait and see, and if her grandfather's life were to shorten, she would settle accounts with Yifeng this fraud. However, she never expected that her grandfather's life would not only not decrease, but instead increase at a visible rate. The numbers jumping on the screen seemed to be striking Zhao Xiao's face, fiercely crushing all her previous. No, it's impossible. Zhao Xiao still found it hard to believe. Teacher, is the device broken? Broken? Peter shook his head in a daze, his eyes fixed on the screen, murmuring, I specially brought a new one when I came. How could it break so quickly? But I will check it later. As he spoke, the numbers had already rapidly refreshed to 365. Wow! The Zhao family again erupted in exclamations. 1 year. A whole year. The old man has suddenly gained more than a year of life. Zhao Wanting couldn't help but cry tears of joy, feeling happy for her grandfather. Meanwhile, old man Zhao lay on the sofa, unable to see the screen, but listening to the cheers of his children and grandchildren counting, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. It was a feeling of being reborn. 1,091 days. 1,092 days. 1,093 days. As the numbers on the screen reached 4 digits, the emotions of the crowd gradually shifted from initial fervor to indifference, and then to a disinterest with a subtle desire to conclude the matter sooner. However, it seemed that the old man's life was remarkably resilient as the numbers continued to fluctuate. Teacher. At this moment, Zhao Xiao couldn't help but remind, we can change the unit of measurement to years. After all, under the current circumstances, continuing to count by days is simply too slow, and we have no idea when it will end. All right. Peter was suddenly jolted from his shock, quickly starting to adjust the instrument. When the unit was changed from days to years, the screen went black, then continued to refresh. 3 years. 4 years. 5 years. Suddenly the earlier calm was shattered once again. Everyone's hearts rose with anticipation. After all, the days seemed to stretch on endlessly, but once converted to years, it would likely reach the end very soon. With each increment of the number, the hearts of the Zhao family members raced. 8 years. 9 years. 10 years. Finally, the number on the screen stopped at 10 years. The instrument emitted a notification indicating the test was complete. 10 years. God, the old man's life still has 10 years left. Is this real, or am I dreaming? The Zhao family members were both astonished and delighted. Yifeng secretly nodded, thinking that this life detection device was indeed reliable, providing an accurate result. Earlier, Yifeng had saved the old Zhao's life, but it could only extend by a month, which the instrument accurately detected. Now, having consumed a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma, extending his life by 10 years, the instrument once again provided an accurate reading. Grandpa, this is wonderful. Zhao Wanting couldn't help but rush into her grandfather's embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. You still have 10 years to live. This is truly great. Haha. The old Zhao was also in high spirits, laughing as he stroked his granddaughter's hair. I haven't seen you get married yet. How could I leave so soon? At this moment, Zhao Ziyou's feelings were somewhat complicated. Although she was also happy that her grandfather had gained an additional 10 years of life, she couldn't help but worry if the instrument had made an error. Xiao. Peter said, try it again to see if the instrument is malfunctioning. Peter also had some doubts and decided to let the student try the instrument once more to verify its accuracy. All right. Zhao Xiao connected to the instrument and calmly lay down. After more than a minute. 78 years. 79 years. 80 years. Just like the previous result. Zhao Xiao got up and glanced at the instrument, her eyes filled with disbelief. According to the instrument's reading, she could live until 80. The two tests had matched perfectly. This meant that the instrument was functioning properly. Grandpa's 10-year extension posed no issues. The instrument is fine, Peter admitted. Congratulations, old man. You still have 10 years to live. With Peter's decisive affirmation, the anxieties of the crowd finally dissipated, fearing that the instrument might have malfunctioned and caused a false hope. Now, while some rejoiced, others were dismayed. Zhao Xiao felt utterly embarrassed. Recalling earlier, she had frequently questioned the results, only to find that her grandfather, having consumed the miraculous medicine, had indeed extended his life by 10 years, verified by the most advanced life detection instrument they had brought. Zhao Xiao looked at Yifeng again, feeling utterly mortified. Oh God, this is simply a miracle. Peter couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He then turned to Yifeng and apologized. Sir, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. By the way, may I ask, do you have any of that miraculous medicine left? Could I take a closer look at it? When Peter personally handled the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma earlier, he hadn't taken it seriously. Now he regretted it immensely. There's none left. Although Yi Feng still had a large chunk of the Ganoderma, he wouldn't casually display it, as wealth shouldn't be flaunted. Alas, what a pity. Peter shook his head. I originally wanted to input the components of that miraculous medicine into this instrument to avoid another mix-up next time. At this moment, old Zhao approached Yi Feng again and deeply bowed to express his gratitude. Dr. Yi, you have saved me once more and granted me 10 more years of life. Such a life-saving grace, I have no way to repay you. From now on, if Dr. Yi has any requests, feel free to command our Zhao family. We'll certainly do our utmost to assist. Zhao Tianming and his daughter Zhao Wanting also made a solemn promise to Yi Feng. From now on, if you need anything, just let us know. All the resources of the Zhao family will be at your disposal, Dr. Yi. Yi Feng smiled faintly, saying it was just a small effort. Furthermore, you did well with my previous request. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Old Zhao nodded, instantly understanding Yi Feng's meaning, referring to how they had moved the user department's relationship, leading to the tax investigation against the Yi family, which ultimately caused the collapse of the Yi family stock today. Then old Zhao called out to Zhao Xiao, come here. Why aren't you apologizing to Dr. Yi? You questioned Dr. Yi repeatedly earlier. What do you have to say now? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyou's face turned awkward and ashamed. She lowered her head and approached Yi Feng, resembling a defeated rooster. Her earlier arrogance completely dissipated. I'm sorry, Dr. Yi. I was blind to your abilities and offended you. Zhao Xiao mumbled her apology in a voice barely above a whisper. Forget it. Yi Feng was too lazy to dwell on such trivial matters. Ignorance is not to be blamed. At this moment, Peter stepped forward again, smiling. Compared to my instrument, you have the true qualifications to win this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine by enabling a dying person to gain 10 more years of life. I will recommend you to the Nobel Committee. Yi Feng had little interest in the Nobel Prize. The rare treasures he had painstakingly acquired still needed to be used primarily for his own cultivation. Even winning 100 Nobel Prizes pales in comparison to becoming stronger oneself. Soon the Zhao family gathered around Yi Feng like stars surrounding the moon. This made Peter and Zhao Xiao seem somewhat redundant. Seeing Zhao Ziyou's embarrassment, Zhao Wanting quickly stepped forward to ease the tension, changing the subject. Wow, Sister Xiao, it turns out you can live to 80. Zhao Wanting said enviously. If you want to know how long you have left, Zhao Xiao replied. Forget it. Zhao Wanting waved her hand, knowing this would make life quite boring. Later, the Zhao family held a feast to graciously entertain Yi Feng. After a hearty meal, old Zhao instructed Zhao Wanting to see Yi Feng off. Watching his granddaughter walk closely with Yi Feng, old Zhao felt greatly relieved. Tianming. Old Zhao whispered to his younger son, if the opportunity arises, I plan to betroth Wanting to Dr. Yi. What do you think? At Yi Feng's request, Zhao Wanting drove directly to take Yi Feng home. Yi Feng planned to continue refining some pills for future needs. Meanwhile, in the central military tent of Youzhou adoptive father, the arrival of Jean Louis surprised Liu Bai, who had just returned to the military camp. When he heard his adopted daughter recount the events that occurred after leaving Yinjing, Liu Bai was even more shocked. You mean, you led a team to take down the pear garden? What? Liu Bai's expression changed slightly. Yes. Jean Louis then took out a list and presented it to her adoptive father. Moreover, I obtained this. Liu Bai took the list, glanced at it, and his expression changed dramatically. He understood very well what this list signified. Have you submitted this list? Who else has seen it? Liu Bai quickly asked. I kept this privately, did not submit it, and no one else has seen it. Jean Louis was not foolish. She understood that this list should not be shown lightly, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Once submitted, it would not only cause a huge uproar, but also implicate related parties. Whom you did well. Liu Bai actually praised her for this violation. Without further thought, he directly placed the list over the flame, setting it ablaze. Adoptive father. Jean Louis rushed forward and took it back. However, even so, 1/3 of the names were still burned away. What's wrong? Liu Bai asked. Do you still want to continue investigating? You should understand that some names on this list, even I must retreat 3 steps. I don't know. Jean Louis, young and inexperienced, faced such a wide-reaching case for the first time. So I wanted to consult you for your opinion, adoptive father. My opinion. Liu Bai chuckled and said, then you should stay in my military camp. Although you have stirred up a big trouble this time, here no one can touch you. In Liu Bai's view, since the list had not leaked, it was safest for Jean Louis to stay here. You should stay here to avoid the storm for now. Upon hearing this, Jean Louis fell silent. She did not want to evade. I cannot hide here for a lifetime. Jean Louis said stubbornly, adoptive father, you cannot protect me forever, can you? Seeing the determination on his adopted daughter's face, Liu Bai burst into hearty laughter. Although we are not blood-related, you possess that fearless spirit I had in my youth. Liu Bai sighed deeply, never expecting that this legendary warrior would also have moments of fear. If this were 10 years ago, even if the sky— Liu Bai sighed deeply, never expecting that this legendary warrior would also have moments of fear. If this were 10 years ago, even if the sky were to fall, I would still make a big hole in it. With that, Li Yubai patted his adopted daughter's shoulder and encouraged her go back. Since you already have an answer in your heart, why ask me again? Just go and do it. Adoptive father will always support you. With the support of her adoptive father, Jean Louis finally laid down her last psychological burden. The reason she came was not out of fear, but concern about implicating her adoptive father. But now, since her adoptive father had expressed his stance, Jean Louis could finally return and face the storm head-on. Adoptive father, take care. Saying this, Jean Louis walked out of the tent without looking back. Remember, at this moment Li Yubai's voice came from inside the tent. When facing a powerful enemy, not only should you use brute force, but also your brain. Although you face quite a number of enemies this time, you have many friends by your side. You will never walk alone. After leaving the military camp, Jean Louis took a helicopter and hurried towards Yanjing. Just as she flew back to Yinjiao, the plane landed. Jean Louis received a call from her assistant, In Hongzhuang. Sir, something bad has happened. Just now the detained Pear Garden owner Meng Zhoushuan was assassinated. What? Jean Louis was taken aback upon hearing this. She did not expect the enemy to act so swiftly. It had not even been a day, and the assassin had already appeared without a trace. Killing to silence. Jean Louis frowned slightly. The owner of the Pear Garden knew too much inside information, so it was normal for him to be silenced. If there would be another victim, then it would likely be herself. Thinking of this, Jean Louis suddenly felt something. After those assassins killed the owner Meng Zhoushuan at the Due mansion, if they could not find her, then they would definitely go to her house. Not good. Xia. Jean Louis thought of Chen Xia still at home, fearing she might encounter those assassins. Quick, prepare the car. Take me back. Jean Louis immediately arranged for her subordinates and rushed home. Meanwhile, in the Fenghua Villa area, Chen Xia was at home doing leg rehabilitation exercises. Suddenly, the villa's alarm system issued a warning. The surveillance showed that someone had broken in. How could this be? Chen Xia, who had never encountered such a situation, stood there in shock. Quickly, she recalled what her friend Jean Louis had said to her yesterday. If she encountered any trouble again, she should run to the mountain and seek help from Yi Kunlun. Run. This thought flashed through Chen Xia's mind. Then she hurriedly escaped from the backyard. Inside the villa, a group of intruding assassins triggered the alarm system, yet they remained unrestrained, as if returning to their own home, brazenly entering and ransacking the place. They found neither the items they sought, nor a single person. No one. We've searched everywhere. Several men in black reported to an elder in a black robe, standing in the hall. The elder paced around the hall, finally glancing out the window with narrowed eyes. There is still a lingering scent of a human. Someone just left here not long ago. It's from the back mountain. Pursue. The elder vaguely spotted a figure stumbling up the mountain. With a single command, the surrounding black-clad assassins seemed to vanish into thin air, reappearing in the backyard the next second, racing towards the mountain. Soon after, the elder's figure also quietly disappeared from the hall. This group was from the Tianfa assassin organization of the East Sea. They were top-tier killers nurtured by the black market. The black market thrived in the 2 capitals and 13 regions, with no one daring to provoke them. Apart from having a powerful background and connections, they possessed a vast force of their own. The Tianfa organization was a trump card of the black market. It was specifically used to deal with those who dared to oppose the black market. Anyone targeted by Tianfa would face relentless pursuit. Run, run, run. Chen Xia exerted all her strength, her mind focused solely on one word: run. As long as she reached the villa halfway up the mountain, she would be safe. However, Chen Xia's legs were not fully recovered, so her running speed was only slightly faster than walking. But then, Chen Xia suddenly slowed her pace. She thought, if I escape to Dr. Yi Kunlun's place, oh, what if he cannot handle those people? Would I not put Dr. Chen Xia felt a vague sense of worry. Just as she lost focus, she stumbled over a stone and fell. Ouch! Chen Xia tried to get up, only to find her knee scraped and bleeding. But the next moment, several shadows appeared silently before her. Like ghosts, they moved without a sound, filling her with dread. Chen Xia looked up in surprise at the group. Though it was their first meeting, she was certain they were the ones who had just invaded the villa. As expected, one of them coldly asked, "Who are you in relation to Jean Louis? Where has Jean Louis escaped to? Speak." The man's voice was ruthless and domineering, leaving no room for disagreement. Chen Xia was frightened and began to back away, wanting to run back. But just as she got up and took 2 steps, an old man caught her by the collar, as if she were a small chick. Chen Xia was startled. She never expected an elderly man over 50 could possess such strength. "Little girl, don't be afraid. We won't harm you. We are here to find Jean Louis and retrieve something. Tell us where she is." Chen Xia was too frightened to breathe, wanting to deny knowing Jean Louis, but her expression betrayed her. I don't know." Chen Xia could only shake her head, refusing to speak. That's not being obedient. The elder's rough palms slowly grazed the girl's cheek, cutting her skin like a knife, drawing blood instantly. I really don't know." The overwhelming fear and the stinging pain on her face brought Chun Xia to tears. Such a pity. We didn't want to involve the innocent. Since you know something but refuse to speak, we have no choice. Saying this, the elder gently pushed her. Chun Xia immediately fell backward, landing at the feet of the black-clad men. Silence her. The elder turned his back, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. The group in black loomed over Chun Xia like executioners, their cold gazes filled with murderous intent. No, please don't. Chun Xia was terrified, unable to believe that the situation had escalated so severely. Just yesterday, she thought Jean Louis was joking, and today she was facing imminent death. Elder Kai gave you a chance to live, but it's a pity you didn't cherish it. One of the black-clad men slowly raised his hand, revealing a gleaming dagger. Chun Xia's face turned pale, and her heart sank to the depths at that moment. Am I really going to die? I don't want to die. Can someone come to save me? Just as the dagger was about to plunge down in a moment of crisis, suddenly a piercing sound broke through the air, as if a silent bullet instantly pierced through the wrist of the black. Oh! The man screamed in agony, and the dagger fell from his hand to the ground. Mut. Who is? The elder abruptly turned around, sensing an unparalleled pressure rushing down from the mountain, as if a celestial being had descended, bringing a heavy sense of oppression to everyone present. Feng had been refining pills atop his villa's rooftop, reaping abundant rewards, until abruptly he sensed several formidable auras ascending from the mountain's foot. Feng paused slightly momentarily, assuming they were after him. But the moment he leapt onto the roof and gazed down the slope, he spotted Chun Xia, staggering breathless, her figure unsteady. My, he murmured again, puzzled. Chun Xia was but an ordinary mortal. How could she possibly be hunted by so many cultivators of extraordinary prowess? What then was unfolding? Yet swiftly Feng surmised this turmoil likely stemmed from the Jinlu, the golden silk robe. Strangely, however, no trace of its aura lingered nearby. Her friend, it seemed, was on the verge of ruin. Feng watched silently from above. Though Chun Xia had been one of the victims in that fateful car crash years ago, he himself had healed her paralyzed legs. Thus their karmic debt stood balanced, neither owed nor owed to the other. For this reason, Feng had no intention of intervening. Yet as he turned away, a piercing scream echoed faintly from below. A pang of reluctant compassion stirred within him. Sigh, interrupting my pill refinement. The commotion from the mountain's base had already disrupted his focus. In an instant he vanished, reappearing at the foot of the mountain. With a casual flick of his foot, he sent a pebble soaring, piercing the assassin's wrist mid-swing, halting the strike just in time to save Chun Xia. Who dares interfere? The elder whirled around, startled and wary, never imagining such a master dwelled upon this very. Feng strode forward calmly, his fingers brushing his cheek, a subtle shift in features restoring his visage to the one Chun Xia first saw long ago. He reappeared once more under the name Yi Kunlun, the divine physician. Yi Kunlun, the divine physician. Seeing that familiar face again, Chun Xia felt as though she floated within a dream. Each time she stood most helpless, most desperate, there he was arriving like fate itself, rescuing her from calamity's brink. Yi Kunlun. The elder repeated the unfamiliar name softly, then suddenly recoiled in realization. So, you are Yi Kunlun. Coincidentally, Feng had also used the name Yi Kunlun at the Liyuan auction house. Oh, you know my name? Feng raised a brow, faintly surprised. Few knew that alias. Instantly, he discerned the elder's origins. You attended the Liyuan auction, paid nothing, yet departed laden with priceless treasures. That matter demands resolution. Do you not owe us an explanation? The elder sneered coldly. What uncanny fortune. His quarry, the enigmatic Yi Kunlun, had appeared before him, as if summoned by destiny itself. Ah, so Tianfai's mission targeted not only the Jinlu, but Yi Kunlun as well. Yet intelligence on Yi Kunlun was virtually non-existent. After all, it was merely a pseudonym. Thus, Tianfai's delegation had descended upon Yanjing, striking openly at the exposed Jinlu, while covertly hunting the elusive Yi Kunlun. So he is Yi Kunlun. We've scoured endlessly, yet here he hides. Truly our expedition yields unexpected bounty. The black-robed assassins surged with renewed fervor, eager to conclude this encounter swiftly and claim their prize. You belong to the black market. Yi Feng's tone sharpened with sudden clarity. Precisely, the elder replied icily. Regarding the Liyuan affair, you will provide a satisfactory account, or face consequences. Indeed, I took those items. And what of it? Yi Feng admitted without evasion. Besides, your black market wares are stolen goods. Is theft of stolen property truly unlawful? The elder's expression darkened instantly. To dare covet black market relics, and declare it with such brazen impunity. Unthinkable. Utterly reckless. Foolish beyond measure. Stealing from us may not break law, but it breaks life. And Tianfai's sacred duty is to execute arrogant fools who defy heaven and earth. With a curt command, attack. The words had scarcely left his lips when the black-robed figures surged forward like tigers unleashed, each vying to sever Yi Feng's head first for the grand reward. "Brother Yi, be careful." Chun Xia cried out, heart pounding, as 7 or 8 assailants instantly encircled him, tightening the noose with chilling efficiency. After all, they vastly outnumbered him. And even Chun Xia could tell these were no mere street thugs, but warriors of terrifying caliber, leagues beyond those who'd tormented her before. Yet the next second, before their daggers could descend, they clutched their throats, collapsing one after another in silent, synchronized death. In Yi Feng's hand now gleamed a dagger, cold, radiant, its edge shimmering brighter still where blood had just kissed its steel. Exquisite. The elder stood frozen, stunned by Yi Feng's ruthless precision. So swift, so silent, it was as if death himself had swept across the field. Unseen, inevitable, inescapable. You are an assassin too." The elder stared at the blade in Yi Feng's grip, and at the lethal technique that sealed throats with a single stroke. Only a peerless killer could wield such mastery. Something like that? After all, his ninth master, the world's preeminent assassin, had trained him in every shadow art of killing. Had he not needed to feed his ninth master's blade, Yi Feng wouldn't have deigned to appear at all. He could have erased them all unseen in a single breath. "So, it seems today we meet a fellow craftsman." The elder did not rage, but laughed instead, eyes alight with fierce anticipation. Slowly he shed his outer robe, revealing the coiled power beneath. "Then let me test your arts of darkness, face to face." This old man ranked within the top 100 of the World Assassin Leaderboard. Since joining the black market, he led a small team to execute various tasks without ever failing. However, today was nearly a complete rout, leaving him as the only surviving commander in an unprecedented situation. Initially, the old man believed that dealing with Jean Louis might be somewhat troublesome. After all, the opponent was the commander of the Yen Jing Guard, known as the military goddess with extraordinary strength that could not be underestimated. Yet the old man thought that with his rich experience he could find the right moment to kill her. Little did he expect to encounter Yi Kunlun on the way, who was also quite formidable. "It has been a long time since anyone has forced me to use this dagger." The old man slowly revealed his dagger. The dagger was 1 foot and 3 inches long, resembling an ice spike. The old man gently caressed the blade, treating it as if it were a lover, showing utmost care. For an assassin, a dagger is their faith. This move was originally prepared for Jean Louis. "Let me practice on you first." To deal with Jean Louis, the old man even simulated a set of assassination techniques to ensure success. After all, for a powerhouse like Jean Louis, if a strike failed, she would unleash a terrifying onslaught that would overwhelm even the top assassins. Before he could finish his words, the old man had already made his move. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind Yi Feng. At the same time, Yi Feng also moved. Since the opponent intended to engage him with assassination techniques, Yi Feng did not hesitate, using the dagger in his hand to counter. In an instant, it was as if the two had exchanged positions, each finding themselves at the other's place. Yet no one could see that they had exchanged blows over a dozen times in that fleeting moment. Every blow was lethal. Yi Feng's dagger struck the opponent's throat, abdomen, and heart. The old man's dagger also pierced Yi Feng's heart and ribs. So fast. The moment they landed after their exchange, even the old man could not help but marvel at this youth's speed, which was not inferior to his own, even surpassing him in some strikes. The old man's clothes, especially around his abdomen and heart, were all torn. If this were a normal spar, the old man would have already lost. However, your assassination skills are already world-class. But unfortunately, you have encountered me today. The old man slowly turned around, his clothes torn by the dagger. Yet his exposed skin bore not a single scratch. The old man grinned, revealing a mocking expression, "Because I am still a master of external skills." The old man had mastered external techniques to such an extent that he was impervious to knives and guns. Ordinary weapons could not harm him in the slightest. This was the old man's greatest trump card. Even if an assassination failed, he could still retreat unharmed. How about it? Are you regretting it now?" The old man scrutinized Yi Feng, believing him to be on the brink of death. After all, being struck in the heart and ribs 3 times was enough to be fatal. "Brother Yi." Chun Xia, seeing the old man unharmed, felt her heart sink to the depths. She thought, oh no, could Brother Yi have lost? At that moment, Chun Xia resolved that if Yi Kunlun died trying to save her, she would never live on alone. But in the next second, Yi Feng slowly turned around as well. Not only was he unhurt, even the clothes he wore remained intact. How could this be? Impossible. The old man stared at Yi Feng as if he had seen a ghost, glancing again at the dagger in his hand. He had clearly struck the opponent earlier. How could the opponent be completely unharmed? Not even a tear in it. The old man rubbed his eyes vigorously, his face filled with shock. "So it turns out you are a master of external skills." Yi Feng also thought that his previous strike should have been enough to kill the other. Little did he know that the opponent had mastered external techniques to the point of being impervious to blades and guns. Even the dagger of his ninth master could not harm the other. It seemed this person was hiding quite a bit. Could it be? You are also a master of external skills. The old man exclaimed. He never expected to encounter someone of the same caliber, let alone with the same trump card. In that case, wouldn't it mean that neither could harm the other? External skills. Feng controlled the chi to transform into golden light, ensuring he was invulnerable and flawless. Not to mention a mere broken dagger, even in the face of magical techniques, he could still retreat unscathed. Since we cannot harm each other. At this moment the old man actually took the initiative to clasp his fists and said, why don't we call it a draw? After all, we are both masters of external skills, and any advanced assassination techniques would be rendered ineffective. As he spoke, the old man quietly began to retreat, preparing to leave this place. He felt that this young man was too enigmatic. Perhaps his trump card was more than just external skills. Who says I can't harm you? Feng retracted his dagger, his peripheral vision catching sight of the string of Dinghai beads on his wrist. This magical artifact could easily break through defenses and could even easily kill a master of external skills. Feng planned to use this artifact to test its effectiveness. Not good. The old man seemed to sense impending danger. An unprecedented sense of fear filled his body as if death was looming. Farewell. Before the old man finished speaking, his body had already floated away 100 meters. Besides possessing external skills, his lightness skill was equally remarkable. Trying to run. Feng flicked his fingers, shooting out a bead from his wrist. In an instant, the bead shot through the air like a sharp bullet, directly hitting the old man's back. Following that boom, the old man let out a scream and gasped. How could this be possible? My body. As the dust settled, the fleeing old man was revealed to have half of his body blown away. Even with his mastery of external techniques impervious to blades and guns, what could he do? Faced with a top-tier magical artifact, his proud defense was easily shattered. Oh, I missed. Due to using it for the first time and being too far away, compounded by the opponent's intentional serpentine footwork. As a result, Feng's strike missed by an inch, only destroying half of the old man's body. Spare me. The old man lay on the ground, pleading desperately, I beg you, let me go. Before he could finish his words, the ground suddenly rumbled ominously. There was a feeling akin to a mountain collapsing and the earth shattering. The old man was once again jolted in shock. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? In the next second, roar, a furious shout. A giant python erupted from the ground where the old man lay, sending him. Its massive body leaped into the air and directly swallowed the old man whole. Feng's strike failed to kill the opponent, and he intended to launch another attack to ensure the kill. Unexpectedly, a giant python emerged from the ground and swallowed the old man whole. Seeing its emergence as a form of assistance, Feng said nothing. Then the giant python dove back into the earth, charging towards Feng like a bulldozer. When it reappeared, it hurled the bodies of the group of black-clad assassins that Feng had just killed into the air, leaping up to devour them all. Chen Xia was stunned as she witnessed the giant python devour people so closely. When the python first appeared, she thought it was an illusion from 100 meters away. But in the blink of an eye, the giant python burst from the ground, less than a meter in front of her, erupting like a volcano and shaking everything around. After consuming the corpses, the giant python paused, surveying its surroundings as if searching for its next target. Eventually, its blood-red eyes locked onto Chen Xia's. Chen Xia looked up at the giant python, which was at least 3 or 4 stories tall. After being gazed upon, her heart nearly stopped, and it felt as if her blood was flowing backward. Even when encountering the assassins, Chen Xia had never felt such tension and fear. After all, assassins were just humans within her realm of understanding. The creature before her, however, completely exceeded her comprehension and was unimaginable. After the sudden fright, Chen Xia screamed and fainted. It's one of us, don't harm her. Feng quickly halted the giant python's further movements. The giant creature gently sniffed at Chen Xia, seemingly trying to remember her scent. Then it turned and was about to burrow away. Just then a melodious flute sound echoed from afar. The giant snake turned its gaze towards the sound, standing still, as if it had become a stone waiting for its master. Moi. Feng also heard the eerie flute sound, which was piercing and sharp, oddly reminiscent of the cryptic language of snakes. The flute sound seemed to be communicating with the giant snake. The music grew closer. The flute players soon Feng looked over and saw a girl about 20 years old, dressed in simple clothes with a natural beauty that was innocent and unpretentious, distinct from the urban beauties. Xiener. The girl called out to the giant snake from the foot of the mountain after putting down her disciple. The giant python hesitated for a moment before burrowing and reappearing before her. Xiener, are you really going to leave the Lu family? The girl looked up at the giant snake and spoke in the language of snakes. The python responded affirmatively. The girl paused, then asked, what about grandmother? Did you swallow her too? The giant python again confirmed. This time the girl appeared slightly shocked. She probably hadn't anticipated that the revered giant snake would one day turn on them. I understand. The girl did not argue further with the giant snake, knowing that what the snake deity intended to do was beyond their family's control. Roar. The giant python let out a sharp roar as it bid farewell to the girl before bowing down and burrowing away. The girl hesitated for a moment, then raised her head to look at Feng. Are you from the Lu family? Feng asked curiously. Yes, the girl nodded and then asked in return. You must be Kunlun, right? Indeed. Feng also nodded. Both recognized each other's identities at a glance. Are you here to seek revenge on me? Feng inquired, considering that the snake grandmother had indirectly perished by his hand. Since the girl was a Lu family member, it was likely that the old lady was her grandmother. No. Unexpectedly, the girl shook her head. Determinedly, she said, You killed that despicable Zhang family scion, and I should be thanking you, so how could I seek revenge? Besides, with Sienna assisting you, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Then the girl introduced herself as Lu Ruoyan, confirming that the slain snake grandmother was indeed her grandmother. She was also betrothed to the eldest son of the Zhang family since childhood. The Zhang family of Feng Tian, along with the 5 mysterious families, Fox Huang by Lu and Hui, was purportedly in partnership, but in reality, it was a master-servant relationship. To strengthen their control over these 5 families, the direct descendants of the Zhang family upon reaching adulthood were allowed to select young and beautiful women from these families to take as concubines. Indeed, they were not legally married, but rather held as concubines, effectively functioning as hostages. Lu Ruoyan, born with extraordinary beauty, was chosen by the eldest son of the Zhang family and could not escape the fate of becoming a concubine. Moreover, the eldest son of the Zhang family was notorious in Feng Tian for bullying the weak and committing heinous acts. Lu Ruoyan was deeply opposed to this, but felt powerless. Yet the Lu family coveted the Zhang family's power, and the snake grandmother strongly advocated for Lu Ruoyan to become the Zhang family's eldest son's woman, even if she held no official title, considering it a profitable deal for the Lu family. Originally, Lu Ruoyan was to be taken to the Zhang family in the latter half of the year, destined to become the eldest son's plaything. But coincidentally, the eldest son met his demise in Yanjing at that time. Upon receiving this news, Lu Ruoyan was overjoyed and certainly had no intention of seeking revenge on Feng. But I also killed your grandmother, Feng admitted. Though she was my grandmother, she often beat or scolded me since childhood, Lu Ruoyan said with a bitter smile. Her passing does not sadden me as much as Sienna leaving does. Lu Ruoyan was raised in that strange and mysterious family, practicing family secret arts since childhood, rarely attending school and never experiencing a normal life, thus she had no friends. From childhood, the giant snake became Lu Ruoyan's only companion. Even though that serpent was over 100 years old and served as a divine snake for 3 generations of the Lu family, in Lu Ruoyan's eyes it was her sole friend. I came this time not only to bid farewell to Sienna, but also to thank you for eliminating the Zhang eldest son for me. Feng smiled ruefully. He hadn't expected to inadvertently win the gratitude of the girl. As thanks, I have important information to share with you. Lowering her voice, Lu Ruoyan said seriously, the Zhang family of Feng Tian is eager to avenge their son, hence they have mobilized all the experts from the 4 major families besides my Lu family to deal with you. They should be arriving soon, so you need to be careful. Against me? Feng listened unconcerned. After all, during this time, how many people had he offended? Not just the Feng Tian family. They are coming to seek death. He would simply wait for them. All right, I understand. Feng nodded calmly, completely unconcerned about the matter. Seeing Feng so composed, Lu Ruoyan said no more. You have Sienna assisting you, and I've heard that your strength is formidable. You should be fine, but still be cautious. The Feng Tianzhang family mobilized the full strength of the 4 great families at once. Had it not been for Lu family's mistake, even the Hu Huang by Lu and Hui families would have joined forces. Such a grand display was something Lu Ruoyan had never seen in her life. It was evident how powerful the opponent was. Even the Zhang family of Feng Tian had their reservations. I have one last question. Lu Ruoyan blinked her curious eyes and asked, how did you subdue Sienna and keep her by your side? This 100-so-fire-souled serpent, even with the combined efforts of the 3 generations of the Lu family, could not be completely subdued and revered as a fairy, which is no small honor. But in the end, the serpent still killed its master and left without a trace. Not only Lu Ruoyan, but the entire Lu family was perplexed. Could there really be someone in the world who understood snakes better than the Lu family? I promised it that I could help it transform into a dragon. Seeing Lu Ruoyan being so open, Feng felt no need to hide anything from her. Transform into a dragon. Lu Ruoyan was immediately taken aback. This was a reason she had never considered. Yet for the serpent, it was an undeniable temptation that it could not refuse. However, Lu Ruoyan soon showed a worried expression and said softly, If you deceive Xiener, the consequences could be unimaginable. In Lu Ruyan's view, the so-called transformation into a dragon was too fantastical, almost like a gimmick, as if he were painting a grand picture for Xiener which would eventually reveal its flaws. When that time comes, how would he explain it to the great serpent? Huh. Yi Feng chuckled, saying, "You need not worry about that. Since I said it, I will definitely achieve it. If there's nothing else, please take your leave. Thank you for the warning." Yi Feng also expressed his gratitude, turning to carry the unconscious Chen Xia and leaving slowly. Watching Yi Feng's departing figure, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with immense curiosity. Will it really happen? I am also looking forward to the day Xiener transforms into a dragon. He brought the unconscious Chen Xia back to the villa at the foot of the mountain. After settling her, Yi Feng returned home to focus on refining pills. Soon Jean Louis arrived late. As soon as Jean Louis entered the room and saw her friend lying on the sofa, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had arrived in time and her friend was unharmed. However, as soon as Jean Louis entered, her keen senses detected signs of an intruder. She immediately checked the home security footage and saw the black-clad assassin breaking in. Jean Louis was startled. "Xia, are you alright?" She became anxious again, worrying whether her friend lying on the sofa had already met with misfortune. Fortunately, she just fainted. Jean Louis hurried to the sofa to check and finally felt completely relieved. Strange, why did those assassins let Xia go? Jean Louis checked the footage again and found that Chen Xia had already escaped before the assassins broke in. Then there were scenes of the assassins chasing after her one by one, and the clues were cut off. What happened next? Jean Louis had no way of knowing. However, looking at her unconscious friend, it was clear someone had helped her escape a disaster. Who could it be? Jean Louis looked out the window, first thinking of the neighbor on the mountain. Could it be Yi Kunlun? At that moment, Chen Xia in her daze screamed, and suddenly woke up shouting, "Bruh, run! There's a great serpent!" Chen Xia sat up in shock, her heart still pounding, unable to calm down from the terrifying scene she had just witnessed. "Xia, don't be afraid. It's alright, I'm back." Jean Louis quickly held her friend's hand to comfort her. A serpent. Chen Xia was still in a daze, repeatedly talking about the serpent, clearly showing that the giant python had left a deep imprint in her heart. "There are no snakes in here, so don't be afraid." Jean Louis hurriedly embraced the trembling Chen Xia, gently patting her back. "This is home. There are no snakes." Gradually, Chen Xia began to regain her senses from her fear. Seeing Jean Louis back, she leaned on her friend's shoulder and cried, completely releasing the fear within her. Afterward, once Chen Xia had completely calmed down, she recounted everything that had just happened. "You mean, there was a giant python on the mountain?" Jean Louis was also suddenly taken aback. She remembered the strange cry she had heard a few nights ago, and that terrifying mountain-like figure. Could it be that there really is a giant python near Fenghua Mountain? That big serpent swallowed those people. Remembering this, Chen Xia couldn't stop trembling. Brother Yi. Do you think Brother Yi could also? Chen Xia worried that the great serpent might indiscriminately swallow all living beings at the scene. It shouldn't be the case. Jean Louis quickly reassured her. If Yi Kunlun was swallowed, then why are you unharmed? Surely that giant python didn't bring you back to the villa. Moreover, Jean Louis suspected that the giant python might be related to Yi Kunlun. Jean Louis felt a renewed suspicion about this mysterious neighbor she had never met. Although Jean Louis' analysis was reasonable, Chen Xia still couldn't rest easy and insisted on going to the mountain villa to check. But as soon as Chen Xia got off the sofa, she fell to the ground, her legs weak from fear. In the end, Jean Louis assured her that she would go to the mountain villa to check on Yi Kunlun's safety. "You should sleep." Jean Louis helped her friend into bed. "He'll take care of the rest." Coming out of her friend's room, Jean Louis was just about to investigate the mountain to see if there were any signs of the giant python. At this moment, the phone call from her assistant, In Hongzhuang, came in. "What's the matter?" Jean Louis answered the phone. "Ma'am, although the clues from Li Yuan have been cut off, there's new progress on another case." In Hongzhuang quickly reported to Jean Louis. "The 2 pink diamonds you asked me to investigate last time have finally found their source of the buyer. The owner of the pink diamonds was once the daughter-in-law of the Yi family, Su Riyun. She is Yi Feng's stepmother. Moreover, after the investigation, the identities of the 7 deceased are closely related to Su Riyun. They seem to be henchmen working for her." Su Riyun. Jean Louis was shocked upon hearing this. Could the car accident from 5 years ago also be related to her? Just as Jean Louis had traced the car accident from years ago, new clues emerged. At this moment, the elder of the Yi family had already set off towards a secret stronghold. This is the center of power located in Yinjing, the very core of the city. Those who can reside here are all nobles and dignitaries wielding immense power. This place is also off-limits to ordinary people. Even the Yi family, as one of the top 10 powerful clans in Yinjing, must announce their arrival in advance to enter. Even a mere guard here requires the elder of the Yi family to curry favor and smile, fearing being turned away. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, even their chickens and dogs rise with them. After a moment upon receiving permission, the elder of the Yi family entered a peculiar courtyard. Our master is receiving guests, please wait here. A middle-aged man resembling a butler uttered these words, and then turned to leave, not even offering a further "Yes, thank you." The elder of the Yi family stood up to express his gratitude, not daring to be negligent. Afterward, no one came to attend to him. Not even a cup of tea was prepared. The rudeness towards guests and the neglect were evident. However, the elder of the Yi family bore no complaints and patiently waited. This waiting lasted for an entire afternoon. By evening it was mealtime. The elder of the Yi family began to feel restless, uncertain whether to continue waiting or take his leave. "The master requests you to come in for a meal." At this moment the butler reappeared and coldly announced. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Yi family was taken aback to be invited to dine with that esteemed personage and hurriedly got up to follow. Soon the two of them passed through a corridor adorned with pavilions and entered the inner hall. In a luxurious dining room, a small square table was set in the center with numerous servants lined up on either side attending. There were no other guests at the table, only an elderly man in a Tang suit who was leisurely sipping soup, his demeanor serene as he savored the delicacies. Seeing this, the elder of the Yi family hurriedly stepped forward to bow. After the formalities, the elderly man in the Tang suit slowly set down his bowl, nodded, and said, "Have you eaten? Come, let's eat together." The elder of the Yi family knew that this person was decisive and required no pretense of modesty. When this esteemed individual invited him to sit down for a meal, the elder of the Yi family obediently complied. He quickly sat down. Yet inside he felt both excited and nervous. In front of this great figure, he was extremely humble, only daring to perch on the edge of the chair, cautious in his demeanor. "I am aware of the troubles facing the Yi family." The elderly man in the Tang suit personally served a dish to the elder of the Yi family. Startled, the elder quickly stood up to express his thanks repeatedly, saying he dared not. The elderly man in the Tang suit nodded, signaling him to sit down first. The elder of the Yi family sat again, and hurriedly popped the mouthful of food given by the elderly man into his mouth, not having the time to savor its flavor, only feeling a profound sense of honor. The Bai family was suppressed in the past, yet now they are attempting to make a comeback. This matter is indeed suspicious. I will send someone to investigate. Rest assured, with me here the Bai family cannot consume the Yi family's resources. With this statement from the great figure, the elder of the Yi family could finally set his heart at ease. He had come here today, specifically waiting for this assurance. The elderly man in the Tang suit continued, "The Bai family has just begun. Oh, how could they possess so much capital to buy up your Yi family's stocks? Tomorrow, I will have the Insurance Regulatory Commission and the Banking Regulatory Commission investigate their source of funds. Regardless of whether their funds are legitimate or not, I will make them obediently return your stocks." Though the old man's words were delivered lightly, the elder of the Yi family understood that such actions could only be executed by a very few in the entire daxia. The elder of the Yi family quickly stood up to express his gratitude, almost prostrating himself in thanks. However, seizing the moment, he carefully reminded, "There is also the Zhao family, which has been investigating our company's tax issues. Alas, I do not know when I offended old Zhao." Upon mentioning old Zhao from the Zhao family, a flicker of sternness finally crossed the otherwise calm face of the elderly man in the Tang suit. "Zhao Caishan, is it? Haha, he is already retired. How dare he still reach so far? If one didn't know any better, they might think the Ministry of Revenue was still under his control. I will let the Zhao family know who truly holds power in the current Ministry of Revenue." The elderly man suddenly rose, speaking with pride. His face was filled with an air of superiority and disdain for the world, embodying the demeanor of one below the emperor, yet above all others an undeniable authority. Startled, the elder of the Yi family quickly stood up in agreement. When leaving the courtyard, he realized his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Accompanying that great figure for this dinner was both an honor and a torment for the elder of the Yi family, akin to being on a gallows, and he was finally able to leave alive. However, with the promise from that great figure, the elder of the Yi family found his steps home much lighter. I do not care who is secretly targeting the Yi family, whether it is the Zhao family or the Bai family. This time, I will let you know the depths and capabilities of the Yi family, which cannot be shaken. That night, the four mysterious families of Fox, Yellow, White, and Gray had already received orders to arrive in Yanjing. In a deserted wilderness, the heads of the four families met first. I've never seen Zhang Yi so furious. He summoned all four families at once, truly a grand mobilization. An elderly man with a thin frame, dressed in luxurious clothing, sported a small goat beard and smiled with squinted eyes. This man was the head of the Fox family, known as Master Fox. The Fox family worships foxes. Haha, if your son were to die, you'd probably go even crazier, remarked another old man beside him, his face pale. This man was the head of the Yellow family, known as Old Master Huang. The Yellow family worships weasels, also called yellow skin. That opportunity is gone. Master Fox shook his head with a bitter smile. My two sons have already been killed by me. Next I plan to kill a grandson to live a few more years. Unfortunately, young Master Zhang was swallowed by that giant python raised by the Liu family, leaving no trace behind. Otherwise, even if he was severely injured and brought back, perhaps I could still save him. On the other side, an elderly woman in white clothing with silver hair shook her head regretfully. This woman was the head of the White family, known as grandmother by adept in witchcraft and medicine. The White family worships hedgehogs. It seems that giant python has been subdued by that kid. It's laughable that the Liu family can't even manage their own livestock. They're truly worthless. No wonder young Master Zhang has sidelined the Liu family this time to prevent them from being a hindrance. In the shadows, a short and thin old man in a gray robe with a sharp nose and chin laughed sinisterly. This man was the head of the Gray family, known as Old Man Gray or Gray Rat. The Gray family worships mice. Adding to this, the absent Liu family worships snakes. The 5 great mysterious families of Tian, fox, yellow, white, Liu, and gray, represent the fox, weasel, hedgehog, snake, and mouse respectively. Each of these great mysterious families excels in a unique secret art. For example, the Liu family specializes in taming sentient and skilled snakes. The Yellow family can invite the Taoist Huang to possess them, borrowing his power. That person subdued the snake spirit of the Liu family. If he were to use it against us, it could be quite troublesome, grandmother Bai said worriedly. Just in case, we should have the Liu family come along as well. Then let's join forces and slaughter that beast for a soup. Old Man Gray licked his lips. It's been a long time since I've tasted snake soup. Moreover, it's a giant python over 100 years old. Old Master Huang also began to drool. Eating it will surely be a great supplement. The 4 families deliberated for a moment and decided to rest for the night and take action tomorrow. They then dispersed. However, after Gray Old Man walked a short distance and saw the other 3 had disappeared, he whistled. In an instant, rustling sounds surrounded him and figures emerged. A dozen men and women of various ages cloaked in gray robes quickly gathered around Old Man Gray. They were the elite members of the Gray family who had come along. This time the Zhang family sent our 4 families to deal with that brat named Yi. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once we succeed, the Zhang family will surely not treat us poorly. Therefore, I have decided that tonight our family will act in advance to claim this great merit for ourselves. Upon hearing this, the clansmen were immediately alarmed. Chief, is this too risky? Yes, the Liu family has already fallen at that brat's hands. We should act together with the other 3 families to avoid any unexpected incidents. Hearing this, Old Man Gray displayed a look of disdain, chiding. Although we Gray family worship mice, it doesn't mean you all have to be as timid as mice. What is there to be afraid of? The Liu family fell because they only sent 1 person. We have so many here, are we afraid of that brat alone? Moreover, this time we are in the dark while that brat is in the light. Tonight we will conduct a surprise attack and eliminate that brat while he sleeps. The clansmen still seemed hesitant, unwilling to take the risk. Fortune favors the bold. Old Man Gray continued to incite them, claiming the merit solely for ourselves is vastly superior to just getting a quarter. And if we act together tomorrow, we might not even get a chance to participate. However, if we establish our own merit this time, we may very well replace the disfavored Liu family and become the 4th of the 5 families never to be at the bottom again. Do you want to be ridden by the other 4 families for the rest of your lives? This statement ignited the fighting spirit of the clansmen. Among the 5 families, the Gray family had always been at the bottom, mocked by the other 4 families. Even the Zhang family looked down on them, referring to them as mice both openly and secretly. If they could seize this opportunity to achieve great merit and rise a step, it would indeed be worth the risk. Even a mouse must fight for its breath. We all follow your lead, Chief. Seeing the crowd agree, Old Man Gray revealed a satisfied expression. Good, this time let's showcase the true strength of our Gray family. Follow me. With that, Old Man Gray shifted his form, dropped to all 4s, and swiftly melded into the darkness. The other clansmen followed him, stealthily moving in the shadows. We all follow your lead, Chief. Seeing the crowd agree, Old Man Gray revealed a satisfied expression. Good, this time let's showcase the true. It should be right here. Jean Louis employed investigative techniques to meticulously examine the scene, discovering traces of a struggle and even some residual bloodstains. However, Jean Louis found no signs indicating the presence of any large monsters. According to Chen Xia, the giant python swallowed all the assassins, but such a large beast couldn't possibly leave no trace at all. At the very least, the surrounding lawn and the woods should bear marks left by the giant python's passage. Moreover, according to Chen Xia herself, the giant python emerged from underground. But a snake that size emerging from the ground would definitely leave a deep pit. Jean Louis circled the mountain, once finding nothing. He discovered nothing at all. It was as if that monster had appeared out of thin air and never touched the ground. Just as Jean Louis was about to give up and head up the mountain to ask Yi Kunlun for clarity, Russell, the wind howled around him. In the darkness, shadows flitted past. Seeing this, Jean-Louis immediately held his breath, thinking, could that giant python be emerging again? With this thought, Jean-Louis did not dare to be negligent, slowly unstrapping a bow from his back. To prepare for that giant python, he had specifically brought along the military-grade tiger bow. With the bow drawn and the arrow nocked, the string was taut. This bow could unleash hundreds of pounds of force with tremendous power. Jean-Louis aimed the bow and arrow into the depths of the darkness. "Who is it? Playing tricks? Come out!" Jean-Louis shouted, releasing an arrow into the darkness.